Futures relatively flat to get going here this morning as we continue to weigh signs of cracks under the hood for SaaS companies. Software downside in a big way yesterday, continuing that way it looks like this morning. We'll talk about that coming up. AMD, the big one after the close last night. We get AMD earnings themselves, actually not that bad. The stock itself shrugging off the numbers and heading southbound as well. Overall a beat, but not big enough. So we'll touch on AMD coming up. We'll also get Google after the close tonight. More on the tech side of things as well. SMCI reported maybe, kind of, didn't come out last night. We're still kind of searching for why that happened. It was definitely delayed, but overall the stock is higher this morning. We'll touch on SMCI here as well. NVIDIA. More headlines on this tie-up with OpenAI, kind of back and forth that's been going on all week long. It continues to be, I mean, the leading story as far as the chips are concerned, but it continues to be really interesting as far as no one's really saying what everyone is saying, but I mean, it's going to get to a point where they kind of have to. I
like how the girls are fighting here, you know? It's like, you know, he leaks something into the media in response to what was leaked by the other side. Come on, get it together. But that's kind of the situation at the moment. Good morning, guys. There is a whole lot to talk about today. First and foremost, yeah, as we talked about NVIDIA there, AMD with not so great of a guide. Eli Lilly absolutely destroying earnings this morning, up almost 10%. Uber, a bit of a different look, down 5%. Nphase up 22%. But there is, of course, that I think it's like a Secretary of State-led meeting by Marco Rubio with respect to critical minerals, kind of building on that Project Vault we got yesterday. So more on that today. It should be interesting to watch some of those days. Coming
on the back of what happened yesterday with that funding coming through from the Trump administration for more in that sector. Rahim coming up this morning. Rahim Alani going to talk on gold, because that move continuing as well, back to the upside. I mean, a little bit of a bounce. We're just going to touch on with Rahim specifically where he's seeing opportunity after the big move down, if there are, you know, individual names that are holding up a little bit better than others on the small cap side of things. So Rahim coming up at 8:30. Yeah, and you're getting a nice bounce in the metals today. Yeah. Gold up almost 2%, silver 5 2/3. But I want to build on your SAS point that you started out the show with, Breno. A lot is being made about Anthropic's new options as well. I don't know if you got to hear about this. They've changed the name a couple of times because they got a cease and desist letter from Claude. They changed it to Maltbot. I don't know what the hell it's called now. It's Claw something or another, but it's kind of putting in focus what we've been talking about and why CRM has been selling off now for the better part of the almost a year, is that we're looking at these SaaS companies being really disrupted by internal models, right? And that you can run locally. And I was watching Lisa Su's presentation yesterday. She had this little kind of, you know, it'll look like a Mac Mini, but it had AMD on it, and she called it beautiful. I didn't think it was that beautiful, but the point was you could run a 200 billion parameter LLM on there, which could do almost anything you want. And now we're seeing the software side come in through Claudebot, through Anthropic. So disruption central here for SaaS, Brenda. Really interesting. And it's local too, which is the key. And for privacy. Exactly, exactly. But from what I've read and what I understand at this point, I haven't had time to really dig into it yet, but you install it on your local machine, whether it's a laptop or desktop PC, it essentially learns what you do and then just starts doing it for you. Exactly. So anything and everything is available. And there's like, remember how chat came out originally and you could get these add-ons to chat that could kind of do that? So that's what you have to download like these. They have agent mode. Exactly. Which is similar, but I've never, it's okay. It's not amazing. It takes forever to do very similar. Here I am complaining about like software doing my work for me, but this sounds like, anyways, it's more substantial. Exactly, and the issue is there's a lot of security concerns with it right now because apparently it can get compromised by another LLM or somebody else putting a prompt within it and sort of giving them access to your information. But the point here is it's proof of concept. Once we kind of get the proof of concept, we can look at the security issues later and tighten those up. And I think that's going to be interesting because the hesitation it seems like people are having is you have to give it a lot of information on the initial setup. So people aren't really comfortable with that. Here's another one that's getting hit on this same narrative now. Downside in a big way. That's a weekly chart off a cliff here for NOW. But you mentioned Uber.
Sure.
Not a great report for Uber. They also have a new CFO who apparently I was reading this morning is very, very keen and speaks very highly of autonomous driving, which is, a directional move, obviously, for that company, which relies heavily on human drivers. So we'll see with Uber.
Their biggest cost, Brendo.
Yeah, by far. Lots to discuss, guys. Google tonight as well. Good morning.
Good morning. And Google Alphabet tonight, that's going to be a big one. But next time Novo Nordisk sends Eli Lilly to the downside for reasons that are not Eli Lilly's, it's a buy. And that's what happened yesterday. Lilly comes on.
Can we just try to get everybody just to refresh, maybe?
Is this still an issue?
Because the chat is just saying that it's laggy and skippy and all that. Yeah. So just...
I know we had an issue with Sharif's mic. I don't know if it's still with ours as well. So as we're talking, let us know if it's resolved.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So looks like we're good now. So no worries. We'll just jump right on ahead. And it was worth the wait if you stuck around. Obviously we were done, but SMCI actually doing pretty well here with beats and strong guide, giving a little bit back, but almost double digits for them. So we live in a little bizarre world today where SMCI is up 8 and AMD's down 9, and that's just how it is. Not how the stocks have been doing previously, but this is the type of market it's been in earnings season. You're going to get some curveballs. Some of them haven't been curveballs, and I'm going to be looking at some day 2 plays as well. PayPal day 2 after a pretty historic drop to the downside. We've already talked about Uber on a day 1 play. And let's not forget that Bitcoin still underneath 78K. We're chilling at 76. You got a bit of a bounce. And you could say V-shape. It's fair to say yesterday in the afternoon you got a bit of a V-shape recovery.
It's like it's not.
But we're right back into the downside. So crypto and Bitcoin in particular are going to be front of the mind once again. A lot to watch. It's going to be a busy day. And it was fun, the aftermarket show. Certainly, maybe not so much for AMD, but Nphase. I don't know if anybody had 20% on their bingo card for that one.
I wonder what was expected, because it was a pretty wild, that stock's been wild. And I mean, we saw the way that, hello?
Ew.
Oh my gosh. Hey Randy, how's it going?
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, thanks, man. Oh, I always appreciate it. All right, salute. Thing is, I fill up a coffee in here, and then I just kind of I haven't really even drank this yet.
But then you have it for later.
That's what I'm saying. Fun. It's like now I just close the lid there and see if we... All right, Eli Lilly right now up 9%. I mean, thankfully, when I heard that Novo Nordisk sort of story and saw what was happening over there in the last couple of days of Novo Nordisk and the GLP oral drugs has been, Viking Therapeutics is working on one. There's a bunch of different, Pfizer bought that company trying to work on that. But it's nice to see that Eli Lilly, other than the GLP-1, they have other system, other plays in the pipeline. That's the word I'm looking for. So, oh yeah, by the way, Joe, Maple Leafs won again, but I like Hater Joe better than Go Joe, because now we got 3 in a row heading into the Olympic break. So we'll see what winds up happening. But Maple Leafs got to do something. But anyways, nice to see Eli Lilly. The thing is, it's just a software economy right now. The software economy that's getting hit, as Brendan said. I think AI is having the opposite effect of what everyone sort of thought, and that is that we knew it was going to be real efficient for a lot of companies, right? But the ones that are getting the tailwinds here, the Caterpillars, these industrials of the world, some of these, we talked about, how it's affected some of these biotech companies as well in that way. And what's happening at the other side of it is that all of a sudden you may not need that software stack that you thought you needed, right? And so maybe companies that relied, we saw what Salesforce did yesterday. What was it, IGV? Is that what it is there? Yeah, the iShares, here it is. The iShares Tech Sector ETF. Yesterday had its worst day since tariff tantrum day, and that was down 6%, and that's following multiple down days, and you're getting right back in here see, there's that one day they're on the tariff, and obviously we have battled back, but a lot of these companies now realizing that, hey, like Brendan said, you just install this bot onto your program, onto your laptop, onto your PC, maybe even onto your phone, and next thing you know, it can start to replicate some of those tedious tasks that potentially you have. And that's I should have it downloaded on my software over here and see if it can get some trades for me now that I'm thinking about this. But we saw a name, another software name like a Palantir get hit yesterday despite having great earnings. This is going to be, to me, this is a different beast. This is not something that you could just replicate, the way Palantir operates with their Foundry and AIP software and things like that. So I think this name maybe got beat up a little bit more than it should have yesterday, despite the downside moves in, like we just said, names like a CRM. ServiceNow has been hit as well, like Atlassian. I mean, look at this, Neil. I mean, I'm still in CRM. This is just like hoping that eventually one day they get this right. I mean, they renamed their their AI agent force there, but it's the agents that are taking this thing down. I feel like it's apparently easy, not easy, but there's something about building your own sort of agent force. And we worry about ServiceNow, we worry about the Trade Desk, we worry about CRM, like so many of these names. ServiceNow was like a high flying, that must have been split there. Definitely a high flyer. You know what? Why didn't, okay, they must have split 3 for 1. Yeah, so here's a chart here on eSignal for ServiceNow, just, how bad that's gone. Now that's down to 109. Like you're talking about a stock that was 190, back in November, down to 110 today and making brand new lows, split 5 to 1 right there, yeah. So all-time high, not all-time high, sorry, 52-week high just back in July, 211, chop in half right now, 7 months later. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a downside plunge here for some of these names. And it's not like the beneficiary has been today. Chip names, I mean, AMD's downside as well. NVIDIA's breaking lower.
You said there's strength elsewhere.
This is a roller coaster,
right?
Here,
like we had some of the more staple type names. Well, getting away from things like Caterpillar, which have been strong. There's been Walmart, which has been looking fantastic. You've got Procter and Pepsi, which look much better now. You've got energy names, which are showing strength. CVX is breaking fresh highs as we speak, and they've had a fantastic run the last couple of weeks. Throw in XOM as well. Each of them since their reports. If you bought that heavy dip that we had,
some XLE.
$15, like we're right back into some highs and even consolidating up here. So, there's kernels of strength out there in the market. The Dow's actually doing very well because there's a bunch of Dow names clearly that are having a good time of it. So you just have to maybe look a little elsewhere. But to the point of, I was gonna, oh shoot, I still have the C3AI chart.
Ouch.
On my monthly. I was gonna pull up CRM on a monthly chart and realize I still had.
What does that look? Oh my gosh.
So this is actually.
What is that?
This is completely random, and I meant to talk about CRM, but this is a monumental collapse, and it could get worse because on the monthly, underneath $10, there's nothing. Like these are all-time lows for C3AI. I got this. It was we actually had a couple of viewers that were like, make sure you watch C3AI breaking fresh lows. If you guys are looking at things like PayPal, like this could be in a huge breakdown territory. Anyways, before we go back up and move on with things, CRM on a monthly chart was the one I wanted to look at. This had some solid support and structure on the monthly at that 50-period moving average, and we lost that to end last month. Like this breakdown ending the month, like that's a bearish push, and we're just already starting to get continuation. It doesn't seem crazy to me that 140 is the spot for this. Like look at on the monthly, look at all of the support in front of $140, and you got the 200 period down there. Things could get worse. If you don't think so, then it's just technicals that we're watching here, and they aren't very good for CRM. But man, that C3AI.
Yeah, that's bad.
That could break 10. Well, where is it right now? Before I say it could break $10, I haven't looked at it.
I can't believe it's even at $10. Where you just I can't believe you're even saying that.
It's at 1065, so it's probably not breaking $10 even today. Because like a lot of things, it bounced yesterday, but it came close. See, $10 breakdown on C3AI this week, maybe.
You know what doesn't care about C3AI? GLD.
Well,
and we are very, very happy to announce that come Monday. Today's Wednesday. A few more sleeps. We will have the one and only, the biggest gold bug around, potentially.
Yeah.
Well, Peter Schiff coming on.
The legend himself.
Yeah, with at noon on Wednesday. So I was saying to Sharif, like, it's victory lap time. I think he's could have taken them for a while. Now he came on our show 4 or 5 times, I guess, guys in the back, maybe, you know.
Yeah,
and every time he had sort of talked about, you know, the value of gold and what, you know, its place in your portfolio. And he's going to be coming back and, yeah, explaining, you know, this sort of run up and where he thinks it's going to be going, and, you know, the value of holding this kind of an asset in your portfolio. So we're really proud to announce that in just a matter of a few days now, we're going to have Peter Schiff live here, I guess, via Zoom, I guess. He's going to talk all about gold. So I think that's going to be really interesting. So if you are debating holding that, putting on a bigger position, selling your position, whatever you're thinking about, this is this place to be. Noon on Monday. So go get your calendar, go mark it down, go tell Siri to put it in there, tell Google to make your calendar date there, put Anthropic on your system, let it put a calendar update right into your calendar, whatever you want to do, but make sure you're here with us live. Monday at 12 p.m. That should be...
and hopefully he'll talk about some of the other bull markets. This is the third big bull market since 71 for gold. Each of those, I'm only looking at the daily chart, each of those 3 bull markets, any significant pullback has either taken, there's been about 6 of them, they're like 30, it's like 30 days, about 60 days, or 100 days to get back to highs when it goes into bear territory on one of these bull markets. This is the third one we've been in. So it could, if that follows suit, again, that's just historical, if that follows suit, in theory, you've got some time before we actually get back to the highs, if we follow suit historically. But either way, this is exactly the time to be looking. Well, the volatility is here from a trading aspect, and then of course, everyone has questions about, well, can you actually buy up here when something is gone this parabolic? Money printing hasn't stopped, everybody. And I know, Sharif, I know you believe in that as well. Your thoughts on buying this dip in gold?
You and I were talking about this off camera, Neil. We were talking about, you were giving me the data about, you know, how in the last, I think the last couple of decades, there's been 3 critical minerals runs with gold, and there's usually a pullback of sorts. I don't know the duration, you were telling me a couple of weeks, couple of months, but this has been my bias the entire time. Commodities tend to trend longer than equities, and if that's the case, we're possibly getting a buying opportunity here. And quite frankly, I don't really see a calming in the geopolitical landscape so long as the current administration is in power. They've made it very clear they're here to disrupt, they're here to change the norm, and that usually comes with some risk. And when there's risk, there's a flight to safety through the metals, Brendo. That's kind of my view on things.
Yeah, I mean, the move continues to be back higher here after this recent pullback. So I think a lot of people are going to be testing the water continuously just to see if we can't get some type of continuation move. Just real quick, we got this ADP number there at 815, employment change. 22,000 forecast was 35,000, prior 37. So a little bit downside there for the weekly number. ADP employment change coming up a little bit later, 9:45 S&P Global Composite PMI. That's a final print for January. And then the ISM version as well. But I mean, I think a lot of people are waiting for a better look at this employment data. I mean, will we, won't we, remains to be seen on this government shutdown.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't think we're really expecting any rate cuts, Brendo, as like it's kind of priced in, but we've been talking a lot about this low hire, low fire sort of situation, which is a bit of an equilibrium. So then it'll come down to price stability, and that side of the equation, we haven't seen anything bad from. Like, sure, it's still above the 2% preferred inflation rate by the Fed, but nothing like we've seen or the expectations after the tariff tantrum as to what we could be experiencing. So I think like it's just that balance and that equilibrium at the moment.
Guys, just a heads up, please just bear with us. We are working in the background on these issues. From our side, it appears everything is normal. So it might be on YouTube's end. We're still digging into it, but just bear with us. Please be patient. Microsoft, another one of these names. I was just having a look at a higher time frame here. This is a weekly chart from Microsoft. This thing's at a 25% drawdown off all-time highs. It's very rare that we get to say that about something like a Microsoft type of stock. So On a weekly time frame, definitely not looking good here. Another one of these software-related names.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. So obviously they have a lot of focus on cloud, and that's been a great driver for them. But we saw, the lofty expectations that the street were looking for. They were looking for that over 40% year-over-year growth in the quarter. They missed that. It was high 30s. Today they're in the focus, looking to shake up their sales leadership and reprioritize AI spending. They're down 15% year to date, lagging behind all the Mag 7, and they're really putting a whole bunch of new people in here. Key executive appointments. You're going to get a new executive vice president and chief revenue officer. A longtime Microsoft veteran becomes executive vice president of worldwide sales and solutions. And this is something we've seen from Microsoft lately, Brendo. They're saying, look, I think they actually cut the expectations for their sales team, which kind of, caused it to sell off, because if you're cutting expectations, that usually means a lower revenue number. And a lower revenue number obviously is going to get reflected in the price. Today, we're kind of seeing a shakeup with high-level management when it respects to sales.
Yeah, a massive company, obviously, with many, many different revenue streams. But, the major one, or one major one, is definitely on the software side. The cloud may or may not be affected as immediately anyways. We'll see what happens with AI going forward. But one to keep an eye on. And
I also want to say, with kind of the rethinking that we've been talking about with ChatGPT, and whether, it's the dominant LLM and leading the race as it was for a couple of years, that's also going to get reflected in Microsoft's investment. So if you were pricing in upside potential, like over $1 trillion valuation for the IPO, which is coming later this year, maybe, dampened expectations are reflecting in Microsoft's price, because, I think they still own a large portion of that. It's like about $200 billion, give or take.
But to your point, as more and more other options come available that are better and better and better over time, exactly. Is that still as valuable too?
Exactly.
Yeah, clearly it's a question mark. Let's go over to Joe with some options ideas.
Speaking of, all right, guys, let's get right into things. A lot going on in the derivatives world. Yes, it's Walmart hitting the $1 trillion club yesterday, guys. We're going to take a look at that $125 mark expiring on the 20th of February. Open interest sitting around 9,180 and volume around 2,810. Now, as for the bid and the ask, guys, relatively wide. And then this is a deeply in the money contract now. Okay, we're a little bit north of that. We're going to go over the chart here momentarily, but you can see your gamma exposure. So you have a 63 delta there in your gamma exposure. Not really increased, but you can see, considering we're extremely in the money, so gamma is greatest at the money. So at the money IV sitting around 35.2%. But what we're going to do right now is pull up the contract value. So as of last Friday, guys, you're getting a substantial return, 749%. It was in around the lows of approximately 67 cents. Now those contracts at its peak yesterday were just a little bit under $6 on Walmart. So a nice move there, and maybe a little bit of a rotation heading into the staples. Now as for PayPal, guys, not doing so well, but also getting an upgrade. We'll go over that momentarily. Open interest are at that specific zone. $50 mark is going to be that area. Open interest around 22,000 there, and then volume 14,800. This is going to be expiring this Friday. Relatively expensive contracts, considering these are deep in the money as well. But one thing that really stood out to me is the lack of delta exposure, considering it's a contract that's $50 and we're trading around $42, $41 right now. So a $50 spread, relatively wide there, guys. Gamma exposure 0.058, and then with the earnings report, you're going to see an increase in implied volatility. But let's get right into some of these analyst actions as well this morning too, guys. We're going to be taking a look at Airbnb. They're getting the upgrade, guys, by Citigroup. You're up about 0.7% there, going from neutral to outperform. And then we also have Nphase as well. You heard the boys talking about it this morning. You're up 22% there this morning. Royal Bank of Canada giving them the nod, but going from a sector perform to an outperform, also price target to $54. Now Cloudflare, ticker NET, you're positive here this morning as well too, guys, going from a neutral to a buy and a price target of around $199. And surprisingly so, even though we were just looking at the put contract here on PayPal, it's still on the upgrade side, going from a sell to a neutral by compass point. You're up a little bit more than 1% here today, guys. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some of the downgrade trades, MicroStrategy getting a price target lowered from $474 all the way down to $185. Now, Chipotle Mexican Grill by Telsey Advisory, guys, you're down 6.8% here this morning, going from a $50 target to a $48 target. And then Super Micro positive as well, too, guys. AMD down, SMCI up. Needham giving that one the downgrade here this morning, lowering its price target from $51 to $40. And then we have Oracle, Adaro, I like this one, by BMO Capital. You're down slightly here, a little bit more than 0.6%, $270 to $205 there, guys.
Yeah, a couple of weird ones in there. The upgrade on PayPal.
Just some big moves on all those.
I know, but then the downgrade on SMCI after they just beat and were up 8%. So I don't know. You're kind of going in opposite directions there. But just jumping back to PayPal for a quick little second. Yesterday, obviously the plunge on earnings was bigger than what it did at the open. Because if you look at, and obviously when you're down that big, and we can look at the higher time frame too, right? Just to remind everybody. And why not? We should always start from the outside in. PayPal got to levels I hadn't seen since 2027. We're literally talking about the IPO month highs. Like its initial IPO highs on the first month are what got breached yesterday just underneath the $43 level. And we're still under it. So as far as that, I'm looking continuation today for PayPal. Upgrade or downgrade doesn't really matter. It did do a pretty good bounce off the open. Like it took out the low and then rallied about $1.50. And it's that area, which is 43.5, and then down here at 42.7. Those are two spots I want to look for continuation. Just where you had these humps, like first support to resistance, and then the initial opening pop that got you to about $43.5. So yeah, I mean, maybe there's an upgrade on PayPal, but I'm more thinking about the continuation short. And you got to be careful because this will be SSR again today after being down like 20% in yesterday's trade. Quite a few short sell restriction or uptick rules going into effect in this earnings season. And this is just yet another example of it. But hey, somebody likes them. That's why they got an upgrade. It's just not me.
We have a nice little look here on Uber. I don't know what's going on with it. Thank you to Lois there in the chat. This just turned green. So Uber had a horrible, horrible report, guided lower, missed, everything. I think the key is that you really have to like miss and have a horrible quarter to have some sort of reaction here. But yeah, I don't know. Nice move there for Uber. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. I was surprised that there was really no upgrades or downgrade action on Uber right there, but their report just hit. So maybe tomorrow, maybe we will hear something about Uber. But right now, Uber flat on the day. What's up, Brendo?
And guys, JP Morgan reiterating their overweight following the earnings, saying pullbacks are overdone. Share price reaction overdone. Uber shares traded down more than 4.5%. But yeah, as you said, just going green. So JP Morgan coming out in support regardless of these earnings.
Remember yesterday when JP Morgan came out for support with SoFi?
Well, that worked out really well.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, I'm going to buy SoFi now.
It's like
JP Morgan, they upgraded Affirm, and they upgraded SoFi yesterday. So
I didn't see how Affirm did.
That's what I was just calling up now because I probably just picked the wrong one. Yeah, good. Yeah, here's the upgrade right here. Good upgrade right there. And then it basically, forget about it. I'm going to say it didn't go out on its lows, of course, but if you look, 15 minutes before the close, you were down. But yeah, I think thanks, Brendan, for bringing that news, obviously, to us, because that's why Uber's going. But this is what happened to SoFi yesterday before eventually catching a bid. But remember, the whole market kind of cranked, right? So I'm not going to take one day of an upgrade or downgrade as being gospel there. But, I like JP Morgan, obviously, as a bank. And we talked about yesterday the way the banks and some of these other stocks started to move. I mean, we were panicking, and you look at your portfolio and you're like, all right, I'm in all software names, I'm in all tech names, and it was a disaster. But, we had many, many good stories coming through yesterday in the market, and not one of them, and one of them would be the banks, and, all the way back up to the 50-period moving average. So, again, like this 200 period on good stocks, continue to be something. That reminds me, did IBM go up or down yesterday? Because, okay, it's still 290. Because this is a name that I thought was, and I just said like good companies coming down to the 200 period moving average. This is another one that I feel like, and I don't want to be too much into tech, but this is still actually holding up quite well here. IBM, and they have that little small dividend associated with anything 2.5% or so. If that can come back in, which it almost did, into this 280, I think that's a decent spot as well. So there are little shoots, green shoots here in the market, and Uber's trying to give us one of those right now. Trying to bounce back off of some of those lows. So, and then let alone, I know we're going to have Rahim coming through, but the metals, we had CRML and some other names moving around yesterday. I don't know, SMR had some moves. Bitcoin got to 73.
And well, at least it's bouncing a bit. You were mentioning the 200-period moving average. So this is a chart that probably won't get mentioned today. Digital Turbine's up 18%. Hey, I mean, it's not the greatest, not the biggest thing in the world. That being said, the accumulation off the 200-period moving average and the 50, because like these have actually collided together in the last couple of days to bounce off the 5. Only issue with apps today would be volume. It's only done a couple 100,000 shares in the pre-market, but just purely technically, the bounce off both major moving averages, the breakout over about $5.50. It's hope for now. It's consolidating where you'd want to see it, but this is a wait and see till 9:30 type of play because the volume's so low. Like Uber's in play today because of the volume. PayPal, you could tell that. But with some of these smaller ones, you really want to see volume start to come into it in the morning. And I think if it does, as long as it holds, as long as it's above 550, it's got a chance. If it doesn't hold VWAP, that's you're talking 10%. So you got to be very patient with it. But we start holding VWAP on apps. This is a potential breakout play. I know it's already up 18%, but you got to consider this will move 10% no problem. Right? Even like the dip into 550 would be pretty nonchalant, and even a break through 6 could see 650 as well. So lots to watch, lots to consider. I know we're going to talk with Rahim in just a little bit, and I know he's probably looking at gold. We mentioned Bitcoin not looking well, but silver, on the other hand, or gold and silver in particular, is above that 80 mark. SLV is above that 80 mark, I should say, not spot silver. And that was big time resistance in yesterday's trade. It was this trend break was, kind of like the one trade for myself, taking ZSL long actually, when this broke the trend. If we get another uptrend, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Wait for that trend to break, and when it does, it's just sometimes you like going long stuff, and actually like this because this was what we took in ZSL. We were trending down all morning, and then right in the middle of the day, there was your breakout on VWAP. So I'm looking for the same kind of thing in silver. Just wait for it to set up a long-term, not a long-term trend. I mean, on a day trade, half the day is a long-term trend. And when that breaks, just take your one little bit of a snipe. So that'll be the plan for silver today, which will require some patience because it did nothing effectively, or not much, for the first half of the day. But when it started to go, it was worth it, no questions asked. So just be patient. Volatility is here to stay with the metals. It just doesn't always happen at 9:30. Gentlemen.
Building, we're going to touch on some gold opportunities here. You and I were just combing over some more software-related charts. You mentioned this one, CRM still.
Jesus.
I mean, this is a daily chart. We're down here this morning. So, I mean, well off all-time highs. Gave up $200 yesterday. Like, didn't even try.
Their pitch was, look, you don't want to keep sensitive client data in the cloud, where it can get compromised. You want to keep it locally, and that's what whole agent force was supposed to be, right? Yeah. And that is kind of being, kiboshed, outdone right now by what we're seeing with Lisa Su. I'm not just saying AMD's the only one, but you're able to keep it locally on your server. You don't need their products. In addition to that, their regular client relations management software, super disruptible by, internal designs through vibe coding and everything else like that. So these software names that don't have a defensible moat that can just be replicated through, vibe coding services, I know we're going to probably see more pain.
The really, really interesting and potentially dangerous part to this is not only is it a customizable thing now, like you can, instead of just taking something off the shelf and trying to form fit your business into what the software does, you can further customize something even more to exactly what you need versus just a generic product, which is, I think, the really, really tough part for some of these. ServiceNow still going downside here. Heavy volume coming into play as we got through the daily chart again. We got through that 140, 135 area. So Yeah, a tough world right now, I think, guys, for software companies. Gold, as we mentioned, back to the upside. We're going to talk to Raheem, just getting set up here.
One of the good things that you could say about ServiceNow in particular is a quote that Luca used to always say. This one, and it holds up. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And sometimes when you gap down and don't make a fresh low, there's actually a bit of a relief rally. So maybe ServiceNow has one of those in it if you're looking at some of these names. But just like when we're watching CRM, right? And I know that's still on PayPal. Just like when we were watching CRM, like you're at the point with these software names where you're going so far back in terms of time frame. And I say this every single time I'm looking at a monthly or weekly chart, but if you're starting to look for places of support or dip buy zones or whatever it might be on a higher time frame, then you need to have your execution or trade or plan be on that higher time frame too. Because the next support on ServiceNow that is effectively like here at about 105 to 110 bucks, well, that's a 3-month bottom that it put in when it was here. Like it just sat there in that range for 3 months and then broke out. And if you go lower, it sat down here for like half a year or more than half a year down in the 80s. So even if you get to those levels, you don't always expect that you're going to get a quick little snap back. So I think there's a lot of weakness when you're looking at the higher time frame on some of these. Sentiment is pretty obvious. Just be very patient if you're in the super dip buy mode and you're like, but I think this is overdone, CRM's going to bounce, ServiceNow's going to bounce. Just understand on these time frames, you're going to pay a price sometimes for being a little bit too early, and sometimes it just might be a lot of sideways action. You should be ready for it. We got some action up at the desk. I see a very well-dressed gentleman who is ready to talk probably a little bit about some metals, my guess.
Yeah, the story doesn't end here with some of these metals. Great to have Raheem back in the building after a week on the West Coast. Was it West Coast? Just West Coast? Yeah. How was that, by the way?
It was good. It was a good barometer for where the metals market's going. It's a kind of a precursor for the conference circuit regarding mining.
Right.
And the positive optimism that was there, you could just feel the buzz. There were people lined up to talk to companies, and we haven't seen that in quite a long time, where companies were lined up, and I was joking around off camera that there was swag, and we haven't seen swag at a mining conference in a long, long time, because you got to save all that money to put holes in the ground. And for the first time, we saw people, with just a positive enthusiasm around mining, and it didn't hurt the fact that gold went to, and silver went to, and copper went to, all of them went to not before seen levels all that week. And so this week's obviously been different.
And you make a good point in that this is all happening all at the same time, not necessarily just one or the other. Here is gold futures right now, back to the upside. This is a daily chart once again. So we're back above 5,000. Do we hold?
Yeah.
Remains to be seen, obviously. But
after doomsday of, we've gone below 5,000. It's all over.
It's over.
The party's over.
Throw in the towel.
You remember just a couple of months back, we were at 3,000. So just,
Context. Context is key.
Yeah.
If we start to hold around here, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to start maybe dipping a toe back in if they did take some profit on that huge, huge down move. I guess the question becomes then, where and how and when, and are you seeing something specifically in a certain area that's showing relative strength maybe versus anything else?
Well, I think what we've talked about here many times is gold price goes, then the producers go, then the juniors start to go, and consolidation, M&A opportunities, that's where I think, that's where you're going to see the movement in some of the mid-tier, smaller tier juniors. That's where you get that real price delta of 50s, 100s, 200%. You see those happening when there are M&A opportunities that arise. So I think we're getting now into that next phase. Okay, gold's gone, producers have all run up. Agnico's sitting back over $200 when they were at $100 a year ago. And so you're seeing things like that happen, and now you're seeing these majors now either investing into juniors or consolidation occurring. And so we're starting to see some of that consolidation occurring as we speak. But what we've also said is that the premiums aren't like they were a dozen years ago when you were getting 50, 100, 200% premiums on the 20-day VWAP. We're seeing more reasonable premiums in the 5, 10, 15, 20%.
Interesting. Even with all-time highs.
Yes.
And levels, as you said, we haven't seen.
Yeah.
Maybe the best indicator to look at is who are the companies spending the most on the swag and had the biggest
a swag to
swag
stock
indicator?
price performance ratio.
There you go.
You should walk around and be like, where was this hat manufactured? I don't really care about your mining. I just want to know, where did you get the hat?
who was serving the top shelf at the bar?
Yeah, you should walk around and be like, were you serving Casamigos? Or he's like, what were you serving? I just want to know, get a lay of the land for
Buy
your
that
budget
stock.
here.
Definitely buy that stock. So let's run through a few here that we'll talk a little bit about the relationship maybe between the price and what has happened in gold. I mean, a few of these I looked at before we jumped on here didn't really have the same reaction to gold as the underlying. Again, that's the futures. So just to remind everyone, the huge move down off the highs. But if we go to a BTO, for example, yes, it came in, but I mean, it was nowhere near the percentage comparison.
No. And you look at something like a BTO. At the beginning of the year, it's 350, got up to 830, which is a fantastic run in a mid-cap name, and then pulls back to 680, right? So it didn't have as high a rip up, and it didn't have as precipitous a downfall. A name like that, it was one of the more active names yesterday, so I just mentioned that. Maybe it's because it's in West Africa, so it's more insulated. There wasn't any real news as to why BT Gold would be as insulated against the drop off again. Sorry for using the quotes, but the drop off on gold that we've seen in some other names. But it was a little bit more cautious on that one. That one's got its results coming out in 2 weeks. So if you are really keen and want to do some homework, then tune into that call and see what the company's up to.
One of the interesting things with this type of play and this type of sector is, unlike tech, for example, where it's very, very concentrated on one or maybe two names. You see in gold and mining and other metals more of a spread out approach when people start getting back in.
Yeah, and again, I think there's a two-pronged approach. You look at the producers. So you'll take your first swath is kind of 1A, the majors. 1B will be kind of the Canadian majors, and then part 2 will be the mid-tier producers. Part 3 will then go into the producers that have more development than they do production. So it kind of just flows that way generally, is how it works in mining. So you'll see it way more spread out than you would in, like you said, in tech.
Agnico Eagle, as you were alluding to, one of those ones that came in through a significant level, $200, right back above today.
Yeah, it got up to a high of 225. And again, you look at a major like Agnico, you don't expect the ability to make 100%. You don't expect to get a double on a name like Agnico. So that went from 92 to 225. It's crossed back over that $200 level. But again, a name like Agnico, they're sitting on so much cash simply because the price of gold's gone up. They're producing, so there's just more balance sheet strength, and they're putting that balance sheet strength to use. So they invested into a number of names, a couple of names that we'll be talking about here. They've put money out into, as an example, Osisko Metals is my son's favorite stock. He loves that stock. So Osisko, they put in more money into that at 48 cents. That stock's sitting at $1.10. So it just keeps going. A name like Foran Mining, they put in additional financings into a name like Foran. Foran just got taken out, I think it was on Monday. So you're seeing these names, these large companies are now saying we have so much cash, let's put them into some of these mid-tier names, and now we're seeing those mid-tier names now get taken out.
And getting bought up, yeah. Okay, El Dorado. We've spoken about this one, EGO. We've spoken about this one before, but this one may be a little bit more volatile than the rest, or the others we've spoken about.
Yeah, El Dorado, ELD.
ELD.
Yeah, El Dorado has seen some volatility. But it's got up to a high of 69. It has trailed off back down to 54. But they just did this deal with Foran. So El Dorado's, they've got some assets in Canada, but more European focused with Turkey and Greece, picking up this asset in Foran here in Canada. So it's I believe it was 0.1128 shares of El Dorado per share of Foran that you're going to get in that transaction. Foran heavily weighted in Canada. So now it's giving them more of a footprint here in Canada to combine with the European assets.
You mentioned everything else not necessarily going in the same velocity, but copper is one thing we talked about, from the beginning of the year as maybe having a great potential, throughout the remainder of 2026 as well. Is there a specific type or a specific area of that group that's performing well right now in copper?
Copper, because copper is not a storage of value. Again, if you look at gold and you look at central banks buying gold, and then you want to get into theories around US dollar and crypto and gold and where people are taking storage of value, you've got the theory around silver as being A, a storage of value, but B, an actual practical use. And then C, you've got copper. No one really buys copper as a storage of value. People are buying copper because they're going to need it in essentially everything that's everywhere. You're going to need copper. So you're seeing people look more at copper because of the fact that you're going to need actual production and use of copper. And there's not enough copper to fill the needs of what the world currently needs.
Yeah. One on the smaller end of the market cap scale here in Toronto on the CSE, CUPR. I mean, talk about a double. This was almost a triple, and we're giving some back below $1 here.
Yeah, back over $1 again, and got up to $1.36 last week. Again, Super Copper would indicate that they are a copper company, but they actually have gold showings, and that's why we thought we'd talk about them today. They did a sampling at their site, just a very high-level sampling, and they picked up 58 grams per ton gold. And if they hit 58 grams per ton gold, it's game on for them. But in reality, there is a high. That's a very high number versus the ones and twos that you get in other parts of the world. So 58 grams per ton is phenomenal. They also had some good grades on copper, so they're going to get to work on that asset. But that's just one of those junior names that might get interesting down the road because of the fact that it's in Chile. It's a good region for copper and for gold. So the stock did run up from 22 cents. It hit $1.30, I believe. Trailed back to $1. At this point.
This might be an entire segment on its own, but one way you can look at gold as well is through royalties. And we hear a lot through advertising about these royalty companies. You brought one with you here today, SUM. I mean, let's set aside the mechanics of it for now. Maybe we'll dig into it, on a later date. But just from a high level, what's the difference really that people need to understand?
So a royalty, if you're looking at it from from our audience's point of view, a royalty is a way to essentially buy the recurring revenue from a company. So let's just say you want to look at it as Tesla.
Right.
You want to buy Tesla's sales channel. So you know that Tesla's going to sell. You're buying a piece of that sales channel. You may not get the upside on Tesla just found this amazing technology that's going to revolutionize the world and the stock goes up on the back of that. You won't get that upside, but you know that you're going to get a piece of Tesla's continuing sales as you go. So what a group like Summit, and there's a lot of royalty plays, if you're looking at more cash flow certainty, what they'll go and do is they'll buy a pool, either single name or a pool of streams. So one company might say, okay, I'm going to give you 1% of my sales, of my gold sales next year for the next 50 years, as an example, in exchange for a sum of money today. So instead of doing a dilutive financing, I'll promise you a percentage of future sales is the way the mechanism generally works around royalties. And so Summit, good team. They just went public a few weeks back, end of November. Stock's done relatively well. It's starting to trend up on the back of the fact that they've got a good pool of royalties. Because you can also buy a not so good pool of royalties because something that may never come to production and the money you're just flushing it down the toilet. These guys bought some off of IM Gold, who's a well-known entity. So you pick up 2, 3, 4, 5 assets, say I want to buy that percentage of sales off of them for the next 20 years in exchange for a sum of cash.
The narrative continues to be upside even with the pullback. I mean, during that dip, everyone was saying, hold on, wait a minute, was that it?
Yeah.
We get 2 green days here back to the upside, and everyone's saying 6,000, 6,500, 8,000.
I heard somebody say yesterday, based on what we're seeing here, 10,000 is the next number.
Right.
Yeah, sure. It could be.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously no way of predicting, but it's interesting from a higher standpoint, how the narrative changes so quickly, and understanding, I guess, where we are at any given time is key.
Yeah, and I think I spoke about this many months ago here on the network, is that doubling period, the 1,000 period, to go from 0 to 1,000 was this much, 1,000 to 2,000 was this much, 2,000 to 3,000 was only supposed to be this much, 3,000 to 4,000, and the time periods have shrunk so rapidly that it's, a doubling from 2 to 4, now going from 5 to 10,
Why not?
Why not?
Go for it. We'll talk about that when it happens, I guess. Rahim Alani, always great stuff, Managing Director over at OCI Group. Good to see you.
Enjoy Super Bowl, everybody, and Kushali Mubarak to those that are celebrating today.
All right, Raheem. Raheem, you got a dog in the race here on the Super Bowl. I think Seattle could walk away with it.
I think it's got to be Seattle. I dislike both teams, so I think it's a war of attrition, and I dislike Seattle less than I dislike New England.
Okay.
So I think it's got to be Seattle. When I was in Vancouver, actually, I was sitting with a gentleman. He owns a mining company. I just randomly was sitting next to him. He's living in Washington State. His wife and her whole family are Seahawks fans, but he grew up in Boston. And so I was sitting with a Pats fan at a bar, which was deeply disturbing.
Right.
But I got through that, and we had to watch the worst game of football ever played. And then you've got this poor guy who wants to cheer so hard for the Patriots, and then his whole family is Seahawks fans. I'm like, you couldn't even have predicted that would ever happen.
No.
Nobody had this Super Bowl to begin with.
Last year, Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts or whatever. Remember? I think when he was with the Jets. No, it wasn't last year.
But he ended the year trash, Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I know.
The last 2 games were terrible.
The last time he played the Rams in 2 years ago playoff, he got sacked 9 times.
It was ridiculous.
And then he had a great year. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
But I have to give
from a Ravens fan, of course.
No, but I have to give a special shout out because the one thing people are not talking about enough in the NFL is there is a quarterback this year who's done something so historic that no quarterback has ever been able to accomplish this feat in the history of the National Football League.
Yeah, Shadur Sanders.
And that is leave your team, have the team that you left because you didn't want to sign a contract, go to the Super Bowl, and the team that you went to is picking number 1 overall. So shout out to you, Geno Smith. No quarterback has ever done that in the history of the game.
And Sam Darnold, who's been on 5 teams as a first-round pick and now starting in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 5th overall there, Sam Darnold. Taken higher than, I think he was in the same draft as Lamar, wasn't he maybe? Yeah, and Josh Allen and all those guys. So
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that Sam Darnold's going to win a Super Bowl ahead of all of those other quarterbacks?
Poor Josh Allen.
Poor Josh Allen. Yeah, he needs to change teams, Neil.
I think Josh Rosen is actually in investing, believe it or not.
Yeah, Josh Rosen. Yeah, he was a high pick.
I think he went back to
he was
school
like number
and got
9
like an MBA or something.
Got drafted by Miami.
Rosen was Zona, wasn't he?
I think he was Miami.
Actually, well, he's played on every team, so he played on like 5 teams.
We know the stream is lagging and looping, and our audio is all bad. We don't really know what to do, so I would say log out and back in and see if that will help.
It hasn't done. I tried it. It hasn't done much. Oh, just going back to gold, because one thing we haven't talked about. Well, we haven't shown. We've talked plenty about gold. One thing we haven't actually shown is to be able to look back at the crazy bull runs that since 1970 that it's been on. And you've had, like here, this was one of those longer pullbacks that I was mentioning, and it's hard to see because this is one from 190 down into 100, pretty hefty. And then you had this drawdown here, which lasted several months as well before you caught a little bit of a bizzle straight down for 3 months before you caught a little bit of support. And if you look at the most recent, not this current one, but the most recent rally, from the 2000s, this started in about in 2002, and really you have just a couple of 1 month, more like 1 month events, and then maybe 2 or 3 months to get back into the highs. We haven't had, if you look at this monthly chart, we haven't even had, this is a 3 month chart. So you really, if you're seeing one red, that's almost a full quarter. And we haven't had one of those just yet. If I go back over and only look at the monthly chart, you begin to see a picture of just how different this has been. So we're still looking for that first red month, which would be healthy in gold and silver to actually have a full month red, and it wouldn't be crazy in this kind of a bull run. Historically, we've had 3 months be red as well. So buckle up because we know volatility is going to be here. But the numbers like 10,000 and whatnot, it wouldn't surprise me if we get to some point and we go sideways for 2-3 months. I think I'll actually look at that and get a little bit of excited because I think that would be a very healthy place to look for a dip buy. But it's going to require some patience, as crazy as it's been. We're almost at 9 o'clock, everybody. So some people saying in the chat that the reboot has fixed the issue for them. So hopefully that's true. That would be absolutely great. So we can get back to our regular scheduled programming. We're going to go through the rundown, the free watch list, basically everything that you guys want. But just one note on Uber, because I know we were talking about the bounce back in Uber, and I know that Goldman Sachs reiterated, and there's some positive notes from them. but the CEO was talking during the entirety of this run to the upside. And what was said on the call, I had one note that I saw here that I can read for you guys on the call, and it was simply here. Uber CEO says seeing AVS on platform at significantly higher utilization than standalone platforms, margins very similar to other products. And again, this is just the case of sometimes you get beaten up, but that conference call starts, and we've seen it a lot with the banks, and you have maybe a calm voice out there, which is reassuring the stock, and that's what the markets sometimes just want to hear. So for now, Uber is right back above support on the strength of the conference call more than anything else. And it's been doing this while the market's been heading down. So it's not even like the market's been bouncing here this morning to carry Uber up. You got the ES, which is slowly sliding toward flat, and the NASDAQ, which is slightly down. And Uber was bouncing on the call in spite of all of that, guys.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say that's an awesome move for Uber. I was about to put it on the watch list here, but I like looking at Oracle here maybe today. And I saw Joe had them on the downgrade side of things. We're starting to head a little south in the market, and Oracle's kind of holding up right now. So we're going to have a look to see if Oracle has any news other than that downside downgrade, and we'll figure for a short coming potentially in Oracle today, as this stock has just been pretty beat up. It's going to be a time where you're going to sit there and want to buy Microsoft and Oracle and some of these beat up names that have produced so well for so long. Microsoft trying to find a bid right now. And again, just to reiterate, man, like if there is a problem, just please try to refresh and bear with us, as we're trying to do things the same every day. Yeah. And sometimes there is a YouTube issue there. Maybe our internet has. Maybe Randy tariffs our coffee sometimes. I don't know if he's tariffing bandwidth here or not, but shout out to Randy. Okay, let's go back over the desk. 8:56. We'll talk about the futures. We've got some, the watch list to go through as well. Make sure you do check it all out. And we're getting ready to rock and roll about a half hour before this market opens.
Checking on some of the yields back to the upside a little bit here this morning. Dollar back downside. PayPal also, yeah. No love at all for PayPal here this morning. We're starting to roll over. I saw a couple of people mentioning this. Starting to roll over again after what happened yesterday. There was just no bid on this stock. It was almost like there was just no participation.
Yeah.
It didn't really just fall off a cliff, but it didn't really go up. It just kind of chopped around doing nothing.
This is the kind of same story we've been talking about, I think, for a better part of a year and a half now. Remember when we talked about Apple putting the Apple Pay at checkout on a lot of these websites, and they had that tie-up with Shopify. They already had the tie-up with Amazon. And we were wondering, well, what benefit are we really going to get from PayPal other than the Cash App and some of the other, auxiliary stuff that they have? Their main issue is being disrupted. The only thing they really had going for them was like the 400 or 500 million active users that they had, which you could theoretically monetize. But that's dwindling. I mean, because what's the point in creating a PayPal account, paying through PayPal when I can just do it through Apple or Google Pay, in your case, of course, right? Yeah. So, I mean, I just don't see the upside here unless they can innovate something different.
I echo that 100%. There's a really, really challenging time here. But speaking of, Google trying to get higher right now, definitely higher than where we ended the day yesterday. Bit of a pullback for Alphabet. Heading into what will be an important report tonight. You and I were just kind of talking about the advertising comparison side of the revenue specifically. Yep. We'll get into this on the rundown a little bit more in depth, but just going back to Meta specifically, you mentioned 90%, I think it was 90+% of their revenue comes from advertising. Google not quite that high, but still. That's going to be the key, I think, tonight.
A lot of us, like when we talk about Google, we talk about every cookie jar that they have their hand in, whether it's the Waymos, the cloud. Goodness, there's just so many. But when you look at where the revenue is coming from, Brendo, not so many. 75% of Google's revenue comes from advertising. So whether or not, they've got a whole bunch of diversified moats, we jokingly call them, the tech ETF, encompassed within a company. 75% of the revenue comes from one source and one source only. So ripe for disruption, but so far, not even close to being disrupted.
Yeah, I mean, they're the king in search still. All right, let's have a look at the market here, and then we'll get into some more earnings from last night.
We lost 690, guys, yesterday. 689.5 is where we closed out on the SPY. We're just a fraction above 690 right now, 690.20. So here's the deal. Yesterday's area where we closed out on the 4-hour chart, we're looking at 687 as our area of support. If we start trending down again, if we start moving up, we're looking at that 693 area. We had a lot of interactions with that 693 area over the past couple of days.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. Absolutely free every single day. Description below has the link, top link in the description. We'll get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Has everything written up nicely. Each morning comes right to your inbox. Everything that's moving around in the pre-market, including AMD this morning, the big one after the close yesterday. We brought it to you as it came out at 4:15 last night. Initial move was higher, and then we got a quick reversal here. It is starting to bounce, but I mean, we were just at session lows a couple minutes ago here for AMD. The forecast, everything else, actually not bad.
Pretty good. This one could be SSR. I saw it briefly down below 10%. Obviously, we have to ring the bell for that to happen. Let's talk about how they did on earnings, guys. EPS well ahead of the street estimate of $1.32, coming in at $1.53 a share, with revenue exceeding $10 billion, $10.27 billion, topping expectations. However, investors focused on the first quarter guidance that didn't fully live up to the elevated expectation. Now, when you look at the LSEG consensus, they beat above that. But what some are really looking for is more bullish modeling. So Q1 guiding for revenue, 9.8 plus or minus 300 million. That's technically above the 9.38 expected by the LSEG consensus, but again, below some more bullish guides there. Market reaction suggests, the market wanted clearer upside, leverage from the AI CapEx cycle, especially given NVIDIA's dominance. Their data center revenue, which we always say is a euphemism for AI, reached $5.4 billion in revenue on the quarter, up 39% year over year. Importantly here, Lisa Su emphasized that AI demand is lifting server sales as well for CPUs, not just for GPUs. So that's something obviously AMD focuses on. Client and gaming revenue, which had been kind of a laggard the last few years as people really focused more on AI, and the PC upgrade cycle had been kind of weak, surged 37% year over year, up almost to $4 billion.
We've had this huge bounce or rally, I guess, on the Gemini side specifically. A lot of people switching over to Gemini on this last model, but that seems to have quieted down a little bit. I've actually been hearing more and more people talking about Claude,
yes,
and Anthropic, and its abilities now. So it's a constant back and forth. This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Spot Gamma. We've all bought the dip, convinced we found a safe entry, only to be hit with painful losses. But what if you could see where pressure was building, somewhere most traders never look, in the options market? Join Spot Gamma Wednesday, February 11th at 1 p.m. for their live webinar, Volume Triggers, the #1 crash indicator. You'll discover how to apply options-driven signals to see when the bottom can fall out. Inside, every equities, options, and futures trader can use to generate an edge and avoid losses. Scan the QR code to reserve your seat and start putting Spot Gamma's top early warning alerts to work for you. Guys, lots to consider coming up with Google tonight. We'll get to that in a sec. Thoughts on AMD here today?
Just quickly before thoughts on AMD, HIMS has popped a couple of bucks here, launching a multi-cancer early detection testing, connecting customers to what they say is cutting-edge proactive care. So if you're watching, or you have your scanners up, there is a headline for HIMS there. So looking pretty good for them. And on the AMD note, not looking as bad as it did earlier. So you're getting, it's not an Uber-like bounce, obviously, but it is at least trying to get back into the volume-weighted average price. Now, when we looked at this last night, one of the things that I think was a common refrain was, if we lose 230, you really need to hold on to, it's about 222 as a 50-period moving average, and we're underneath that. And the prior support here, or sorry, resistance here would be like 225. So that theoretical area of would have been support at 222 to 25 has been breached. So even with this bounce, like to me, you have a sell zone in here on AMD, which is still going to be in play. It'll only be uptick rule in effect on this stock, as Sharif mentioned, if it gets to 10% down in the open market. So right now it's not SSR, but I think that 222 to 225 band is where I'd be looking. What I actually find interesting is, well, it's flat now and moving down with the market. But Intel's giving us, just in another wave, Intel, despite AMD being bad, is actually giving you another shot at the 50 level, because it's been failing the 50 almost every time we get up there, whether it's on strength and failing in front of 50, or whether it's failing the breakout at the open, and we get another crack at this one today, and not necessarily helped by AMD, but if we push up, I just want to see us fail breakout over 50, even to short this one again. But AMD is going to have to wait till it gets to 222 to 225 for a bit of a fade zone.
Excuse me. Yeah, I was just looking at AMD as well, obviously, as we're discussing it. But I'm not sure this is going to be like a tank moment here, because it's already down 9%, right? Like, we had that report yesterday live, obviously, here at Trader TV, and make sure you do join us. I have to take a sip of water here. Something going on there. You guys joined us. We saw that numbers came through. Obviously, we've broken through many different areas. But I sort of did the roller coaster thing earlier with AMD, and I mean, that's pretty much, like, we've been down here before, bumped up 10%, back down 10%, back up 10%, back down 10%, up 30%, 25%, and then now back down that 25% again. Like, this has had many swings since November. And if you even go back, all the way back here until October, AMD just really can't find its footing on what it wants to do, right? But at the end of the day, this is a big area right into here that we've really just supported for a while. So this earnings is just kind of trying to bring it back in just a little bit lower into an area that we've seen before. So I let it go to the downside, but this is probably a buy down here, $200, and you wait to see if we can make that move higher. So that's something that I'm looking at here for AMD. See if I can, I don't even know how to delete that thing now. So as far as a day trade is concerned, like what we're looking for today, Neil's, we can never know what exact areas to short, but your 200 period moving average, by the time we, open up a little bit, this will be down into this 224, 223 area. Forget about all these dark pools there. Not worried about some of those heights. But whenever there's a gap, we say play it to VWAP. So right now, for me, the early look is at 220 to 221. So we'll wait to see how this stock opens up. I mean, it's moved, $5, $10 off open on non-earnings days. Looks like it is going to touch out at SSR. SSR is only going to hit once the market's open, so it was already SSR, but it's not going to register until this market opens, and that clicks down 10%. So as soon as that winds up happening, it'll be unable to hit the bid. So the only people that will be able to sell this stock will be traders that have inventory, so they're already long. There's ways to financial engineer, but let's just think about that. So the only way to get into short would be to sell off the ask. So that could create a little bit of a bump once that does happen. So I'm actually going to wait for it to go down 10%, maybe bump up 1 or 2% or something on that, watch the tape, and then hit the fade on that move. So now you're getting 5 or 6 straight downside candles here. Let's see what winds up happening with advanced micro devices today when it gets to that 10%. And fade it at VWAP if you're looking for something to do. But I'd get out, and then if that doesn't work, then 222 and a little higher for advanced micro devices. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be another one of those names where, hey, we know AI is hot, but we continue to see downside pressure. We got a downside play from Intel. Now we're getting it from AMD. We're going to talk about SMCI next, which is a nice story, hopefully. And then NVIDIA, here goes AMD right now. It looks like it wants to crack lower. And then NVIDIA coming at the end of February. So we have a little while before this all happens for the king. But, just to see what they're doing today, they were down 2% or so early, I thought. Not even. So down about 0.5% right now. We'll see if NVIDIA loses the bid here at 179.50. So another possibility there for NVIDIA and AMD. But I don't think the sky's necessarily falling on all these names. AMD has the pedigree to make these 10% moves, and they're just doing it again on an earnings day. So stay sort of prudent on your longs, and make sure you get out if it breaks day's low. So that's it for AMD.
Andre, just give me a heads up when you have that available. Okay. Going to be a couple of minutes, guys, but we are having an issue with the stream settings. So what we're going to do is create a new stream. We're going to move everyone over to it. So you won't have to do anything, but we're confident anyways, that will resolve the lag issue that we've been dealing with this morning. So just stand by. We thank you for your patience, obviously. and stay with us. We're just working on creating the new stream in the background. Once it's ready, we're going to move everyone over to it, and that should resolve the issue, hopefully. So let's move on. SMCI higher this morning. We sat around here until 4:30 last night. This was scheduled to come out at 4:05. Didn't come out at 4:05, didn't come out at 4:15. We got AMD, and then we sat here until 4:30, still wasn't out. I mean, it's their history. They tend to report whenever they feel like it.
Exactly. Charles Liang, get it together. This was a good report, Brendo, and it was the first clean beat in a while. Let's talk about it. Adjusted EPS coming in well ahead of consensus estimate of 69 pennies, coming in at 49 on revenue of $12.7 billion. That top line number, guys, is 123% year-over-year increase, well above the 10.4 billion. 12.7. She was looking for 10.4. That's an easy beat there. The stock, though, has fallen 29% over the past 3 months, so a bit of a tougher look locally. Guiding here, let's talk about the guidance. 60 pennies EPS on revenue of $12.3 billion. That's for the current quarter. That tops Wall Street's estimate of 46 pennies on $11.3 billion, so guiding $1 billion above estimates. Fantastic there. This is viewed by analysts as a clear signal that the AI infrastructure demand remains resilient. KeyBank also chiming in, saying, look, this is the first clean beat in over a year, and this reinforces hyperscaler demand. But that's where the end of the good news is. Now let's talk about the gross margins, because they're compressing markedly. Last year on the quarter, 11.8% gross margins. That's down to 6.3%. And it's really driven by a customer mix. They're blaming it on tariffs. They're blaming it on shortages in components like memory. And we've seen memory skyrocket in price. That's obviously going to eat into their margins. So we'll have to see how they do. But they're still not sound technically, Brendo. When you look at the wider time frame, they haven't recovered.
That's exactly what I was just doing, trying to get some gauge of where we're at. That's a weekly chart right now for SMCI. So yeah, we're up nicely here, guys. But I mean, if you zoom out, you get a better perspective here today.
Okay, yeah, I know it looks bad when you zoom out, but if you zoom in a little bit more, which you always should start by looking at the higher time frame to get a sense of it, this is something that seems like it's got a chance. It'll be much more exciting if we break 34. I don't know if I wrote down the exact level, not even sure. It probably doesn't matter. I think it's like 33.65 or somewhere around that range, this local top. But you're a good $1.50 away from breaking out this level on the daily chart. The hold of the 50 period today is at least what gets exciting here. When you beat top bottom and the guidance is good, and then you show some signs of weakness elsewhere throughout its cohorts, there is room for this to at least do something good. Now the problem here is it's underneath VWAP, market's trending down, it's trending down like it wants to fill in the gap. But it didn't end up making my list because the dip buys don't look nearly as, I thought I drew these and kept them, I guess I didn't. The dip buys don't look nearly as attractive. Like the zone I'm looking at is break down into here and don't come out the bottom end. Well, it's a dollar zone, which requires a ton of patience because it's 3% on SMCI, and you want to be holding on to the bottom of the range. I don't think I would want to buy it through that top. If this isn't above 33, working into this local breakout, then I probably I could end up sitting this out all day if it ends up inside. But if you look at it if you look at it on the daily chart, simply holding this level for the next 2 or 3 days gives you a possible swing entry. So I think in that regard, it does look like there's something there. Just for the day trade, it would require a dip that I don't think you want to see if you're looking for early longs, for me to want to be involved in this. But you know what? This had the potential to be ugly, and it's really not. Again, like this was strong, and the guidance was also very strong here, and they've gotten cheap. Like you're now talking about a tech company underneath 20 PE after the beat yesterday.
Yeah, I like the dip by long as well. We've seen stocks getting hit, on good reports. So this is going to be, as Sharif said, a really great one. We don't have to go over the numbers again, but it's just trending higher here this morning. And we've seen names like Palantir yesterday, was just like this, man. It gapped higher. It did this little dance. It was down, then it was back up, and everyone was like, it's breaking higher, and then all of a sudden, whoosh. Yesterday, I'm just going to use Palantir as an example for what I expect SMCI to do today, right? And so it almost looks exactly like this. Like if you get away all of this stuff right here, so see you later, this is what SMCI looks like right now. you know, and then the market opened, and this is what happened to Palantir, and then it found a base and ripped off of that. So let's just go back quickly to show you. So remember, this is what Palantir looked like. There's the gap, here's the hold. It's trying to figure out what it wants to do in the morning. So now let's go over to SMCI and just have a quick look over here again, and then we'll just see what that looks like right here. So here's the gap, here's the hold, trying to figure out what it wants to do. Watch out for it losing the pre-market low back in here. And obviously it's not gonna dip. Well, it might go as violent as Palantir. I'm not sure, but if it does come in, I always look at the first to 200 period moving average, but I think we can almost go a little lower to that and go to 31 right around here and see where yesterday's sort of topping action kind of was. Actually, it's not even yesterday, this is 2 days ago. So $31 would be a spot for me to think about, okay, you know, we've had a good report. If we come in, look at that week high again and see if we can hold. So 31 is the marker for me on SMCI, and I think it's, you know, that's a falling knife that I think is worth, if it does come back in and give it about 50 cents. SMCI obviously has a pedigree to move 10%, no problem, just like AMD. So yeah, great job there. I like the PE talk that Neil mentioned there about SMCI, and that is looking a little more attractive in this space. And remember, a better, you know, maybe a more financially stable name, Dell also getting upticked today as well. So if you did prefer, you know, you like the server side, Dell could be one of those names that, you know, does get a little bit of love here on an SMCI. Good report. So, all right, Uber got ugly, and then all of a sudden it looks pretty good. So let's go find out what's going on with Uber here today, as it's pretty flat here in the pre-market, but it did have a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, wild range here. A huge move down to $70. We bounced off 70 on the nose almost, right back up $8 plus here. JP Morgan comes out, reiterates their overweight rating on Uber, saying all is well. Disregard. I mean, it was the forecast that was a little bit light. They also announced a new CFO, which was kind of interesting, who historically has been very, very bullish on autonomous driving. So maybe a directional move here.
Which you took the words out of my mouth there. It was good that they mentioned AV on the call right now, because that's what everybody is gauging is ripe for disruption, their model at the moment. Let's talk about the numbers, and we'll get to the autonomous vehicles in a second. Q4 revenue, 14.37, edging past expectations of 14.32, and a nice increase year over year, up from $12 billion a year ago. Adjusted EPS coming in at 71 pennies, beating the top line as well. Let's talk about their different segments. Mobility, which is, you know, your regular ride hailing. That was $8.2 billion top line number, growing at 19% year over year. Delivery revenue growing a lot faster, 30% year over year, despite the fact that it's bringing in less money, $4.9 billion. That beats estimates. But the growth here in the delivery revenue was kind of because they expanded beyond restaurants. They're getting into groceries, they're getting into retail, so you can basically have anything delivered right now through Uber Eats. Let's talk about their net income, because that dropped sharply. They took home $296 million in profit on the quarter. Compare that to the $6.88 billion that they brought in last year on the quarter. They're trying to blame it on a $1.6 billion pre-tax headwind. But that math doesn't jive. $6.88 billion in profit last quarter, $296 million in profit this quarter, and a $1.6 billion pre-tax headwind. So clearly there was something afoot there. Now when we're talking about autonomous vehicles, CEO Dara Khosrowshahi, I don't know how to say his name, reiterated confidence that autonomous vehicles represent the multi-trillion-dollar opportunity that everybody's making out to be. And they say they got pilot projects, Brendo, in Atlanta and Austin, and they expect to facilitate AV trips in 15 U.S. cities by the end of this year.
So clearly a purposeful directional move here for Uber. We did get green on the morning, not at the moment currently, guys, but holding these aftermarket levels nicely for Uber. Interesting look here today.
Yeah, yesterday's consolidation levels getting held. I mean, sometimes you get these like one-off line items. That's an extreme one affecting that EPS. But you also look at what's been happening for Uber going into this print. It has been downward trending for quite some time, and it's just yet to find a bottom. So until we start holding prior support levels, and we could today, again, if this ends up holding 78, I have no issues being on the other side of the trade, but unfortunately, it still has the look of a flat bottom break. We didn't hold the gains above this 78 level where we closed. So unless we do on the 15-minute, then I got to start. I'm gonna be looking for at least somewhat of a fill in this gap in here to 75. But it's going to be all about the 78 level for me so far on Uber. And when we look at the long term, because actually this is a stock that I think. I think what they have going for them is being embedded basically everywhere in the world. And when you've got that certainty and you want to push automation, you've got that certainty that you already have a bunch of people using the app, they're embedded in the system, and there'd be less of a barrier for people to just hail a driverless ride if they already have the Uber app. So there's a dynamic that I think can still work for them. It's just all of this turmoil and the downward trend hasn't been broken yet. So you're careful dip buying, which means wait until at least we've settled after the earnings. But it is that 78 level. On the 15-minute, if we're closing above it, then I don't think I want to be shorting this stock here today. That's a heck of a V-shaped recovery already. We've seen this before. Usually I'm used to seeing this kind of a setup when they sell off the banks in the morning and then everyone comes to their senses. It's healthy to see it happen in Uber, but it might kibosh the trade.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to use VWAP here. I mean, VWAP's been pretty good so far. So if you're gonna look at Uber here today, I feel like there is something going on there. Yeah, we just see a major pop there in USAR. Just heard it in our ear a little bit as well there, and someone on the chat mentioned, okay. We'll get to that, obviously. I saw MP Metals as well. USAR and Uber, so because similar symbols there. But yeah, I think it's just a drop down into VWAP here. I think Uber is going to have, someone said it in the chat there that they're having like a little bit of an identity crisis. Yeah, I think that's probably right. I mean, Uber's so huge as far as what they offer that I just think they need to settle down a little bit and figure out where exactly this robo-taxi news is taking a name like Uber. What about they still have Uber Freight, and there's a bunch of different things that Uber's running there, the Uber Eats side of things as well. And I think that there still is a story to be told about automation in Uber. I think it can actually wind up helping them to some extent. And it's going to suck obviously for drivers, but at some point, I think all this FSD and automation, everything hits Uber, and maybe they can make a deal with somebody where, I don't know, their logistics and their fleet, is either upgraded or somehow a beneficiary of all of this. I wanted to look at Lyft because I know Lyft does not have, that Uber Eats side of things and some of those other business segments like Uber does. And you could see Lyft is actually, I mean, they're both obviously way away from their high. Uber being about $100, Lyft being 25. But this has been hit down pretty good too, and now is underneath its 200 period moving average. So if you don't really like Uber that much, I don't think Lyft is any better. So I would think like an 18 short or something. If Uber really gets going, you could maybe look at a Lyft short in and around $17 to $18. So you're not too far away from that right now. Scratch the 17 mark, maybe 18 or so for Lyft. So watch out for that, and we'll see where it goes from here. But Lyft right now, nice little downside play. And Uber, I think, can catch a bid. I mean, obviously what they were talking about in the conference call there had spiked the stock a little bit. So we'll wait to see as news drops and as Uber potentially getting downgraded maybe tomorrow off that kind of report, but we're up today. And it's pretty rare to see a sort of a tech name like this be up after earnings to this cycle. So we'll see if Uber can hold the bid. Down to 75, I think we'll take a stab long.
One that is very, very strong this morning, but a little deceiving if you zoom out on Nphase as well. Yeah, we're up huge to 47, 48 bucks. Possible to come into play this morning on a better than expected report, but don't zoom out on a weekly chart because it looks very, very small in that case.
I remember this one during the COVID times.
Yeah.
Was it like $300, something
Crazy.
like that? It was a lot higher than where it is now. Look, it was a good quarter for them. Adjusted EPS coming in at 71 pennies. Easily beating the 54 expected by the street. That would be a 31.5% earnings surprise. And guys, over the last 4 quarters, they've beaten consensus EPS 3 times. How about the revenue? Well, they brought in $343.3 million. That tops estimates by 2.6%, but that declined markedly from the $382.7 million in revenue they brought in last year on the quarter. But revenue now has beaten consensus estimates 3 times in the past 4 quarters. Their shares are up a little bit less than 14% year to date, which is definitely outperforming the S&P. And their guidance, also good, Brendel, 39 pennies EPS on $259.9 million in revenue. That's for the next quarter. When it comes to EPS for the full year, they're looking at $2.06 on $1.18 billion in revenue. And estimate revisions have shifted meaningfully in recent weeks as, I guess, the solar landscape has changed. We saw today that Chinese solar EVs, Jinko Solar, JKS, if you guys want to look at that, up big because apparently Tesla and Elon Musk was going and visiting some of the production facilities in China there. I'm assuming, just an assumption, that he's kind of looking for suppliers for solar panels for his data centers in space with the XAI and SpaceX.
I was having a conversation with one of my friends about that last night.
What did he say?
He was just, his mind was blown. He's a big Elon guy, but anyway. Okay, we've appreciate everyone's patience this morning, guys. We've had some technical issues with the stream itself. It's been the settings of the actual stream in the background, so we apologize for the audio disruptions and the video lag. What we are going to do right now, if you want to show the screen here, Andre, you can go right to our YouTube. There's two that are live right now that are the same stream. What we're going to do is take the one we are in and put everyone into the other one that is also currently live right now. So if for whatever reason you do not end up in the new one, you can find it on the main YouTube page. You don't have to do anything right now. If, again, something happens, you don't get redirected, that's where you'll find it. Otherwise, just stand by, give us 2 seconds. We're going to send everybody to the new stream. In the meantime, guys, let's talk SMCI for today.
Or
Nphase, yeah, I think it was. We did the SMCI, but yeah, solar's been hot.
It has been, and look, I know one of the things that Brendan said was to zoom out and don't look back, it's really bad. I don't know about that. Because you can say, go back to the weekly chart, and you've now broken, we're at 47. So we're up here breaking the 50 period on the weekly. We're up here way past the 200 period on the daily. This is a trend. This is actually a trend reversal. That's, when you look at it on the daily chart, you could hold $42 this week, and that would be a confirmation of this trend break. So that's a ways. I know it's up 27% today. It might be a lot for some people to chase. I think when you're looking at this, it's not a super expensive stock because that dip. It was the same thing as SMCI. When the dip buy is so far away on the higher time frame, then like what am I to tell you? Nphase would be a buy at 42. Like I can write that down and I can wait for it. And if it happens in the middle of the day, that's one thing. But the only other way to play it is to look at something like a VWAP. If you break out the high, then just look for the old VWAP retracement type play. But Nphase, it looks bad on the daily and weekly chart. But if you zoom it out, you begin to realize too that this is a decent trend break happening on both the daily and the weekly time frames. I think as long as it holds 42 for the week, it actually looks pretty constructive. I don't know how long it would last. It's been a tough space to be in, but you can be in it in the short term at least.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Snapchat reports tonight. I just wanted to say, like, this is another name that's just like, beat up pretty badly down into $6. So I'd actually say like ahead of earnings. And remember, like a lot of these software names are getting crushed right now. Like Snapchat breaking that $6 almost seems inevitable here today. So I just want to bring this one up to everybody's attention. And let me just quickly, I know we only have 3 more minutes, but we just have Google to talk about. So just hold on a second. Let me just call up a weekly chart here for Snapchat. Yeah. So this is the problem. You're definitely looking like this is a lame duck. I mean, they're going to report tonight, but that bottom right there, yeah, 5, we're just really close, like whatever that is, back to 2018 levels. We mentioned this with PayPal yesterday, but just look out now, look out below here for Snapchat. Like, I can't believe this was actually $80. No splits or nothing involved here. But here we go, man, getting ready for that one. Snapchat tonight should be a good look there. All right, let's go over to Google. That's the reason why I went to Snapchat is because I know there was talk. Actually, no, Snapchat might be tomorrow, actually. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but that's the break there. But Google reporting, okay, it's tonight, so we'll see what's happening about Google. Let's get the story, and then 2 minutes till we open.
Higher time frame, guys. If you are here, hi, we're back. Hopefully this will resolve any of the audio and video issues. Again, we apologize for anything that happened this morning. Again, we had some lagging issues because of the settings, so it should be good now. Google on a higher time frame looks great still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks in a row green here for Google.
Just a year ago, we were talking about search. It's all over for search, Brendo. Well, nope, they got those AI summaries, kind of got that back on track. Then in November, Gemini 3 came out and really put them well on track for AI and LLM, so search is fine. Apparently, Google also gained traction with their TPUs. GPUs, tensor processing unit, which is an ASIC, application-specific integrated circuit, that could be disruptive for NVIDIA's GPUs. And analysts are very, very interested to hear how much CapEx Google's going to guide for 2026 with the estimates here at around $116 billion. And let's talk about how they bring in revenue. 75%, as we mentioned at the top, of Google's revenue comes from advertising. It's expected to grow another 13% on the quarter. No major red flags with search, Brendo. Investors are going to focus on discipline and, of course, Google Cloud to see if they can continue that big move up.
Important report, to say the least, guys, for the market coming up tonight.
Yeah, big report. And most of the NASDAQ stocks and a little bit of the market as well, with a bounce at 928 when imbalances hit for the NASDAQ, except for AMD, which made fresh lows. All I see left here is Novo at 600,000 to the sell side there. And if you're interested in Lumen, 400,000 to the sell side. But it was Advanced Micro Devices now making a fresh bottom. It was only a few 100,000 shares to the sell side, now down 11%, down $4 as we're about to ring the opening bell, everybody. It is hump day, it's Alphabet earnings day, it's apparently Nphase's day as well, as they're absolutely blasting here. Ring it, and we're now open. The one thing we didn't talk about was crypto. I'm looking Bitcoin short at $43.50. Just feel like it's still weak. I want to short some pops in that bad boy again. Ooh. Bit of an uptick on AMD there.
Oh, was it? I was going to say, because the market's actually going the other way right now. Market going to the downside right now on the NASDAQ, so we get a little bit of a bump. I was actually debating going long on a break up here for the NASDAQ, so let's just wait. I know I have it written down as a short, but let's wait. I mean, you know, the number one trade again today for me, I thought was going to be Apple. But Apple now is just a monster. I wrote this down at 269 long, and of course we wrote that down when it was at 270. But now Apple's at 273 and absolutely ripping.
Yeah, so about AMD.
Its own face-off right there. Yeah, what is AMD doing?
At the open, AMD popped $3 first candle. It is now down at 213 and still falling. That is nasty. It's already dropping like crazy. So AMD getting smoked. PayPal. Neil promptly cancels 42 offer. PayPal is now at $40.50 and still falling, down another 2%. You got to go pretty far back to see some of those lows. But Bitcoin under VWAP, that's also falling. So nothing is really holding on to any strength here that wasn't strong before. Like Apple was strong before, so that's holding on. But anything that was weak, the names that were strong are going. Nphase now 30% to the upside for Nphase, as that just bounced right off of VWAP and is gonzo. Oh my goodness.
We might, oh man, yeah, a lot of things are gone here. I wanted to look at Apple again here, just, you know, maybe if we fall back into 271 or so for Apple. I mean, it just went to 274 and is finally on a little bit of a pullback right now. Apple's really, really on one right now. Yeah, AMD now down 14%. Now down 12%. Did make that move down into 210. That was sort of a decent look down there maybe. But that was some of those levels that we had talked about. Wait for 210, 200, something like that. It looks like Apple upside, AMD downside to begin with. Let's check in on Uber right now. I'm not into anything yet. All right. Oh, shoot. As if it bounces off of what level did we say? 75 off the open. That looks like that bounced perfectly off of VWAP. So let's just wait to see what this name wants to do. Look at the market. Absolute puke city, also on the ES. ES just turning red now, but the NASDAQ, and it must be sponsored by NVIDIA here as well because, yeah, there it goes. NVIDIA down 2%, 1.5%, looking to get lower there as well. Everything really coming back in, man. And
so much for Intel 50s. Like,
yeah, what is Intel? Oh.
48.4.
Yeah, I mean, here comes AMD. It's going to break that 210, by the way, again. So, yeah, this has been a disaster open.
Oh, no.
We just actually bounced off 210 again right there. So watch out, man. This thing is moving dollars right now. AMD to the downside. Pretty bad, man. Google's also making its way back in as well. We had the Oracle written down as a short. That's pretty, yeah, well. Okay, just take a little stretch here. Oh, man, I don't, this is, I think we might have to wait.
The shorts are shorting.
Yeah, the shorts are shorting right now.
And SMCI is breaking higher, so there's some strength over there. I looked over, I'm like, well, if there's a short that was potentially there that we've missed, could I jump over to C3AI? C3AI is not breaking the bottom, so that's actually not even going to be in play. So it's just going to be about a little bit of patience here off of the open, readjust where we look for entries. Like I see Intel's bouncing, so there's at least here the 49.2 to 49.3 area where I can jump in, give it to the high. That at least is going to make a little bit of sense here with this Yeah, the market essentially falling all over itself outside of a select few good earnings names and some strength that we've seen in a few Mag 7 names. Oh, by the way, silver, everybody,
Maybe we find a bit.
bouncing off of VWAP, so it's not as if this sell-off is immune and keeping the metals higher, as that actually dropped a little bit. Not a lot, but silver moves a heck of a lot more in the second half of the day typically than it has in the first recently, so I would be patient with SLV. Yeah, PayPal might not even want to come back to VWAP, because that's now at 41.20. PayPal another 3%.
41.
I gotta go back to that monthly chart on PayPal and try to find where the support levels are. I know we like it short, but there's got to be a dip buy in there somewhere eventually, you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
Well, I mean, there's an
None of us into anything yet right now. I just know the position board just lost again, but we're not in anything. So, all right. So 274, 274.50. I mean, Apple honestly just keeps on going higher. So let's go over to Uber right now. I want to buy the dip on Apple. It's just right now there ain't no dip. All right, day 2. Bye-bye, Palantir. Jeez, man. Can't catch a break on this one. Like, we exited some shares yesterday at 161 break. We talked about that live on the show after earnings when they sort of collapsed through there. And look at Palantir today. This is straight down again. So I don't, I'm not really sure where we want to do here, except for just maybe sit on our hands. We've missed some of the longs here clearly. Sorry, some of the shorts clearly already. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to be, back into some of these names soon, but for right now, I don't really, the market's bouncing, which is nice. SoFi down again here today, probably Robinhood. Some of these, yeah, $82 for Robinhood. Yuck, man, this is getting down even lower. This is down another 5% here on Robinhood. So that's definitely not something that we're excited about. And then I don't know if you're seeing anything, but here's IBIT as well. Maybe a look, because if we're gonna look at Hood being down on maybe on crypto.
It's actually not bad,
no.
IBIT yet.
IBIT yet. That's what I was thinking. Like, maybe there is some downside push coming through right here. Someone just said IREN. IREN was a good stock. This was one of Brendo's names. That's actually down 10% here. Down 8% IREN. So
I mean, report today?
I did see them on the board. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought maybe they would have been also today. Tesla's trying to.
These are good companies that are getting hit. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good companies that are, well, relatively good companies that are getting hit, and some are better than others. Tesla's looking like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid in here as it's headed to the upside. I'm just going to quickly double check on silver.
Oh yeah, Tesla. Yeah.
Not really breaking out. SMCI. What are we doing on SMCI? Okay, now it's really gone. All right, so SMCI doesn't really get into the zone that I thought we would pull back into, but the breakout seems to be on. You're above that 33.65 zone on the daily, so it just now sort of activates the breakout play, pull back into the volume weighted average price, which will also be some pre-market resistance levels at 33. So I'm going to hop on the bid there for the next available dip. In SMCI, okay, Intel, nowhere close, but it is getting to 49 and failing. I might take a quick shot on Intel underneath the bottom. I just don't love this chase. I'd rather be short somewhere in the middle here if it can roll over. Let's play a little again. Let's play a little bit of patience. If the market's making a hefty bounce here, I almost feel like the long reversal is even better. So it's got to be SMCI on strength over trying to force a short early. You missed the early shorts. I think joining along might make more sense a little bit now. There is a halt on a small capper, and it's that stock, ELPW. I say, it's that stock, because this stock is probably not going to halt only once. That's not how it's usually played the game. Just have a look at the daily chart. Should tell you everything you need to know about the volatility with the LPW. I'm seeing a tap of 188 on a halt of 182, but a few sessions ago, this went ham into 15 and gave the entire thing back. So look at this 350 to 360 area. Not a bad target. That's still a double up from there if it's able to get there, but not the most stable of stocks. I think it halted 20 or 30 times a couple of days ago.
I'm just gonna give this a try, because here comes AMD. I was actually waiting at 215, so it's just, there it is. So now we're short right here on AMD. I'm only gonna give this 50 cents. I mean, that's a nice move higher right now on Advanced Micro Devices. So let's give this a little bit of room here and see where we can go with it. But it is a nice downside push right now, temporarily anyways. Well, let's see, upside push, sorry. We'll see if we can play this. We're now short advanced micro devices and trying to cover a little bit on this downside there. I'm out of a third of it already at 214.50 just because. We'll see where it goes, but here it comes back in 215.50, we're out. We'll try to go 1-to-1 on this or so, right? Like take some 50s, 50-cent winners, and then watch out because here it goes. Okay, so if this breaks 15.50, we're out. Okay, well, there it goes. Wow, wild, man, this stock. Obviously, on earnings, we have no idea what this is going to do, but I feel like this probably is going to break. There it goes. The momentum is to the upside. So we'll slap a fail. It's not a huge one on that, but we do take out a third for roughly 40, 50 cents, and then lose 2/3, 50 cents there on the top end of that. And yeah, that's what happens there when you break. So there goes AMD right through 216 now, finally catching that bid. So maybe the market is finally seeing something here and trying to get back into these bid levels. Watch out for AMD and that 220, man. Maybe we get up there again. So yeah, not bad. It'll flush down about 13%, now down 11. AMD starting to go higher here. Did not hold on to that one as it's getting going here.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be SSR, which adds a little bit of violence to the stock. Yeah. No questions asked. So finally, there's a topping tail candle on IBIT here. So it ran this high at 42.80. Put in a topping tail. I'm short above VWAP, but it's more about enter here, stop to there. So the open range high is going to be the out. We're in at 70. That's about 89, or I think it's 88 or 89. Oh, position boy's not working.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so yeah, so short IBIT, you guys can see it's the only position I'm in. Looking to cover the bulk into the low of the day. And if it breaks out this support at 42.2 on IBIT, that'll be about 75,000 going, and then try to hold for a little bit more. On the flip side of things, although, yeah, so PayPal just continues to fall down.
Oh, boo.
There has not been a green candle in PayPal. There really hasn't been too much of a bounce. I could have chased this $1. But that's obviously looking pretty good on the short side for PayPal. Got to do some work as to where there might be a bid here, but the shorts are definitely winning out big time. And the market's found a bottom, and PayPal has yet to try. Intel, I tried doing the same thing on Intel as what we got in Bitcoin, but with a lower high. Couldn't pick it up at VWAP. It's now back at the low of the day, so I'm just going to go ahead and cancel those and not chase them. And what is the only thing that's set up was Bitcoin, and that's because it was relatively strong. So we're getting the range that we want. I've already got one fill in through 42.5, in front of 40s, and then low of the day will be the next play. As the market, it's trying to break these lows again, but you got to just keep in mind, like that's a hefty push that bounced off yesterday's lows, and now the Nasdaq's trying to make a higher low off VWAP. So like that, it does start to look a little bit more bullish. I actually just took another leg out there on IBIT, not waiting the next 10 cents when I saw that on the futures. So instead of waiting for the 40s, I'm going to take another leg out at the 50s because of the strength I'm seeing come into the market.
Yeah, we did get stopped out obviously on AMD, but that might have been close to the top. It does go another $1 up to 216 there, and then it falls $3 and just bouncing now off 213. I'm actually going to try an NVIDIA short, I feel like, bouncing off the 50-period moving average into those days' lows. Take a small position here at 179.50 if it comes in. Watch out for the 200-period of 180.20, and then maybe see a little bit of a downside there coming through. But for right now, maybe Google on my watch as well as the NASDAQ trying to bounce around. We could also look for a potential. I'm actually not surprised how the Nasdaq's moving, and I don't even think it's moving that bad. We did get an initial flush. We had seen why that had happened. So I'm actually debating a long potentially in the TQQs if we do start to get back up to the upside and maybe a break of 52.50 or something like that. Where we were in the pre-market here, if I zoom back out just a little bit, right into here, something like this. Well, I mean, that's 52.60. That would be better. So we can wait to see if that starts to go, but that's something to look at for me here in the broader market. So it's trying to start to go. We said Robinhood was down to 82. That's probably popping a little bit now, 83, so that's good. And I almost went long SMR 17s. And now that I look at this, obviously that would have been a good idea, but they had that, sort of a wipeout low there, and now we've just popped a little bit there. We do have SMCI, we have services PMI, I believe, at 9:45. So we'll get a Dara on that one. So we'll get those results from her very, very soon. But yeah, Apple I don't think has any chill in it today, man. Apple up another 3% to 277. Like just saying thank you for those earnings dip buys. And wow, Apple right now just cruising right now with 69% market share. We read right now in North America. So that's starting to take that name a little bit higher here. So I don't have anything going on right now.
I don't know about you.
We should have AMD short, but we don't.
I don't know about you, but IBM is going to hit the 200-period moving average.
Yeah, remember we talked about that. I like
so
that trade.
I didn't get a stink bid in there in my personal account. Once 11 o'clock hits, it might be one of the first things I do. As they're down 4% into a market which is trying to battle back here overall. And by the way, SMCI wants 20% now up 16.5, and still the undisputed. Well, whatever. Nphase is up 22%, so I can't call it the best. There's stronger stocks out there on earnings today, but SMCI up 17% and continuing to just fly. PayPal does not want. If PayPal came for blood, it looks like it's going to break the $40 level at this point. So yeah, it's gonna be a miss. I didn't reload IBIT. I want things to settle down. I want to see a 15-minute candle, which we'll get in a couple minutes, before looking at a reload in IBIT. So far, it's just a scalp trade halfway to the low, and it hasn't really given us too much more of anything.
Oh, AMD is killing
Intel is starting to level off under VWAP here. Look at these wicks. Like, this is absurd, and these are all real. Like, you have a wick top up a full percentage point, and the body is like 10 cents long. Look at the body of these candles, like 10, 15, 20 cents, and then the entire range of the 3-minute candle is like 70 pennies. So wild action at this open. I want to start to see it normalize before maybe even jumping into Intel. Because if I wanted 50, to trade it down here, it better look obvious.
Come on, dog.
That's all I got to say. NASDAQ now breaking the lows again, by the way.
Yeah, AMD is now $4 in the money, but we got stopped out and lost 50 cents on it. Damn you. I think I'm going to short the bottom. All right, Adair, you have those numbers for us?
I do have the numbers, guys. So that's going to be S&P Services PMI 52.7, slightly above the forecast of 52.5. S&P Composite 53 versus forecast of 52.9. Here's the market dropping a little bit lower as we get those prints again. We're going to have slightly higher than expected for both S&P Composite and Services PMI. The more closely watched number is going to be the number we get at 10 a.m. And that is the ISM Services PMI. Back to you.
Okay, this really sucks because this is my only trade we had on would be big, but we did get stopped out, so that is what it is. I was looking for, again, that break of 209.70. That breaks. I'm going to just go short with the momentum here of the market and of AMD. I'm going to cancel my NVIDIA idea for now. Don't want to necessarily get into both of them at the same time, so we'll wait to see if one hits as opposed to the other. Google on report tonight, right? So that would be a name to look at here, and based on what this market is doing right now, we're not necessarily rewarding good earnings now. I mean, obviously SMCI is going to be a little bit of a different beast, but Google right now just very, very choppy, not doing a whole heck of a lot. If we're going to do anything, I mean, we can take a quick look at gold now. You mentioned silver earlier. I haven't had a quick look at that, but gold is down right now, down into 456. Yesterday's closing prices, obviously, gold is not going to matter if the market opens or not, but money is coming in now into GLD, and you can see with the volume starting to pick up here, we'll see what winds up happening if it wants to hold yesterday's close and eventually go back into the green side of things. There, the Nasdaq for me isn't really like put some names in the chat right here because we can check out our visualizer. I know Palantir is going to the downside. We just have to make sure that we see some trades: SMCI, Palantir, Tesla, Silver, Apple. Okay, so it's all the usual suspects there. Here today. It doesn't look like AMD wants to break after all. I saw SNDK.
Dumps fill on USAR, by the way. Those metal names, they did not.
Okay, yeah, they popped early and then they dumped. Same as SNDK.
Drop.
SNDK dumped first and then popped up now. You're the other way around over there on USAR.
Yeah, like if we thought that this would be a long in here today, once again, just I guess to sell the news events happening there. We know the reserve is coming and all that good stuff, but we're not really holding any gains. I'm going to quickly check MP Materials. Holding up a little bit better than USAR, but it's still a false break and not looking very good at all for any of those names. What are some of our chip names doing? Intel's almost back at the highs. This might make the run at the $50 level after all. So being patient, probably the right idea here. On this bad boy is it's starting to look actually very strong here in Intel. Popping up when the market is, I still think, tepid. You're not getting too crazy action. The one stock that is refusing to go anywhere is to the upside is this PayPal. Finally, there's a green candle to be had, though. So 1, 2, there's a couple of green candles. Let's see if we can get to VWAP for a turnaround. That's what I have to look at. There's nothing else.
Market trying to go.
Without looking at key levels, because they're all gone on PayPal, it's just going to have to be the volume weighted average price here at 40.70. I want to be short this name. But when you've already dropped $2, you have to take those expectations of the monster move and understand if I get VWAP, then I got to look for 50 cents and 1 to 1.5% move if we get into VWAP. Let's go up to Adara at the desk, and we'll come back and maybe answer some questions, because someone's just asking why Palantir is a falling knife.
Okay.
We'll try to answer.
I have a Amazon headline here on Watch, AMZN on Watch. Apparently the company's announcing it's going to be using AI to speed up its movie and TV production. This AI studio initiative will reportedly aim to cut costs and streamline the creative process, though apparently the company has said that humans will remain involved in every step of creation. So again, Amazon AI movie studio initiative, nothing super interesting happening on the stock, but worth noting regardless, especially ahead of their earnings tomorrow. Back to you.
Good there for all of that one. SNDK does make a move down to 625 and then it popped back upside. We can have a quick look at Amazon, see if there's anything going on with this one.
I was hoping.
Oh, I did get it. Oh, by the way, sorry. Because AMD I didn't even realize this was flushing like that. We didn't get the greatest price here on AMD, but we're going to get out now and try to learn a little bit of a lesson here as we go positive now. And right back up. So, yeah, this is going to be a tipsy-turvy, topsy, whatever that math or whatever that saying is right here on Advanced Micro Devices. As there it is, man. We take a little bit of a profit there at 50s, and then or a little lower than that. And now we'll have to wait to see where that pop and drop now is. I did not expect this to come in. I wasn't even looking over here. So let's get out some more. It's bouncing off these 50s, but that's still fine. We'll see if we get a little bit of a lower bid now for AMD. We're only short at 70, so it's not necessarily making moves here for me right now. But we did take a couple outs. There it is, another play down into 50. Wants to, okay, we got 40s, good. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a downside push now for AMD. We just got 209s right there. Wow, I should just be scalping out of all of this, man, honestly. Let's see if we get another 30 fill, and then we'll see if we can just hold 1/3. There we go, I'm at 34, it just bounced off me. Are you kidding me right now? See if we, there we go. All right, now we can hold, all right? We're short on AMD. Look, we had the short $6 ago, but we missed it by stopping out, literally on the only move higher there today. So let's wait to see. We're in this name, I like it. We'll see if AMD can create a little bit of action for me here. And hopefully that action would be north side or south side, as there it is. Now we're back into this name. We'll see if the cash cow on AMD is the long or the short. Right now I'm short on Advanced Micro Devices. Too bad that we don't have a much bigger winner on this, but that'll turn ourselves green on the day. And now we'll wait to see position pending, of course, the way these names are moving right now. But we're short AMD off that low break of the day.
Yeah, nice. I heard someone say in the chat it feels like a witching day in terms of volume and volatility. I would tend to agree with that.
They ain't wrong.
Like the way that we're moving here, at least on, thankfully Bitcoin has been somewhat normal. But the way that we're whipping around on other stocks, I'm looking at Intel, it's still doing this ridiculous behavior of, I have a 3-minute candle with a 2-second body and again a 70-cent in each direction wick. So getting in here is probably going to be somewhere in the 30s, and I'm not stopping out at 1%. So I have to have some kind of a tight stop, and I'll just go with the prior bar high at this point. Bitcoin is starting to accelerate a bit. Bitcoin sucks right now.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not a believer in this until, if we get above 78,000, then you can convince me that there might be a relief rally in. Until then, I keep thinking we're testing lower. We keep stalling in these 40s, though. It gets the quarter, and then it doesn't want to go any further. So we're getting short at 70, and then it's not really popping past that first 40.
There goes AMD.
Yeah, so I'm just going to scalp a little bit more out, and we'll look for that low of the day. But we're still holding on. As long as we hold that open range, I think that one's going to be absolutely fine. And then jumping back over to Intel, which I want to be short, it's not giving any kind of a clean setup on Intel. I don't want short down here to give all the way to the high of the day. That's absolutely nonsensical. But SMCI, everybody, the darling of earnings, does not get to VWAP on that latest dip. So SMCI only up 15% now. Sucker was up 20, I think. Here, it's close. Maybe 17 or 18% we got at the absolute best. If you're just tuning in now, it's not a typo. SMCI is up 15%. They beat top bottom, and they guided well. You're not going to be able to point to too much that was negative here for them on the report. So good look for SMCI. I'd like to try to bounce off of VWAP, but let's let it get down there first.
Yeah, we are right now. I did reload AMD. Obviously, you might see a little bit of a different price right now. We did get stopped. I said, there goes AMD. It did break through that 210.50, and then we sort of let it settle down, and now we're right back into it. So now we have a dollar winner on it, but I don't, we did get stopped out. We bought it back because I was like, you know what? We've got to try to give this at least to this 212 area right there. So we'll scalp out now. We still have half left of this reload, but I do understand that that first area, problem got me out there. So now we'll wait to see if there is a little bit more of a downside push here for advanced micro devices. And we're still watching out for NVIDIA now as well. I mean, this has been a pretty violent morning in AMD anyways, up to 215, back into 210. Where's my cursor, man? I'm gonna have like a heart attack over here with this. All right, back in. We'll give, yeah, exactly. We'll give it a second here.
Wilhelm.
Yeah, is that what that was?
It's the Wilhelm.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I got it now.
What? Huh?
Yeah, we're fine. But this is what AMD's doing, though. It's just dancing. So we'll take some more outs here.
What? Palantir's gonna go SSR.
Yeah, I know. Palantir's SSR. It was at 148.
Almost.
Oh, 144. Yeah. So yuck. I mean, we sold some yesterday, and I don't know what else to tell you guys, man. This is not the year for magical investing anymore. You got to have PEs, you got to have good results, and obviously Palantir has the good results, but they still have the PE issue, which maybe is the valuation, and probably a wrong talk about them being a SaaS, because they're not. Sure, that's that is what they have, but this is not something that's going to get violated or taken over by this sort of Anthropic, Claude, push. They're not in that cohort, right? So, but anyways, that's up to somebody else to decide, not me. I'm already in Palantir in the long term, and I'm
Speaking of that cohort,
definitely not buying anymore. Yeah, we did mention that stock earlier, Neil. That stock is...
CRM continues to be dead, now 4% to the downside. And when we're talking about that cohort, we should put some names on it. ServiceNow's down 3% at the low of the day. I get it, the market's looking weak, so you would expect to see some weakness over here, but that is exactly what you are seeing. I can't seem to find any way that PayPal is going higher. So when in doubt, I'm not taking
by the way, Neil,
40s, but I'm just going to short it here to 40.40.
I mean,
because you can't, this stock is so far down, you just got to chase.
You want to talk about a stock that is down, that I think everybody, okay, now we're $3 in the money on AMD, finally. I should be $7 in on this, and we had big shares, but we did get blown out. We are now positive, well, we talked about this, we're going to be positive now on AMD, but it did take a minute to do that. This was the short of the, honestly, probably of, I don't want to say of the week because we had some good trades this week, but the short of the day for me, I only traded AMD today, but we just got taken out right there, which is crazy. Like there was just like one little move there, and then as soon as it took it, I mean, we could have gotten short again, but I don't want to be in that mind frame of like short until you lose too much money and then it starts to go down. You got to have your outs, and like unfortunately that one right there, I hope you guys didn't get stopped out, but Neil and I are completely different beasts. I mean, not than, I don't know, than most of you, I would think. We're prop trading, and it's like you can always reload our positions at next to nothing. We don't have any carry costs here overnight.
These are also day trades, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I mean. Like, we can get out here and just in case this rips up and then re-engage in this, right? And so if you're trading options or something like that, you're probably not as frequent buyers or sellers as you may see us being right here.
Also, to the person in the chat who's like, oh, you're shorting, don't short IBIT, you're a dork. My long-term holdings in Bitcoin are crapping all, like they're like everybody else. You think I'm happy that Bitcoin is at 74,000? No. But I mean, the trend is down. Like, what are you going to do with it as a day trade? You're going to short if it's weak. That's what you do. Like, it's literally, again, like that's what you do. But am I happy that Bitcoin just lost a bit here in a general sense? Probably not. But, you have to have left brain, right brain at the end of the day here. So I eventually got into PayPal because I just showed you Bitcoin break into the lows, but PayPal just held that 40 even. So I didn't want to take a breakdown at 40. It's already failed the 40 break once. It got to 39.9, so I shorted it at 20s. I want to try to reload in the 30s and give it to the 40 level. So that's going to be the plan of action there. We have a couple of super chats. I don't know, Andre, if you could throw those up, or maybe I can get to the page. We never want to miss out on any of these.
Yeah.
So the first one was actually Danny's Boy, and we'll get to the second one in a second here. Danny's Boy Waiting for CRM, thank you for the super chat, Danny, well, you're hilarious. Waiting for SMCI to report last night was like sitting in a pumpkin patch with Linus waiting for the great pumpkin. The company is habitual line stepper with reporting. I agree with you, and it's not just how long you have to wait for it. Sometimes it's whether they would report at all.
Well, thank you for waiting with us.
We appreciate it, and we would have, if it had been timely, it would have been a heck of a lot more fun. But we had tons of fun on that aftermarket show. It'll be even better tonight with Alphabet. And then the second one is Christopher Mulligan.
Baby.
Oh, it is? Shopify down 20% in 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I will not
Dude,
be
this
hitting
is a disaster, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not hitting the Canadian flag for that. Shopify is... It's this.
Oh boy.
It's this. It's into the gates of hell.
Everything.
$100 incoming on Shopify. When in doubt, this is
Like again, I'm not sure that should be down that much.
weekly chart, monthly chart. The weekly chart doesn't even give me anything I like here. Yeah, maybe $100 or like $80.
Guys, we are cracking
That
on
thing
AMD.
that's a problem.
What's your PayPal doing? Because I know that's at a key level of $40.
No, Bitcoin's better than PayPal.
Okay, Bitcoin's better than PayPal.
PayPal already dropped $2. What do you?
Yeah, no, that's why, because I didn't even realize when I looked over it was at 40. I was like, oh my God, what is happening? But here goes AMD. AMD is now, here, hold on, we got to go to Dare, but it's 1, it's 2, it's 3. It's now $4 in the money on AMD short. So traders got to trade, and we're trading today, guys. We are short right now, and the market just continues to bleed. I made a buy yesterday. Oh, it's still in the money on the ES, but I don't know, man. Maybe that was not the best DCA. All right, 10 seconds, go to Adara.
It's actually like 3 now. ISM Services PMI 53.5 is the forecast. Prior 53.4, coming out here at 53.8. So once again, a higher than expected PMI print. This follows 52.7 versus 52.5 here for S&P Services PMI. S&P Composite PMI also above estimate. So again, our third and final PMI print of the day. ISM Services PMI, once again, comes in above estimates. I do want to mention as well here at 10:15 a.m., starting in about 15 minutes, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be testifying before the House. I will be listening to this. It's a House Financial Services Committee. If there's anything of note, you guys know I will keep you all posted. I'm not sure what the topic or the theme of today's conversation is going to be about, but again, if it does end up being of interest, I'll let you guys know. Let's talk here about the market because it keeps pushing lower. Lots of weakness here once again for the NASDAQ and the SPY, and today looks like, unfortunately, it might be led in part by AMD. Advanced Micro Devices selling off here. They did beat on EPS and sales, but I guess some concerns here, their growth might be slowing down next quarter. Then we've got GOGL, Google. They're going to be reporting tonight along with ARM, Snapchat, Qualcomm, and even ELF. Other earnings names today on watch, including AMD, day one earnings plays rather, are SMCI, they're going to be CMG, Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Uber. So lots of earnings continue this entire week. And again, if you like this type of earnings action, please don't miss the Market Recap Earnings Show with myself, Neil, Sean, and Brendan. It's been really exciting live social media updates, so don't miss out. Back to you.
I know we hit the flush for Shopify there for the super chat, and thank you guys for the super chat, but it also deserves it for the market here, as we're now down 1 1.25% on the NASDAQ. The ES now down 1/3% as we continue to sell off. I mean, there are pockets of strength out there, certainly, but most of this is looking nasty. Someone in the chat just said MSTR LOL. It's only funny if you're not caught long these. There's nothing funny about. I get it. Like whatever. I'm invested in Bitcoin. I don't have any MSTR, but I can feel others' pain here. It's down 6 points. We just lost a bid. I'm now just trailing IBIT because it got to target, and I was about to sit on the. I was at that point where like, okay, well, we got to the target here at 42, so I'm going to sit on the bid, and then immediately it started rejecting. See how it tried to break this prior bar close, and then immediately came back down. I'm like, nope, this is headed down for another leg. So I have a trail on this bad boy at this point. If it gets past 41.9, I'll be back out. We have another super chat to get to. Thank you, Venu42. First of all, 42 is a meaning of life. Appreciate you. What does the chart show for Hood? Any place that looks good? Well, I haven't looked at Robinhood this morning. That's the first thing I will cop to. I've looked at a lot of symbols, but Robinhood has not been one of them yet. So this is my first look at Robinhood. Okay, how far do we have to go back on the daily chart? You've already broken through 85. That was a good jumping zone. This prior high was at 65.6, so the answer is not very good. Yeah, I feel like if we're doing this exercise right now, and I know it's not necessarily a fun one. Ooh, we just got trailed by, but we just caught a huge bid. Let me just quickly go back because we just caught a huge bid on iBid. Look at that. Look at the trail. So huge bid just came in on Bitcoin, which is a good reason to have gotten out. And then PayPal, which I did not end up reloading. I'll get back to Robinhood in a quick little second. I didn't reload PayPal. That's breaking back toward VWAP. We got one press into the bottom. So, it'll be fine. It's just, obviously, iBit was a much better opportunity there. Just need to show you guys the execution before I kind of jump back into Robinhood, which I wanted to go to a weekly chart to answer that question. Because, yeah, that kind of confirms the 65 zone. Like this prior high, that's one of those maybe kind of levels. You're out in the middle of nowhere on the higher time frame. I mean, I'd still be waiting. It hasn't shown any signs of a bottom. I think the other thing you have to be concerned with Robinhood is just the overall sentiment in Bitcoin. Like we're trying to hold a major support level. So maybe a bounce off this support level for BTC would give you something if we can hold in here and consolidate. Then you could use that for an entry point into Robinhood. But I'm not trying to catch falling knives. I don't think we're in that kind of a market right now. Don't do it. Oh, thank you. Espresso time.
Espresso incoming immediately for this. The market might need a little bit of a shot in its face right now because right now we're getting slapped around on AMD if you're long. We just got out some there at 206.50. And this is going to the down, 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 down. Someone just put bad, bad, bad in there. And I just said to Ramin, did you see Bad Bunny there at the Grammys? I think that's going to be a disaster at Super Bowl, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Everything is too political these days, obviously, but to each their own. Everyone's allowed their opinions, and that's fine. All right, so here comes a move. Here comes a move down for Google. This is an interesting one because I think this is the strongest,
This is,
like the sharpest knife in the drawer, but the drawer right now is being emptied all over the place. So I don't know.
Walking around where it literally died and
the drawer no longer has the rails on it right now.
Around here.
It's off.
Now I'm walking behind the stage, just testing.
My whole screen just
testing right here. No issues.
But
that's not
good. Yeah. So all right, get out another piece now on AMD, and just to let you guys know, I have about now just under 10% left. So again, I've done it to myself again here today where we have the bangers on, but then we don't have enough shares for it. But here it comes, now making new lows on AMD. Wow, down 15% on what was not like a completely horrible report again. AMD downside now, and there goes that.
I imagine over here, because there's literally walls that are in the way of the antenna.
Where is Andre?
Like I'm by the server rack over here.
Everything's fine with the mic?
We good?
Okay, I don't know.
They're saying they hear Fabian or somebody.
Okay, I don't know who they're hearing right now. Joe, nobody else is mic'd up. Nobody else is mic'd up. The ghost of Trader TV passed. Oh my God, guys. Brutal. Okay, they were testing something right there, but okay, my bad. All right, so yeah, we got to get our stuff together here a little bit. Where is Fabian? Have you told him? Yes, okay, he knows now. Okay, good. All right, so as people are still saying like Mike, but all right, NVIDIA down 2% right now. Microsoft, the king of the castle right now in the software space, they're trying to get back upside. I actually thought they would be a little bit worse right there now as well, but we'll have to wait to see what's going on now to the downside. AMD is at the lows, man. I'm just kind of sitting here waiting around to see what exactly is going on, but there we go. Okay, guys, we apologize for it. The mic should be back and fixed now. So AMD right now down 14%.
AMD is an absolute bloodbath right now. It's looking super nasty. By the way, Uber, the hilarious thing is I just canceled my order on Uber like a couple of minutes ago, realizing that it was $6 away. Uber's down at 72. This had a complete V-shaped recovery. It was actually green on the session and breaking $80 after the conference call, and it just dumped right at 9:30 off that 78. So much like any other play, I think maybe just wait for a reversion into VWAP. The other thing which I'm now looking at is finally silver. Bitcoin's still bouncing, so that was a good exit on that reversal. But silver, okay, here is downtrend. Here's the downtrend. Who speaks like that, Neil? Here's the downtrend from the pre-market, and this is it trying to bust through the volume-weighted average price. So anyone bullish, there's your look. However, I kind of look at it this way. There's also a wedge forming, And if it breaks the wedge to the downside, then I'm going long in our good friend ZSL because it's got this going on. So I'm kind of looking at it the other way. The first reversion I want is like the other direction. So I want to go long ZSL because silver would roll over. So we break this trend line here and hold VWAP. I'll be long ZSL while we go to Adara at the desk. Yeah.
Adobe is insanely strong here today, guys. ADBE, and when I say strong, I mean obviously not necessarily from a percentage basis, but just this recent push to the upside. This came out actually 9:40, so about 20 minutes before we really started rocketing higher here. But ADBE, according to Bloomberg, is boosting their ad spending to $1.4 billion to counter these AI fears that basically their AI is going to overtake their business. So again, ad spending here for ADBE seems to be what's pushing the stock to the upside. Volume on this is also not bad for Adobe. Volume, we're talking here over 1 million shares. Back to you.
Look at that IBM one.
Man, this is, me and Neil and I are just like, this is exhausting. All right, so just so you guys know, right there, it props it up, but we do take out their 25 period moving average right there, and now we're gonna stop out of AMD and potentially actually look long. Now, I wonder if the flush is real and has happened, and now we can sort of ease back on that a little bit here. Let's see if we do take one more time there, that 209, and maybe that could be a punch long, and then just, maybe not, and then just wait to see if we, give ourselves about 50 cents and see if we do get some backside action here on AMD. I'm gonna go long at 209. I don't wanna punch too far ahead of this, but we'll try it here. Long around that 209 area and then give it back 50 cents. Seems like we want to bounce around here. That is where our 25 period moving average. So I go 25, 50, 200, and then VWAP, which is the blue. So I'm trying to hold until this breaks, but I can see that I've done better by getting out underneath it, but trying to hold a little bit more so that we don't do things like this in here. But that was a reload, and I wasn't sure if we were gonna break those areas. So I'm pretty fine with what we have done just there. If and when, which it looks like it's more about when, we are gonna go long at 209. So I'm gonna only give it back to 208.50. If it does break 208.50, then we're gonna get out. So I'm just putting that order in right now to exit out of that trade if and when we do trigger long at 209. I just wanna see if there is a rebound. Okay, so right now, I'm almost thinking about scratching that right now. So yeah, let's, we did not bounce and hold. Okay, man, it's because it's earnings. You know what? I'll still try it, but I'm not as confident. I may lower the shares. I thought we would hang around here and then get going back up to the upside. So I guess technically we are still kind of hanging around. So let's give this one more little look. If it does break 209, maybe we're basing out right now and we can get higher. But this is all ifs and buts, and those are
candy and nuts.
Candy and nuts. I don't even know that saying, but if it's and buts were candies and nuts, I think you'd have a bunch of candies and nuts. I think that's the way it works.
There's a second part to that statement.
There is, and I have
literally nobody knows.
I've
never actually heard something.
Literally, we don't know what it is. So, all right, well, ifs and buts, and this might be the closest or the quickest ifs and buts of all time. But right there, now we go long at 209.9, and we'll wait to see if we can get all right, well, look, no matter what happens there, it's trying to go. We will get stopped out for 50-cent hit, which looks like it's about to happen right now. It won't, like I said, we're not hitting this with, hero shares or anything like that. So let's just, take the L here, it looks like. And okay, maybe not, and see what winds up happening here. Hopefully we can break a little bit higher. I'm in the 20s. This is where I'm feeling like maybe getting something out because it's not working, but maybe it is going to work after all. Darn, man. All right, I don't know what to do. We're at 209.15s here again, 209.20, sorry. See if we can get something out on the upside there. Give it to me. Okay, we got some 22s there. We'll see if we can go. I'm also at 25, 27s. Okay, so here we go. We have the long now. We have our stop in. I'm actually out now of 30% of it, so we can let this go back in and sort of no skin or no harm, no foul here. But let's see if it can go back up to the upside now. AMD, here it comes right back in again. Wild ride, man.
The wild ride, you might have the first green candle of the day on Palantir on the 3-minute basis anyways. I mean, I'm sure the 1 minute probably has to be something.
Again.
Holding the 141, but my balls are still going to be on silver for the time being. And Intel, oh my goodness. Intel's still looking like a choppy, absolute mess. So that's the only reason I haven't even traded it. But ZSL, which of course is the inverted ETF, is primed to make this a little bit of a breakout. So what we waited for yesterday was this. It didn't actually make a trend break until 11:50 yesterday. So this is earlier and also not as deep of a trend, but I'm still going to take this trend line break on this bad boy. And while we're still looking, we haven't talked too much about the Mag 7 names.
208.50.
Load, man.
I did. I come back in.
Chart. There we go. Apple. So this is the weird thing. Apple's losing VWAP, and see how the NASDAQ is in the midst of a recovery candle? That just puts more credence to the whole rotation theory that if you're getting strength back in some of the other tech names, that they're selling a little bit of Apple, which had been leading the way. So I wouldn't wonder if we start rolling back over and confirm the trend short, that's when you want to pop over and look at an Apple long. But again, like I'm looking at silver right now for my entry. It's getting close. Like I'm going to be here when it breaks. Don't want to miss that trade for sure. And Hertz Scrambler just said Snapchat made a 52-week low. I, for one,
oh, did it? Yeah, I mean, we talked about that earlier.
Shocked.
Unbelievable.
That can't be happening.
We just made $1 on AMD, and then it's right back down again. So we got stopped out at 50. It held 208 there, and I was like, you know what? Let's just hold it against 208. That is now where the the 25-period moving average is. So we're long again right now. I'm going to take another piece out here at 95s, and now we'll let it go up. So now it's 50 cents in the money with 50 cents worth of risk. We'll take out half and hold and see if we can get an expansion. I'm up at 210 now. So hopefully, okay. Now I'm going to offer some out at 36s. Hopefully we can get those on a little bit of a bump up. And I just looked over. Joe was like, dude, you got to give it a little more room. So we're going to try to do that right now and see if this one can get back up to the upside. 209, I'm going to cancel. I'm going to go to 209.75 right now and put out a little bit of shares there, 10% of what we have left, and see if we can get going. It's now $1 in the money the other way. The name that I'm looking for along now as well is Google. I mean, we marked it down here. I actually liked it today ahead of earnings, but with this pretty big move down, Google's not catching a bid, but maybe there's something here at 35 bucks. So I think this might be a little worth something down here on Google. So let's just try a small little, we just tried 20s there. Missed us. Sorry, we're at 19s. We'll try to pay up a little bit here. There we go. So we got Google now at 19. So let's see if this one will wind up working out for us. We'll put a stop at 334.75s, all right, on a break lower here on Google. But now we're into it. So let's see if it can, get going now to the upside. Google, new position alert, so we can hit this little siren. And we want to thank everybody for all your patience today. We had Mike Gate, we had Lag Gate, we had a bunch of different things happening there today. We want to thank everybody for your patience as we work on, improving everything around here. That's for sure. Okay, so yeah, Google. Okay, 60 cents now in as we continue to go higher. So we got a 60-cent winner here in Google, and AMD just continues to bounce around.
Yeah, we finally got this trend break happening in silver. So silver's breaking down under VWAP, which means ZSL is breaking up above the volume-weighted average price. So I'm in over VWAP with a stop at the prior low here on ZSL. There hasn't been a ton of, relative to the market, there hasn't been a ton of action, but this has been the normal. Damn it. This has been the normal for silver, at least recently, where it doesn't go crazy until somewhere after 10 o'clock, sometimes even 11 o'clock as well. Oh no, Ybit went without me. Bitcoin got back into VWAP.
Bitcoin's a good one, eh?
Yeah, so we just came back into the VWAP, and I might have just missed the short by a couple of pennies. I'm going to try to pick this one back up, just give it to the volume-weighted average price. If you're looking at crypto in general, where is ETH here? So we always look at Bitcoin. This is probably not a shock to anybody, but ETH is a little bit weaker, still trending down. What are we at? Spot price 21, so we're under 22,000. Bitcoin kind of failing the 75,000 level today. Crypto still looks incredibly weak, in my opinion. Just is what it is. They're in the penalty box, man.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And that's just the term where I'd say you're not doing the auto buy the dip, right? Like that's if you like it, you're invested in it. I think when we're not in the penalty box, I'm just looking for reasons to get in and where to buy. Bitcoin is not in that realm. It's in the other. If you, at this point, I think I'm just kind of holding. I don't really have any plans to sell unless we breach 70. It might be a good place to trim if there's a catastrophic weekend move. I want to have some dry powder. In the back of my mind, there's an outside chance that something stupid happens on a weekend with Sailor, and I just want to be ready with my to pounce on it on the weekend.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
You know what's going to happen? I know every time that happens, it takes me 5 minutes to be able to access my Coinbase account. So.
That's another thing. Yeah, that's yeah.
Coinbase.
Hopefully they can fix up some of their latency latency and whatnot.
It's only when it's moving crazy.
Never heard of anybody having lagging issues before, so I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah, I'm clearly the pot calling the kettle black.
Definitely not us. But so I don't, we're just sitting here in some of these trades, man. It looks like we are about to break lower here. So Google, so just in and out of AMD there, we tried it. It did go, and the last couple of reloads around here have been good, but like I said, it looks like we're breaking lower. So we'll get out at 208 right now, and no harm, no foul really on that one. And then Google, we're still long here at 335 teens, and we've been getting out on the upside, but here's the break now finally. Not going to layer into this one. 334.75 I think was going to be my out. Just trying to see, it's about that time, right? It's after 10 o'clock. I mean, there is room for this. Okay, there is room for this to rally a little bit now, right? So let's see if we can get that rally. I mean, we just reloaded this. We'll put some more offers here. I'm in the 60s now. We'll see if we can get that. We just took a 50 fill on that. I mean, we're in the money 30 cents, and I don't think beggars should be choosers today, especially when you are in the long camp like I am right now, because your trades might not be in your account for very long. Because this is just a nice downside move as we continue to go right now. We can check in on gold again, see what that's doing. We can check in on the US dollar. I'm sure we'll be doing that very, very soon. Yeah, gold looks like it's just kind of chilling right now, near the lows as well. Looking to break lower, probably silver, something similar. I think they've been sort of trading together for the most part here, gold and silver. So, okay, yeah, near the lows as well for SLV. We'll see if this one can get going there. But we have right now an update with Adara.
I have a little bit of news for you guys, and I also have a little bit of earnings or not earnings. There's a word for it. The word is small cap recap. We'll start here with Eli Lilly on watch here with earnings. Their call currently happening. The company is saying that they do see a reduction in Medicaid access to obesity drugs in 2026. They also see obesity drug Medicaid access rebounding in 2027. So again, they see a reduction in 26, but a rebound into 27. They're just talking here about their obesity pill, which they plan to launch outside the U.S. in 2027 as well. So again, Eli Lilly earnings call that started at 10. It's happening right now. For a small cap, I did not see a catalyst in this one, though I know it's run in the past. BOXL, that's Boxlight Corporation, 32% short float, $1.7 million market cap. ELPW pulling back a little bit here. There was a catalyst here on this name yesterday after the bell. They announced they've closed their $7.6 million public offering. So offering closing here for ELPW is going to be on watch. Now, this name might be familiar to you because it rallied last Friday. Last but not least here, FEED. There's no new catalyst in this. This is just last week's catalyst once again. But feed here with some volume. That's NV Medical, friend of the show, and again last week announcing their strategic partnership agreement with UDeliver. So again, FEED, ELPW, and BOXL. All former small cap runners, all on watch today. Make sure to like and subscribe. And back to you.
All right, we finally have, go feed, big one there. We finally have a big time winner now. So we just sat in our Google trade. Now let's let this thing mature up, man. Maybe we do have a good play here on Google, right? So we did have to keep on getting some out there. Now you're up to 337. So let's just do this again right now and see if we could take something out. Well, we can, obviously, on the high side. And we still have half of this trade on. So here goes Google. It's now $2 in the money. This is going to be a green day here today so far, despite we've only traded two names. And it was AMD, which was, honestly, this is going to haunt me for a minute. We were short there, that we made the money back, then we lost a little bit going long. Well, we didn't really lose anything, but we did go long there, and I think we were net down on this idea. But we did find the stronger name here. It's going to be Google. It's now $1.80 in the money. One more piece out at 337, just because this looks like the local top. And if it's not great, maybe we can blow a little higher, but let's take out okay, I'm offering 67s. Might have missed that top. Shoot, man. So again, in trying to hold things a little bit longer, and what the strategy I'm trying to implement is to wait for some key levels to break and then hold it and see if we can get going, because yesterday we had too many outs. So right now, let's see if we get a 337, just above 337 right now. If it breaks higher, then we'll take that fill, and then we'll be back into about 30% left of the position. But it does look like it is bouncing off 337 a little bit here. So we'll just try to play that momentum now and get one more piece out, and then we'll cancel the rest. Nope, okay, it's not breaking, so we'll do that. Then we'll cancel our 10s. We were at 10. We'll get some piece out now, and now we'll hold a third of this trade and see when moon, right? I mean, try to give it a little bit of work. right now on the long side. And interesting story about Eli Lilly. I'd hate for that to drop off of 337. It's not a bad out, man. If you got $2 in the money, have a look at it. Not great news there about Eli Lilly that Adara just dropped to us, but the stock isn't really reacting too much. Okay. They're holding the bid right now at 1070. Come on, man, we can get going. And it looks like AMD, Neil, was a good turnaround story down here at 207, but still pretty early days on that one. So again, we apologize. I know our
it went again.
Our board is out again. We are trying to fix all of that. I'll put it on a trade and maybe there it is. So now it shows back up there. Our position board. So now we're long Google right here.
Yeah, I'm only in ZSL. It's interesting that AMD, catching a bit, Intel caught a bit off the low at the same time, and the NASDAQ starting to go. So silver is headed down, just for everybody. Silver headed down to the low of the day. That means ZSL's to the high. Gonna be out half on the scalp to the high of the day, and then look for the gap fill. This is pretty similar to yesterday. It's actually, someone pointed out to me this is at the same price. It's close to, it's not the same price. Actually, it is the same price as yesterday, more or less, when it did the trend break. And that move played till 220 initially, and then eventually to 230. So that's the target range that I would look for on this trade. But what an unbelievable rally in PayPal. Thank goodness I am not in this thing to the short side. It's back to 42 almost. So I was short it. I have to zoom in so you can see. I was short in here. We got the 1-to-1, and then at a stop at the prior bar, it couldn't flush through 40. I was holding for the break of the low. It didn't happen, but you got to get out of Dodge. That's now trending up. Remember, it's day 2 SSR, so you can see that kind of a relief rally when the uptick rule is in effect, and it is SSR. So big time move to the upside for them. Netflix finally catching a bid, which reminded me that I didn't look at a certain something this morning like I should have. Up 1%. This is starting to make some sense for Netflix. Everyone now is pretty convinced that they're the ones winning this deal. Skydance is pretty much out of it. You just look at Warner Brothers and how that's trading, and that $30 higher bid, pretty much gone. The market's pricing in that Netflix is going to get it. It sold off initially when the other deal firmed up, and now we have a bit of a double bottom here, right around the $79.50 to $80 level on Netflix. Yeah, it just reminded me that I hadn't looked for a reversion trade in WBD, which I do every single day. That might be there. And I missed it. Hoodoo, right off the lows. That's just the trade level. Yesterday, this gave you a couple yesterday, there and there. I'll wait patiently. There might be another opportunity a little bit later on. So the market now starting to look a heck of a lot better. Here. What about Palantir? This was one that could not hit enter twice. Yeah, Palantir's starting to go too.
Here, let's
That's a good trend break on Palantir.
Yeah, right now we have $3 in. Yeah, I mean, I like Palantir for sure. We have $3 in on Google. We're going to let that one mature up into 3. Well, 330. Well, actually, I didn't even realize we're here already. I should put an offer near 338. That is where your 50-period moving average is, and we've done a good job so far holding on to a good portion of this trade. I have a lot of outs, but they're just they're not full lot outs. They're not like full board lot outs. So that's why I have more outs there. Eli Lilly. So today it's the health technology names that are really bouncing. But AbbVie had a report today, not received well, down 7% there for AbbVie. But everybody else right now cruising. This is why I'm in the IBB or XBI, but similarly the IBB. You know what's been hit is now starting to go back up. I'm a little bit worried about Berkshire. I don't know what the insurance business looks like these days, but 1.74% up for Berkshire. JP Morgan back to the green side of things now, as well as Bank of America. Not sure why Goldman's down today, but they are. So Goldman Sachs down there. Yeah, maybe there's a reason for that. Potential downgrades, maybe. I mean, I would think that, and this is maybe higher level thinking, which doesn't make sense if it's from me. Yes, Adara?
Not saying anything on Goldman.
Okay, so here's a little bit of a thought here about Goldman, and that would be that, hey, maybe there is something about these software companies potentially in private equity getting smoked yesterday and today on the software side. If Goldman has a bunch of underlying or potentially issued IPOs, they may not be coming through with these kind of negative tailwinds here, or I guess it would be a headwind, obviously.
Morgan was hit on that yesterday.
Yeah, so that would make sense. So Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs today getting to the downside on, again, a lot of PE firms. Their Blackstone got hit yesterday pretty bad as well, because a lot of these companies that they've invested in are expecting, to IPO. It's not the right environment right now, and a lot of the IPO names are big SaaS names, and a lot of private equity involved there as well. So down to 910 right there, and it was yesterday BK, right? BlackRock. BlackRock is BLK. Right there. So here it is. Big move down yesterday. These guys are in control of what was it? $2 trillion or something like that. And they had a big southbound day yesterday and a nice little recovery here today for BlackRock.
If you own it, they own it.
Yeah. Good. That's actually probably the right way to say that. All right. So Google falls all the way back in, man. And this is a good thing. We said we were holding a little less than a third, and that's what we were. We did take that out right there. We missed the out at 338 because we were getting a little greedy, but here it comes right again, man. Will we hold 335 again? We got to give these ones a little bit more room today, but it looks like we will give some back here, holding on to Google. Still a very, very positive day there for Google, but it looks like we are about to fall through the bottom here again. Yuck.
Well, the market does not want to keep going. And speaking of falling through the bottoms, silver just broke the low. So the low's right here on SLV. It was like 80 and 80-20 or so. There's a bottoming tail wick, but we're breaking the low, which does mean the inverse is breaking through the high. So next stop, 10s. That's this support level. Then this breakout level yesterday was 15s. And then that initial high was right around 25 where we closed. That's where the offers are. Oh, I said I'd be half out, which means one more fill. I said it'd be half out. We got there. So the trend, at least for now, trend break is working. I ended up exiting this. It took about 30 minutes or so before catching that top. So it could easily be the same thing in here. Ooh, I just saw in the chat DJK.
What's up, DJK?
And for everybody out there, not just yourself, if you're putting symbols into the chat, first of all, thank you for doing so. Thank you for being in the chat. Hit the subscribe if you're not, so that you can be and engage in the conversation. But don't forget to type the $ along with any symbol you put in. So someone just said Netflix. Here's what you can do. You can just go $FNFLX, and then you will probably at some point see Netflix drop down here somewhere. I see Microsoft. That was me. IGV. If you do that, then the top names come in. We'll talk about those during our rundown in the afternoon, and we'll be able to discuss the names that you guys are interested in. Like this MOBX, right up 28%, which I haven't looked at. So make sure you're doing that, everybody. Hop in the chat. The market is certainly volatile, and we want to make sure we're covering exactly what it is that you guys are interested in to the best of our abilities.
All right, we want to remind everybody that PDSB biotechnology under the NASDAQ PDSB is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. And more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. These guys are transforming the immune system and how it targets and fights cancer here with HPV-16. So make sure you do check them out at www.pdsbbiotech.com and thank them for their continued sponsorship of our program. We can thank AMD, thank some of these names today for downside push in the market, I would think. And here it comes right now. We will have to, unfortunately, flush out of that last position here on Google because it just made new lows again. Like, what an epic turnaround day for some of these high-flying names, man. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of bid in sight. It gets going a little bit. We scalp it out, and we had a really great runner there on Google, which was well traded, to be honest with you, but does fall off of the 50-period moving average and now looking at 335 again. I still feel comfortable going long this name. I like it, but today I don't think the long is necessarily the play that we need to be focused on solely. So, good short. I mean, the short of the day for me was this AMD there, and maybe we take it again if it breaks the low. Like this 206 is coming in like gangbusters now, down 15%. Can we get even lower here on AMD? I would think yes, but I don't really know what to base this on. Like NVIDIA, the whole cohort is tanking. So I would just say watch out. Do you want to trade NVIDIA or do you want to trade AMD?
Even SMCI just lost VWAP.
Okay, so
this is a strong stock. They beat top.
Who goes down $1?
They guided higher. They were up 17%, and now this is weak. So obviously, there's not like some of the strength we had is definitely abating here in the overall market. Let's go to Adara. It's 10:30 already, so we have a half an hour. So we throw you over to the midday, which is plenty of time for more action. But Adara, what do you have?
Yeah, I just want to talk here about CRCL. I am still listening to Scott Bessent testifying in front of this House Financial Services Committee, kind of run-of-the-mill type testimony. There's no specific topic. In general, they're talking about this FSOC, Financial Services Committee, but regardless, the reason I bring up CRCL here is because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was just asked about that stablecoin-related act here, and he basically said that he does believe that the act that we had passed last year is going to actually help with stablecoins. I mean, just in general here, circulation of stablecoins, but also allow for the government to actually be able to make some money off stablecoins. So again, the Genius Act and stablecoins being spoken about by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Just so you guys know, there's another congressional hearing right now here before the Senate Commerce Committee. It's on, as far as I understand, vehicle standards, but TSLA, Vice President of Vehicle Engineering, so Tesla's Vice President of Vehicle Engineering is at that hearing. I do not have the power to listen to both at once, so just so you guys know, that hearing's also going on. If there is anything of note, I'll keep you guys posted. But yeah, it looks like AV related because Tesla and Waymo executives both commenting there. Back to you.
All right.
The only genius act for Circle would be to be short that stock.
Yeah, that's Obi. Obi's got that short. So shout out to Obi.
Great pun, Neil. I just had to comment on the pun.
Neil, great pun. All right, right now we do have a flushing moment right now for NVIDIA. Your boys got it. We talked about it. There's the breakdown on NVIDIA. It's 40 cents in the money. It is another one. And there it goes, man. Nice short in for NVIDIA. And yeah, it's not cheering for the short. Trust me, man. I mean, I am an NVIDIA holder. That is for sure as this continues to come down. But hey, we're just trying to play momentum. We found one. We told you that we were looking at NVIDIA. So we got it. We're looking at it. And it's now a 40-cent winner to the downside. We're going to give this one about to 177. So, you know, the strategy here for me is always to do exactly that, is to try to cover when we're at about a 50% or 50% of our position when it's 1-to-1. So not a bad cover there. And then wait maybe for a little bit of a reload if we do get back up there to the upside, as we'll look to cover some NVIDIA down near some of these lows, because we just saw what happened with Google, man. And it's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then eventually womp downside. So we have to be very, very careful with what we're trying to do now. Just slowly getting out of half of this position right now at these levels for more than a 1-to-1 winner, and then we will regroup it. But hey, man, we're on it again, man. We've got some good ideas. We smoking today on some of these shorts. Doesn't mean it's going to necessarily last all day, but take the profit where the profit lies. And right now on these shorts, that's where it is. So we'll sit here, we'll wait. We are now officially out of half as we get that 20 fill. I'm still waiting for 176 flat, so hopefully we'll get that. And then that will put us in just about 45% left. And then we wait to see an epic tank right there. So you're long at ZSL, which is a short.
Well, it is a short. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, this is SLV. Since the breakdown, there was a little bit of a parabolic move here, which you're going to see on that candle. Next offer is going to be at 16. But this is now, all I'm going to tell you is this is what's been happening almost every single day, where at some point, like you have a trend break, like a downside trend break here. Obviously, it was way more volatile the other day, but there's a downward trend break in the open, and then there's the breakout. I drew this line poorly, but here, I could do it that way. And you can see downward trend in the morning. It breaks it here, and you break out. It did it yesterday in the afternoon. It did it yesterday in here at about 195. And then that's all we waited for. Like for myself, it's been like 6 days in a row. One single trend break on silver or ZSL has been good enough. And the next out, my last out is going to be up here at the 225 mark. So overall, you can just be patient waiting for it. That being said, patience plays in both ways. Like when you wait for a setup, like when we broke VWAP on IBIT, I was waiting for the 42.8 level. Come back in where we're short earlier. That just never happened. It pressed, didn't quite get there, and now you're headed right back into the low of the day. So, you know, you wait for one opportunity and one entry point. That's what I want the trades to look like. One of the things I was looking back, and when I review, when I'm looking at the strategy, looking at the trades, is it sort of obvious if I didn't know what my plan was, could I look at the executions and be like, okay, that makes sense? If I even didn't know what my own plan was. And I think I find when that's not true, it's usually not a good trade.
Oh boy.
But that's how you're able to find these ones out in the wild. So you just got to be patient with it. Like you wait for a half an hour to get one entry point, and then within 20 minutes, the stock is gone 15%.
No, same. I mean, good talk there because it's exactly what's happened to me right now. Now, all of a sudden, P&L number one, is now Google for me, and we just put it on 5 minutes ago, and it's now $1 in the money, and it's going down. And the reason why it's P&L one is because we don't have the hit yet on this name, but it is coming right back in. I think this might be time to cover just a little bit more. I said we'd be a little more frugal on the covers, but honestly, man, I mean, I was not expecting this kind of a quick movement here on the NASDAQ, on the NVIDIA into these lows. So let's cover just a little bit. We are at support area right now, number one. Here on the pivot points for NVIDIA. So, you know, maybe a little bounce action happening. We now have only a third left of this trade, but okay, what? Okay, well, that was a nice little bounce. All right, let's get another piece out here at 15s. And then now just let it go. You know, I think we could stop out if we do eventually take the 50-period moving average because now we only have that third left. So I think we've done really well on this trade so far. So 177.50 or so for a stop out. So we'll put that in right now. Let's go 177.60. I know we'll be giving some back, you know, by holding this another $1 back to the upside against us. But I think for me, it's worth it right now. And potential, let's reload it a little bit here. Whoa. Okay, this is what I'm saying. There are some violent moves, Neil, in the market. So we'll take a little bit more here at 177. But we're not. I just said, remember, like this is the one stock that we don't have that loser on board.
You know why I said what was that? Yeah. I have 4 level 2s up. Every one of my level 2s
elevated
jumped at the exact same moment.
Yep.
Like you see it visually out of the corner of your eye. Like everything just lifted. Whether it was for a split second, whether it was Intel, whether it was IBIT, whether it was ZSL, whether it was. It doesn't really matter, but I'm putting a trailing stop on this. One of my rules is trend in, trend out, trend break in. Once it's setting up a trend line on the same time frame, if I lose that trend line, I can forget about the target up here for the last out at 24s. I'm just going to be out if we break this trend line, which is a moving target. We've got sector watch. Let's have a look at some things that we haven't seen. How's energy doing? I don't know. Let's find out with Adara.
Probably not great.
In addition to Sector Watch, we have Trump Truth Social Watch because he just posted about China, so I do think we need to discuss this. He said that he just completed a, quote, excellent phone conversation with President Xi of China, calling it a, quote, long and thorough call. Apparently they discussed trade, military, the April trip he's going to be making to China, which he says he's looking forward to, Taiwan, the war with Russia and Ukraine, the situation in Iran, oil and gas purchased here by China, the consideration of China with agricultural products. So it sounds like they spoke about a wide variety of subjects here. But again, maybe the ones to watch here include trade, oil and gas, and just these geopolitical tensions. Either way here, he's talking about airplane engine deliveries. All the subjects were positive. He has a good relationship with Xi. So Trump talking about this Xi call, maybe keep an eye on some of these Chinese ADRs. But either way, I do think it's worth noting that they did have this conversation. Let's talk here about the sector board, because once again, tech is not really helping the overall market. We have another day where the market is red, but you wouldn't necessarily guess it by looking at these sector boards, because finance, consumer non-durables, consumer services, energy, minerals, utilities for the most part, process industries, communications, they're all to the upside. Now, there are some moments of weakness within all these sectors. Utilities has CEG and Vista dragging it down. So these nuclear or AI data center related plays struggling in this sector. Producer manufacturing has LRCX, AMAT, and GEV dragging it lower. And then you've got AbbVie on earnings here within health tech, as well as BSX, Boston Scientific. But other than that, guys, there is a lot of weakness specifically with these tech names. Apple trying to hold up here in electronic tech, but everything else in the sector to the downside for the most part. There was worth noting Qualcomm up nearly 3% ahead of its earnings report. Tech services also weak. Palantir trying to go right here, down, well, not trying, it's already down here 10%. AppLovin, another really weak day. We're back below $400 for APP, though again, we do have some standouts to the upside, Netflix and Microsoft among them. So tech really dragging down the rest of this market. But other than that, not too bad of a look, guys. Back to you.
I just knows how bad it is for GE Vernova.
Is it?
It was at $800.
That's okay.
Okay, look, okay, fine. I'm overstating the fact for effect. It's only down 4%, and it was more that it rejected 800 so cleanly up at the highs. Super high-flying stock, though. Energy names have been doing pretty good.
AMD finally bouncing.
Yeah, it's just the market. Here's what's happening on the NASDAQ, everybody. Like, look at this whipsaw action. It was very clean like that second 15-minute candle, and then we had a like whippy action again going into VWAP, and then we're gonna put in a crazy, in 3 minutes, we're putting in a crazy candle here, which if it ends up green, like that'd be a heck of a bottoming tail testing the low. So there's a key 15-minute candle because it would look somewhat bullish if we close above 252.5. But that's what I'm watching because I want to get this Intel short finally. Because if we close under, then I'm shorting Intel. It's the only thing on the 4 stocks I'm watching that I haven't traded. We got our silver trade, we traded PayPal, traded iBit, did not trade Intel, and I want to get this off VWAP. But I want the confirmation the market's not going to run our faces over on this 15-minute candle. So far, so good, but it has been, the volatility has been huge this morning. No questions asked. Been whipping you around, but if you're patient, pretty clean so far.
Yeah, we had a couple good reloads right there, and we gave you the trade on NVIDIA, like literally saying 176.50 as our stop, and that's pretty much like what it went down or up to right there. We were just able to put some more on at the 50-period moving average, and yeah, like I am scalping out, right? I know I said that yesterday, especially yesterday, that we were going to be looking for the ability to try to hold on a little bit longer to some of these plays, but honestly, man, like, there's really no point in doing that as this market is way too whippy. It's just back and forth. If you don't take profits, especially if you are long on this market, you haven't really received much benefit from that trade yet. So we're going to wait to see if the short now prints a little bit here on NVIDIA. But yeah, see, like if I don't scalp that out there in the 70s and 80s, then we're holding on again. Yeah, man, you want to get that hot dog cannon out? Let's do it. I don't know what position you guys are in right now. I'm just battling with, where is that hot dog cannon? There it is. I'm just kind of battling with flattish. Oh, I mean, I'm up on the day, but it's not a huge day. And I'm okay with that. Not every day needs to be like these epic days, right? I mean, you literally take what the market gives you. And sometimes, you know, like if NVIDIA absolutely tanks right here, my next bid is at 50, and then we're talking lower than that, down in the teens, right? So if this wants to get to the downside, then we could wind up having, you know, a pretty epically big day. But if it just hangs out here and slaps me out there, then we'll say, okay, good thing we were able to scalp it out. And, you know, so this is what that whole trader dilemma is. You never have, although we have an 8-ball here, we don't have that crystal ball that will be able to tell us exactly.
Use the 8-ball very much.
Yeah, we don't really use the 8-ball anymore. I'm going to bid out again here at 88 and just take that fill like we just did there because I don't know what to do. So other than sit here, hold the position. I like the short now as the NASDAQ is hovering around the 50-period moving average. So let's just see if it works. We now have our stop in. It's going to trigger me out at 177.60s. And if that hits, man. We can just let this now really base out. We only have 25% left of this reloaded position. So now let's see if we can get back into 176.50 where we have our next bid, and then hopefully into 176, and we'll see where this day goes. Adair did a great job there running through some of the names, but I did not realize that Palantir was down basically another 10% today. Yucky, man, on this name. I don't know where this name's eventually going to get going or what that means, but it is a downside push right now for Palantir, and it's an ugly one. So yeah, we're going to try to support the stock around 140, but I'm not going to stand in front of it. You may want to, but
when in doubt, zoom out.
Yeah. When in doubt, zoom out. I haven't even done that for Palantir. I don't know if any of these levels matter right now, but
there's nothing on a daily chart on any stock for dip buys that I think you're looking at. I think you're on almost across the board. If I'm thinking about buying a stock this quarter, I'm looking at a weekly or monthly chart, and if I don't like it there, then I don't like it at all, and I'm kind of sticking with that. Because this is the kind of market we're sitting in. Like you cannot sustain, we're not sustaining any bids. Even when we were just looking like, remember on the NASDAQ, I was just telling you guys, oh, but this candle could be an epic reversal. Well, what happened? That 15-minute candle closed on the NASDAQ red, so I shorted Intel basically on that same break with the stop at 48.5. I actually tried to add at 42. I did not get to fill at 42, and now we're headed right back into low. It's just so much easier finding the trend short than anything else. And that's what happens when the market's in, it's not any kind of correction. We're so close enough to the highs, I can't really call it that. But this earnings season has been, it's been bearish. That's the only way to say it. Let's go to Adair.
We're here, guys. We do have a statement from President Xi of China saying that he does believe that there is a good relationship between China and the U.S. He said he, quote, attaches great importance to the China-U.S. relations, also saying that he's willing to do more good and big things for these relationships. So again, China's President Xi commenting here, this is reported by Chinese state media, on his call with President Trump, which Trump himself posted about a couple minutes ago, as I mentioned. I also want to talk here about ONDS, which I have on my screen. JCap with a short report on this company, calling it a drone company that primarily derives revenue growth based on high-price, money-losing acquisitions. Back to you.
That's hilarious. I actually saved a thread because I wanted to read up on ONDS, and some dude a day or two ago posted like the longest thread I've seen on X. And it was like, oh, this is my case.
ONDS?
Yeah, this is my case for ONDS. I was like, oh, this could be some good trade reading for me.
Yeah.
And I have it saved, and I haven't read it yet. And now there's a short seller report, apparently. So I don't have a strong opinion.
Maybe that person read that.
Maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
Yeah, who knows?
But
what is XLE doing? We did have that update there on energy as we went back over to the board.
I still like CVX.
And I bought more at XLE this morning, actually. And let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I thought that this was like a pretty epic break here. We saw the break in commodities upside there in silver and gold and copper and all of that. And if you're looking at right now here, a monthly chart or so for XLE, you're trying to break through right now, breaking through that $50 mark. So we'll see if XLE and oil still goes to the upside. I'm pretty light on my XOM and Chevron and all that kind of stuff. So mid-cap ETF, MDY. Okay, we can look at that one as well. I'm assuming that all the mid-cap names are getting absolutely shedded right now. But right here, $1 now. Yes, man. So actually, after all this turbulence, if I were to exit right now, it's 10:49, but we'd be at our daily goal, just one-time goal, Brandy. But it was a violent way to get here. Oh, this guy's liking Magna right here. So looking at the auto parts space there. Okay, we'll check out Magna. I think it's MG. Is that what I'm talking about?
Toronto, it's MG.
Oh, and okay, it's MGA then, I believe.
Oh, New York,
yeah, I knew it was one or the other. All right, Randy's saying take a look at some of the auto part business here. I mean, it is bumping today, but of course, with tariffs going to be talked about there for Magna. But yeah, good move up 4%. Maybe it was on earnings today. I'm not sure, but MGA. Or MG in Toronto, it's Magna, Adara.
The volume isn't that high, though.
Yeah, so it's probably not an earnings day because it's volume, but it's up 4%, maybe upgraded.
Yeah, no earnings. I'm not really seeing anything on it from today. Let me go back here. I think I saw something on it from January. Let's make this clear. Magna International, most recent analyst note was January last Friday.
I should message my wife to trim some of this.
So nice
My wife owns some of this stock. Look at this top on Magna. On the daily chart, that might be worth ringing the old register on. I don't own shares of this. My wife owns shares of this. I don't know.
Joe, you mic'd up or?
But I think that's worth it. By the way, that was a very, very quick press back into the low. So save my trend line. We got the short on trend right into the low of the day. So quick scalp from 35 down into 80. So we got the 50 pennies. We'll look for the reload. And ZSL just continues to hold. So it didn't break this. It did not actually break underneath this trend line. It's trying to, but it hasn't closed underneath. So I'm still in it with my trail underneath the 206 level and wanting that high of the day. So far, so good. It's been a good start to the day. Are we getting Joe?
Yeah, so we have like a lunchtime. We have so it's going to be what's for lunch, but we have a pre-lunchtime story. So it's story time with Joe. Joe, what do you want to tell us about Magna here?
All right, so obviously you guys would know that the Stronix, Frank, I think, is the grandfather who started Magna. Anyways, a bunch of my buddies used to play rugby with the grandson, and we got invited to this party, and we got to go on to the Magna complex. And all I can say, it is probably one of the biggest housing complexes I've ever seen. And Frank, the grandson, was in I think we were just teenagers at the time, had his own lake, his own pool, his own kitchen house and everything. And the party that this kid threw was like literally like, what's that movie, X? Or Party X or whatever it is. It was probably the most insane thing I've ever been a part of. And the money that they just threw around was absolutely insane. So yeah, it was on the Stronix and the Magna complex, and yeah, that is no small potatoes there, guys, for sure.
All right, right to it.
I'll be brief here. I just want to mention this US dollar on the daily chart looks like it might want to break out after that drop we had last week again on, amongst other things, some concerns that the U.S. could potentially be trying to work with the Bank of Japan there for some yen intervention. That, of course, was denied mid last week. Then we started to get a bit of a rally here in the DXY. As of right now, though, as I mentioned, looks like we're going to be breaking out, not just breaking out past that prior level of support. going back to the end of last year. That's going to be that 97.7 area. So let's see if we do get that breakout pattern forming on the DXY, just as we would see it on your run-of-the-mill equity chart. So interesting look there. Quick technical analysis now. In terms of DXY, things on watch here, we did get some economic data coming through, ISM services PMI as well as S&P composite and services PMI, all of those prints coming out slightly above expectations, nothing really market moving there. Now it is worth noting, things could get interesting on Friday. We have the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print for sure coming through on Friday, but what we might also have coming through on Friday is NFP unemployment and the participation rate. Now why I say maybe is because when the government shutdown, the partial government shutdown was briefly happening on Monday and Tuesday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics canceled that release. They said they will not be releasing NFP. Now, it's unclear that now that that shutdown has ended, if we're still going to get that release or not. I haven't heard anything yet, so I'll keep you posted. But get ready for some big economic data on Friday and potentially even bigger data. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Miss Adair. I wanted to just quickly go. We're gonna figure out what's for lunch. Yesterday was okay. That beef stir fry thing was okay. I thought
it was the noodles that were a problem.
Oh, the noodles. Yeah, there was the hard noodles. Yeah, you had to sort of.
Come on,
yeah, those Cantonese like sort of hard noodles, and that was not great. I just want to say, like, just on here on Nvidia, we got some covers down there at 176. We're pretty proud of that, but we just got a 176.50 as well. Just now, this 200 period, which is continuously sloping down. This 50 period, that's going to be my out. So now we can change this to 177. Let's go 26 is, okay? I know it's basically it is at 177. I just want to give it a little bit of love because if we do zoom in a little bit there, we did break above, which got me in the first. Well, actually, you know what? It didn't break above at that time, actually, because remember, this line adjusts, so it actually starts to trend a little bit lower. All right, let's go to let's go to 177 then 11s. I don't like to give it, that's NVIDIA. Let's go to 177.16s. I don't really want to give it too much room past the 50 period moving average. So let's just do that. Maybe we can go a little bit more short if it does come up to 176.90 or so. And then we'll just give it 20 cents off of that. So a nice little downside play, but let's go figure out what's for lunch. All right, Joe, wagwan over there, because today's flag is a Jamaican flag.
There can only be one thing that it is.
Neil, you nailed it already, man.
I mean, obviously, you know we're gonna have jerk chicken.
You know we're gonna have jerk chicken.
Of course it's jerk chicken.
So today is jerk, the jerk chicken hasn't been very spicy, needless to say, but it's appeasing the masses, right?
It's not spicy.
It's not even, I wouldn't even classify it as jerk chicken, but okay.
It's like a 1.5 on the spice level, in my opinion.
Yeah, out of a 10.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe 1.8. Jerk chicken, braised vegetables. Oh.
Where's the rice and
ooh. A nice side that we don't have too often. Ooh. Okay.
Finally.
Neil, get excited.
I said this last time. Why are we not getting any mac and cheese?
Okay, you buried the lead. Wow. Baked 3-cheese macaroni there. Let's see, man. This is, ooh, with a corn salad. That is what's for lunch. So jerk chicken, and here you go. We already talked about this. Where you're supposed to be cooking jerk chicken like a little steel drum there, which is not that, but there you go. We'll see if we have a nice experience today with some jerk chicken.
It can't be bad. There's no chance.
I'm taking another piece out here on I'm taking another piece on NVIDIA. No, it's never been bad.
No,
the only problem.
It's not spicy. That's all.
It's not spicy. It's pretty tasty. It's not spicy, but at the end of the day, the chicken just needs to be cooked properly. There's been some situations. Let's see if that can happen today.
I'm with you
on a good chicken, because you open it up and it's not cooked properly. It's a turnoff, obviously, immediately on that one. So, okay, guys, yeah, thank you for joining us today. It's 4 more minutes left until we go to the midday show. I want to thank Fabian and Andre and all our crew today, just for all the hard work they did, because I knew
obviously we had the issues.
Yeah, we did have some issues, and more importantly, thank everybody that's watching, because without your patience, you wouldn't have stuck around and been able to see me put on $1.50 worth of a winner right here. Neil short or long ZSL, short silver. Yeah. See, that's why I don't trade that, because it's too confusing to me. Yeah, good day so far.
Yes, sir. And Nick Dubs with a super chat about Airbnb. I use more Verbo now. We keep not using Airbnb when we come to Florida every year. Could you give me your thoughts on Airbnb long-term on a weekly, monthly time frame? So I have the monthly chart up. I think you could use either. So go back to 2023. This stock, basically, you buy it at 115 bucks. You hope you get more than 140, and that's about it. I don't know. I know why I have this level written in here, or like I had these on my chart for a while, like the 106 to 1. I have 113, but it's about 115 support because I think that's the buy zone. I don't know why I put this in on this chart, and it's been here for. I probably had this 155, 156 line in the chart for a long time. I just don't remember why I put it there. But the support zone, that's what you wait for. Like lots of stocks do things like this. And if you see a chart which is in this type of a range, like you're just, like you wait. Like I don't see any reason to ever buy a stock that's doing this until it gets down and starts bouncing off your support level, which right now is about 115 bucks. So that's only $9 away. It's still within throwing distance or spitting distance, I guess is the term that people use. So I don't love Airbnb. It's not like I'm sitting there buying the stock despite having that. Those lines were already on my chart. Probably when last time we analyzed it and I just saved them and we're going back to it. But the travel names in general have actually been pretty good if you look at some of the cruise lines and the airlines. So it's interesting to see some weakness relatively, which means you should be even more patient when it comes down to it. There was another threat to break the trend. If it does, if I end up getting out of, silver's trending down, if I end up getting out of ZLS, if we come back up to test VWAP both, I think that's where you wait for the reload at the volume weighted average price. So once it's holding VWAP on the trend, I think you want to go back to that for sure. And the last thing, I want to go back over to IBIT.
Oh boy.
If we get into VWAP on IBIT, I'm going to jump into that one. A couple of times off VWAP, we want to try to grab it. So a third time, if we get there on a bounce, we'll re-engineer the short into Bitcoin. And Mark Perk, did you sell bull in your private account? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's at what,
because
$6?
It's bearish.
What is that?
I sold this thing when it lost $10. To me, it was gimmicky off the $10 level. Anytime you're a SPAC,
Holy.
the daily chart's not going to be good enough here, I don't think.
What is this market doing?
Yeah, the $10 level, there you go. $10 level was good. The first time, the $10 level was not good. I rebought it somewhere in there in October. And when we lost $10, I jumped out of it. I have not been back ever since. And look at Webull. Now the $10 is actually the resistance, and you're just sort of shorted. Zero reason, in my opinion, to be back into this stock.
I thought this China stuff might have been okay for NVIDIA there, some of that nice talky back and forth, but no. So right now we are $1.70 right here on NVIDIA. So yeah, great trading on silver, great trading on the shorts, on all the tech names there today. I'm going to go to the gym and then think about being short at 215 here on AMD and getting stopped out of it. So yeah, that was a fun time. But yeah, again, play the momentum. The midday, I just heard Sharif threw up all over himself when he heard about Nphase there, up 32%. So I think they're going to be looking at that as the one name, Sharif. It seems like he's still blasting to the high side there, Nphase. So a good little look. I'm excited to see what the midday guys want to talk to you guys about. So good show here, Neil. It's been, oh yeah, and today, good, thank you. No, thank you. Today we have the first ever Luis Barbado midday. I don't know, do you know the time on that? 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Luis, you see him, he was here yesterday. I have no idea what the days are anymore. We're now $2 in the money on NVIDIA, but yesterday. So join Sharif and Joe on the, that's his name. Sharif and, I almost said Brendan. I'm like, what am I going to say Brendan for? But join Sharif and Joe on the midday with Luis at 1 p.m. But until then, thanks for everything. It's been a good one. Thanks to Raheem today.
Yes.
And thank you to everybody else for showing up. We're back at 2 p.m. Ciao till then.
Peace.
What I'm gonna do?
I know what I'm doing. Boom! Yes. Yoikeresh.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Arsenal in the finals, wiping the floor with Chelsea, dismissed. London is red, baby. What's up? Let's say hello to everybody, baby.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
Aw. Shout out to Mike PD Ryder. We got Andrew Chow. We got Jody. What's going on? Jody used items. She's selling stuff. That's
She must be, man. Let's send the link.
Get it, Joey. Joey gets distracted. I love that. DJ 2AM, MF Dangerous. We got the OG Gorev, Wyatt, Brown Lighting, Jacques, Hinsey. We got Wyatt, Super No-No, Max Bet, Craig, Money Van Hooth, Tony, Zeta, shout out to Scott H, baby, get her done, he says. Minnesota Trader, oh. Dabba Dabba Do, we got Oslam, we got RJ Trades. Who else, man? If you're new, throw your name in the chat. One Gold Tooth Diz. We got Ma XD86. We got Slow Motion for me. Slow Motion for me. Notorious Dingleberg, Kobe, the freaking kid, Darskin Curvin, I can't even read that. Miami Dragon, shout out to Ronaldo, JL22, Christmas, Callum, Mitchell, Miller, Buffalo Soldier, and Bastone. Shout out to Cindy B, 1938. Who else, man? Palm, I can't read that one. QB's Mo, easy for me, not for you. Dunking on people just by his username. Shout out to King Jesus. We got Winnie the Pooh Guru. Stone broke since yesterday. Mr. Pink, one more, Joey.
One more.
We got Kektron 8. Shout out to everybody, and good morning to you, brother.
Hicktron, hey, John Tantrum, why do you got to put that in the chat, man? We're obviously playing. All right, guys, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. You see the position board already. We've been sitting in this for quite some time here now. A lot going on this morning, and I'm going to be frank, I haven't even been paying attention too much.
Joey.
Yeah, I'm cutting it right now, Shreve. I'll tell you one thing. I haven't really been paying attention to the tech trade, NVDA, AMD, and stuff like that. I think we can find some other solid opportunities here, and that's kind of what we're doing. So we were trading Nphase. This is our top list right now, guys. Got Uber. Sean and I were looking at this morning. You get that dump into $70, and then you rip right back up to $80, and then you give back the majority of that as soon as the bell rings. But as for the TQQs, guys, this is what we have on the radar here this morning. We're going to start from the top and head to the bottom. So TQQs, SMCI, SLV, EMPH, Nphase there, guys. Uber. And that's what we have. But let's get into our trades and see what we got going on today. We're going to kick things off with Nphase. Yes, up 36%. We get in around $51 right there. And then we get a nice break of the high of the day. That was the game plan. We do take some off right at that peak around 52.64.
NVIDIA?
And then sure enough, yeah, it's probably tanking. I don't want to look at it right now, but we will momentarily. So there it is, 50. There's a lot of things I don't want to work with. People knew that I was just dodging people asking me about Bitcoin. I'm like, not right now. I don't want to take a little peep at the account, but that's all right. We'll go through things. Nphase working really well for us here, guys, as we take some off and then trailing stop to the downside, and it would have stopped us out break even. So we lock in a little bit more. So EMPH working out pretty good for us here, and then we have SF. Assassino, don't forget, we'll tell the people, we're doing it live right now as we talk about silver. Let's get this data edit so that people can see a little bit clearly now that the rain is gone. It's still raining here, Sharif, but we take an attempt to the long side here in SLV. It is still positive here this morning. We go long, and then we are fortunate enough to get a move up into $82, a little bit less than that, and it came against me, and I just cut it break even, and I'm like, you know what, I don't really love the long. I was thinking short on a potential gap fill. I like what Neil was thinking, so we kind of had similar game plans on that one. So I just let it phase out, and then it was just essentially a neckline break, right? So you hold that 82 mark, you form that double top, and then sure enough, here's the neckline. We play the crack of it, and we're fortunate enough to get that move to the downside. So one break even, one win, and then one win on silver. So we'll go 2-0-1. The one being that tie, essentially a break even there. So not too bad of a start to today's session, guys.
Sounds good, my man. We're hoping you print up multiple storms, of course, as always. All right. Box L suffering from many different afflictions, one of which is an unbroken chain of lower highs ever since. Please don't do this to me today, charts, please. Oh, jeez. I'm asking nicely, says the Katina man. 10:20 a.m., topping tail candle into 237. It's a symphony of lower highs. Alas, we are at a critical area. I perceive $2 to be an important area, not least of which because it was a pre-market top that we couldn't shake, but it is the psychological area of support at times, the whole dollar level. So we're giving this the old college try, already wetting beak here on some profits, but we are very clearly not above this downtrend line at the moment. Box L up 58.9. EGHT, I'm just going to call this 8, okay? Big breakout. Okay, the charts are acting funny, so you guys are just going to have to be patient with me a little bit over here. I'm trying to be patient with the charts. You guys are going to have to be patient with me. EGHT, big breakout on volume in the aftermarket yesterday, probably an earnings play. I don't care. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I like the breakout above 2 1/3. Very clear area of resistance in the implied balance high. There was a triple top there of sorts. Yeah, right around 233. And then moreover, we were basically right around that area as a level of resistance in the aftermarket yesterday. We wicked above there. We didn't close above 2 1/3 in that aftermarket pump. This morning, we used 2 1/3, excuse me, again as a level of resistance. So first and foremost, I'm looking at that 10 EMA on the 5. That's 242 at the moment on EGHT. That doesn't hold. I'm looking for a buy zone. 235 to 230. Reason being, volume weighted average price 230. I perceive the breakout level to be 235. Here it is. It's losing the 10 EMA. It's at 39. It probably behooves me to get ready with an order over here on this monster. EGHT is the ticker on the NQ. What we're going to do is we're going to get in here. We're at 37s, and then we're going to DCA into 230. It's going to be a planned DCA, so let's go ahead and throw out those orders now. I'm going to pick them up. So I got 38, so let's go ahead and wait at 35, and then I'll also wait at 32. Okay, just right around that area. Here comes that 35 order, not quite there yet. So we're packing the patience here on EGHT, looking for a move up. Now, there's more. I want to talk about Nphase. I will get to Nphase. I likely will, if their pickings are going to continue to be slim like they are right now, we're going to weasel into Nphase, look for it, to trade it, I should say, excuse me, as a small cap gapper. Obviously, it's not. But the point is, we're going to try to treat it like one because it's up 37% on the day, like a psycho. So that's a good look there. And then last but not least, I want to bring this one in. It's very, very kind of sparsely traded, I want to say, relative to its counterparts over here, with about 9 million shares traded right now at around... what's the price? $3.70. But here it is, baby, into freaking highs. RKLZ. Sorry, guys. The charts, yeah. The charts have just been acting crazy lately. There we go. Into the day high. This has been very directional. However, the volume profile and the price action are diverging. Lower highs on the volume bars, higher lows and higher highs on the price action. That usually means a bit of a mean reversion trade, maybe down into 3.5. We'll have to wait and see. But RKLZ, for my American friends, I usually say Z, but we're going to be looking for this one as well. Feed is bleeding its own blood. It was up nicely this morning, but clearly breaking down in about like 10 pennies off the high. And then you'll see SMCX there. Obviously, that's an SMCI leveraged ETF. I'm not going to trade it quite yet because this one, much like BOXL, is continuing to put in lower lows. Well, I shouldn't say lower lows, lower highs. It's basically an unbroken lower high trend at the moment. Just give me a second here for the charts to load. It's really bad, the last few days. Yeah. I don't really know what the hell is going on. We're going to switch to e-signal here because this is absolute hot garbage. In any event, so that's what we're looking at right now, Joey. SMCX. Yes, sir. We're going to look to trade that possibly as a small cap gapper-ish style trade.
I appreciate that, John. Yeah, easy for me, not for you. Oh, okay, yeah. Sharif mentioned you earlier today.
I like that name,
we like that one. Let's go through a couple of these chats here. Like, obviously, engaging with you guys and having good conversation. So, I mean, MSTR based its earnings off of Bitcoin hitting, I believe it was like 150K or $250,000. That's not going to be the case. I'm not going to say this year, but for that report and obviously the quarter. So this name, surprisingly, so you never know how the market's going to react, but I think it's going to continue to bleed here because it just didn't hit any of those targets. And to have that type of projection, I think is it's insane. But yeah, John, it's good, man. Slow and steady. That's the name of the race, right? So we'll continuously heal here, starting to hobble around the house a bit with. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to incriminate myself because my grandma might be listening and she. Yeah. So anyways, slow and steady here, guys. Damn, Monster Short Joe says sports clips. Yeah, it's working out with us so far. I mean, I only have 5% left of this position. We'll just take it out if we run into that $77 mark. But yeah, that's what I was thinking short here in the TQQs. But let's run through a couple of names from a daily. And I mean, this is what we're talking about. We've seen the same pattern on multiple names. And I think that's just going to be the narrative, right? Like the first one to crack, obviously I'm a major holder in Robinhood. It broke through that support level that we were talking about. You snap that neckline and sure enough, you're starting to bleed here. this is like 7-8 days in a row to the downside. So you give up the majority of the returns there, 404%, and then sure enough, you're only up 150. Oh, only up 150% from those April lows. Boo-hoo, right? And it's the same thing with SoFi. SoFi breaking that neckline. You know where I'm leading next? That's going to be Palantir. Palantir, it's only a matter of time until it starts to really head lower. Maybe 125 might be one of those marks where you find a bounce or anything. But yeah, support levels starting to be broken. And then next up is AMD, right? So there's just identical patterns across the board. Once this $200 mark breaks on AMD, we might see a little bit lower here. And then same thing with NVDA. It's unfortunate. This thing is not looking good whatsoever. But Gaurav and I were talking in the chat, and it's like, man, this is just the nature of the beast. Things aren't looking good right now. We've had this multi-month consolidation here in NVDA. You break down, you grab the liquidity, and the next thing you know, 5 to 6 months from now, things aren't looking so bad, and people are a little bit more optimistic. So yeah, I think that's just the narrative, guys. Hold on tight. If you have some ability to lock in some profits and get some things at some better prices, I think that's going to be the narrative. If you head over to some staples like Walmart, right? If you're looking for a flight to safety, maybe it's the staples that are slightly in play here as well too, Sharif. Just the tech trade really starting to cool off, and that's just how it is, man. It's either going to lead or it's going to drag the whole market down, and we're unfortunately in the latter half of that occasion. So we'll take a look at my friend CrowdStrike.
What's he up to?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a little bit of a bounce there in CRWD.
Have you seen Pan Dub?
Is it going?
Not in a good way, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's going
not in a good way.
But man, it's just the same thing.
It's breaking structure big time.
It's the same thing,
I think it's getting disrupted by that whole software counter trade that we've been talking about, AI disrupting, and this is kind of part and parcel with that, man.
Absolutely, man. And I think, but see, the thing is, the way that I'm looking at it, Sharif, is that it's short-term noise. Right, it's short-term noise. Like eventually, like the fundamentals are still there. They're good earnings reports. We're not going to deny that.
They're good.
Right? It's just short-term noise. You have the profit taking, and we're going to pull this up as well too. So you got your boy, sitting in third there from 8th to 3rd, and then we got Sean jumping a couple spots right there. But Obi, 29%. This guy's going to be a tough one to catch. But you know who it is? Your boy going from 8th to 3rd. Once again, we're over here, Sharif. So I mean, yeah, man. We're having a good time on that one. A nice little bounce, 1.3%. Adara sitting in that second place. But if it wasn't for Walmart and my boy JPM really starting to recover, yeah, I mean, we can rock and roll, but we're sitting in that 3rd place spot right now.
You know who might be calling very soon?
Who's that?
Not her.
Oh.
We should have another one called Margin.
Margin. The Margin boys.
You might be getting the call. Yeah, the Margin boys are going to be calling. They want their money.
Who are they calling?
They're going to be calling some people who are leveraged.
Oh, my boy. I don't if they haven't already, like right? Bitcoin people, the Bitcoin community has just been getting slack since like November. Ever since that mass liquidation date, it's just been like absolute a beating to the pulp. It's like, hey, they're tapping out. The ref is stopping everything, and they're still pounding the table. They're still beating the crypto space down. Speaking of the devil, man, I haven't even looked at it today. Poor old Bitcoin. I mean, there you go, down to 73,000. Yeah, we're gonna crack this support level. We're right at the IBIT IPO there. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we head into the 50s at this point. I'm not even gonna say poor old Michael Saylor, man. He's got all his eggs in one basket. That's up to him. It's still my largest holding, and it's unfortunate what's going on. But I'm sure enough, it might rebound, right? It doesn't look good right now, but I think if you just kind of a couple years out, 2028, leading into the halving cycle, you never know what's going to happen.
There's an Arsenal player called Gabriel Jesus. So you know Gyökeres goes like this. Gabriel Jesus goes like this.
But who's he calling?
Well, here's the thing. So when he moved from Brazil, yes, Assassino exactly knows who he is. When he moved from the team in Brazil, he got bought by City. You know, Manchester City, obviously. He was dating a girl. She would never, well, he was in love with a girl, but she wouldn't return any of his calls until he got bought by City, and then he became big, and then all of a sudden she was calling him. So this was his thing the entire time. I love that, man.
What's that one soccer player's name who put all his assets under his mom?
Oh, Ashraf Hakimi.
Yeah,
the Moroccan guy.
Shout out to Ashraf Hakimi.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, notorious Dingleberg. Arsenal absolutely owns Chelsea. Y'all got dismissed yesterday. We'll see who wins today. It's City versus Newcastle in the second leg of the semifinal for the League Cup. We're going to be be watching that. We're gonna have to go to the gym a little bit later. It is 2-0 City on aggregate, so we're gonna see if Newcastle can win away because they got whooped by City 2-0 at home. So it's gonna be a good one today. We'll find out who Arsenal faces in the semifinal. But you know who I'm facing right now, Joey Options?
Who you facing?
8. EGHT. We got it long at 32. We just wet the beak there at 46. We're doing it live. We're looking for the next print here at 48, and then we're moving for the 50. So this one's still suffering from that same affliction of lower highs, despite the fact it was a clean chef's kiss bounce off the volume weighted average price, still south of 50 pennies, still south of the 257 high a day. So we're going to keep close tabs on this one. But you know what I'm going to get into now? I'm going to take your trade right there, but I'm going to take it from this side. We're going to go ZSL long, baby. Load. There we go. We're taking it long because it held up the 10 EMA on the 5. There it is. A clean hold, I think, at 211. We don't get a good price, 214. Let's go ahead and set up some beak wetters for the possible high day break. ZSL looks quite good. It's a 220 high. Pulls back into the 10 EMA where it had found support before. Last beak wetter there goes above the day high at 221, high day 220. So that's what I'm keeping my eye.
Sorry, but we must be getting close to like Sailor's average price here. It's at 73,000. Didn't they say it was in the 60s or something?
You can find out. Where's your friend Copilot?
I haven't even talked to Copilot in quite some time. I'm sure Adara's got some of that information for us.
209, I think. We'll find out.
Yeah,
we'll find out in a second there, Joey.
If anybody else knows, it's 78K, 73K. So we're sounding like the 70s, man. Sailor is down,
Yeah, well, he's down, he's out. Well, we'll find out, Joey. We'll find out what the situation is going to be there. But it's no good for the crypto bulls like myself. Look, quite frankly, we are now, I think, a little bit out of the money on our IBIT trade. Not by much, because we did add, remember, during that tariff tantrum dip into the 70s, but it's not good to watch all those profits fade away into the night. So we're going to continue to kind of be strategic about where we add, but we're going to take it a little bit easy. I already added. I don't need to be adding again, and we'll have more to say on that once we find a base, if we find a base. So I'm looking here at Nphase. I'm seeing that it's putting in some higher lows. It's not necessarily putting in any higher highs at the moment, but I'm thinking about getting into this trade. But when you don't trade these non-small cap gappers for a while, it gets to be a little tough. Now, I'm seeing some higher lows. Sorry, guys, about the charts today. I'm seeing some higher lows here on Nphase. I'll show it over here until this one loads. There does seem to be a general area of support for whatever reason at $51. And you can kind of see the wicks that all kind of defend that $51 area. It seems to be finding support at the 20 EMA on the 5, but it's not making any higher highs. And it's also having trouble with this area right here, with the high of which is 51 and a fifth. We haven't been above that. We keep trying, but we can't clear that 51 and a fifth area. None of these prints subsequent to the candle at 1050 are above 51 and a fifth. So let's see if we can clear that. I mean, I can set up a position here for 50. I can put a prior bar low because it doesn't seem to be breaking prior bar low, actually. That's a good observation. So prior bar low, 51.10. We're showing 51.29. I can do that. Then, if we get in, it won't be that bad of a stop out, which is exactly what I'm going to do. Let's give this one the old call try. We'll go for smaller share size over here. We'll go 51.10, I said it was, so we'll give it a little bit of room, 51.07, and that's what we're doing. So we have 32s on right now. Let's set up some profit takers in the 40s, and then we'll set up some in the 50s. Maybe we'll get a little bit lucky, and we'll get a nice price spike up of sorts. But anything below 51.10 is going to end the trade for me. Simple as that. We're not going to take any chances with this one, especially so high up on the day. How's ZSL doing? Well, we got 14s on it, showing me 15s. Nothing to write home about there, but we're going to keep tabs on that. And we're still keeping tabs on BOXL because this one is still putting in that symphony of lower highs, seems to be finding support at VWAP. That you got an inverse hammer candle at 11.15 bottoming tail, but that downtrend still hasn't been broken. So once that downtrend gets broken, if it gets broken, I weasel in. Simple as that. Nphase is going to stop me out. It looks like it's right at 51.10. Yeah, so we'll lose immediately on Nphase. Immediately. Holy hell. Holy hell. Yeah, okay. So that's the issue there. What do you got, Joe?
All right, good look there, guys. We're just keeping our eyes out here on SLV as we're slowly giving away its gains. We're still slightly positive, but heading right towards that low of the day. I would have liked to have a reload, but that's okay. We'll hold on to our little 5%, see if we can run into that $77 mark, and then we'll take our last little bit out there. So not too bad of a look on SLV. Once again, we were trading Nphase as well. So the game plan was we had this consolidative zone. We were consolidating. We get that move higher. Sorry, we were here. It was like 15 minutes. I'm like, all right, if it's going to be strong, we're going to go and test that high of the day and then maybe break it. I thought we would get that move into $53, but we didn't quite. So it was like around 50. Oh, yeah, just a little bit low, 52.80s or something along those lines. And then we're starting to head back in. So there might be a potential short here on Nphase, Sharif.
Yeah, it does look like that.
If it breaks VWAP, there might be some more downside. SMCI, I was thinking about this. This was higher up on my list this morning. I mean, we had Uber, SLV, and SMCI were the primary. Then Nphase was involved as well too. So I had 4 tickers on the. There we go. We'll pull it up there, even though you're not going to be able to see anything that we got going on there, Assassino. It's a Beastie Boys video right there. But other than that, guys, that's what we have. And I mean, silver working for us. I still believe it's in play, but it might be more or less to the downside. So a gap fill was essentially the strategy here for today. So you get that move, get the gap up into 82.75, and then sure enough, you fill it to the downside, and now you're heading a little bit lower. This will eventually be a gap fill play, even though it's not very much, and this is SLV, so keep an eye out on that. But the volatility most definitely in. With that being said, let's take a look at the options chain on SLV, because we know that it was in the hundreds, right? Like 177% at its peak. Let's see if that's really starting to cool down, 152%. So you can still sell the volatility on this thing, and I think you'll be sitting in a pretty good position. We'll go further date. We'll go about a week out or so, 7 days, and we'll just see what the 90s are paying. Not too much, yeah, so I don't even really know if it's worth it at this point, but if you are an options writer, I think just selling the volatility 108%, the further you go out, the cooler the IV is going to be. So, yeah, I mean, if you're looking to write this stuff, maybe even the 80s, you collect a little bit more, and you only have to hold that for a little bit more than 1 trading week. So, not too bad. And there goes silver cracking the LOD to the downside. Oh, yeah, you're in ZSL. Nice work there, brother. Talk to us about that one.
Yeah, it's coming into highs, Joey. That's where it's at highs right now, 220. It's showing 220 on the ask. There's a seller there. There's monster size, but we've seen this story with ZSL before, where there's monster size at the level and it just absolutely gets decimated to the upside, because this is an inverse ETF. So what do we got on? We got 14s. We're knocking the door at 20s. A couple of beak wetters here. Nothing to write home about. Looking for continuation. Really going to try to ride trend here. This is still down on the day, 2%. So perhaps the target here would be good to go break even. We're going to keep tabs on that. Now, separately, I've worked into another trade over here called ZCMD. We're going to get stopped out of that immediately. We lost about 2 pennies on that one. Let me just see quickly over here. Very, very little damage. So this one showed up on my scanner. It's up 122%, and it's knocking on the door of that 100% area. And sorry, that $1 area, 97 penny high, coming back down into 85. The levels are as follows: VWAP 82, 10 EMA on the 5, 70. So again, one of those anomalous situations where the volume weighted average price is ahead of the 10 EMA on the 5 as a result of the quick price action development over here. So let's keep an eye out on this one and see if it can clear $1. So far, not yet. Box L may be changing shape here. I'm going to wait for a further clearing of the uptrend line, the downtrend line, pardon me. So it's breaking it at the moment, but not by enough to get me interested. This is what I'm talking about right here. Perfunctory kind of breach. I'm going to look for something above 210. I might even put a breakout trade above 210. In fact, I've kind of convinced myself into it. So let's go ahead and throw in a 210 breakout, and we'll just give it 2 pennies worth of spread, and we'll go for that many shares. So that's what we got on right now. We'll take a breakout trade on on BOXL if it is able to clear $2.10. Separately, EGHT8 is dropping below that $0.50. It's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but I've de-risked the majority of the position because it's still putting in lower highs. So it is unable to put in any higher highs. That to me means the short or the sellers are still in control at the moment. And unless and if we clear the sellers or show that the buyers are starting to overwhelm sellers vis-a-vis the appropriate chart pattern, we're not going to get more into this. So we took the VWAP bounce, fantastic. We made money on it, fantastic. But we're basically taking it out here before it bleeds down. So keeping an eye here on ZSL as it rejects 20. We did get the print at 19, bless you, Ram. But we're looking for that clearing of that 20 penny level. My next profit taker by definition will be a new high if it is to fill, because it is above that, what's it called, that high a day. Keeping an eye here on ZCMD, so I did get stopped out of that. I'm going to get back in because it's holding above the 10 EMA, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it to a current bar low. And it's already rocketing up. All right, 88, we just got 91s there. Let's set up at 93s. Let's see if this one wants to make yet another attempt at that $1 area. There it goes, right back into 90, selling, so yeah, into 90, selling into that 90 area. We'll set up some profit takers. What's my move though? I'm just gonna give this a prior bar low. So prior bar low takes us, I don't know about that, into 75. Let's watch this one a little bit. Let's see if the buyers are gonna step in. Let me have a look at the tape. Already zigging and zagging here, man. Yeah, I might have to give this one an opportunity to bleed a little bit and pick up some off a more advantageous area. I'm gonna go ahead and wait at 80. I'm gonna front run it by a couple of shekels to see if we can get something in and around that level. But yeah, this one is a bit of a bamboozler, Joey, up 120%, but can't seem to clear that dollar area. That could be a problem.
All right, good look there. We're going to take a gander at one of these names from my boy, Top VoIP, Top VoIP. Yeah, I think with the short report, I can't remember the name of it. It was a cool name. Adara definitely does, but whoever released that one there, you're down a little bit here, 21.25 from that previous pivot high. You get that double top type price action. You're seeing a little bit of a stall in this consolidation zone right here, so keep your eyes on it. I think Carvana's in a little bit of trouble. Maybe you get that move back down to 284, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Take it day by day, but a strong sell price action right here. Boom. To the downside, and then maybe you're getting a little bit of a continuation. So, I mean, the thing is with that shorting this thing, I think the ideal way to go is just like buy an OTM put, and then sure enough, like if you get that 285, you collect any form of intrinsic value, just time value on that, because if you buy like that 284, it's $100 away, it's gonna be tough, right? So you'd want an aggressive sell day. We are starting to form a little bit of a shelf here. So let's pull this, let's actually pull it up and do it live, Sharif.
All right.
Because we have the ability to do so, right? With CVNA. Let's go. It's going to probably be pretty expensive. Maybe not, though, considering it might be drastically out of the money. But 280, yeah, okay, I wouldn't even spend that much on that, to be honest with you. 280 mark, 72 days out, April 17th. That's costing you $1,700 for that put. But if you do get any sort of an aggressive slide, then maybe you can see that really start to really gain as many. These contracts are 15K, 20K right there. So I love looking at those, man. That's some crazy stuff. Let's see what you guys are looking at. The Spyro. Spyro is, wasn't that a game? Spyro the Dragon? Spyro the Dragon. That was a game. Yeah, you know that one. Spyro the Dragon. I remember that game. He's thinking long Bitcoin. Best of luck to you, my friend. You know, rest in peace, Tom Lee says Macro Morales. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, guys, man. But I don't feel bad for them whatsoever. But yeah, aside from that, Bitcoin, guys, you haven't seen me trade it in quite some time, and I don't think it's going to be in play. And I don't want to short it, right? Like I just hold too heavy of a bias, unfortunately, in that. So we'll find other vehicles to short and trade. Next week's $345 put says Top VoIP. Okay, that could be a solid potential play. Doggo was saying long NVIDIA here. Yeah, so let's take a look at NVIDIA. We're going to send it over to Adara momentarily. But let's see if there's a potential bottom in here in NVIDIA. No, I don't like it, man. 175. Nothing is telling me that this trend line is breaking. And look at the buying pressure. It's very, very minuscule. And it looks like we want to head towards the low of the day. If you crack this trend line and then you hold on multiple occasions, I think you're going to be okay. We're going to hold off on Adara right now as soon as we get the green light. But long NVIDIA, I don't know if it's a day to be catching this falling knife, Sharif.
All right, man, we're scalp.
We're here. Guys, thank you very much for that. I do want to mention here Bitcoin. I was reading some commentary here. Some analysts saying that this could be a bottom, but others saying that if we break below 70,000, we could basically see a 60,000 touch here for BTC. So just be aware for Bitcoin, that's some levels people are looking at. That resistance right now standing at 80,000. It is worth noting, U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. He's still speaking at a very heated House Financial Services Committee meeting, talking a little bit about the Feds, just be aware, saying that it's Trump's right to voice his opinion about the Fed's monetary policy, and that apparently the Federal Reserve has lost the trust of the American people. Now, the reason I bring up Scott Bessent right now, other than the fact that those comments are just coming in, is because he did comment on stablecoins once again. He's been very vocal on stablecoins, but when asked about the Genius Act, Scott Bessent basically said that he thinks it's going to be really good for stablecoins, increase their circulation, and also help the U.S. government. So some stablecoin talk, nothing major there, but be aware that that is on the table, at least being discussed right now by Scott Bessent at this hearing. Back to you.
All right, Joey, you were in the middle of something?
No, I was sending it over to you, my
All right.
boy. Oh, hey, do you think we need to order shorts for Nphase? I don't know if it's a great idea to short a stock that's up 36%, but maybe
is it borrow? Did you try?
No, I didn't
for locates? Give it a try. Go
give it a try.
Small and see what the situation is, and then if we need to, we will. All right, ZCMD, we're doing it live. It seems to be finding support generally in the high 70s. That's the third candle in a row on the 5-minute chart that seems to find support in and around. I'll give you guys a level here. About 77 to 78 pennies. Into 84 we go. Looking for that move up over here into the dollar. It's a 97 penny high, but we're still dilly-dallying. I'm looking at getting more off the 10 EMA. If it loses the 10 EMA, I'm out. Simple as that. I'm also keeping a close eye here on Box L. Because it's continuing to kind of consolidate. It had been unbroken in the lower high pattern that it had been putting in since the topping tail candle at 1020. And now for 3 candles in a row since 1120, we have a 205 seller, but it's not making any lower lows, and it has that same flat top at around 205. So that one is of interest to me. Certainly, I did add a little bit more here in his ZSL. If this loses prior bar or prior area low, I should say, the candle at 1115, the low of which is 209, I'm out. 210, so I'll get out at 209. Let's go ahead and do that for ZSL, which we have that many shares. All right, good. So let's throw that in there. So we'll throw in the stop. And then I'm starting to see maybe a bit of a change in tune here. NEGHT. So it's not exactly putting in higher highs, but now it's actually putting in higher lows and kind of doing a local curling effect. I don't want to try to guess, so I'm going to insist that it print above that 246, 247 area. If it does, I'll add more into EGHT for a possible take of that high day. First, we got to clear that $0.50, though, that we've been certainly having trouble with locally over here. We spent very, very little time above the $0.50. Only 2 candles on the 5 actually breached it. One closed above it, the 1050 candle, and then the 1055 candle, all hell broke loose to the downside. So yeah, that one is continuing to show you that it has selling in and around that area. Continue to watch ZCMD over here for the hold of the 10 EMA. Didn't quite get that dip trade into 76, despite the fact that it glanced at it, it touched it, but didn't cross, so we don't get the print. So we'll keep tabs on that. And one, I mentioned it at the top, but I've executed nothing on it, is RKLZ. It's looking good, man. It's coming back as well into that 365, pardon me, which is the 10 EMA on the 5. And it's found a lot of support at that 10 EMA. It's been quite directional, up 24%.
Is that a Rocket Lab?
It could be, yeah. Let me just take a quick look. RKLZ.
Sounds like
yes, short, Rocket Lab ETF 2 times, Joey.
Right on,
yeah,
right
it's like
on.
2 times leverage. All right, keeping an eye here on ZSL. In the 16 it goes, so it's still holding the 10 EMA, but it's unable to clear that 220. So this could be a flat top break on ZSL because we keep getting resistance at $2.20. That would likely mean that it's looking like a flat bottom break on the actual silver chart or SLV. So you guys are gonna have to look at that. I'm not gonna bother. But yeah, this one looks like higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, all the while that 220 area is acting as a staunchy area of resistance. Here comes ZCMD coming into my area. Now it gets filled at 76. Let's go ahead and throw in the stop there. Yep, let's go just like that, and then we'll give it to here for this many shares. Let's see if it holds up. Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see. If it loses the 10, I'm out. Simple as that. So finding a little bit of support right now at the 10, Joey. But yeah, this one looks like it's going to give it up here as it comes down, rejecting or dropping below VWAP and into the 10 EMA. Unless the buyers are going to step in here, we're going to get stopped out.
Going to get stopped out. Stopped out. It won't let me out. Yeah, well, we got out because we got stopped out.
Box L's breaking trend here, guys. I still have that Oh my God, it lured everybody in, and wow, the bamboozlement. Look what it did. Look what it did. It broke that 205 with aggressive buying, and the shorts were just waiting. Where are the longs that are going to come in here above 205? And they caught them offside, didn't break out above 210. That's why I didn't get in, and it drops all the way down into 187. Jeez Louise. Yeah, they were waiting for that. So, okay, so that shows you Boxell's character there, or it's likely trading character is what I mean there. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. And thank goodness, look at this. Ooh, look at this out. See it. Look at this out. And now it's gonna halt down.
You got stopped out?
I got stopped out, but at least I didn't bleed to death.
Or we should say we got out.
Yeah, no, this is a 10-penny drop that I would have lost there on that halt. So ZCMD down, bleeding its own blood. It lost VWAP. It lost the 10 EMA. I'm now negative on it, so we're going to have to look to something else to make some money. And we're looking at ZSL here, Joey, because it is pumping right back into the high side, and we got more shares on this one.
Yeah, we're getting really close to the low of the day once again on silver. EMPH looks like it wants to break down. I feel that's going to be a grinder to the downside. I would prefer to get the top end of the range, but people are talking about IBKR. Shout out to IBKR as it's still holding up around this neck of the woods.
Not shout out to their charts, though.
Not shout out to, you gotta go on the advance, my boy. Hop on the advance.
They suck, bro.
Yeah,
you know they suck.
I mean, all right, anyway, aside from that, guys, we're only down a couple of percentage points here, and that's a little bit more than I was expecting, but I mean, it's only a $70, $80 name, $73 name. The peak was just a little bit under 80 bucks there. We're down 7.25 on IBKR, but you guys already, you probably don't know where I'm going, but now you do because I typed it in right there. Crazy. That's gonna be TKO Holdings, my boy. We love this one, and we're going to get involved in it for sure. There's a nice little pullback to 190, but right back to the top side. A little bit of a consolidated phase going on right now. You're stuck within that $15 range, but TKO Holdings, we're a big-time fan of. We already went over Carvana, and you know the narrative and where I stand with some of these with the check trade. You're gonna get that you're gonna get that support break, right? I'm pretty confident. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is essentially and say you're probably gonna see a little bit of price action south of these support zones, and then sure enough, you'll see price turn around, wait for that downtrend, wait for it to crack, and then that's when we're gonna get rocking and rolling. And then who knows what the latter half of 2026 is gonna bring, right? We're gonna endure a couple more months probably of this selling. We have NVDA and Palantir. I think they're gonna really start to get aggressively to the downside. I mean, what are we off from a percentage metric from that 206 mark? You're down 34%. Robinhood's been getting hit even harder, guys, and trust me, I love this name. Been in it for quite some time. The earnings aren't going to change. And what's really unfortunate is that it's heavily, people feel that it's heavily, almost 50% there in Robinhood. That's not good. I don't like the correlation between this name and Bitcoin. I think it needs to disassociate itself with it because I think it's so much better, like so much more of a platform than just being a Bitcoin trader or anything along those lines. There's so much going for it, whether it be the gold membership. You see the increase in activity of Vlad's bringing you tokenization and into the private market in Europe as well too. He's going to be getting you that IPO price. So there's a lot going on here with Robinhood. It's just getting hit really heavy right now, but we know a couple of years, I think the narrative is going to be completely different a year and a half from now. It's like, oh, well, Robinhood was all the way down to 80 bucks. It's trading at $200 now or something along those lines. I could be totally wrong as well, but I think that's just the beast of the market, guys. Yeah, let's head over to Tesla. Haven't even looked at this bad boy today either and see what it's up to from a daily. Breaking down. I mean, hey, it's the same thing, same narrative. Look how, we can go through so many names and look how identical the price action is. If this neckline breaks, well, guess what? Wait for a little bit lower, and then I think you slowly start to allocate. It does seem like the sky is falling right now. Things aren't pretty, but don't forget, we've been on over a year and a half run, from not a little bit more, but April, a little bit less, sorry, from April, it was just straight to the top side where you've seen insane returns. The NASDAQ 20%, you had the SPY 20% as well too, triple digits in a lot of different signal equities. So it's just be patient, let things kind of cook up here. You get that gap fill almost here in Meta. You pull back aggressively. The big boys are going to be just fine. It's just short-term selling, and I think it's something where, because we're day trading, we're hyper-focused on it, and sometimes you just get that tunnel vision. It's like, oh no, what is going on here? I'm speaking to myself as well too. While I'm talking to you guys, is just relax, be patient, and allow things to cool off. The sky was falling after COVID as well too. You had that nice bull market, and then sure enough, when things started to cool down and you go into QT, you go in that 8 month to a year bear market, and then sure enough, look what happened after. Everything pushed back to new all-time highs. Zoom out, look what the NASDAQ has done over time, right?
Have you thought about what
Just going straight?
No, the unwinding of this sort of software SaaS trade. Have you thought about the market implications of this? Of, you know, really bringing everything in-house and not having to outsource to SaaS companies like your CRMs, your others, because you can do everything in-house, either with specific coding, because your coding costs are going to be different, and your hosting costs now, you can do everything in-house as well, which is, I don't want to say a one-off cost, but it's a one-off CapEx, and then there's a servicing cost. That could be super disruptive to certain companies, but very accretive to other ones, because think about how much money they're going to save on a recurring revenue
that's what I was going to get at, right? Like, so not only that, you're going to have an increase in margins, you're going to see earnings go through the roof, essentially. So it's like, okay, yeah, things may not look so good right now, but this is what AI is supposed to do. They're supposed to make companies more efficient. This is what you're looking for. Right. Now, the market may be punishing it right now, but in the long term, what happens when you have that efficiency really start to ramp up? Exactly. And then sure enough, you have these stocks going to all-time highs because they don't have to spend as much money.
Well, exactly it, man. I mean, I echo that sentiment wholeheartedly. It's just, you know, until it happens, there's that element of unknown, and that unknown usually scares the hell out of some people, right? All right, super chat. Look at the screen, my man. We're in it right now. So SUNE showed up on the scanners late. It's a small cap gapper de novo. Let's just go with that. I'm waiting for the beak wetter at 16s. Pardon me, at 18s. Then we're looking for a high of day into 20. This did breach the 10 EMA, found support at the 20, and then put in 2 higher lows. This is the third. So let's see if it can clear 115. There's some selling coming in right now, up 46%. It's done about a little bit less than 14 million shares, 13.7. So we're going to watch this one, and we'll report back to you. But right now, we're going to the big desk.
Interesting catalyst here for MNDY. I do bring this up because, as you can see, we just had a sharp 3-minute candle to the downside. Deirdre Bosa, CNBC anchor and reporter, posting on X a couple minutes ago about how she, quote, vibe coded a Monday.com replica with Claude Cowork. So I guess showing how easily Monday can be replaced and coded, I guess. Again, Deirdre Bosa, CNBC reporter, saying that she and her coworkers, quote, vibe quoted a Monday replica. MNDY actually dropping on this, guys. Back to you.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. And there's others. There are other reasons, guys. This Claude bot, I mean, as deficient in securities and kind of limited as it may be at the moment, is proof of concept that you can host these things locally. It's just we got to figure out the security issue. So I think this is super disruptive to the market. I think we all knew that this was coming, but maybe not on this time frame. I'm seeing more videos of this Claude bot thing on TikTok. And you gotta see the creative ways that people are using it. Again, always with the caveat that it is not secure. It's not secure from, a sense that it can be kind of impeded using these exterior kind of, what do they call them, prompts that people can access your system or change the settings and collect your own data. There's issues with it. I'm not trying to advocate for that specifically, but it is going to be industry disrupting on a time frame that I don't think everybody was expecting. No. We're doing it live here, Joey, on ZSL. This one continues to show its propensity to flat top break. Again, we move into 220. Again, we're met with selling. And again, we have higher lows. So I'm so interested to see if this one can break. Ichiro, I always like to see what this guy has to say because I think we think alike. I'm not sure it was a good idea to make it this easy. Yeah, it's not good for the portfolios, Ichiro, certainly, especially if you're holding some of these SaaS companies like myself. I'm holding PanDub. That's really the only SaaS exposure I have, and I'm not very happy with my PanDub position lately. And yeah, well off the top as well. So that displeases me greatly, but that is the nature of trading. I've seen, what's it called? Crowd has got hit as well. Zscaler's got hit. None of them have been spared.
Zscaler. Yeah, I know. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, Tony. You know what, Tony? I seen you singing that earlier this morning, and I'm like, hey, man, I was gonna actually say that. Easy pay. Okay, guys, I made a little bit of a hockey error here. We're gonna post off. I mean, Zscaler did, or not Zscaler. Nphase did break that $50 mark, and SMCI is breaking neckline. So that's kind of just the system that I've been running as of late. Like I have my VWAP breakup. I have my, I want to take this off, to be honest with you, so we're going to do that. I wanted to short right here at 84s and for that neckline break, but I went long by accident, and then I got out immediately, so not too bad whatsoever. Obviously, you can see that's a break even. But yeah, I'm thinking short SMCI at this neckline break. Let's pull it up for you so you can see a little bit more clearly, and that's going to be that 32.93 mark. I think we can head back into 31. We're going to most definitely be getting into SMCI later in the day around the news time. Obviously, after Luis comes on, we're going to be getting involved with that. Razor thin margins, razor thin margins, and for some reason the stock is still up 10%. But yeah, a little bit of an error there, guys. We're not going to write home about it or anything along those lines. We'll wait to see if we're fortunate enough to get somewhat of a pullback. But Nphase is starting to lose the neckline as well too. There goes silver, new LOD, Sharif. Did I say that right? Yeah. So you're still long ZSL. Nice work there, as silver is continuously bleeding.
Why does she do this to me, bro? Like, she just, randomly just
that's
wants
a good
to
one.
put me
I like
in,
that's a
in
good
weak
one, man.
Yeah. Bro, she's.
That's one of my that's my go-to when I'm in a picture somewhere. I'm just like, yeah, just look at the landscape.
When you want to when you want to do it, not when your stomach is showing. You know what I mean? I was crop topping like Zeke Elliott.
Look at my belly.
You watching there goes ZSL. I know you are, man. SLV, your boy Joey Options is SLV. That's the short. I'm taking it the other way, the long. We kept telling y'all this one was going to flat top break. There it goes. We added to this one too. I'm more pleased I could not be, because it did hold up on the 10 EMA after it popped into 220, made a higher low. That was my key to say, get in a little bit more. We just went the beak at 25s. Let's go ahead 27s. Let's go ahead 29s. Let's go ahead 32s. Let's see what we can get up here. ZSL now, greenery on the day. To take out to turn green, we had to get above 223. Alas, we are showing 225. Go, ZSL, go. Craig, Joe, Sharif, are we surprised AMD is down 17? I think we both said this, including Adara yesterday. We said if it missed earnings or the guide didn't come in as hot as expected, this was going to get clipped. It did. It's down 17, 16.84. So that's kind of the nature of the beast. Especially because we kept talking about the fact that the expectations kept rising and rising and rising into earnings. And when they do that and you don't beat or beat decisively, you're going to get clipped.
The street is looking for a dramatic surprise, and unfortunately that wasn't necessarily the case. But we'll hit the Stone Cold one more time for our boy Sharif, as he is in ZSL. We love that one there. We're going to hit this one as well, too, as we're having a good time here today, guys. Man, I missed that opportunity on SMCI. Maybe it's going to rise once again. We're getting that pop. If we do run into $33, maybe we take that short. But, brother, our Nphase short that we were talking about, I know you're thinking long, but I was thinking, hey, man, this might be a short, especially if
it could be a bounced VWAP, though. This is a VWAP, $50 VWAP. It could be. I'm not taking it.
Short, are you saying,
no, because it's just that VWAP. So when you get to VWAP, everybody who's shorting covers, because people are gunning for VWAP. And then
unless the momentum picks up, right? I like shorting the VWAP play as well, too.
When it breaks down.
Yeah.
I think it's has it broken down? It's like right at it.
Yeah, it's like a little bit.
I'm not touching it here.
Yeah, to the short side. Totally fair. Totally understandable. But there goes ZSL. I can't get that one straight. And then SLV.
Let me cover something here.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
ComputerNet, brother. It did include China. That is incorrect. We're going to look at I'm going to do this quickly over here, but I want to let you know that the China revenue was included in the report. And here it is. AMD disclosed $390 million in China revenue from the MI308 during Q4, and they expect only $100 million in AI chip revenue in the current quarter. This does include China. I made sure to look to see whether China revenue was included for the specific reason to juxtapose it with NVIDIA, so that we can see what kind of NVIDIA orders we're getting from China and compare them to AMD and kind of try to assess who has the bigger market share there, proportionally, of course, relative to their size. We know NVIDIA's a lot larger. So I just want to make that point. AMD disclosed both the realized earnings and the future guidance for the current quarter. So I just want to make that very clear. I think his name is Ivan. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Ivan. All right, guys. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about. We're getting that pullback. We didn't tap into 33 quite yet, but if this pullback is somewhat sustained or just might be a little bit of a breath before we do take that additional leg lower, but you can see, I would say I'm going to get my last out at 77s. There's no need for that right now. We'll head into 76. We did almost get to that mark, and if it continues to break down, who knows what, 75 may be in the works here today for SLV. Keep an eye on that. TQs are just continuously moving lower here, Sharif. I'm going to look at some of the big boys. We've gone over them. Tesla now down to 403. We'll pull up NVDA to see what it's up to now, down to 173. So from the open earlier today, we're down approximately 7 points. Not too good of a look. So mega cap tech definitely taking a slide today. There's Meta heading towards some key support levels. Neckline break. Watch out. You might see some more potential downside here in META. What's Goggles been up to?
What's it up to?
We got them to, is it tonight? It's tonight after the bell, right? Or tomorrow? Goggles. Okay, all right. We'll figure that out. I was hoping you would figure it.
Sorry, what's the question?
Google tonight after the bell,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Yes,
Sir.
Okay. Again, another name that is definitely, I'm not going to say price to perfection because I love Google, and this was one of my
ran up big though. It's ran up big.
It's ran up big, exactly. And sentiment is huge. We talked about that. Fundamentals are fantastic, but when you go on this monster run, this was one of my biggest trading mistakes of all time is letting this name go. But I do believe we're going to be able to get in at some prices in which we like. So Google, even if cloud comes in and beats, search continuously growing, a lot going for them here in GOOGL, Alphabet Group, that is. If you break down, sure enough, I think you might be able to get some good quality prices and allow it to continuously selling. Because look at this April, from those April lows, this is a mega cap name, Sharif. I don't think any other one is up 143% from the trough to the peak. So a big time move
I gotta before we go, guys, SUNE is absolutely ripping. As soon as it broke trend, right at that 115 area, we added, I took like quadruple the size of the initial one, and it is absolutely ripping up $1.27. It's still light on volume relative to price. It's $1.21. It's only done about 16 2/3. Be careful with this one. It's already shown you its propensity to turn back around and turn back around aggressively. Trade this one carefully, Adara.
We have a pop here in FNMA and FMCC as we do have comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at this hearing. He's saying that the spread of mortgages versus treasuries is the lowest in years, but more crucially for Freddie Mac, he did hint that there could eventually be the end of a conservatorship for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So that's FNMA, FMCC popping on these comments from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's still at that congressional hearing. It's been going on for 2 hours now. Back to you.
All right, let's do this here. Yeah, we're gonna take a small attempt, guys.
He's been a little spicy lately, eh?
Yeah, Bessent.
Have you seen some of the comments he's making? He was like more economics earlier in the administration. Now he's taking shots at Carney. He's taking shots at Gavin Newsom. You know, he's talking about bringing the Nphase to Davos for his meeting with Soros and all that kind of. He's been smack talking, I should say, lately. He's getting a little spicy.
Was our boy Alex Karp talking smack about Canada as well too?
What'd he say?
He's saying we're just too poor to not have buy Palantir or to use Palantir's technology. So, all right, let's see if this works, guys. We're short a little SMCI. I don't know how much room I'm willing to give this, to be honest with you, but I think this is just a ABCD style pattern. And if we can get that breakdown of this $32 mark, then I think we're going to be okay. What is my potential target here? There we go. We're slowly starting to slide. We'll take this on SMCI as it's slowly moving to exactly where we want it to. So 32.60 might be a potential target. Neckline break right there. You can see that we had the inability to breach to the top side. If we get that bamboozlement and we head back into this neck of the woods, I'll just get out and then look to maybe re-engage. We made an initial mistake on it, so we would be a little bit more ITM, but SMCI is tricky in my opinion. I used to trade it a couple times in the past and I was never really good at it, but we'll give this 2 attempts just to see if we can get this rocking and rolling, brother.
Sounds good, man. All right, off the top is SUNE 127 high. We have that. We have 26s. Okay, so we didn't get quite that high of the day, but it's fine. It's coming back down now, though. So average price 116, I'm out 115. Simple as that, okay? We're not going to let it go against me. Now, 116 is the 10 EMA. So by definition, I'm giving it a little bit of room below that 10 EMA just to allow for price spikes. And here it comes. Here's 116. So it is coming back down now, bleeding its own blood. And that's what we talked about. This one does turn around in a hurry. We saw it in the price spike earlier with a topping tail candle on the 5 that manifested at, sorry, that's not the 5. That's the 1. Pardon me. I'm charting the wrong way. Okay, so we'll have to wait for that one to load again. But anyway, anything below 115, I'm out. I'm looking for a hold it to 116. We're not quite getting that 116 dip yet, and here it is, so I'm out. And it's continuing to go down. So happy with this trade. Definitely got really positive on it relative because we were negative on it earlier, right? With this one, took a much larger position, put out all the resting orders in case we got a price spike up. I wouldn't be scrambling to get out shares, and it rewarded me. Let's see now what ZSL is doing. Remember, that 220 area was a very, very clear level of resistance. Are we now going to use 220 as support? Well, we are right now. Who knows what we're going to do later? We're showing 21s right now. Here's selling coming in. Let's see if we drop down into 20. I'm not going to take this out unless it comes back into my entry, okay? But having said that, I'm going to be watching closely that 18, 19 penny level because that's, again, the 10 EMA on the 5. If that 20 penny flat top break former area of resistance gives up, I want to see if the 10 EMA on the 5 is going to be support. And if it does find support there and starts to curl back up, I'm going to do exactly what I did last time, which is to add into the hold of the 10 EMA. So let's watch here, see what ZSL has to offer us. It's coming back down now into 220. Did you see that VWAP bounce, man? I told you. On Nphase, man, I should have taken that. I'm an idiot. I should have taken that, but I was focusing on other things. Clean VWAP bounce off the volume-weighted average price on Nphase, about $1 now off the top, and here comes 51. It's about to break through the 10 EMA on the 5, but I'll submit to you guys, there is a bit of a flat top here between 51.5 and 51.75, and we couldn't shake that level. And when you look at the implied balance high area, the closing prints on the 5, they all shadow that 51.75 area. Yes, I realize it's 52.93 high, but look how long we spent up there. 2 candles on the 5, and then you got the biggest red candle, I would say, on the day. Off that 52 breach. So certainly for me, it is a 51.70-ish, 51.50 area of resistance. If we get through that, I'm going to likely be a buyer here on Nphase. And then continuing to watch here, 8. EGHT, as this one is still putting in lower highs, but I'm waiting for a trend line break, possibly maybe into that 2 mid-40s. That gets me back into the trade on EGHT. We'll have to pack our patience on that one. And then, yes, ZSL is finding support here at the 20 penny area, Joseph Options. So I think it might be time to add.
All right, good stuff there, man. We got our eyes on the tape here on SMCI. I mean, we're just in a consolidative zone. We looked at the chart already. I think that we can break a little bit lower because we are starting to form that shelf. It just may take a couple attempts. I don't want to get carried away or anything along those lines, trying to short this thing in case it does want to rebound. But look at on the 5-minute time frame, right? Like we have this nice steady move to the downside. Now we're just forming this ABCD style pattern. And if we break the lower end of support, then I think that's when we can take that additional leg lower. So let's see, let's be patient. I don't want to give it too much room, like 20 cents literally, and I'm out at 92s if it does decide that it wants to go a little bit higher, because therefore I can get a better price, increase my risk to reward if the same pattern is displaying itself. So there it is. Oh, wow, it just tapped right into it. And this is what I'm talking about. It had to take a little bit more time. We're prepared to get out of it here at 92s. If I see anything on the tape, print that, then it's hasta la vista, baby, on this one. Now we're printing 92s on the ask. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You get a little bit of a sustained bounce. Let's hop out of SMCI as it didn't want to break down just yet. A little bit of Fugazi right here. Man, yeah, it's frustrating. So we'll take our first loss on the day trying to short SMCI as it's starting to get a little bit of a sustained bounce. Nothing small potatoes. Small potatoes was still sitting in some SLV. Nphase was good to us earlier in the day as well. So We'll just see if price is going to turn around. Maybe it just had to do an additional liquidity grab. This was an error on my behalf. I actually wanted to short it right here. I went long by accident, and then sure enough, we get out. But yeah, see, boom, you break through the resistance zone. It's like, hey, we need to absorb some more. People who have tight stops like myself, let's get them involved. But once we start to curl over once again, then I'm going to re-engage, and then hopefully we can get that momentum back to the downside, 10%, 11%. Like in a name that has like 6.7% margins and increasing cost, I don't know, this thing's up 10%. AMD's number's not absolutely horrible either. It's down 13%. So a little bit of a mix up there. But back down to 87s is SMCI. We'll head back over to silver SLV and see what we got going on. Okay, so it's going to go higher. So we may just have to accept the fact that it may not be in play, and that pattern that we are looking for may not work out. We'll take a look at the higher time frames as well. The 15-minute, what are you telling us? We do have the pre-market gap, so if you were trading this in the blue ocean, you get that gap up from 31 to approximately $33, and then maybe you're going to get a little bit of a breakdown here. So I'm going to be more patient on SMCI. We're still holding this SLV for that $76 mark, and then we'll get all out of that one there.
All right, there's a new small cap gapper weaseling onto the scene. I'm just going to have to load it up because okay, well, perfect. They loaded up over here. LIMN, thank you very much, Zen. I can't see the full name. Show me. Zen Zombie, thank you very much, Zen Zombie, for the $10 or $2, pardon me, super chat there. Oh, it's going to freeze. Okay, we'll let it freeze, and then we'll look at it over here. Yeah, just want to show this one quick, Assassino. We're just going to show, there it is. LIMN, breakout above the double top that we put in the aftermarket yesterday. That is my signal right there. That means the buyers, overwhelming sellers, especially the bag holders, that breakout level is 155, 156, and here it comes, 160. And look at the volume that it broke out on, 1.4 million shares on that 5-minute candle. This current candle has about 600,000. We haven't closed yet. Look for a hold, I would ski, right? I wouldn't say go as aggressive as 155. You get in maybe 160, mid 160s. You're going to have to risk a little bit here. 183 high. This thing is up 54%, having done 31.6 million shares of volume in the penny. It's a 1 penny spread at the moment. So keep your eye on that one. LIMN. We're going to Adara for happening now, and then Neil's going to have his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look here at this S&P 500. This is definitely to the downside, but bouncing just above yesterday's low of day of support. So interesting technical levels here for that S&P 500. Once again, the market being ruled by earnings with AMD, even though the report seemed solid on its face, trading lower here. Investors not liking this report. There is one report here doing quite well. That's Eli Lilly, still to the upside. And to be clear, that's not the only name that's trading higher off earnings. SMCI, at least initially, doing quite well, though it's been rather range-bound as of late. And Nphase, similarly range-bound to SMCI, but this one was up more than 30%, I believe, at its highs. In the meantime, on the weaker side of things, we do have to talk about Bitcoin because once again here, these crypto names trading lower, Coinbase and MSTR, both near lows of day. And it's worth noting we actually have some high-profile crypto-adjacent earnings tomorrow after the bell. MSTR and CLSK both reporting. I also want to mention here, tons more earnings tonight. You can catch those with myself, Neil, Sean, Brendan. Should be a very exciting action-packed evening with tons of reports, including Google, GOOGL, Alphabet here, revenue estimate just under $95 billion. They did beat across the board for their last report, with sales rising by 16% year over year and growing in all of its reporting segments. So Google set up here for a good report. You can check out this infographic and a whole bunch of others on the companies that are reporting tonight throughout the day on X at TTV Research. But you won't have to wait for anything if you want Neil's lesson of the day, because Neil's here. He has a lesson. I wonder what it is. Let's find out.
I wonder what it is too. My lesson right now is we should probably get mac and cheese every single day for lunch, because I think not only look, if you're in the right mindset as a trader and you feel good, like you're gonna probably make better decisions, and you can't make quality decisions if you're hangry. Mac and cheese is very filling. It's a low probability that you're gonna mess it up because it's easy. And you know the thing about trading is not easy. There is some built-in. We're at a prop floor, so we're trading firm capital here. Everyone you see on the show trades firm capital, and there's a certain process to that, which gives you some advantages, which you might see in traders. There's a concept called external and internal discipline, right? So an example of internal discipline would be me managing my own emotions, me managing my own trade. External discipline would be the system shutting me down, or a risk manager telling you to get out of something, or reducing your buying power because you do something silly. And when you're on a prop desk, you have the advantage of external discipline, which is going to force you in a lot of ways to be a more responsible trader. And if you've only ever done that, it's a bit of an advantage. There's another advantage I want to talk about, and I have to give credit to all of you guys. Most of you guys watching, I'm assuming, are retail trading when you're trading. So I'm gonna just blanket this with everybody, and if it's not everybody, my bad. But the majority of you are probably retail traders. And I'm gonna give you a slow clap for something that we don't have to deal with. See, if you're on a prop desk, you get paid effectively, you run settlements once a month, which is pretty standard in the industry, 1 month in arrears. So not only do you know, like you know over a certain period of time, you have to judge yourself over a month. On top of that, because it's a month in arrears, like we would get our December settlement at the end of January. So you know what you're going to get paid, or for some traders out there, maybe you're not going to get paid for December while you are trading that month of January. And so you can therefore control your risk and what you're doing based on that check which is coming. Like it's kind of in the bank. And that gives you just another layer of that discipline or awareness to have to judge yourself on, right? Like if you're trying to preserve that capital, or if you're using that to lever up, like you know how much you can risk. Now, it's not to say that a retail trader doesn't have that. You can, but what you have to do is you need to be meticulous in terms of understanding your P&L curve, your profit and loss, your performance over whatever time period matters to you. Maybe it's one every 2 weeks. You got to be able to judge how you're doing. What are my biggest winners and gainers over that time period? Because what will happen is if you get into a hot streak, let's just say, it's very important that A, you're able to profit from that, and B, you're able to keep that profit, and C, going forward, you're risking relative to that. And if you don't have that monthly metric like prop traders do, then you've got to be diligent in your record keeping and your realization of where you have to stand in your game. And that's a lot of work. People talk about having a journal and all that. Well, it's easier for a prop trader because we just get settlements every single month. And like I go and I log in and I can see, oh, I was 3 days red last month and 18 days green, and my worst day was this relative to my best day. It's all right there for me. I don't have to do any record keeping. I just log into something to be able to see it. And when you don't have that benefit, you guys have to be so much more disciplined. So shout out to you, everyone that is having that level of discipline. But just understand it does become relatively necessary, especially in heightened times of volatility. And I've said this, and I'll just sort of continue to say this again, and I'll end the lesson right here because this is really delicious stuff, and I want to go back to eating it. I have a new phrase that I'm going to say. Sean likes traders got to trade. And if I'm going to say something that's more me, traders got to get paid. Traders get paid. Traders get paid. I'm going to assume there's some people that like this for fun because it's a fun job, right? You eat what you kill, the enjoyment and the excitement of the market, but really like you're punching keys so that you can make money. And ultimately, because that's what matters, I just want to tell you that there's no shortcuts to it, right? So as a trader, I always look at the most important metric. So if you're having an update today or a down day today, you get information one way or the other. There's 20 trading days in a month, and one of the things that I want to leave with you that you should look at is look at your biggest losing trading day and your biggest winning trading day. A goal for a trader, in my opinion, should be, okay, there's my big day. There's a great update when I look at my month. How many, if I have 4 or 5 negative days or 3 negative days, how many negative days on average, my average negative day, how many of those do I have to add up to get to the biggest day? I want to be counting that. And if you're counting that, regardless of the outcome, that's a good thing. Because what it means is when you're good, you're winning more than, we have a bigger win than your losses. If you're counting in the other direction, if you have a situation where you're looking at your prior month or prior quarter and you're looking at your big loss days and you're asking, how many good days do I have to add up to count up to make up for that loss? Stop everything and reevaluate what you're doing. Because if that's what you have to consider, like if a good up day for you is $100, let's just say, but your month is littered with $500 down days, then stop what you're doing and reassess. Because that's an untenable situation. If you're the reverse and a good up day for you is $500 and you're looking at your average loss day and it's only $100 and you don't have any losing days over 500, that's a trader that needs to start leveraging up. But the biggest mistake I see is traders who they might have strategies that are working for them. They could be winning 7 days out of 10, but their losing days are exponentially or 3, 4, 5x the winning days, and they haven't corrected that issue. If you lever up while you still have that issue, what'll happen is if you have some kind of a black swan or extra big bad day, it's game over. And if you're here to get paid, you can't survive game over. You can't survive digging too big of a hole that it takes you months to get out of, a lot of traders. So make sure you preserve that capital. Everyone, it's a down market, so sometimes you got to be able to short. But the other thing is you've got to get profitable. So your job as a trader is, yeah, you got to make trades, but make sure those trades are actually paying you. That's what it's all about. And I've started, I can tell you, this mac and cheese and jerk chicken. The jerk chicken is not really, I can barely taste the jerk flavor, but it's still pretty good. It's thigh, so it's dark meat. And the mac and cheese is legit. So I'm a happy camper. I hope you guys are too. Peace.
Just like ducks on us. I love it. I love that lesson. I think I agree with everything he said there, but I really want to stress the profitability part of it. Absolutely. I think that is very sound because a lot of us get caught up in the great days that we have, and then you come and you look at your worst days and they kind of erase everything that you worked hard for. So unless you have that discipline where you can kind of keep your winners bigger than your losers, you're just, you're treading water, so to speak. You're not getting ahead.
Much easier said than done, but that's the narrative of the game.
But he's bang on, no question about it.
Yeah, but that's the narrative, man. Again, something I think every trader, if you say you haven't struggled with that, then I don't know if you've actually been trading. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, not for sure, not easy. Yeah, exactly. It's not, says Neil. It's not. But see, that's the narrative, right? And to add to Neil's point, it's just you have to find that where it's hey, if your average day is, say, what he was saying, $100, if you want to stay profitable, you want to keep that average loss of around half of that, $50. So you need to know when to call it quits, I think is equally important. There goes silver. I think I'm going to get on my last little bit here, just because I'm going to pull it up here. There's a big-time defense on SMCI at that 32.66 mark. We keep bouncing off of it, and we don't want to seem to break down. There is a little bit of a support system there. We'll continuously hold it. We did get about 30 cents ITM on that, but let's get all out of this silver because when it rebounds aggressively. So a nice little trade on SLV. We're not going to complain about it. We didn't get that $75 mark that we were looking for, but now we're involved in some SMCI. Did I just get out? Okay, yeah, so we're all out of silver there, guys. Let's take a look. We'll head over to SMCI. This is going to be our additional short, and we told you about the re-engage, right? Let's zoom in here because we have a break even, we have a loss, and then we currently have a trade that's ITM. If we can break 32.60, then I think we can get to rocking and rolling on this name. So we'll be patient. If it comes back to my break even, guess what? We'll just hop out, and it looks like it's going to bounce right now. You dirty dog doesn't want to break as the market is finding somewhat of a rebound. Yeah, this is a dog's breakfast right now, Sharif. Yeah, and frustrating. We don't got time for that. It's been a half decent day for us, so we'll hop out. We'll hop out as soon as it comes back to my entry point. If we don't break down here, then it might do an additional fake out, and that's okay. We're gonna look for something else. We'll take it off our chart. Even though we had one mistake on it, this is gonna be our second attempt, one loss, one break even. So be it. We'll find something else to trade as Uber looks like it wants to break down, or maybe the tide has changed in today's session and you want to find a potential long. Okay, so we'll keep our eyes out on that. We're going to get out of that. We're going to try not to get frustrated and get too all up in our head just because we didn't want to break that 32.60 level here in in SMCI.
All right, I'm back into SUNE. We're in at a little bit below the $0.25, and here it comes against me, but we've taken out a lot already into that high of the day, into 132. I've got another beak wetter at 135. What I'm looking to see, does this hold trend? Just opened up a new candle, so now prior bar low is 123, into 126 it goes. Okay, so looking to see, does it break prior bar low? Well, into 27 it goes, so still holding trend. 10 EMA on the 5 is 119. Where's my entry? 124. Here is 129 again. Let's see if this can take out high at dates. 132 high on the dot with that topping till kind of inverse hammer candle that closed at 1210. So I'm keeping my eye on this one, trying to decide whether I want to get more in. Well, now that we've established prior bar low at 123, I think I'm just going to do that. Because look, you know, sometimes obviously breaches prior bar low because these things are kind of wild, and that's kind of their nature. We're going to add into the position, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put in the stop right now for that. Yep. And then let me just cancel the other stop so I don't have any mishaps. There it is, a SUNE, right? Good. Cancel. So let's see if this one can kind of weasel its way up. Now that changes my cost basis from 124 into 125. There's 30. Let's post over here. Not immediately crossing 30. There it goes into 31. Bless you, Joe. And then now I'm looking for 33s and looking for 35s. We haven't taken out prior bar high because that is the high of the day, but we have a higher low on the current bar. Into 131 again we go. There's a seller here, clearly a hidden seller. Just flashed 32s, 33, 35. It didn't cross. I didn't get the print at 35, but I did see 35s. There it goes again. Let's post now into 38s. Let's see if we can kind of ride this trend. It's up 68%. The pickings are slim in the world of small cap gappers today, so we're really going to try to focus on the ones that are moving, keeping an eye on this one. I don't want it to go against me. Now my cost basis is fundamentally changed, right? Because I added into the high. I'm not going to change my move. My move is prior bar low and I'm out, and that's 123. So we're going to continue to watch here as it zigs and zags at that 130 level. Packing the patience. I got into a new trade, by the way, RKLZ. It seems to be finding some support here at the 10 EMA. I'm not giving it room at all. I'm 2 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. But if it loses trend, I'm out. And that means if it loses that 370 area, which is, I think, about 3 or 4 pennies below the 10 EMA and the 5, I'm not even going to entertain this one, but we're looking for a print. I think I'm waiting here. It just has to cross at 78. RKLZ, an inverse ETF of Rocket Labs, of course. Trade this carefully. It does have a good amount of volume on the day, about 11 million shares on a $3 name. For an ETF, not so bad. Not the greatest, though. Showing 78s right now. Still no prints. Still no prints. Still no prints. Waiting for that 135 continuation on SUNE as well. Sorry, guys. Going back and forth between these two, trying to keep my eye on both and trying to ride trend here on these bad boys. There's now a seller at 130 on SUNE for whatever reason, so we'll just wet the beak there. See if we can kind of ride trend. Chris, Ty, Cavanaugh, Sharif. Do you think ELPW is about to start a new uptrend? Let's have a quick look. Just give me a sec to resolve some of these trades. Let me put EPLW. I'm going to take off ZCMD. So EP, this is a holdover, I'm assuming, from yesterday. EPLW. Oops, typed it wrong. ELPW. ELPW. My mistake. ELPW. Or just let it load, I guess, because it's, I don't like the look of this one's jib at all, man, at all. It is an unbroken lower high trend, brother. I'm sorry to kind of be the bearer of bad news. It's going to have to break trend, not only just break this very, very obvious lower high trend, but it's going to have to weasel above that 176, 177 area. That's the volume weighted average price. It's also kind of finding support at that resistance, I should say, relative to that pre-market high. It's up 72%, man. It could recover to VWAP, so I don't know what your cost basis is. A lot of the times, you know, they do catch a bit of a bounce, and here it is. Off 56, could be making its way to 76. Let me know what your cost basis is, brother, but I'd be looking, first and foremost, for a decided break of this obvious lower high trend line, and then I'd be looking to see how it acts around that white line, which is the volume weighted average price, currently showing 76, so just a little bit above that volume weighted average price. Shout out to Chris. For Alt J, Sharif, reply to my super chat. LOL, sorry, brother. Let me go to top chat. Fan funding. Let me just look. Okay, what do you think of MU at these levels? Thank you, brother, for reminding me about that. Let's take a quick look at Micron. Where's Micron? I'm scared to look. Oh, no. It's about 0.15 from going SSR. Why am I laughing? That's not funny. I'm flattening out here on SUNE because I just need to be able to focus. Well, look, man, Micron's up 1.5% on the year. Not the year, obviously, but lately. It's still 32.25% on the year. That's kind of looking weak relative to SanDisk, which is up 157%. But this is a look of Micron right now, Joey, on the daily. Okay, it's going to freeze. I'm sorry. Yo, good. Into the 20 we go. So you can see very clearly an area of resistance at 450. Couldn't shake the sellers, or we couldn't shake the sellers, or we ran out of buyers at 450, obviously pulling into the 20. So look, there is really very few areas where you can see obvious support and resistance and say, hey, this is a great buy area. Look, every time we dip in here, we find support because it's been a rocket ship. It's been up and to the right to no end. So what I do in those cases, I look to the moving averages. And right now we're at the 20. We've already lost that $400 psychological area of support. My only comment about that $400 area would be, let's see if it closes below 400 for 3 trading days. There's this rule, right? John J. Murphy, probably others use it as well. The 3% rule or the 3-period rule. So whatever time frame you're charting, if it's the weekly, the monthly, the daily, you're looking for 3 candles, 3 periods to close below that 400. And then you can kind of use it as a confirmed break. Others will use a 3% rule. So if you lose that level, 400 that is, by more than 3%, they consider it a clean break. Your guess is, your not guess, but your strategy could be a little bit different than mine. What I do see, though, is a possible flat top shelf at 350. Now, we range there essentially from the 6th of January to when we took it decidedly on the 16th. So not 10 trading days, but 10 calendar days of resistance at 350. We're at 377 3/4 right now. 350 could be a big buy area. You could also be looking at the 50 exponential, which is a little bit below that, at around 330, 325. But when you have like such a parabolic move like Micron, you're likely to give some back. The only saving grace, I think, that Micron may have, and we may see this in the next couple of weeks or so, is just the insane demand that there is for RAM. And we're not seeing that slow down. I don't care what everybody says about the unwinding of the AI trade. We've heard from Taiwan Semi. We've heard from all the big players about the orders that they've got, the demand that they've got, and we've heard comments as well from some of the hyperscalers who were reporting, SMCI, reporting yesterday that their margins compressed almost half of what they used to be last year because of the cost in RAM. So we know that the RAM manufacturers and suppliers are absolutely printing up storms because they keep increasing prices and keep increasing those margins. So you could have a recovery on Micron. I would say, look at the fundamentals that I could just explained and try to jive them with the technicals. 350 I like. And then I would also be looking for a retracement above 400 within 3 periods. That's my suggestion to you, Joe.
Fair enough, man. Just going through some of my old. I'm just going through January, and I'm going with the couple days that we have been trading in February, and just going through some of the old systems there. So I removed SMCI off of my side chart, not getting the breakdown that we were looking for. That's okay, man. We want things that cooperate and work for us. If not, I think that's just a little bit of a coping mech, right? Like, it's like, hey, you don't want to continuously try to force and what do we call milk a stone or beat a dead horse. You're not going to get anything from it. So stick with your systems. I took my 3 attempts, one of them being a slight error, 2 break-evens, 1 loss. See you later, right? Like we were expecting a little bit of a breakdown there. We didn't get it. We weren't fortunate enough to do so. So we'll look for another opportunity. So let's keep rocking and rolling. It's been a pretty good one so far. We can run through our trades and see what we got going on. Nphase was cooking up for us earlier in the day. And that's the thing, right? It's just like trying to make trading life a little bit easier, going with the flow. Strong opening drive. This thing was up 23% at some point. Did we have the best entry? Absolutely not. But we did have the ability ready to hold it. We piece them out, and then sure enough, we do get a trailing stop on that front. SLV, you guys seen us punch out of that one there not too long ago. Took a couple attempts, one break even, and sure enough, that short we got to rock and roll for us. And then what is SMCI? Dare I look at it? Yeah, it doesn't really matter, man. No hard feelings whatsoever around this neck of the woods. Yeah, and see, there you go. You get that breakdown. Didn't hold on to it. Maybe I was just micromanaging my super microcomputer a little bit here, and then sure enough, now you're starting to head to that 32.51 mark. But yeah, it is what it is, man. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever as you're starting to break down a little bit there in SMCI. With that being said, a nice break up there in Nphase, right? A nice bounce off of the volume-weighted average price. We have Uber starting to form, did form a triple top on the 5-minute at that $72 mark. Is this neckline going to break? Let's head over to the 1-minute time frame and get a little bit more detail. This is tough, man. You want to definitely get in at the top end of the range. Unless the momentum really starts to pick up, that's when you'd want to sell the lower end. But yeah, just heading back to SMCI, we did what we did. We re-engaged. We just weren't fortunate enough to participate in this breakdown as we did micromanage that one a little bit. Worried about giving some back instead of just focusing on the trade itself. So you pay the price, right? It breaks down. You get the trade that you're looking for. $32 I think could be in the works there for SMCI, but we won't be partaking in that one. So yeah, let's run through a couple more names. Oh, what we haven't done today.
What?
Let's do it. You know what time it is, Sharif.
I know. The sector.
It is.
Oh, I got it wrong yesterday. You weren't going to get me twice in a row, bro.
You're getting that one wrong twice in a row. That's for sure. Let's pull it up here, guys, and see what we got going on for the week. Materials was in second or third place yesterday.
Okay.
All right, we're in first place today, 1.63%. Consumer staples sitting in that show place. All right, win place show for all my pony and dog racers out there, bettors out there. Only Florida, I think you can get the dog races and stuff like that. That would be pretty cool. Energy sector, 1.5%. Then you head over to the consumer discretionary, you're down 0.4. Consumer services, you're down 0.4 as well too. And tech sector, down 3.25. Down 3.25, my boy. The Dow Jones is the only one holding up here by a thread, just flat on the day. SPY down 0.5%. XLF.
Get it, Joey.
Excuse me. XLF definitely helping the SPY hold up. The Russ.
I found out the
average price of Sailor? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen it.
You saw that?
Yeah, it was like 76. You got 76 there?
76.05.
Yeah, 76. What are we at right now?
Is someone going to be calling?
No, he said even if it goes to zero, they're not going to be calling.
Is it all equity?
I have no idea, man.
The thing
is, though, I forget which individual was talking about it. He's like, hey, when you have something like this going on, and what Michael Saylor is explaining to you is just like issuing credit with preferables and all this and all that, a lingo I have no idea what he's talking about, all the financial gibberish. Short the dog, right? You know what I mean? Especially like long Bitcoin, short Sailor, and I think that's been the narrative, man. I didn't understand that. He would go on Squawk or whatever it was on CNBC, and he would just be talking about issuing credit, preferables this, we can never be margin called. It's like, it's just like, oh, okay, dude. I think you've complicated a system where it's just like essentially you're buying Bitcoin, which I don't find is overly complex, into something where you're trying to be a digital credit issuer.
Well, he's trying to issue like, he's trying to give you a coupon in the way that you get a coupon on bonds, like a yield.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's
Bitcoin
not general. Well, that's the thing, right? So he's saying that the yield is going to just come from capital appreciation.
And also with the earnings report, right? So it's like, dude, it's like, it's essentially a bunch of financial gibberish at the end. I heard multiple people say this. Also his earnings report and his earnings, whatever the 10K or whatever they file, is a projection of Bitcoin hitting $150,000. Right? So like what happens when you've projected that your stock's already down 75%, probably closer to 80% off of the previous highs. So what does that mean now, considering you're at half of that value currently sitting at, right?
Absolutely. How are you paying those coupons?
How are you paying those coupons?
Yeah, I'll find out. I want to see exactly how it's structured. So keep going, and I'm gonna find out exactly.
Absolutely. There goes the NASDAQ guys putting in a new LOD, probably being led by NVDA. It's all right, man. We're not going to worry about it whatsoever. Let's see what everyone else thinks about Michael Saylor and company there. MST is a Ponzi on a Ponzi. Sounds like it, man. Sounds like it. Payco OR, don't think you can ever hide from me. I know who you are. Oh, there goes SMCI. Let's get this thing off of our chart before we really... oh, man, why didn't we hold on to that bad boy? But it is what it is, guys. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. There's going to be multiple opportunities throughout today's session, and we'll keep our eyes on it. I was thinking about a potential long, but I don't know if we want to try and catch this falling knife. Let's pull up the NASDAQ. We haven't even looked at this from a daily. Guys, let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Same narrative, right? Same narrative. You're heading towards those key support levels. You have that shelf starting to be formed. The momentum's really starting to pick up towards the downside. Be cautious of what we got going on. I forget who was talking about swing trades. Who's like, hey, I want to try to find a swing. If it's to the downside, I can agree. Why? Because you're going with the flow. If you're trying to find and catch this falling knife, the market might be in a selling phase right now, and I think that's been the narrative over the past couple of sessions.
Should we explain this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so here's how he's paying the coupon, okay? First of all, he's got software revenue from legacy media, from his legacy software business, and apparently he's directing those revenues to pay the coupon. Moreover, there's a lot of cheap convertible debt that he's been able to raise. Many of the company's loans are convertible notes and at very low or even zero interest rate, so basically a 0% yielding coupon. And a lot of the lenders were okay to accept that because they wanted to be able to convert their debt, which is in this case basically the loan that they gave for shares if capital appreciation was to move up on those shares. So because the lenders are willing to accept lower payments in exchange for the option to flip their debt into MSTR stock, the price skyrockets. Last one, the equity flywheel. Where have we heard that before? The company frequently sells new shares, oh no, of its own stocks at a premium to raise cash reserves, even including a $1.44 billion buffer created back in late 25, specifically to pay dividends and coupons without ever needing to sell their Bitcoin. That to me is, it's a little bit, I don't like it, but.
See, but that's the thing, and that's kind of what I'm getting at.
A lot of mathematical.
If you have to make it that complicated, what does that really say? Like, if you need to make it that complex, what does that say in your opinion? I don't know. I don't know how I feel.
Well, I think a lot of these things are complex. It's just, the fact that people are willing to accept or to not get paid a premium. Like, think about yields, right?
Yeah.
Why does the longer dated bond, like the 30-year, pay a higher coupon than the 10-year? Because you're taking duration risk.
Yeah, you're
right.
Exactly.
You're locked in for 30 years.
You're right, 100%.
So, in other words, right, the longer you take on risk, you should be rewarded for it with higher yield. You're not getting anything here. Right? You're not getting any yield. All you're getting is the promise that MSTR stock could be higher, and it gives you the opportunity, kind of like an option, a contract,
essentially using
to convert
it as a leverage, using it as a leverage product, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. What the lender here, basically, their upside when it's paying 0% is the promise of some future date. MSTR stock is not going to be where it was, and it's going to be higher because of the accretion in Bitcoin, and you're going to be able to kind of realize what you didn't get in the coupon through capital appreciation. That's the bet.
Okay. I mean, damn.
All right, the long man, all right, MSTR preferred shareholders and debt holders own the entire capital stack at around $30,000 to $35,000. Common shareholders have zero equity left at that point. Explain a little bit more, brother. You don't have to super chat again, but just kind of explain your comment there.
Well, zero equity because base now you're south of his average price. Would it not be?
It would be half, less than half. He's saying at 30 to 35,000.
Well, no, he's saying that. So what he said was the preferred shareholders and debt holders own the entire capital stack at 30 to 35K. Common shareholders have zero equity left. The common shareholders
preferred.
Because,
exactly.
The common would be because of the fact that it is now south of the average price.
Got it.
I believe, right? Which I think would make a little bit of sense. Again.
All right, guys. When it comes to the current trade right now, RKLZ continuing to trend up. Really good look over here. Into 387, that's the high. We've got 75s on. It's a much slower mover. This is an inverse ETF of Rocket Labs, about 2 times. It's up 30%. I'm looking for a move possibly into 4. Other than that, I really don't like anything at the moment. I'm continuing to watch Nphase, but I have a bias about that one that I don't like it long until it clears that 5150. It's currently at 51, so let's see how it does. Box L is also one that I've been watching essentially since the beginning of the morning. And it's starting to break trend a little bit, but I've seen this story before, and then it lures you in, and then it drops right back down. So I'm going to continue to wait here on BOXL. Oh boy. And see whether or not it decidedly breaks trend. Also, I'm keeping an eye on 8 EGHT for a move back above, I want to say 250. It's currently 240. Looking for a move there that I could entertain along there. SUNE as well is at the volume weighted average price right at 112. See what this one has to offer. Does it find support at the volume weighted average price, or what the situation is going to be? But right now it's hanging on to the volume weighted average price, neither dropping nor moving up. So those are the ones that I'm looking at. I'm also keeping an eye here on ZSL, but it's become a lot more consolidative. Let's see if it can kind of get above that 2.25 and stay above at 2.25, because that is right around that closing print. So it looks like break even on the day is 223, and that's where it's been hovering for a while. So that does probably pose some sort of an issue as we try to go green on the day. So I'm sorry guys, but the charts today, I don't know what the hell is going on with this thing. My goodness. All right, let's flip back to the 5. Maybe you can update now. No. Yeah. All right, Joe, what do you got?
Yeah, I was just talking with South Jersey Jackie saying just don't trade the trade, man. And that's where I'm sitting at. Like, we had a couple good opportunities. There could be more here with the breakdown potentially in Nphase as the market is also heading a little bit lower. You're heading towards a 1-minute neckline here on SLV. If that cracks, you might see a little bit more downside down to that $76 mark. We did stop up out here, which is totally fine. I was thinking about getting in at the top end of the range here on Nphase, and then maybe we can get that support level to break right at around the volume weighted average price. You can see the same thing, neckline being broken on Uber. So there's a lot going on. I haven't even looked really at AMD today. Let's see what AMD is up to. And see, yeah, I mean, continuously moving lower, guys. We can head over to the daily and see from that perspective as you're breaking through some key support levels on the daily, and you're right at them at that $200 mark. This gap is probably going to get filled down to 170, but over time, right? I'm not saying it's going to happen in a week span or anything along those lines. Over time, you'll get somewhat of a bounce, and then maybe you get that move a little bit lower, or you find some support right around 186 on AMD. Take a look at its daddy, we're going to call it here, NVDA. I don't know, but that's a little bit excessive, but here it is, 172, a breakdown from that $212 mark. Hey, it is what it is, guys. There's some downward momentum in the overall market. Heading back over to Uber, we've been taking a look at that one. Oh yeah, Nphase is really starting to break down there. Oh, there's a good opportunity. Double top on the 1 minute. If you got in there at 51, that would have been prime time Deion Sanders. BTC broke that neckline too, right? Yeah, it's heading towards there. It has broken that uptrend, broke as well too. As the NASDAQ continues to slide, what is the SPY up to? Maybe the staples is going to be a little bit stronger there, guys. The SPY down to 682 and continuing to move lower. I think this is going to be a really tough day. You're going to want to wait until the latter half of the session to potentially catch this falling knife and you get somewhat of a rebound like in yesterday's session. So keep an eye out on that and just be extremely, extremely patient. Go with the flow, and the flow is most definitely to the downside right now. Nphase finding a nice little bounce at VWAP once again. Now, $15 super chat, Sharif. Just an observation. Everyone's tone has been more somber than usual on the show. Real talk. Are you guys feeling the fear of the market like I am? The bubble pop fear is feeling really real. I don't feel like we've been have you been somber?
We're talking about certain areas getting disrupted.
Yeah,
I think the SAS area, but I'm going to continue to say what I've been saying, and I'm not going to change. I'm not the type of person that wakes up on with a different vibe. I'm going to continue to buy good companies at good levels. I'm not going to change my opinion unless something fundamentally changes in the market, and I don't think it has. I like every stock that I own. I'm not necessarily in the money on every stock that I own, but I like them, and I like them at key levels, and I'm still bullish on everything that I'm invested in. So I'm not changing my opinion on anything.
No, I like in my long-term holdings, we did do a little bit of shuffling, but again, it's a learning process as well too. We made some mistakes, but I said this earlier in the morning. This is just the cyclical nature of the beast, right? Like, so this time I'm not going to be hitting panic mode in anything. I trimmed my Bitcoin a while ago when it really started to sell. I rotated into some other names, which isn't horrible whatsoever. So I'm willing to sit through this because I know a year or two down the road, probably even a little bit less, we're going to probably be putting in new all-time highs. You have to take into consideration, we have to analyze this stuff day by day, right? So if the market is selling, we all have, the majority of us have our long-term accounts. We have to look at it as it is. And the market is selling right now, and it's kind of going through that distribution phase if you've read Wyckoff's theory, right? You have the accumulation, you have that consolidation, and then now we're starting to distribute to the lower end. And that's totally fine because guess what? For every seller, there's an individual, and it's probably the market makers who are continuously buying at these lower and lower prices. So that's how I'm looking at it. And then eventually, that's why a lot of these big names, the fundamentals are still there. And I think it's not that I think, it's designed in order, it's designed to be successful, essentially, if you go back in history and look over time. So just be patient. It sucks right now, but I think in the long run, you'll be okay.
Well said, well said. All right, guys, we're continuing to make higher highs on RKLZ. We just went the beak there at 89, now looking for a 94 print. Very, very steady state up. Again, this is an inverse leveraged ETF for Rocket Lab. There's another high a day into 90. Fantastic look on this one. Going to continue to ride it up 31%. Shout out to John. 600 bounce on the Qs. I was just looking at the Qs, brother, but my charts are just acting up insane. So I can't even load to see where it's at. Looks like it's bleeding here into 600, 697. It looked 88. So it does look like it's on the way to 600. I'm talking about the Qs, of course, down 2.5%. The IWM also getting clipped 2% in Redville. The Dow is the only one that's positive, I'm assuming because of Apple, but Apple's off the highs as well, up 0.08% for DIA, and then the SPY is down 1% as well. So a bit of a tough look. I'm not really going to be interested in trading the Qs at all. We're going to keep an eye here on RKLZ. I'm also looking at EGHT. So this one has been super consolidated for a while, and now it is slowly, very, very slowly putting in higher lows and kind of putting in that rounding effect, that rounded bottom. So here's what I'm going to do. I perceive there's a flat bottom at around 235. We're showing 242, 243. So I'm going to get in here, and if it loses 235, I'm out. So let's go ahead and throw that in there, and we'll give this one a little bit of room to kind of do its thing. Where do we get there? There we go, into 44s. Let's go ahead and post now into the area high, and then I'm going to put a couple of beak wetters north of 50 as well. So EGHT still up 46 and a third percent, but as I look at the IWM, it makes sense why we don't have too many small cap gappers making their way onto the scene today. PW is the biggest gapper above $1 on the day, up 74%, and it's below where it opened up at. So that just gives you the idea that the pickings are super slim. So keep that in mind when you're sizing in your positions, and you know how aggressively you're looking to take some of these, long or short. Well, we'll find out in about 20 minutes or so about the shorts on the small cap gappers. I forgot to mention this to you guys. Again, we mentioned it at the top of the show. Luis Barbado is going to be on at 1 o'clock. And if you've been watching the show for a while, you know he's a small cap trader, small cap gapper trader from our Barcelona office. And he's nice enough to come on. He's going to come on once a week, Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. And his focus is going to be shorting these small cap gappers. Now, you guys have been watching me taking these things long now for over a year, but I don't think I've ever taken any of them short. And most of the time, because you know they're breaking to the high side, but he's going to give us kind of his playbook and how he looks at things for the shorts. So if you're more short inclined or you want to kind of diversify your trading game to be able to go both ways, make sure to catch that with us. He's going to be on in about 18 minutes or so. Thank you, Adam. Adam, I don't know what PLN is, man. 50 PLN? I got to find out. My curiosity's getting the better of me over here. PLN currency, just before we kind of look at that currency. There we go. What is that? Polish, I don't even know how to say that. How do you even say that, man? The zloty? How do you say that? Does anybody know how to say the Polish currency? Grozy? I think it's grozy. All right, Adam, thank you for the 50. Could you please take a look at NBIS and provide some technical analysis? Find out what NBIS is up to. Hopefully the charts hold out over here, NBIS. All right, what's Nebius up to? So negative on the day, down 12.5%. I'm looking for just any entries in today's blotter. Nothing from today, nothing from yesterday. Looking on the second as well. They just announced full year. What is this? They announced fourth quarter full year results conference call. Okay, that was from the second. Let's zoom out here and get a better look at Nebius. Okay, so we're coming into a very critical area of technical resistance, I want to say, or support, excuse me. It's that I want to say that 80 to about 75. So a couple of things. First and foremost, the 200 simple moving average at 75, the 200 exponential at 79. So you definitely look like you're on the way to the 200. However, I don't like this pattern over here. The lower high is unbroken. You could have been maybe fooled because this looked like an area high as well at that 103, 104 area, ends up breaking into 110 and then drops, actually about to lose that $75 area. 78, 79 is the current price. I do like this off the 200 bounce, but I'd be worried for a flat bottom break because it's preceded lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, it's that 80 to 75 flat bottom as support. So this could be a flat bottom break candidate. If it does dip into that flat bottom, if it does lose 75, I'd be looking at 55 to 60. You got a lot of interactions with that level, 50 to 60, I should say. You had 50 support back February 2024. You had 55 level resistance. June 2025, again in late June, early July. Again, I want to say late July. And then you got it, looks like on earnings there, you got a breakout above that 55 in early August. And then we kind of went back, held 65, and then you got more continuation there. So number one, I'd be looking for the 200 to hold up, which is around 75. If it loses 75, I'd be looking certainly at that 55 area. That's kind of my look on Nebi. It's not one that I really follow all that much, but it's still a lot closer. Let's actually do a weekly chart on this to see exactly what the situation is here. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to wait on that one. I do apologize again, guys, about the charts today. So, bit of a tougher look. Joey, let's take a quick look though at the other trade that we've got on. RKLZ can't seem to shake that 90 seller. Up into 90 we go. I'm waiting at 94, so no new prints on that one. But I did get into this one again. I'm talking about EGHT. We're going to stop out if it loses 35, but I'm looking for a curl up maybe into 50. It does give me that, that inkling that we are kind of rounding off that volume weighted average price and looking possibly to test 250 again, Joe.
Yeah, good luck, man. The chat makes me chuckle. Once again, whoever said what they said yesterday, and then someone said, call the homicide unit for Tesla today. So let's pull up Tesla and see.
Why is Tesla getting clipped, too?
Dude,
like,
man,
it has nothing to do with anything.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Call the homicide unit right here on TSLA as it's continuing to move a little bit lower. Still, we're heading towards an additional neckline. What do you got going on?
The homicide.
Oh, is that the homicide?
I don't know. It's the closest I've got, brother.
Okay, yeah, I like that one then. We'll hit it one more time. We're going to call the homicide unit across the board here. Multiple casualties on today's session, Shreve. It's unfortunate. I mean, we probably shouldn't joke about it. Whoa, we got this one here, though. Adara, you haven't heard this one in quite some time. Bang. Yeah, there we go. We'll throw that one up there. Yeah, exactly. So we'll throw that one up there, guys. It's been a little bit of a tougher session. If you haven't been shorting, right? Like, I think it's just a little bit easier to go with the flow here today. Obviously, much easier said than done. But yeah, Nphase right back towards the top, failing to establish a new high. This is kind of just what I'm keeping my eyes on right now. You could probably just get involved in a little bit of some of this mega cap tech, and then you might get that. You might be fortunate enough to get a little bit more of a breakdown. As Tesla was trading around 424 today, now down to 454 cents. As this indecision print got my eyes kind of opening up a little bit here, Gaurav, but now it looks like we're starting to break that and head a little bit lower. There's silver down to 76.76 and looking like it wants to head towards the low of the day. Uber putting that inverted up here, failing to establish a new HOD. So we got our eyes on multiple things. Nphase is going to be the primary. It would probably be smarter for me to just go with the flow and then buy.
Silver.
So silver, yeah.
Silver's
Are you still in ZLS?
No, I'm out, but yeah.
It's heading right back towards the low of the day, Sharif. So I wouldn't be surprised if we breach it and then head into that $75 mark. We can head over to our scan and see what we got going on that front. If there's anything exciting, who's putting in the most volume here today, have the small cap scan ready to go. Talk a little bit with Luis. Not too long from now, probably 12 minutes. We're gonna 12 minutes. Yeah, you got that ready to rock and roll as well. But we'll head over to the scanner. SLV with NVDA 101 million shares. Market cap still around 4 trillion, I should say. Silver, TQQ's SMCI. What are we trading at now? Approximately 31.90. Oh man, yeah, what a breakdown there. It's unfortunate we didn't get the ability to take advantage of that one. I had a feeling we were going to break down on SMCI, and there goes Google continuing to move lower. We were at a previous peak of around $348. This trend line is on the breach of being snapped if it hasn't already, Sharif. So I know Neil's going to be keeping an eye out on that one. Let's see what that earnings report brings us later this evening.
All right, LIMN is reawakening over here, and it looks like it might be on a breakout. We're going to give this one the old college try. There's a 65 seller. Let's go ahead and post some into the high 60s, low 70s. It's up 52%, a great hold off VWAP, but it's going to have to continue. Right, I certainly see, that double top had a very close opening and closing print on those two candles. I'm talking about the 11:55 and the 12 o'clock candles. The opening print 172, the closing print on the green candle 173. The opening print, as well 172, 173. So we got resistance at 170, even though the day high is 183. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Let's see if we can build a position possibly into 50s. Where do we get in? 65. So let's see. Prior bar low, by the way, is south of 50 at 143. So that is a little concerning. But we'll look to defend that 150 because look at all the rejections into that 150 area. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's add small on the dip. So I'm going to put those dip trades for small share size into the mid to low 150s. Let's go ahead and put that. And then we're going to stop out at 150 if it loses it. Showing 68s. I'm waiting at 69, looking for a price spike up. Huge seller at 68. Hidden seller, nothing being taken off the gateways there. So we know there's a big boy seller at 168. Can we shake them? Now they're selling at 67s. That's something, there we go, into 69. We can't get the print. There's a seller at 69 as well. Can't shake that seller. Continuing to watch. It's the hidden seller everywhere because nothing's getting taken off the gateways at all. Looking for a possible dip and then a price spike up into 170. So showing 68s again. There's 66. I didn't get a chance to add there. Let's see if we can get, there it is. All right, let's see if we can get a move up now into 68, 69. Nope, back into 60 we go. So let's see what this one's going to do. Is it going to lose the bid? If it loses the bid, I'm out at 50. Simple as that. What do we got? We got 64, showing 63. No continuation on LIMN at the moment. Let's see if we have another attempt here at that 69 penny level. Couldn't shake the seller last time. I'm also, guys, involved in EGHT, looking for a move into 50 on that, and then we're still holding RKLZ. That one is just like bleeding upwards. That's an inverse Rocket Labs ETF. Seller at 63 here on LIMN. They're selling everywhere, and they're all hidden. So let's continue to watch that. Yeah, the 10 EMA on the 5 also kind of showing that $0.50 support. So if the $0.50 holds, this will be a good trade, but it's going to have to hold first, Joey. Continue to watch. What do you got, brother?
Yeah, same thing, man. Shout out to California and the individuals in LA who know Abby Dijon. Abby Dijon, one of my favorite bands. More low-key. I don't think they put anything out in quite some time. But yeah, other than that, guys, shout out to that. Now, as for Nphase, we're getting a little bit of a rebound. This is what I want. I want to try to get in on top of the ask here if we can continuously lift. And if we hold this once again, 50.84, there might might be a solid opportunity. Now, listen, I understand I'm heading myself in the top. With that being said, if we do have the ability to get involved in this at prices that we want without it breaking up, and we do get that support level break and the volume weighted average price break, I'm going to have to go to a higher time frame and eliminate a lot of this noise, right? Because we made that mistake with SMCI. I sound like Mike Tyson over there. Yeah. There it goes, a nice little breakdown to $38. So that was a little bit of a missed opportunity, but that's okay. There's going to be plenty more, or we may not even have to take anything, right? Like it's been ENPH, it's been a pretty good one, and we're not going to complain whatsoever. Just looking ahead, looking forward here, guys. Someone said Tesla broke 400. You have Uber breaking necklines as well too. It was very interesting.
Like price breaking necklines. It sounds like they're breaking necks.
Yeah, it is essentially. Breaking. It is a break. I'm sure a lot of people's necks are being broken.
It's a perfect analogy for today.
Exactly. So that's it. But no, in all seriousness, I just say, because we look at head and shoulders and support levels, I just essentially call them necklines. So like it's just I'm playing the break of the neckline, right? So it's just, again, then you look for that forward momentum. This is potentially a shelf right here, or neckline on Uber. It could head a little bit lower. But initial earnings report, clean flush to the downside, and then it could just slowly, I wouldn't say slowly, climbs higher, and then you put in a new HOD, even in the pre-market before the open, and then you give the majority of that back. So let's see what this move has in store for Uber if you're going to head back towards that $71 mark. I mean, time is ticking right now. It's almost 1 o'clock, so only 3 hours. I shouldn't say only 3 hours. We're at that halfway point of the session. So things are going to start to slowly cool down. You want to go with the flow, as I continuously said over and over again. Eddie, the distributor. What's up, brother? Will RBLX be long? Kids in Roblox are staging ICE agents going into door-to-door and arresting illegal aliens. I have no idea about what ICE is doing and all that stuff. Yeah, they're staging people. They're kind of setting people up, maybe, I think is what he's getting at. Will RBLX climb a little? BLX. What? Yeah, I don't know. So there's a lot going on there. 58%. Not going to try and catch a falling knife on RBLX. You want to wait for these trend lines to be broken, Eddie, the distributor. And again, if you want to get in early, just be prepared for a little bit more downside. You know the current sentiment of the overall market. If you just wait for the backside of this trend line, then I think you'll have a little bit better of an opportunity.
Yeah, sorry. I was just typing. All right, LIMN, price spike into 70. That's the resistance. So this is concerning. So we got a whole bunch of prints onto that. But as you can see, there's a couple of prints north of 70 that didn't print, that didn't move, that didn't get filled, excuse me. I still maintain my bias. There it is, into 76. There's a price spike up, 78, 92. Give me my money, man. Boom, Joey freaking options, man. Let's get this.
Give me my money.
Just give me my money. There we go. Nice trade here. I wish I had a couple of more that dip trades that filled, but there goes all LIMN into the high day at 195. We've got 63s on. We did add a bunch of times in this, a bunch of two orders, dip trades into 50 went unprinted, but I still have a good position on this one. Looking for the continuation to 93. That's the only unfilled order. We're still holding shares here, man. So we got to wet the beak here in case there's a price spike down. And then we need to wait in front of $2 because 195, you know that's on the door at 2. So if price spikes up into that 90s area, I want to get the beak wet. Hit it. There we go. Dipping back down into the 70s. Watch out, guys. I'm going to take out a little bit more over here. Do we still have? Yeah, we still have a good amount. So I'm going to pack the patience back into the 70s we go. Good look here on LIMN. I'm liking how I traded this. I like the fact that it showed me support at 50. I got in. I had to risk 15 pennies, right? We got in at 64s originally. Now we have a better price with 62. So LIMN up 67%. Man, it's been hard trading some of these small cap gappers today because it's just been not that many of them, quite frankly. And this one is nice that it is actually breaking out midday with a $2 essentially high day. RKLZ coming back down into 85. I've got 75s. I need to be alive to that. How's the other trade? Oh, there goes 8 into 250. What do we have on that one? We have 43s. I'm looking for continuation now into 54s. Let's see if this one can weasel up back into 57s. That's a high a day. It's also up 50%. Had a good trade on this one earlier. We defended into the 2/3 of a dollar. Now I'm looking to defend into that 35 penny area. I see a lot of support at 35. So that's where my stop is, and that's where it remains. So we'll keep tabs on that. Back to LIMN. This is the one that just had the breakout. showing 80s again. This one did double top through the $0.75 right around noon, and then dropped and lost VWAP, lost the 10, lost everything. So I'm expecting here, or I'm at least on guard for a big retracement in kind of the similar way that we got at 11.55 and 12. It's not immediately doing that. It's showing still the price here in the 80s, but nor is it taking out any of the mid 90 prints that I have waiting for it, mid and high 90s. So keeping an eye out there. Oh boy.
What happened, my boy?
Look at the super. And from one of our favorite people too. Shout out to Eddie.
Yeah.
He's gonna troll us, right? Like I still haven't psychologically recovered from the game 7 loss.
I don't even know who this guy is, Tarek Skubal.
I don't know who he is either, but you know, it's the fact that the Dodgers seem to have signed somebody. Maybe
you see all the other owners crying about it, saying that there's going to be somewhat of a hard cap now because these guys are just spending a little.
Baseball's been like that forever. New York did it in the 2000s. They spent up the yin yang, and they continue to spend up the yang. You tell me Rogers doesn't have deep pockets, man?
Of course they do.
You know what I mean? Like taking my money every dang month, man.
You use it, why going? Oh
my
yeah,
cable, my internet, my phone. Right? So they have plenty of money, those people.
That's what Rogers is saying to you, man. Give me my money.
Yeah, it's exactly what it's been saying.
We have that pre-authorized payment on there. We don't have to be knocking.
I have no pre-authorized payments. Zero.
So wait, you just pay it yourself every month? Why?
Because I don't want anybody dipping their hand in my bank account.
Without your approval, without you sending it.
Yeah, And you know what else I do?
Send it, what?
I keep my checking account at zero, my boy.
Your checking account?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why?
Yeah, same, man.
Because I
zero,
put everything in the savings, and I disconnected my debit card from the savings.
Yeah.
So you get that debit, you're going to have zero money in the checkings. Anytime I want to buy something, go into the app, move it from savings to checkings. That way we protect.
I do that for my CC.
You do that?
Yeah, I put all cash onto the
Too
CC.
many cart skimming.
Too many
scams right
What kind of nonsense is this? I have to pay.
Get it, Ram.
I have to pay them money for them to hold. I have to pay the bank money to hold my money so that they can invest my money and then make money.
Well, that's the way it is.
I understand that's the way it is. It's complete.
I know, but like, what are you gonna
BS on that front, man. All right, come on, Nphase. It looks like we're gonna get that breakdown here momentarily. I'm just gonna keep an eye out on some.
Oh, here we go.
Go, tell them.
LIMN into 92. Can we get a 95? Showing 93. Looking for more, man. Let's see if we can get a price 94. There is the print, 97. Boom! Into the high. We still have some at 61. Let's go ahead and wait now. We're going to go north of 2 into 207. It's showing it's a good side now, up 81% and on the verge of taking $2. And there goes ZSL, Joey, into the high as well, 230. And guess what? There goes 8 into 255, baby. We're taking prints there as well. Let's go ahead and wait into 62. They're both breaking out at the same time. EGHT, LIMN. There goes LIMN through the order. Oh, I ran out of shares, Joey. But I got the top wick there. So 210 high on LIMN. I'm all out of that one. Zigging and zagging. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here, man. Okay. Let's see if it dips back down into that 190, 180 area. I'm a buyer there.
The market maker is going to be calling the homicide unit and saying this Sharif guy is just taking all our money here these days. So you got to watch out.
That's hilarious. What's going on over there, Katina, man? The Katina man is still short NVIDIA as it continues to bleed its own blood. It is now over 4% negative. Katina man, what's the price there, brother? 177.50. So you know your boy's over $4 in the money on that. We're going to shout it to the Katina man. Great trade, brother. And what are you doing over there?
Hydration Nation, man. Just drinking a little bit of water over here.
I like it, Joe.
Seeing what we got going on. Nphase continuously not wanting to break down, but silver putting in a new low of the day at that $76 mark. That's all fine. We're all out of that one. The TQs. Not much of a bid being found here, guys. We'll just run through what's Ethereum, ETHA. What have you been? Oh man. What have you been up to? Not looking too good either. As it's, I mean, it's not horrible on today. You have the 1678 roughly open, and then now you're trading around 1596. That isn't too bad. I mean, it's not like we don't got to call the homicide unit on today's session. Just over the long term, you just definitely want to. That's going in the cold case files right there, Sharif. NVDA, SLV.
Oh, we got the OG here, man.
Oh, yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
OG here.
All right, man, whenever we're ready, let's fire things up.
Yeah, we're ready, Assassino. Right. There he is, Luis. Thank you for joining us, Luis. How's the trading day been, my man?
It's been very good, very interesting day, as well as yesterday as well.
Yeah, well, everything is red, at least, in the regular market. But in our market, Luis, small cap, gapper world, what did you trade today? I'd love to hear what you traded and how it went.
Yeah, we can check what we traded today, and also we can check what we traded yesterday because of the watch list we created pre-market. So let's see what we did also yesterday. But today, I think it's very important to check your trading LIMN and put some knowledge peel into this trade, okay? Because as you could see, yesterday was popping up pre-market until 90s. And the first thing I always do when we trade a sub-dollar stock is to check the non-compliant list company, okay? And if you check this list, you will see LIMN on the list with a bid price non-compliant regulation. What does it mean? That it closed below $1 for 30 days in a run. So it has to trade over $1 for 10 consecutive days, right? So with this, taking this into account, you have to think, okay, the company will try to push it above $1 and keep it there for 10 days. They have 180 days to do it. So that means around mid of July, they must be traded over $1 for 10 days in a run. So what I mean, if you see a stock popping up near to $1 and you see that this company has the non-compliant bid price, be aware that it might break $1 and hold few days, just to follow this rule.
That's an excellent suggestion, Luis, and I think I'm definitely going to add that myself to see why it's trading above the dollar, especially the ones that, on the door of the dollar, trading around there, whether it's in non-compliance. Thank you for that suggestion. That's actually excellent.
And also take into account the days run out. So we are in the second day over $1. So if you are in the 8th or 9th day, the probabilities are that they will hold above $1. And also, if it's below $1 in the, let's say, end of June or near July, you take into account that they will follow any action for the CEOs. They will apply any action in order to go above dollar. Usually it's a reverse split. They reverse split the stock, so they keep it over $1, although the market cap keeps the same, right?
We typically see when they do a reverse split that it fades after that because the market's wise to that whole thing. But I was going to ask you, what are the mechanics here that's happening, Luis, when the stock reaches, that 30-day sub $1? Is the company buying back its own stock? Are shareholders or, insiders buying the stock, or do they solicit somebody? Why is the stock moving up into that dollar? How do they get the mechanics to work that way?
Well, there are a few mechanics. Mainly is sending some news. I'm not going to say it's fake news, but some news that sometimes are not so important, or old news, recycled news that we call it, in order to push, to give some volume to the stock and some, highlight to the social media. So that's one way. And well, if it goes near to the end of the period, let's say half of July, they can ask to the NASDAQ regulators for another 180 days if they follow the other NASDAQ regulation rules. But if not, they go delisted. So that's a terrible news for the company. So they will try everything on their hands.
All right. My co-host Joey wants to ask you a question as well. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Luis, how's it going? First time having a conversation with you, and more than happy to be able to. But I have a couple questions. So as an individual who trades more or less mid and large cap, I still run through a small cap scanner. Now, there's a specific name that I have on my radar here that has traded substantial volume, and that's one of the criteria that I'm looking for here in the morning. And that name is going to be MOBX. We're roughly trading around $0.01 of a dollar right now. But with something that has that much substantial volume, I'm curious how you would specifically look at this and play, because I know you like trading things to the short side. So what my question to you is, with something that has that much momentum, trading approximately 33% higher, even up to 66% higher, what from a momentum standpoint are you looking for in things to cool down in order for you to take a trade in a name that has traded roughly around 400 million shares on today's session?
Yeah, usually I don't trade so below $1. So if it's below 60 or 17 cents, I don't even look at it. you have to take into account in the sub-dollar tickers, we don't have rebates. So you pay to go in or out, no matter if you add liquidity or remove liquidity. So a lot of volume is traded in the market because we add liquidity and we get rebates for it. And under $1, there is no that rebate. So it's a little bit more difficult. So also take into account what kind of company and how the company is totally destroyed, is trading 20 cents. But if you go like daily, you will see probably a lot of reverse splits. It's a recent IPO from $10 to zero mainly. So, it's not a type of a stock, even if it has a lot of volume, that we will trade. We had some resistance there, although I didn't trade. We have some resistance here. You see in the 40, 50 cents. You might try to short there, but for me, it's also very difficult to manage the risk and the position sizing in this kind of stocks. It's difficult to measure how many cents you can be wrong or right and how many shares you should buy or sell.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So with that being said, Luis, so you're looking for names that are a little bit north of $1. You're looking for volume. Tell us a little bit more criteria you're looking for specifically in order to trade and short some of these small cap names.
Yeah, well, we have for our own scanner, so it scans anything that is gapping up over 20-25% with high relative volume in the last 5 minutes. Mainly, we create our watch list pre-market, and we used to do with you guys. So we can check today, for example, what we have traded, and yesterday, of course. Yesterday, I think for us, it's very important that all our traders do the journaling. What did they trade every day? What mistakes did they do? And what tax or what kind of setup was every trade? So, for example, yesterday, reviewing the trades of yesterday, we have very interesting. This stock was gapping up. It's a GXAI.
Yep.
Was gapping up or fighting the $2 round number. And I discussed some days that he usually go long. So this is a perfect example of when going long, when going short. I'm going to show you this. Okay, this is what we call the triangle, okay, of the day. So the triangle for us is what is the pre-market highs, where is the VWAP, and where is the open. So if you see pre-market, it's a nice choice to go long because it's trading below VWAP with a lot of volume, with a lot of momentum, But once it fails, the VWAP, and we have the open here, this is the questioning areas. The shorts are not very comfortable, the longs either. Once it breaks the pre-market highs, this is a long area, right? This is a long area. We're trading above VWAP, above open with a lot of volume and breaking pre-market highs. Once we have lower highs in this area, it's a nice place to go short, expecting the VWAP to break. This is like the confirmation of the short side, right? So long side and back side, right?
Perfect.
All right, Luis, I have a question for you. LIMN, the one we were just speaking about, halted down. I think it's halted down, I believe, at 132. So if we can show my chart, Andre. What's your, in this particular case, halted down below the volume weighted average price, Luis, below the pre-market high, which I think was around $1.46, still positive on the day. I think the closing print's 107. What's the setup here? In a stock like this, what are you looking for to say, yes, this is now a short, and here's the short on? Like, what's the setup on a stock like this?
First, check the news because it looks like an offering, okay? It looks like a public offering. So when they offer shares, when they raise capital, there is the dilution, what we call dilution, right? There is more shares in the market, so the price should go down. So it looks like an offering. If it's an offering, we will look for a pop to VWAP 150, 140, 150, 160 to go short. Because if they diluted the stock, the price, it should go lower, right? You have to check, of course, how many million shares they offer and at what price. But that should be the setup here. I wish I could cut that short there, waiting for an offering, because one thing you should do when you short is looking for the probability of offering. Okay, so you go to our websites like Dilution Tracker and you see how much this company needs to raise capital, how many months of cash they have, and what's the probability of an offering ATM during the market.
Okay. So that's from the offering side. From the technical side, Luis, are you looking for maybe the loss of the day the day low, the loss of the closing print? Is there anything volume related? Like these volume candles right now that we just printed at 1 o'clock and 1:05, these are the largest volume candles on the day, and they're both red. 2.6 million shares and 2.4 million shares, and they're topping till into 210. So for me, I would be looking to go short under two conditions. I don't know if you feel about this. It has to be below the volume weighted average price. It has to be below the pre-market high, and it just opened and it's losing the bid again into 118. Do you wait for a pre-market low here at around 109 for a possible short?
I think if it is offering, the technical part doesn't have so much value. You know, you don't pay so much attention because if it's an offering, we don't care about VWAPs or lows. We care about right now, there are more shares in the market and the price has to be diluted, right?
Right, that's a great point. Do you have anything,
Yeah,
Joey?
well, you know what, Shreve, it's been a tough day here for, obviously, is Luis still there? It's been a tough day, yeah. It's been a tough day in the markets, obviously, with the mega cap tech selling. So what I want to do here, Luis, is pour a little bit more salt in the Canadian wounds, and that is going to be, we're sitting around approximately -7 right now, feels like -12. I want to know the temperature in Barcelona because, I mean, if it's worse, he may as well make it a little bit more. What's it like over there in Barcelona? I see you're wearing a T-shirt as well.
Well, first of all, you have to take into account the hour difference. It's almost at night here. It's 7:15.
Oh, okay.
Evening. So, but I think we are like 16 degrees.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
So, I mean, it's worse now because it's cooler at nighttime. He's probably sitting around a 25-degree day. So, there it is.
Yeah. We thank you so much, Luis, for actually taking the time. I know it's evening in Barcelona and to be able to hang out with us. It's really important, brother, that we kind of try to diversify the small cap trading. And I really appreciate you kind of giving us very, very specifically here exactly where to look for the compliance and then how to look for offerings, especially on a thing like that. Those are two things I'm definitely going to add to my repertoire, and I really appreciate you coming on. Do you have anything else, Joseph?
No, that's it. Fantastic stuff. Thank you
so much for being on, Luis.
Thank you very much, you guys.
That was banger right there. Those are two things that I didn't have in mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know about them, but you don't add them to the toolbox there. Yeah, like everybody knows. Yes, compliance south of $1.30 days. Everybody knows the rules, but you don't actually include it in the checklist. You know, for the small cap.
I found it interesting because I didn't know that he doesn't trade anything south of $1. Right. So I'm like, hey, when you see something that has like 400 million shares traded on the day, it's like, hey, we're not even really paying attention to.
There's a lot of small cap traders that have that $1 rule. I didn't make that up in a vacuum. Like that's
no, not at all.
We've talked about that, right?
Like absolutely.
And so
it's good to know that.
What's going on there, Katina, man? Oh, he's talking about something else. Guys, SUNE is moving up. We're going to start the news segment momentarily with Sia. She's in the house. We're ready to go. We're locked and loaded. But SUNE did find a clean hold off the volume weighted average price. I want to say the closing prints were clean because it did wick below it. But here it comes again, trying to test that 130 area. Looks like the high of this candle is 128. High on the day is 135. So just be alive to that one. It's also not doing too much volume relative to the price. 38.7 million shares. I get it. That's a lot of volume, but given the time of the day, given the price, it's not the most liquid, and you can kind of see that distributed within the candle pattern anyway. So I'm still holding a couple of trades, 8 and RGLZ. I'm going to flatten out both because I want to be able to focus on the news. So we're gonna end those trades right now, and we're going to take them for some profits. They're both in the money. And yes, Sia, are we ready to start the news segment?
You're locked and loaded, good to go. Okay, so NVIDIA is reportedly having a $20 billion investment in OpenAI. The transaction is not yet finalized, but there's a couple of sources that have been talking about this. But sources are also indicating that NVIDIA's participation is very close to completion. OpenAI is also targeting up to $100 billion in new funding, implying a valuation roughly of about $830 billion, my apologies. This would rank among the largest private funding rounds ever, Sharif.
Okay, so I saw a video yesterday of Jensen being pressed by a reporter and saying, You said $100 million that you were going to commit. And he's like, no, we were offered by OpenAI to invest up to $100 million. We never made the commitment we were going to spend exactly $100 million. It could be up to if, all the ingredients were met. Fine, Jensen, that's fine. I get there's probably political pressure on you to make big number announcements so that we can all, or the politics of it can kind of show the economy's in line, we're leading the AI race. I get all that. Now, my concern is the infighting that's happening between these two companies. They're both leaking things to these news agencies and then denying them to sort of battle each other back. What do I mean? So we heard that Jensen wasn't happy with how OpenAI is, with the structural discipline within the company. Then literally a day later, it leaked and was denied by Altman that he wasn't happy with NVIDIA's GPUs for inference. And that's something we've been alive to for a long time now. We've known that they weren't the best chips for inference because they're not specifically made for that operation. That's why I've been yelling about custom ASICs for a long time now, because I think that is going to be the new wave. So that is my concern here, that one of their biggest investors and one of the biggest AI companies seem to be at odds, at least for the moment. Now, what does that have to do with the trade itself? Well, we could see a scaling down of the investment by NVIDIA in OpenAI. And you think that may hurt OpenAI. But we know for a fact that this has been a circular investment. Yeah. NVIDIA props up OpenAI through not only the selling of chips, but investments as well. And then they buy NVIDIA chips with the money NVIDIA invested. They've done this with CoreWeave. They've done this with a bunch of other different companies. So the circularity of the business concerns me because of this tension that's happening right now.
My question is at what point are we looking here at Sam Altman? How many funding rounds has he done? Yeah, I don't know, Anil. Do you need that, man? Are you getting something from the vending machine or something?
We have to go to Dare. She's got breaking news, brother. Yeah.
I do, and it concerns Nike, NKE. I'm just trying to see if this is, I haven't really seen much interest of this. I'm trying to see if this is like a story that's just come out, but I am just seeing reports now suggesting that apparently the company faces a U.S. investigation over an alleged bias against white employees and diversity policies. This is just me reading the headline, guys, and the stock is dropping on it a little bit. So again, Nike here facing a discrimination investigation, it looks like, from the U.S. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
I just want to know, at what point, all I hear is that Altman is just continuously going through these funding rounds. He's really going to be indebted to a lot of investors at this point. So I'm curious to where this leads him. You don't hear this from Anthropic. Obviously, you're not going to hear it from Google or anything along those lines. They don't need to do those types of things. So yeah, that's just where I stand. It's very interesting for me to see him continuously raising capital when essentially you still haven't had any form of an ROI, and nor has he really monetized ChatGPT, and it continues to slide in the LLM race. What more does he have to offer than what ChatGPT did? I get it, it's a vast library, but what more other than that is it really?
Yeah, look, bro, I think their best move was first mover advantage.
Yeah.
I don't think that they have the best LLM when you're looking for current items. I don't even think it's the fastest because maybe there's a lot of usage and pressure on it. I'm using Grok. I'm paying for Grok now on my phone. I love Grok. I have ChatGPT, the paid. I have Grok paid. We have Gemini 3 paid. I like Gemini 3. I'm not saying anything bad about Gemini 3. I think Gemini 3 is fantastic if you're looking for current items. Why? Because it goes into Google's database search, right? Altman doesn't have that advantage. Yes, ChatGPT goes and does a search for you, but it's not as good. And there's just that's the reality.
And my question to you is, it says $830 billion, but we also heard that there would be approximately the valuation around $1 trillion.
Yes.
Is ChatGPT truly worth $1 trillion?
If you're looking from a fundamentals revenue, no, they don't make that much money. Right? But it's always forward-looking.
It's forward-looking, but again, he has to really monetize this tool. And how's he going to do it? Obviously, digital ad revenue is going to be massive, but where else is he going to get it from?
Gemini that.
Well, that's what he's been saying. We've been waiting for this digital ad revenue for a long time, and I think Chat's best days are behind it. That's just my opinion. Unless
I'm
there's
not going to right now. It may seem like that, but truly, is it really worth $1 trillion? I don't know.
Well, what it's worth is what the investors say it's worth. You know what I mean, Joey? We can argue about the fundamentals aren't there. They're not making enough revenue. I get all that. All right, Jensen and Sam are at odds, but not officially because they're both denying it. So yeah, what's up?
Let's move on. So as we know it, just about a year ago, Google search seemed to be on a shaky ground after the launch of ChatGPT in 2022. But since then, Google has rapidly proven itself and stabilized its position by rolling out its AI overviews. The release of Gemini 3 AI models in November finally brought Google to parity with OpenAI and Anthropic. And Google has gained traction with this in-house TPU chips. Also, heavy AI infrastructure investment is continuing. And Google is expected to spend $90 billion in 2025 capex. And analysts are looking for a $116 billion capex estimate for 2026 during its earnings, which will Earnings Alphabet will be reporting later after post-market today. And roughly 75% of Google revenue, as we know it, comes from advertising, making search performance a critical driver in its revenue. And ad revenue is expected to grow by 13%. Wall Street is looking for an EPS of 2.63, which is up from 2.15 last year. And revenue is expected to reach $101.3 billion, representing a 15% growth, Joe and Sharif.
All right, so here's what I'm thinking immediately. That Google Cloud number, that's going to be front and center for me because the CapEx that they're going to spend, 100, as Sia was saying, projecting, it could be more, could be less. The analysts are projecting 2026 CapEx, $116 billion. That would be a little bit less than what Meta is looking to spend. However, unlike Meta, Google can monetize that CapEx in a much shorter window. How? Google frickin' Cloud. Why? Because they're offering Neo Cloud services. Neo Cloud services is cloud service with AI tools embedded. And that is the monetization path. It's a short to intermediate term realization of investments that you're making in AI. So that I like, but I really want to focus on that. Number two, I want to hear about the ad revenue. We heard ad revenue from Meta was very strong, guiding way higher than what the street was expecting. But Meta is way more sensitive to ad revenue spend than Google. Meta, 97% of the revenue comes from ads. Google, 75%. But like I was saying to Brendo this morning, I'm like, we all talk about Google as the tech ETF, right?
Yeah.
As a joke.
Yeah.
But when you look at the revenue, not a joke. They are.
Obviously, yeah, exactly.
But when you look at the revenue, Joey, it's not a tech ETF because 75% comes from one, I don't want to say one source because their revenues, obviously, their ads are distributed in many different facets.
Absolutely.
But 75% of their money comes from one place.
See, the thing is, though, Sharif, and this is where I stand, the clip that which Google Cloud is continuing to grow at, I'm not saying it's going to take a substantial amount of that, but it's going to continue to grow, in my opinion. What are we looking at here as potential growth rate? That could be massive, and I think that's really what's front and center right now, is that cloud growth in Google, which I think we can, I'm not going to say put it on the back burner, but it might be a little bit hindsight from the digital ad revenue standpoint to see that clip rate in which Google Cloud is growing at, because what does that mean? That Neo Cloud, like you mentioned, that's more money in their pocket, which makes them less reliant on actual ad revenue in itself.
Well said. Yeah. Well said. I do appreciate that. Here's what we're expecting, guys. EPS of $2.63. That would be up from $2.15 last year on the quarter. And they're looking for that top line number revenue to come in at $111.3 billion, which would be representing a 15% increase over that top line number from last year. So those are the numbers that our analysts are expecting. I don't know if those numbers moved up in anticipation of earnings, but Google's already down 2% on the day.
But let's talk about this though.
Go ahead.
We had AMD's earnings last night. And I mean, if cloud comes in at 34%, we see what happened with Microsoft Azure. We've seen what happened with AMD's numbers, relatively good as well, right? We're not going to complain about them. But we are currently priced to perfection. And if you don't come in at a surprise, the street is going to probably punish this stock,
100%
considering current sentiment as well, too.
Oh, sorry about that. Tesla's wholesale sales from its Shanghai Gigafactory have risen 9.32% year over year. In January, it was totaling 69,129 Model 3 and Model Y units. These include the domestic China sales and exports. But volumes are down nearly 29% month over month, which is highlighting certain ongoing volatility as we know it. Tesla is really also struggling across Europe. Sales in France are falling 42% month over month to just 661 units. This has been the weakest number that Tesla has seen over the past 3 years. Registrations also in Norway have dropped 90% year over year. Overall, European sales have fallen sharply, and December deliveries are down 20.2% year over year. And as I mentioned yesterday, Tesla has introduced a new Model Y AWD trim price at $41,990, which is offering an EPA-rated range of 294 miles, which is aimed at refreshing demand in its core crossover lineup. But at the same time, Tesla is phasing out its premium Model S and Model X units in Europe. And as yesterday, Sharif and I mentioned, we were talking about Elon Musk's statement about how Tesla's long-term ambitions revolve around Optimus humanoid robots as of now, which is framing them as a future growth beyond Tesla's EVs.
Yeah. You punching into an Optimus?
Of course.
You're going to punch?
Yeah, obviously. As soon as I have the ability to get one.
Immediately.
Right away.
Straight to jail.
Yeah, I go take it to like jujitsu and like boxing and teach it all like.
You gonna bully that thing or what?
Hell no.
No?
You know,
because they're gonna rise up.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna rise up.
It doesn't matter. I am kind regardless, man. There is zero reason. What happened to Norway though? I thought Norway was.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Supposed to be a Tesla stronghold.
It was like the area in Europe. So here's my take about this whole thing. We all know what is happening in Europe and why Tesla is experiencing weakness in Europe. It's two reasons. One, Elon Musk, the person, he's not very liked there. And number two, BY frickin' D is in that market right now. And when the Chinese EVs go somewhere, they proliferate. Just ask Brazil, just ask Europe, just ask the Middle East. They go and they dominate. Now, so that's why I think we're getting a bit of a headwind in Europe. Now, what's the headwind? What's the reason for the headwind in China? So yes, the Gigafactory sales rose 9.32% year over year, but though volumes remain down 29% month over month. What's the problem? It's not like they care about Elon Musk's politics in China. They don't. It's probably more inventory that's better than what he has to offer, more product offerings from these Chinese EVs than Tesla has to offer. So I don't really have anything positive to say, sadly, about Tesla at the moment, other than to say the runway for Optimus could be fantastic. These are not great numbers, but if you're in Tesla for the cars and the legacy EV business, you're probably in it for the wrong reasons, because I don't think Elon Musk is focusing on that as much anymore vis-a-vis the cancellations of the X and the S. Yes, I realize he's shifting production to Optimus as a result, but it could also be, Joey, that sales on those two models were down because they're aging. Yeah. They haven't had a real revamp. They've been updated, to be fair, like superficial updates here and there. Mm-hmm. But the Model S, you look at that 2023 model, juxtapose it to 2026, it's almost the same car with a couple of changes in the lights and stuff like that, but it's the same body.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned this before. I wouldn't be surprised 10, 15 years down the road if Elon Musk is like, hey, we're going to really start to throw this stuff on the back burner. He's going to use his factories to just construct robotics and obviously his autonomous vehicles. I can see those models going in that direction as well too. Less components, you can increase the margins on them as well. So you just have pure autonomy. But again, when you own the majority of the market share in Europe, that is, sure enough, there's only one way you can go, and that's down when you have these Chinese competitors really undermining your price at half of the value of what some of these Tesla vehicles are coming in. That's one thing that I expect, and I'm going to continue that this trajectory is going to stay on that same path, especially if these Chinese vehicles continue to funnel into Europe, because Tesla can't compete with those numbers.
No, man, there's this Zeekr I was showing Randy
I heard you
morning.
saying the Zeekr. It's nasty, dude.
Bro, the Zeekr, I think, hold on. I need to tell everybody about this. It's ridiculous.
Dude, you see the one that is the one that looks like a GTR?
I think.
Right,
like talking about the Xiaomi SU7?
No, it's not a Xiaomi. Okay. It's none of those. It looks like a kind of like a GTR mixed with a Subaru. This thing is absolutely insane, and it's like $25K.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Here's
ridiculous.
The one I'm talking about. This is the one here, the Zeekr 9X. Let's go images. I'd show you the video, guys, but we'd probably get dinged. This looks like a Cullinan to me.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks like the Cullinan. You got to see, number one, it's 3 rows. It's got 2 captain's chairs in the middle row. The 2 captain's chairs rotate electronically so that people with disabilities can get in from the side, and the second row can face the third row. It's got a fridge. It's like 1,000 horsepower. It's ridiculous. It's got a movable screen that you can use hand gestures for. This comes to Canada, bro.
It's over.
Your boy is jumping all over this.
There's zero chance we're getting that, though.
No, we can get anything, but it's going to probably be in small
numbers. You could probably order it, though.
Look at the dual screen on that monster, man. Look at this. Open and new.
How is there such a discrepancy in between what we're, technology standpoint, and it's significantly cheaper to what these guys are spitting out?
I love it.
How's there that much of a difference? I don't get it.
Yeah. I think they're, they're not held back by some of the issues that we have here.
We're not going to blame it all. We can't blame it all on union.
I don't know, Joe. To be honest with you, I mean, like, why isn't Ford doing it? Are they not aware of what the Chinese are doing? There's got to be a reason. Let's go on to the next one. See ya.
Absolutely. Let's move on to Microsoft. Microsoft shares are down 15% year to date. As Azure cloud growth came in below expectations last week, management has also signaled a sharper focus on relocating certain compute toward AI R&D and Copilot products. But Microsoft is also reshaping sales leadership currently. It promoted 4 senior executives months after appointing Judson Althoff as CEO of commercial business. Additionally, it's also brought back executive Hayat Gallat to take over cybersecurity space, while Charlie Bell takes a new role around engineering quality. So these are the current updates. Deb Cupp was named Executive Vice President and Chief Revenue Officer for Global Enterprise Sales. Nick Parker, a longtime Microsoft veteran, has become the EVP of Worldwide Sales and Solutions. Ralph Hopter takes on the EVP and CRO for SMBs and Channel. And Mala Anand, formerly of SAP, becomes EVP and Chief Customer Experience Officer. Sharif Joe.
So here's what I recall. Microsoft lowered its sales expectations for its sales team, I think about a month ago, give or take. So that usually in and of itself is not a good move. That means that there was pressure that they weren't meeting their goals. You could make the argument maybe the goals were a little too lofty. I happen to take the other view. Now we're hearing that there's a marked shift, a shakeup in the sales team here with all these different appointments that Sia went through line by line. So to me, Microsoft right now is definitely experiencing issues with its sales. Now, we know that, they obviously are involved in software. I don't think that that's where the majority of their money comes in anymore, but they certainly are. And as we've been talking about the last, few hours, the software, the SaaS players are really getting disrupted right now with AI and many of the other kind of reasons we've been talking about lately. So, and then we can't forget, obviously, Azure did miss. Even if it was up by 1 percentage point.
It was a 1%. Right?
I know, Joey, but it missed.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. Does that kind of call for a reshuffling in spend, essentially? I don't know. That's kind of where I'm standing on this thing. It's been over-exaggerated. And this could be the start of a lot here, because if we see that Microsoft is really starting to reshuffle, and I don't know if they're questioning how much they're actually spending. But if Microsoft, being one of the largest market capitalization companies, is starting to look at it in this way, what does that mean for the other mega cap names like Meta? You have NVDA spending as well too. You have Amazon spending. So is this the start of maybe, hey, we need to cool down the spending, even though we know the forward guide that is increasing the spending, but after a couple quarters, you think they're going to start to slow things down and cool the spending off?
Well, it's a great point. And I was just checking on their last earnings call. They guided CapEx for 2026.
Yeah.
A tad shy of 100 billion.
Okay.
97.7 billion.
And what was our previous quarter spend? We don't have
the quarter.
That.
Yeah, 37.5 in the quarter. I was talking full year though.
Okay. Yeah. So 97 full year, 37 full previous year. Quarter.
In 26, that's what they're guiding.
Okay.
But that's
and
still.
What was 25 full year?
I think it was 80 something, if I'm not mistaken.
Increase.
Yeah,
okay.
It increased, but it's still less than Meta.
It's still less than Meta, but not by much though. I mean,
30 billion, brother.
Yeah. But Meta's at 120 or something, something along along those lines. But does this mean that, hey, we're at the peak of this spending? Because are you expecting Microsoft and Meta to be like, oh, next year we're not spending 130 billion, we're spending 150?
Yeah, I don't want.
And then
I don't want
Microsoft
that.
saying, oh, we're spending 110. Do you see it going on that trajectory?
No, in fact, I see the opposite.
Exactly.
And I see the opposite because all those players, NVIDIA included, who have 70-some-odd% gross margins, those margins are going to they're going to
find cheaper chips.
Exactly, through custom ASICs,
Yeah.
and that's really what I've been trying to pound the entire time home. Anyway, Microsoft, what is it? Up 1%, 415 and 2/3, but it's seen better days. Yeah.
We're going to move on to AMD now. AMD has delivered a solid fourth quarter beat on both earnings and revenue, but also a report from CNBC has said that CEO Lisa Su defended the company's earnings and forecasts, and she said that AI is accelerating at a pace I would not have imagined. Su also said that the chipmaker has seen a step up in demand in its data center businesses over the last 2 to 3 months. EPS has come in at 1.53, which is well ahead of the 1.32 estimate, while revenue has come out at $10.27 billion, which also topped expectations. AMD has guided Q1 revenue to $9.8 billion and $300 million, which is above the LSEG consensus of $9.38 billion. And the guidance was seen as good, but not great. Client and gaming revenue also climbed 37% year over year to $3.9 billion, which is led by Ryzen CPU demand. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, I'm at a loss for why this thing's down 16.5%, but it is what it is. There wasn't a whole lot wrong. Even the expectations, Assassino, if we can show this over here, it was essentially to be about 9.38. Okay, they guided 9.8 plus or minus 300. Let's take the minus. That would make it 9.5. But the street's hungry. They're thirsty. They want more. And according to this article, that 9.8 plus or minus 300 million was below some of the models by Analyst. Because I don't see a whole lot wrong here. I didn't see any data center weakness. Client gaming, which has been a dud essentially since COVID. It's picked up a little bit with the PC cycle, likely, you know, in a refresh now. It's picked up 37% year over year. It's by no means their biggest number anymore, Joey. 3.9 billion on client gaming. Compare that to their, you know, what's it called? Data center, which is a euphemism for AI, 5.4. And that data center continues to grow faster. Maybe the China story over here. This is the part I was talking to Ivan about in the chat. AMD disclosed $390 million in China revenue from the MI308 in Q4. But here's the deal. You're bringing in 390 now before President Trump allowed the MI455 to get exported, and you're only going to bring 100 million the next quarter. What the hell is up with that? So if there was a China multiple included in the recent run-up for AMD, I think it got kiboshed because I think people would at least look for that 390 number to be higher in Q1 of 26, not $100 million, 3 times lower than it was in Q4 of 25. So maybe the China number, I personally don't like that. I think that definitely China should have been a bigger runway for AMD. And you saw the ridiculous orders that we got from NVIDIA. But what was it, 2 million H200s ordered? They can't even meet more than, I think, 400,000 of them.
Yeah. I see what was going on there. Like Sharif, client gaming, we were talking about this, improving margins on that front. Lisa Su was saying tens of billions of dollars potentially coming in full year 27, 28 or something along those lines in revenue, which would be absolutely insane. But again, when this name is priced to perfection, and that's where we're currently sitting at, that's where you're going to see a drop within AMD. There's a lot in the pipeline, and earlier in this race, we were talking about continuously, it's just that, hey, it's supposed to be NVDA and it's supposed to be AMD, the leaders, and this name started to play catch up, but now the reality is starting to really kick into the overall market, and that's why you're starting to see these names. You're expecting more? Like, let's cut the crap here, Sharif, as you would like to say. If we were in April lows, if you had an earnings report where the data center revenue is at 39% year over year, client gaming is up 37%, and embedded is up 3%, what is happening to this name? You're up 13%. You're not down 13% at that point. No. So that's why I think we're just really priced to perfection at this point. And eventually what's going to happen is We're going to price it out. We're going to bake whatever we need to out of the overall market. And then when the earnings still continuously grow at this clip rate, you're going to see the rebound in these names. But we just have to be patient.
I have to 100% echo that sentiment. I think we're going to see a rebound.
This is insane. What happens if things were starting to go negative? Like, I understand the street has lofty expectations, but let's get real here. Azure missed by 1%, still growing at 38%. You have data center revenue on AMD here up 39%. If this was a different sentiment, you see these stocks climbing significantly higher because we've seen it before. We've seen it before.
Remember the feeling? It wasn't even a year ago. Do you remember that April feeling?
Exactly.
Nobody wanted to buy that
Nobody
dip.
wanted to buy that dip, right? But now when you have these earnings, it's just a sentiment shift. So that's why I'm saying, hey, these numbers are absolutely phenomenal. The fundamentals are not there, and I think that's a reason not to worry.
I like that a lot. See ya.
We're going to move on to SMCI. It's surging on its earnings beat. Reported adjusted EPS of 69 cents versus 49 cents expected, alongside the revenue of $12.7 billion, up 123% year over year. It's well above its $10.4 billion consensus as well, and shares have surged 11% pre-market to $32.9 per share, where the stock had fallen 29% over the past 3 months. It's a good recovery. Management also guided to a 60-cent EPS and $12.3 billion revenue for the current quarter, which is topping the Wall Street estimates of 46 cents EPS and $11.3 billion revenue. Gross margin also came in at 6.3%, which is down sharply 11.8% from a year ago. Analysts are also looking for a sequential improvement in margins, which is overcoming quarters to justify certain sustained multiple expansions. And despite the sharp rebound, SMCI is still in a repair phase.
Thank you, sir. See you first. We got to stop for a second. Thank Papacito very kindly, brother, for the 17.9 shekels. I don't know how to say the cents part of the shekels. Maybe you can educate me. Here's what it reads, and we're very, very proud of you, and we're very happy for you, brother. Got funded, boys.
Oh, we'll hit this one for him as well, too.
Go hit it. Oh,
that's huge, man.
Best show to listen daily, even though I don't trade same things, but listening to show 8 hours per day, up my game 10 times. We're very, very thankful this guy. We're going to do this. We really appreciate you, Papacito, brother, hanging out with us, and thank you very much for the kind words. Very, very kind of you. Here's what I'm looking at, Joey, when SMCI. Yeah. Why? Number one, you have a bad reputation so far on the street. You know, you were accused of, you know, I don't want to say cooking the books, but you were doing some creative accounting there. And then there was the whole delisting thing. Try to have, you know, the aura of legitimacy a little bit more. Show up on time with that earnings report. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is going on over there? Get your ducks in a row. Let the street look at you from, you know, from less skeptical eyes by taking actions that help that endeavor. Now, here's what I want to talk about, the gross margins. Why the hell are the gross margins down from 11.8% year over year on the quarter down to 6.3? Well, if you read the article, the customer mix, tariffs, are trying to blame tariffs here, even though there's a lot of exceptions for chips, as we know, and shortages in key components like memory. That one sticks out to me. So, we know, we heard Lisa Su talk about it on the earnings call yesterday, like, what is it, 100 and I think 96 gigs of memory in that little computer that she was showing there yesterday. So make a long story short, there's a shortage of RAM, especially HBM, and that's eating into the margins of these server makers. You got to think HPQ, you got to think Dell, you got to think SMCI. So even though that top line number beat, Joey, are we going to see maybe some profitability issues as the components, you know,
for SMCI?
Well, yeah, anybody who's in the server game.
Well, I know, speaking of the name that we got going on, Sharif, one thing that stuck out to me, and we talk about this all the time, is the margins. It's shrinking. It's shrinking year over year. I don't want to hear these supply chain issues and increasing cost, obviously, with DRAM and everything along those lines. I don't know how this stock is up when what we focus on a lot here is growth, but also the increase in margin expansion. These guys are really starting to compress margins, and I think that's massive. And like, listen, for as long as I can remember, SMCI has been a habitual line step. I heard Neil say this morning. It's just continuous. Every quarter, there's something going on with their report. They're late. They're just not flat out reporting. I don't know what's going on. What are you hiding behind the book?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's just every time. Like, how come it's like that one friend who's going to pick you up says, yeah.
Or he'll pay you back.
Yeah, or he'll pay you back. It's always, it's always 30 minutes late. It's always this and that. That is SMCI. So it's like, what is going on here? I think that they should be punished because it's not just once. It's not just twice. It's happening over and over again with their reports. It shouldn't be that difficult. How much time do you have to gather your fundamentals, to get your accounting in order, and then report on time?
Remember
it's not like you're finding out the day before.
Exactly. Remember the accounting firm Ernst & Young was like, yo, we want nothing to do with you, bro.
Like, we're out of here.
We're out.
We're out of here.
So, look, man, it is what it is. The company's up 9 or 9.5%.
I just don't get it. You have so much time to prepare for this, and you still have the inability to perform on time. For me, that's why I don't like the stock.
Right? Something's fishy. I don't know what the hell is going on over there. Adira, please give us your take on SMCI.
Gross margin, Sharif, because that's exactly my issue, and that was the #1 thing that stood out to me here. So this visual, which I just posted and quickly tried to get out ahead of this conversation because I wanted to show it here to you guys. You've got basically the green is going to be Q, or I guess in the case of this gross margin infographic, the left side, that'll be Q2 26, so the most recent quarter. The red or the middle is going to be last quarter, and the blue, the right-hand side, that's going to be year over year. So as you can see, improving on a year-over-year basis in net sales and net income, but gross margin is dropping. So I think it's a really interesting look that this metric is one where they are still struggling. Now, with regards to the late submission of the report, I said last night that I thought it was shady. Then I looked at when they actually released the report, which is at 4:51 p.m. And I don't mean 4:51 p.m. in 32 seconds, 4:51 p.m. in 12 seconds. When you look on Benzinga, the official release came out at 4:51:00. Which means I actually think it was maybe pre-scheduled to be released at 4:51. Sometimes these estimates for these releases are inaccurate. I think that could have been the case with SMCI. I'm going to give them a sliver of benefit of doubt, which is something, as you guys know, I do very little with any company, let alone SMCI. But honestly, like if you look at that release, that is really what makes me think this is pre-scheduled, because if you get any of these other pre-scheduled releases, for example, Uber today, 6:55 a.m. on the dot, Eli Lilly, 6:45 a.m. on the dot, SMCI, inexplicably, 4:51 p.m. on the dot. I don't think the report was necessarily late as much as we were confused. And to be fair, it's extremely weird to release it at 4:51, like 4:50, 4:55. Or 4:05 when we thought you were going to. But regardless, I do think this release was pre-scheduled. I just think it was scheduled in an odd way. That monologue is now over. And yeah, I have to say, Charles Liang and co, a little bit confused by a lot of these management choices. I think, though, given the year-over-year net sales and net income increases, I think if we can get that gross margin up, and if we can report at, not 4:51 p.m., I think maybe we could see some continuing escalation here for SMCI. I like it.
Hold on, we got this super chat you're referring to, and I agree with Danny Boy here. SMCI has so many strikes against it with their bookkeeping issues that I just don't trust them. Same. I think they're investable. That's coming from a guy who runs a stolen cheese dispenser business. Yes, Danny Boy. Thank you. Well, we have to go with the classic George Bush saying, Sharif, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you, right? He obviously botched that one. Dara's being significantly more lenient than I am, but fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. I think you're just being too lenient on a thing that on a name that just continuously does the same thing over and over again.
All right, see ya.
We're moving on to Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly has delivered a major upside surprise with a Q4 EPS of 7.54 versus 6.67, which was expected, and a revenue of 19.29 billion versus 17.96 billion, which was expected. And revenue has grown 43% year over year, which is highlighting the scale and speed of adoption for Mounjaro, which is diabetes, and Zepbound weight loss. Net income has jumped to $6.64 billion from a $4.41 billion exactly a year ago. And Eli Lilly forecasted 2026 revenue of $80 billion to $83 billion, well above the $77.6 billion street estimate, which is signaling a confidence in the sustained GLP-1 demand, and an adjusted EPS guidance of 33.5 to 35, also topped expectations of 33.23. U.S. revenue has climbed from 12 to $12.9 billion, which is driven from a 50% increase in volume. And CEO Dave Ricks has also noted that pricing will step down early this year, and volume acceleration is expected in the back half.
You can't fool me again, right? Like, there it is. I love it. I love it. George Bush, bro.
That one. Hey, man, I lived up to the name.
You can't fool me again.
You gotta
he just looked everybody dead in the eye and said it was fantastic.
Well, we can't fool me again.
Here's my deal with this. So we know President Trump is negotiating to get cheaper GLP-1 prices. What does that mean? Margin freaking compression. And they are acknowledging that. They're saying management acknowledged lower realized prices, but what they're saying is volume growth more than compensated for that. How come we're not hearing that from Novo Nordisk, right? How come we're hearing that from Eli Lilly? What does that mean to me? That means Eli Lilly is selling more than Novo. Well, otherwise, Novo would be like, all right, yeah, sure, we're making a little bit less per pop, but we're selling more. How come that is not the case there? And here's the deal. One is American, one isn't, okay? So we know exactly how this administration feels about championing the winners, and they're likely going to champion an American. And so I think that there may be more issues for Novo in the future when it comes to that. I do like Novo, though, for the oral pill, which is a lot of people that don't want to take the injections, but you got to assume, or you not even assume, in fact, I know that Eli Lilly is having their oral pill fast-tracked through the FDA process. And I'm assuming for exactly the reason that I just articulated. They're an American company and they want to, champion an American horse. What's your take?
No, I was just reading on that. So, I mean, a lot going on there. Plans global regulation submissions for the obesity drug. This is the oral pill in which I'm referring to. But if we look at Mounjaro, Zepbound, it's a substantial growth. But one thing that really might come to a hindrance is what Donald Trump is trying to do, lower the prices. And what does that mean? Margin compression. So it's not necessarily that good for these names right now. And is the space starting to get overcrowded? What happens when you start getting those secondary market drugs like Hims and Hers releasing the same?
I'm about to get to that.
Right? Yeah. So it's just like, hey, $500 subscription, monthly subscriptions, people don't like this, but there's cheaper alternatives as well, too.
So we're both in fitness.
Yeah.
We're gym people. Have you heard about retatrutide or retatrutide?
No.
Okay, so this is huge in the bodybuilding community right now. Okay. It is, it's a triple action. So there's 3 different hormones, not just GLP-1, 3 different ones. And it's supposed to be insane for weight loss.
Oh, really?
So good is it that the Chinese are manufacturing it illegally, obviously without license, and they're shipping it into North America.
We can't get that stuff legally here.
We can't get it legally, but it's not going to, if you want to order it, nobody's going to stop it at the border. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Really?
Yeah, they don't care about that stuff. But that's not the point. The point is that is Eli Lilly's, and it's in a phase 3 trial. And we already know it's really good because they're using it in bodybuilding. So that one is on the horizon. We don't hear that from Novo. We hear that from Eli Lilly. So that could be part of the premium that you're seeing here with Lilly. Does anybody, you guys know about this in the chat, man? Retatrutide. What the hell is the name of this?
The Trend Bros are pretty sure using it.
It's right there, Doe. Retatrutide. They're an investigational once-a-weekly injectable triple G hormone receptor antagonist developed by Eli Lilly, targeting GIP, GLP-1, and glucagon receptors. Currently in phase 3 trials, it's shown superior weight loss results, and it's being abused to no end in the bodybuilding community. Why? That's not usually a good thing, but the point is, we know that it works because they're using it.
Listen to this in the chat. A lot of people know of it. Michael Peter Ryer saying danger, but here, yes, it's awesome. It says audio creation. Some Uzi Options has been using it for 6 months. I can see Joe placing his order right now.
The point, Joey, is what I'm trying to make is this is a product pipeline that is good. I'm not hearing the same thing from Novo other than having their oral pill, and we know Eli Lilly is coming out momentarily. So
absolutely.
That's kind of how I feel about that whole thing. I think we've done with this one. What do we got next here?
Next up, we have Uber. Uber has posted a Q4 revenue of $14.37 billion, edging past expectations of $14.32 billion, with total revenue up $12 billion from a year ago. Adjusted EPS came in at 71 cents, and despite the beat, shares moved lower pre-market, which could reflect certain cautious sentiment. Mobility revenue has reached $8.2 billion, which is up 19% year over year. slightly below street expectations of $8.3 billion. And delivery revenue surged 30% year over year to $4.9 billion, beating estimates and retaining the company's fastest growing segment. Gross bookings totaled $54.1 billion, topping estimates of $53.1 billion, reinforcing a strong platform demand. And for Q1, Uber also guided to gross bookings of $52 billion to $53.5 billion, implying at least a 17% year-over-year growth.
Seen now delivery revenue growth outdo mobility, which is ride hailing, I think for a couple of years now. It's still not as big of a top line number, 4.9 compared to 8.2, but it's growing much faster, 30% year over year, 19% for ride hailing. Well, how come? Because they're expanding beyond restaurants, grocery, retail. Joey, you know, I was just in the Rabba down the street over here in the morning to pick something up before I came in, and there was a delivery driver going into the Rabba, picking something up, coming back out to deliver it at like 6:20 a.m. So the point is you can get anything, anytime. So the delivery revenue is definitely that one with the bigger runway, I think. The other thing that I want to mention, though, freight, $1.27 billion Q4 of 2024, $1.27 billion Q5 of 2025. What the hell, Uber? You have zero growth in that entire division? What's going on with that? They haven't even been reporting it in the articles. I had to go and do a deep dive to find out what the freight revenue was. And Katina Man mentioned it this morning. 0% growth on freight year over year. That's one headwind. The other headwind, I think AV, is this company is ripe for disruption from the Waymos, from the Ubers. I know that they're focusing on AV. They appointed a CFO that's AV, inclined, but they may have trouble. Couple of reasons. One, they're not the producers. Tesla's vertically integrated.
Exactly.
They've got the software, they've got the car, they've got everything. Uber's going to have to probably, contract that out, which means what? Lower margins.
Lower margins. And I think that's a question that we can really get into, because it's like, hey, in which direction does Uber really go? Because we know that the employee is probably one of their largest liabilities, but what happens when you take on a bunch of autonomous vehicles? What does that mean for insurance? That's a massive liability. You're going to have to take on debt to buy the vehicles as well, too. So you have to weigh out your two options. Is it cheaper for me to keep a driver and lose more and more share to the Tesla and to the Waymos, or am I going to fall into a liability hole potentially with buying these autonomous vehicles where you have insurance costs, you need to charge the vehicles, you need to store the vehicles as well too. You can't just park them anywhere. So that's going to be a big question, I think, in the near future for Uber.
You know what? Immediately I thought AVs would be fantastic for Uber. Why?
Absolutely.
Because drivers take a huge amount of money from Uber's top line. I hate to put it like
this. The liabilities of taking on these vehicles, the autonomous vehicles as well too. I think a question that hasn't really yet to been answered is like, okay, Uber has these massive fleets. Where do they put them at the end of the day? They have to rent something. That's more cost, right? So what is that going to do? It's going to.
I know, but I personally think that cost gets offset by not paying drivers. That's just my opinion. But I also want to mention the insurance. Remember Lemonade? Remember that the 50% discount when FSD's involved. So
is that what they're doing?
Yes, Lemonade was offering 50% discount for robo-taxis because of FSD. I don't think it's fully implemented yet. But the point was to say that I think insurance is looking at this from a mathematical perspective, and they're saying there's less liability when it's...
And that's what I was going to get at right there. What is the liability factor? If the insurance company is saying, hey, it's actually cheaper if you go from an AI standpoint and robotics autonomous vehicle than having the actual drivers in themselves, then I think it almost gets to a no-brainer.
All right. Adara, please give us your take on Uber.
Let's start with a quote here from U.S. President Donald Trump and say, thank you very much, Dara, to CEO of Uber, Dara. I'm sorry, I had to do that there, guys, because as we know, Trump did say that one time to Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi. Let's take a look here at UBER, though. I think one thing, like we're talking about freight, what's interesting, too, is overall revenue has not grown. It's grown, sure, it's 20%, but it's flatlined over the last 2 quarters. So the fact that we're kind of seeing that 20% year-over-year revenue growth for all revenue at a standstill, it's a little bit, I don't want to say concerning, because it's not necessarily concerning, but it is a little bit eyebrow-raising. I'll put it that way. I would like to see Uber continue to expand its year-over-year revenue growth. That being said, all the other metrics I have up here, revenue, gross bookings, income per operations, trips per quarter, they are growing. And I think 1 quarter of stagnated revenue growth is not necessarily something to go home and cry about. But either way here, I think that Uber is going to drive us into a nice, clean 2026 with these results. So thank you for sharing these numbers with us, Dara, and I'll go back to you guys. I had to.
I want to say one more thing. I'm going to give a shout out to all the Uber drivers, though, too. I mentioned this the other day.
I mean,
I know a lot of people don't like them on their mopeds and on their e-bikes, but these guys are doing the jobs that no one else wants to do. It's freezing cold, it's -12, and they're delivering in snowstorms, wearing all their snow gear. So I don't think these individuals catch enough love, even though they catch a lot of heat and stuff. But shout out to them, going out there, picking up your groceries.
Fantastic, driving the wrong way on the road, on the sidewalks, knocking people over. It's fine, Joey.
I know you don't like that, but I'm going to give them credit, Shree, because they're out there in the fun. Yeah, I know, obviously. They're out there in the cold, man, delivering food, doing all these things that I feel that a lot of the youth in Toronto should be doing, but I think that they feel that they're too good for those positions. So there it is. So I give them the utmost respect. Dude, during that snowstorm, I watched a guy with his snowboarding glasses on his e-bike with his Uber delivering thing, and I just wanted to pull over and be like, hey, man, you want a coffee? But I couldn't walk or anything. So
kind of you.
Yeah, so I'm like,
actually really kind of you,
and I just want to be like, hey, man, good job, and do you want like some coffee money or something along those lines? But, yeah, man, those guys work hard.
All right, you see that time right there, Joey?
Yeah, it's 3 OT, man.
We gotta get that back.
Bank those hours.
All right, guys. It's been real today, man. I love the energy. I think people were loving the energy as well.
Make sure
we had Sia, we had Adara, we had what's his name, Luis Barbado come on 1 o'clock. Tell us exactly what to look for these small cap gapper shorts. So I hope you guys had a great time with us. We're gonna be doing it same bat time, same bat channel. The big boys, they go that way.
Hit the like for us, gentlemen and ladies and gents.
Welcome, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know how many people actually know the reference, same bat time, same bat channel, and have actually seen it.
Is this one here?
Do you know about Adam West? Do you know about Dick Grayson?
That's why we have those up there. The Penguin was an awesome character, man. This
Eartha Kitt was Catwoman.
Catwoman, yeah, Catwoman.
I don't even know who played the Penguin.
I don't remember.
Whatever. I wasn't born. First of all, I wasn't born when that show was on. Neither one of us was born when.
Adam West from Family Guy. Yeah.
Yes, that's the guy. The mayor of Quahog.
Same guy.
100%. Adara just said she has Adam West's signature. That's a good grab. Probably maybe a Comic-Con or something like that.
Comic-Con, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we're back, and I want to let you guys know that this next hour is brought to you by eSignal, a professional trading and charting platform that anybody can use. Super intuitive, reliable data, can be linked to over 50 brokers, so you can trade directly through it if you would like. It's entitlement-based, allowing you to add and subtract what you do or do not need, whether you want to back test, whether you want to forward test. We want to look at the imbalance locator. That's available to you as well. Tick replay is going to be there. eSignal, been used on this floor and by traders here for quite some time. And, I was asked in the middle of the day, someone wanted me to go over TWLO, and I missed it and didn't get a chance. And, you can find that on the weekly chart. This is a host of another host of stocks that has lost some support here, unfortunately. And this is going to be a theme as we talk about things this afternoon. You'll find me in something that, I don't know, the last time I probably mentioned EA was when the deal was first announced. Well, things changed, and this stock started moving. And usually when stocks are a cash buyout, they do this, which is absolutely nothing. In the earnings call, they said they pushed back the date, and then the market also tanked. So this turned into a mean reversion trade, when usually it doesn't really move much. All of a sudden, you have things like this down 2%. It's that kind of a market today, where if it's not moving today, then I don't even understand how. Everything is moving. And by the way, just a noon loon, the Penguin we're talking about is not Danny DeVito from the Mike.
He looks very similar.
He looks similar. I'm talking about the Adam West.
Yeah.
Who's the dude
Someone
that played
said Meredith Burgess or something. I don't know. Anyways,
That's probably right. I don't remember. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Burgess Meredith. Yeah.
Burgess Meredith?
Yeah, apparently. So shout out to anybody who knows that.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, look, it's been, as you just mentioned here, it's been an interesting day, needless to say, here today. In the market, right? So we're just gonna have to watch out. This is Snowflake. You mentioned Twilio. That was another name that I've been in the past. But yeah, this name continues to get hit downside as well here. a snowflake. And I remember getting out of this name at, I think I was saying yesterday, 220 or so, and thought not the greatest about doing that. And now all of a sudden it's just a little bit of a different situation. I can't cancel orders.
Stuck orders?
Right now, to be honest with you. So, yeah. You're okay?
Which market?
All markets.
Yeah, NASDAQ New York's fine for me.
Okay, well then I need to do something. I'll need to refresh this. So, yeah, I'll pass it back to you, and I'm just going to see what's going on with these orders.
It's Mick. It's Mick from Rocky. I had no idea. That's super cool. Mick from Rocky was the penguin. No, it has been an absolute bloodbath. The other day we were trying to, well, I mean, it's not like we were blaming things on Palantir, but we're blaming it on Palantir, that recent high we had. I think today the culprit is AMD. You'd be hard pressed to see too much that was bad in the report, but it was the reaction that we saw in the price action and just the fact that it wasn't, like, given the valuation of the stock, and what we were explaining last night was, well, didn't it have to blow our socks off to justify where it had already been going into it? And we're right back. We actually tested 200, underneath 200. We're at 200 even right now on AMD, down 17%. Pause for dramatic effect.
Oh, man.
Down 17% on AMD. What the heck happened?
No, I had to log out and back in. We're going to see if that winds up working. No, but I can't believe I was short at 215 there. I was short at 215, gave it only I think it only gave it 50 cents there on AMD, and then the bleed was real and just kept on going the rest of the day. We'll see if we can sort of rinse and repeat that tomorrow with Google and see if that has a very similar following.
Well, let's hope Google's not down 17%.
What? No. Let's hope it's not down that much. But if there is a move, maybe we can. Oh, is all my stuff on this screen? Oh my God. Okay. All right. The nightmare is real around here. Now it's all loading in the background there. So I'm gonna have
That's
to.
That's the downside of the extra screens. Yeah.
Oh, is that the only downside? Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay, so we're excited today to bring you all of the trading that we have. And I mean, I was short, I was long. We're long now the TQs. You can see that on the board there. We're still short at some NVIDIA at a decent price. So yeah, looking to be pretty good. Go over to Neil. I'll try to get this all figured out and log back in over here.
Yeah, I know we got Sharif locked and loaded and getting ready to go. Once we get the okay, we'll start into our rundown. But just a bunch of names getting thrown in the chat here. Tesla down 4%. But we have, in the morning show, we didn't really talk too much about this. And I see Suts? Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure what that name is. Micron down 13 points.
Yeah, well, probably not down more.
And I'm going to keep pausing just for effect. SNDK down 15%. Oh, the 700 turn is real. Look at that little double top in yesterday's action. This is after a V-shaped recovery. Talk about psyching you out with the V-shape yesterday to close right back where it started and then dump everybody. Just dump. During the middle of the day, I did get filled on IBM because I was waiting around. So I was able to grab that. And then the SPY at the 50-period moving average, just some usual DCAs that have been out there for a while. But we have the president speaking as we speak. But I don't know if...
Server unreachable.
Are we getting? What?
I'm getting like server unreachable errors.
Yeah, so... Well, we'll get it all figured out. I think are we ready to go, Sharif? Okay, we're not ready to go, but the president is speaking right now. I don't know necessarily the venue. We'll let you know. He basically just said Warsh understands he wants lower rates, would not have gotten the job had he said he wanted to raise rates. Is that anything that we don't already know? I think we already know that that's somewhat the case. So yeah, just talking about the new Fed chair and what he does or does not already know. Nothing groundbreaking, but anytime the president's speaking, you want to make sure your ear is to the ground. You're in the right spot because our ears are to the ground. Of course, myself, Sean, Sharif, Sia, Adair, we're all listening in. And if there is anything groundbreaking, we will let you guys know. As 678 says, Palantir long. That's a bold move, Cotton, because it hasn't worked yet. I think, I'll give the example of the reason why I'm in EA. Here's what I like for a bottom. Where something goes parabolic to the downside, see that accumulation period for a while. So accumulate, make a bottom where I know or I can visually see the buyers are winning, then put in a higher low, jump in that once it gives you the higher low consolidation, and then I play it to up here, like I'm holding it for 197.5. I'm short, so I'm long, mostly shorts today. So not used to taking longs today. That's why I'm saying short. No, long here at the 80 level, and then just bolted into this move.
Be careful.
No, okay. So just so you know, like when Sean says we're having issues potentially with the server, I have a trailing stop on this order. I have no intention on putting orders out to get
Chinese
position.
in this chat. Maybe I'm in the wrong chat over here.
You're in the right chat. Let's go over, start the rundown. I believe we got the okay from Sharif.
Welcome, guys, to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. CNI, we're here. We're locked and loaded. The big boys, they're here. They're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the afternoon rundown, you got to get in the chat. You got to be in the chat. You got to vote as well, but make sure to throw in that $sign before you vote, whatever ticker your heart so desires. Just before we look at the major averages, President Trump speaking, Neil already spoke about the Kevin Warsh comment. He said as follows, I think Warsh understands I want lower rates. He would not have gotten the job had he said he wanted to raise rates. This was in an NBC interview. He also made pronouncements on the Iran situation. It says Iran's supreme leader should be very worried now. That is what was being said. Let's look at all four major averages. And for the exception of one, we're negative on all of them. Down, the worst here is the NQ, down over 2%. The triple Qs, excuse me. The SPY faring a bit better, down a little bit less than 0.75%. The Dow actually up 0.17, likely as a result of Apple having a good day. And the IWM Russell 2000 ETF, just a little bit off the lows, down a little bit less than 1 3/4. Let's start, though, with the first name as decided by you guys. AMD. Oh, this one has certainly seen better days, Sia. Yeah. Down 17% after earnings yesterday.
100%. And it said it's expecting $9.8 billion in revenue, plus or minus 300 million. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and that was the thing, guys. The fact that, even though the earnings expectations or the revenue expectations into next year were ahead of consensus estimates, some are making the case that, they weren't bullish enough. We also saw good gains in their gaming segment as well, which
100%.
is picking up.
Yeah, and it's showing struggle to penetrate the market. NVIDIA is defending its position quite well. So analysts and investors are a bit shaky about that as well.
All right, guys, I think we can both agree. AMD seen better days. Is it going to hold on to 200 though?
Yes. No, I don't. Whether or not it holds on or not, I just can't believe I'm actually negative on this name today. When I had a short at, I had a short at 216 and then I had a short at 211, and I'm negative on it. So that's a little strange. Well, we're just not up that much on it. Well, we are in red, but it's nothing. Tried to go long there, lost it. Tried to go short there, got stopped out the first time. But yeah, just the bleed is real on this, man. I mean, we had talked about it yesterday on the after show when earnings came out, and it was like literally, I'm going to select the same thing today when we ask us about Google. It's going to be fade the rip. And it's just like AMD yesterday, although it never ripped. They had decent earnings. Sharif just went over them there with Sia, and it's just been getting hit to the downside as, money's coming out again of the whole space. I mean, the NASDAQ is, down 2% there right now. So, so many names getting hit. I'm also on NVIDIA here. This has been oh man, the charting this has been a good trade. We're short on NVIDIA. That was actually worked out really well. And this is going to be my number one stock of the day with AMD reporting. So yeah, I chose pain with NVIDIA. It was just a little bit easier. We got that bump up right there into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average, and just ran it all the way to the downside and was able to get out. This is why it's my number one stock. Not because of these fills, I got to do better there. It's because we actually held for 173. So that came back in. We just missed it there. We got filled a couple more times, dips underneath, and we just have a small piece left here on NVDA. So yeah, man, so far so good on the shorts. Shreve asked the question, will it break through 200 and hold? I mean, it's a key level.
It's the biggest level there is right now.
So here we go.
There's no stock. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's nothing that I'm looking at that's at a bigger level. And I feel like it won't be clean around here. This is a weekly chart on AMD, and you can see going all the way back to October of last year, this has been a pretty distinct and obvious support level. Like, there are all of our tests. It's double bottomed here. Well, now a triple bottom, I suppose. Triple bottom on AMD. I, like Sean, was in other stuff. Like my short today in the chips happened to be on Intel, which worked out just fine. Let's be real. You probably could have shorted anything today, and it probably worked out for you in a certain sense. But the only way that I'm going to be interested in this 200 for a long trade, I want to see it put in some higher lows. Or like I was showing you with that EA, show me some signs that you have stabilized and there's nice sideways action or consolidation. It needs to be very obvious here. And when talking about the 3-day rule, you should ask yourself a question. I don't know what the new PE is here on AMD, now that I think about it. We'll double check. It's still going to be expensive. I know when you look at it, they did beat. So it should be in the 30s. It should be somewhere in the 30s after that beat, but it's still a little pricey relative to NVIDIA. And when you zoom out really far, would it be crazy if we were talking about 180? Like, this is just where we broke out from in October and double tapped last year, and the stock had gone up 250% to get to that point last year. So it's not. I know it seems doom and gloom, and it's nasty if you were a buyer up top here.
I'm getting filled.
But in this kind of an environment where you're getting basically like woodshedded over not the worst report at all time, sometimes you expect a little bit of a deeper dive, like that 200-period moving average. Like, that's what I'm looking at in a move like this. Because when we have things like Bitcoin fall apart and all the volatility start to come back in, you will see some real adjustment of people's portfolios, and they're selling things so they can buy others, or they're selling things so they can pay for calls. So I think that's a little bit of what you're getting here with AMD. And I'm not betting, I wouldn't be betting the farm at the 200 level, but this is the spot if you're going to take a shot.
Guys, let's talk about Palantir. Palantir down aggressively today, 13%, basically lower than where it was prior to earnings, and this would be the worst or the largest percentage decrease day for Palantir since May of 2024. As a result, now it is down over 24% year to date, about 34%, a little bit more from its closing all-time high at 207.18. That was back on the 3rd of November, 2025. There's a bunch of headlines today, Sia. I don't know why, but Alex Karp, the CEO, took a shot at the circular AI investments with NVIDIA and some of their partners, and he really wanted to emphasize that Palantir's organic growth is driven by genuine demand, stating the company has direct client relationships without co-investments. I'm assuming he's taking shots at NVIDIA, CoreWeave, and the like.
100%. Also, Stephen Bersey, who's an analyst at HSBC, boosted the stock's rating from a hold to a buy.
Okay.
And the price target from 197 to 205. He basically said that he thinks the revenues in the area would grow above 59% from 2025 to 2029, which would reach 9.3 billion.
9.3, that's not small, guys. And also, he made comments, Alex Karp, that is the CEO of Palantir, highlighted the global divide in AI adoption, and he noted hesitance in Europe and Canada compared to the rapid adoption in the US and China. So somehow we were included in this, boys.
Canada hesitant in anything? I mean, look, first of all,
very decisive.
For all of our US viewers, you probably don't know this about Canada, but we're usually at the forefront of risk-taking and new technologies and making sure we adapt to whatever environment the global I can't finish that.
We're very trendy. We're very trendy.
No, I wanted to try. I'm not Leslie Nielsen. I can't do that entire thing straight-faced. No, I'm not surprised. We're usually pretty slow on adaptation. Like, we don't even have autonomous. We
don't even have credit cards.
What? You have a credit card?
Well, I'm trying. It's a U.S. bank.
No, you can't get an automated ride anywhere. They're not even testing it anywhere here. Yeah, it's just how it is. I don't think it necessarily matters. But when it comes to Palantir, this was, I don't know, like the earnings reaction for Palantir to start things off is exactly why people were saying, oh, why are you guys so bearish about AMD last night? Well, part and parcel was the reaction that Palantir got. Like, you had Karp saying it was the greatest quarter that anybody's ever had, and all that hyperbole. The market came and said, we don't care. You need to adjust because your PE is insanity, and that doesn't add up and it doesn't compute. So it's been sell more, and don't go away. And And really, the bounce that it had in the afternoon was almost, it was like a semi-trap. Because I think it was easy to look at this and say, well, if it breaks back above 160, we're going to be absolutely laughing. No. There's a little bit of an unwind and adjustment happening here. And every time I see that, it's like throw out your daily chart, pull out your weekly and monthly chart if you are some kind of a dip buyer. Look where we are in the weekly. We just lost the 50 period on the weekly. We're closing, almost certainly closing lower, barring something absurd. 120 bucks the next level on Palantir if you go to the weekly. I throw up a monthly chart, and on the monthly chart, I see nothing obvious on a monthly. On a weekly, 120. On a monthly chart, I got nothing for you. So you're in a wait and see mode here for Palantir, where it's going to be a price readjustment. We've seen this happen before. It topped out at 120, pulled back into like the high 60s, I believe, the last time, and then ran. So it absolutely can get cut in half. And generally speaking, when it's been cut in half, that's been a good price to buy.
All right, I just want to say right now, man, this is a face slapper here. We just shorted NVIDIA 175 with a 175 stop. This thing's collapsing all over itself. I do have to tell you that Neil and I don't have execution right now. So any pending order is fine, but I can't put in new orders to get out. So I would be covering some of this NVIDIA all the way down here if I was able to. So I'm gonna try to put out another bid. No, can't do anything. Still down on this side, but I would be covering this if if I were you guys. It just put right back into the 21 period. I mean, this is gonna suck. This is too bad, but right into there, 170. That's really too bad. But that's such is life. But that's a good cover right there at the 21 period moving average. Okay, let's go back over to Sharif and get stock, or Sia and get stock number 3.
Come on. All right, guys, let's talk about Tesla, down 4.5%, and momentarily drop below that $400 level, the low of $399.14. Several different headlines today on Tesla. Let's start with the first one here. UK sales plunge in January as Chinese rivals race ahead. We've been talking about the BYD registrations in England, I should say, up 300% year over year. Separately, there was this headline as well, more positive. Their China-made EV sales rise about 9.3% year over year. Sia, anything else that you can tell us about Tesla?
Yeah, and on paper, Musk now derives more of his net worth from SpaceX than from Tesla. And also following Monday's merger, Tesla's market cap, about $1.58 trillion, is only 26% higher than SpaceX's stated private market valuation of $1.25 trillion. That's not a big gap, Sharif.
No, not at all, especially for a private market company. Separately, guys, Wolf Research maintaining Tesla with a peer perform. No price target issued, though. Tesla down 4 1/3.
All right. Yeah, Tesla, look, I mean, I know we had that story yesterday, the Model Y, bigger, extra row, the whole Chinese aspect there with Tesla. We did have 56 or 59% less sales in the UK. I heard their number get dropped today as well. And we asked this question yesterday about, wow, I mean, how low is Tesla going to go? And I mean, honestly, like, no idea. I can't predict the bottom, but I was just saying, I got a message there, do you still like Big Bear AI? Do you still like, and the thing is like, no, like right now tech is like in a severe penalty box, man. And it's just kind of like, if you're gonna sit here and think that it's just gonna be all corrected after a 1 or 2 day move down, I mean, this is day 2. Yesterday we had a little bit of recovery. It might not be a recovery day here today by the looks of things. But I'm a little nervous for Tesla, man. I mean, it's come right back in. We're waiting for the big announcement, obviously, with SpaceX. We had some XAI talk the other day. And it's all about the robotics and Optimus. So if you really do believe that there are going to be a bunch of these things walking around, then I think Tesla at any level is a buy, because it's a revolutionary decision. And it's changing, the landscape of factories and of the way that we treat, I guess, I don't want to, the word is not, I was going to look like labor force, I guess, really, could change dramatically. I mean, I know Tesla already has robotics, and a lot of these high manufacturers are already using a robotic arm or a wing of some sort for robotics. But if you can start now using and training these Optimus robots to do the heavy lifting and I don't know, it's just going to change everything. And I think it makes companies more efficient. So I like Tesla in the long run here, but this was a great opportunity. Like consolidation break. I mean, just to have been looking here was the right decision. Unfortunately, I had eyes on AMD and everything, but that was a good little move higher. And I think the market wanted to buy Tesla today. It's just, you know, downside pressure, couldn't withstand it. Let's see if we hold 400 again. I mean, it's like that AMD question, will it or won't it down here?
There's a lot of traps at the top this morning. Now, all that said, look, I like Tesla, I own Tesla. And all of that being said, we got a headline here. Crypto assets have lost a total of 1.7 trillion since their October peak per Bloomberg. Yeah, it sucked.
Well, Bloomberg got it right.
That is absolutely true. What's also true is Tesla, if you go back to that 220 beginning to middle of the first quarter last year, that 220 level, when we broke away for good, here's our 220, here's our higher low, here's our higher lows, breakout, here's our November dip, break back out to 500. Uh-oh, what did we just lose today? We were, until today, I would argue this 420 hold was the chance that this trend line could have held on the daily chart. But now that it's broken, that's it. The upward trend from our April low of last year is broken today. So for everyone's like, well, you buyer of this or that. Like, no, like this is the day that the trend is breaking here, right now. So this is kind of like it's the risk-ish off moment. Like if you weren't a seller, if your plan was to trim some Tesla, you think it was too far upside and you hadn't, then today would be the day that I would be taking some off, but I already have not enough. But you know, if you hold it for a long period of time, that's what it is. And I don't know where the bottom is going to be. Maybe we only go to first support at 380 and the 200-period moving average. Maybe that's the case. Maybe we head down into this 350 area or 340, 350 area. All those things are pretty reasonable. All I know is we broke the trend line today, which means barring some kind of regain of the 420 level, this feels like a bearish stock to me, just based on the chart. So let's see what you guys want to talk about next. My guess is it's something that's not up today.
Hi, Neil. It's, one of the only, I don't want to say only, but the exception certainly is to be green, and this one's up about 10%, certainly off the highs, tried to break through 35, 34.94 high day, trading at 32 1/3. They were late with their earnings report yesterday, but here's what they reported, 69 pennies EPS per share. That beats estimates by about 41% and is about a 17% year-over-year increase, but the year-over-year increase really came with that revenue number. So he had $12.68 billion, exceeding the analyst expectations by about 21.5% and booming 123% year over year.
And funny you talk about analysts. Mizuho analyst Vijay Rakesh raised the price rating slightly, 33 from 31, and maintained a neutral rating. Needham trimmed its price target from 40 from 51, but has kept it a buy. And Tim Long of Barclays has lowered his price target from super micro to 38 from 43 while maintaining an equal weight. So there's a couple of analysts talking about the stock as well.
All right, guys, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, though. In the report, Charles Liang complaining about compressing margins as a result of product mix, client mix, and of course, yes, RAM, which is surging in price.
Surging. Yeah, the irony being today, and it is what it is, like I made one trade in SMCI, and it's not bad. Like it's 1/5 of my best stock, but it's still, I'm down on it. It's not so much that it lost. It's that like when I took the shot that this was going to break trend, I know all morning long I was like, we missed the breakout trade on SMCI. Let's see if it breaks away from VWAP. And it was a big choppy mess at VWAP. So I played this little breakout. I actually didn't give it the customary amount of room. So good on me because I didn't give it to the prior bar. I set a very tight stop on the trend line. So, and by the way, it's trying to retake and break this trend as well. So it is what it is. But SMCI is up 10%. And unlike, just about everything else that we're going to analyze today, hey, they beat top bottom. They had a strong guide. They've already been taken to the woodshed. They're above the 50 period on the moving average. There is a small short float. Well, I don't know how big it is. I haven't looked at it in a while. But there's usually a pretty decent short float here. If you look at it, it's a consolidation on the monthly, even possibly retaking that 50 period. There's a dead cat bounce move here. I would give it the customary waiting period, like a few days, to confirm that we hold these levels. But there's a nice little... Maybe we break out 34, you get a 34 to 35 late this week or next week, and then you just give it to the local bottom here at 28, you risk 20%, and then you have some upside kind of play, just as like a trade for SMCI. I don't know that I ever really would want to own this company. There's something here. I wouldn't necessarily enter today, But I think there might be a swing trade opportunity on SMCI. One of the few things you can actually feel pretty good about if it, well, whatever. If it was already in your portfolio, you probably don't feel good about it. But if you bought it today at some point, you might not at least be freaking out. How about that? See? That's positive. I can be positive.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are saying NVIDIA is running. Believe me, I know it's running. I mean, I literally just said, if you were in this position with me, to please exit this position right there. And so that was about $1 ago. We are having execution issues.
Yeah, by the way, it's not everyone at Real Trading.
Right now.
I messaged you, the Algo Group guys are absolutely fine. There's another office manager I know, they're fine. It's just, but there's.
It looks like it's the majority. I mean, there's
a bunch of people, but it's not literally everybody. So.
Yeah. So, anyways.
Like I can't we can't really.
Who knows?
Orders,
I don't know what to tell everybody.
But orders that are already out are filling. So.
Yeah, orders already out are filling. Yeah. So. All right. We'll let's go back over and find out what the next stock we want to talk about is.
It's Microsoft, guys. One of only two Mag 7 names that are actually green on the day. Apple being the other. Microsoft up here 1.5%, trying to work its way back into that 420 area. It's been selling off quite aggressively lately, and one of the reasons is U.S. software stocks are hit by that Anthropic wake-up call on AI disruption. You see a lot is being made about AI disrupting these traditional software as a service SaaS companies. Whether you're a CRM, you got to throw Microsoft into that mix as well. They also missed with their cloud revenue coming a little bit less. What can you tell us?
Honestly, the update that we gave from earlier today covers about almost all of it, but also another update is one person that I forgot to mention is Alex Holick will also be taking on a new role as Chief Architect for Security, in addition to everyone else that's being promoted.
So what CEO was talking about, of course, was on the midday show when we did the new segment. A lot of new hires in the sales department of Microsoft, guys, as we kind of reported to you about a month ago, that they had lowered some of their sales targets internally, possibly as a result of some pressure there on sales. In any event, today, Microsoft up 1.5.
Yeah.
Hear that word? Up.
What?
That's just.
I didn't even realize that.
On a day like today. Who knew?
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it's one of those sort of obvious, gonna end up being wrong. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's not the bottom. I'll end up being wrong about this gap here because I know yesterday what I was saying was, okay, we came back to where the program buy was on Microsoft. So it was this breakout here going back into April. So there's our parabolic day. There's our very steady Eddie run up, which was basically program buying. And my whole thing was, when we were asked about this in yesterday's trade, well, if you lose this bottom, why wouldn't we just fill in this gap and look for the longs in here closer to 400? Well, if it's that good, maybe people are getting an early look at it. I do think this one's, if the whole software thing, and they're getting lumped in with some companies that don't have the moat that they do, it feels a little bit excessive. So I do think that Microsoft is one of these names that has very good staying power. I didn't really want to be buying it till the 400 level, but I think you could do worse than put 20% in now. This feels like an obvious DCA back if it gets into the 350s. And then does anybody really feel that badly about these guys over the next 5 to 10 years, even if it is very rocky right now? It's already 30% off the highs, maybe even a tick more than that. It just feels like a good value.
Yeah, so orders that we do have out are filling. So we did actually, we got a nice fill there on the TQQs at least all the way to the upside. So that's kind of saving a little bit right there. Yeah, I had no idea Microsoft was even up. I'm going to sort of take the other side maybe with a Meta. And we've seen this name collapse as well over the last couple of months. It is making its move back into the downside. But I actually, if we're going to appreciate Meta on their quarter, they're going to give it all back, and I think it's a buy. We went up on Meta's quarter and how good it was. Now all of a sudden we're going to be running for the hills on this stock. That doesn't make any sense to me. Stock-specific trading and investing is an interesting thing to do once you have conviction. And honestly, I think Meta down here, when the smoke clears, I don't know when that's going to be. I do know that Meta, with that quarter, should be appropriately trading higher than this, right? And so Microsoft got hit on the quarter, is rebounding right now. I would much rather trade a name that Wall Street has already, anointed as, an upside play off of their numbers and then, be able to get now just a discounted price on this name, right? It's kind of the reason why I was saying about Big Bear AI. Some of these companies that don't have earnings, the PEs are absolutely extreme. I'm not sure what Meta's PE is, but it didn't matter on their earnings call there, as they were rewarded for the extra spend, and also ad revenue increased on Meta. So for me, I would prefer Meta over Microsoft, but I'll prefer Google over all of them. And Google's going to come tonight. I haven't even traded Google today, have I? Okay, there it is. Google's going to be traded tonight. I'm flat on Google. I think Alphabet is going to be, the runner tomorrow. So let's wait and see what winds up happening. But this is the mega cap name that I'm looking at. Actually, for Microsoft, I just can't wrap my head around Windows, and I don't really believe in this OpenAI, profitability target. And I know that a lot of Microsoft's, value is based on this OpenAI $1 trillion or whatever they're going to go out at when they IPO. So let's just wait on Microsoft and look at Google and Meta, in my opinion, if you're going to be buying something in mega cap land.
Yeah, I think, exactly. I think patience is
Oh, Sharif's gone. Okay.
So we are done the rundown. You know what's wild? Okay, I know we've done the rundown, but there's at least, there's one name on here. And if you're wondering, where do we come up with the names that we just went over, it's just a stock visualizer that Fabian built for us here, and it's a fantastic addition. So everyone types in 678. I don't know a better way to say this person in the chat, right? See MMMM 6788. Palantir, see you at 140. See the real Slobo here. Meta, a steal, honestly. Well, instead of just saying that, what I'd like you to do next time is type in $PLTR or $META. And if you want to do that, you have to be in the chat. See how Palantir just showed up? Meta shows up over there. That was me. And now Alphabet, Spot. If you want to do this and be in the chat so your names will pop up in the visualizer, hit the subscribe button. Obviously hit the like as well, share it, but it's a subs only chat, so you have to be a subscriber. Go ahead and do that. Hop in the chat. Let us know what you're interested in. AMD up here. Palantir, you see a bunch of people type Palantir, so it does this nice little flash thing. I forget what key I'm supposed to hit to make it do it myself. It doesn't really matter. So AMD's still top of the list. Tesla, I think it is H. But speaking of H, it's Robinhood that I was a little surprised. By the way, Sean said, we don't have execution right now. I'd be getting out at VWAP. I'd actually be trailing this to here for obvious reasons. It's just the next stair step to the upside. But Robinhood, like a lot of other things, has gone SSR today, down 10% at one point, down only 9.5%. To say that this has lost trend or lost support, this is what I mean. We've been talking about this sort of for a few individual names. What's the litmus? What is the price action telling you? And when you lose the trend or support, when I was talking about Tesla, I'm not saying it's all doom and gloom for Tesla. I was just pointing out technically, you lose a support level like this, this is what can happen next. You're just in a bleed zone on a lot of these stocks where you're filling in gaps till the next consolidation point potentially, because you're just repricing when the stock hasn't a lot of these stocks, I shouldn't say none of them, a lot of these stocks have not really been priced based on traditional valuation metrics or anything like that. It's been a lot of momentum, and when that unwind starts to come in, it's tricky to find where the bottom is going to be. Where are people going to be comfortable buying this again? I don't know, 65, 66, somewhere in here. I think that is perfectly reasonable. And you have to ask yourself the question, if you're talking about holding it for 10 years or 5 years, you can be a little bit more aggressive if you're DCing into a falling knife.
9%.
But if you need to get it right because you're trying to swing trade it, or you don't have the capital to hold it if it goes down to $36 or something like that, then it's okay to be sitting out and get a little conservative with this. I find when things are in big correction mode, if you think that Robinhood is going to be the jam in the next 5 to 10 years, then it's worth it to wait for it to make some kind of a bottom. Look at the pullback we had in February to April. Did you need to have the low? The way I always play these, I would much rather be long here, the regain of the 50 period, the point where it's made multiple higher lows, and okay, I don't need to have the bottom, I just need to have a good entry. That was how I felt about SoFi instead of Robinhood. It was obviously maybe not the best decision in the world because Robinhood ended up being good. Look, it's okay. In my defense, I I do own SoFi from like $7 back here, but the buy zone in the ad was when it retook the 50 period and was holding the 50 and the 200 in here in the 12-13 range. You were a good 40% off the lows at that point. But who cares? Because it was pretty clear also that at that point, things are now different. We've resumed our normally scheduled programming and things are normal. Not in the midst of, not when the panic is starting. Like that's not the spot where I want to try to jam in there. Feel free to jump in and ask some questions if you guys have any. I see comments from Josh saying Oracle's still going
down. Where? Down or up?
Yeah, let us know down or up because I'm not making any assumptions on a day like today. Like there's a bunch of things that are bouncing nicely off the lows, but not all of them. Like the NASDAQ is making a nice bounce, like what I'm in is making a nice bounce. Oracle is bouncing nicely into VWAP, but not everything is making a bounce here. So not bad. Yeah, Oracle, it's the kind of day where it goes $2.50 off of the low, and you're looking at this thing down 5%, and it's barely even making a dent. But does that mean the bottom's in for Oracle? How does that one look on the daily chart? Or if you happen to be short, flawless victory. Because obviously Mortal Kombat is better than Street Fighter. Just leave it with that.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. Yeah, no.
No, I know you're a Street Fighter guy.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody would have your back on that one. Okay, so
I love Sub-Zero.
Yeah, Sub-Zero's good, but yeah, he's not Ken or Ryu or any of these guys. Street Fighter is. Mortal Kombat's good too.
Have you seen the Family Guy Street Fighter?
No, but I should.
He fights.
You know what's Intel's a good short right now?
Peter fights the. It's the fights the dry cleaning guy, and it's in Street Fighter style. It's one of the funniest.
Who's the dry cleaning guy?
Oh
man, I'm not in the right mood here.
It's Mr. Washy Washy is the guy's name. That's what he calls it. Okay. Which is obviously it's Family Guy, so you know that's a little bit.
Drunken Master, someone just said. I'm looking here at Intel, and Intel's made a huge move back to the upside right here. This could be a decent short into $49. Give it to this 49.20 area or so. So I think this might be worth a little shot here. Please ignore the positions. I know I'm $2 in the money on NVIDIA and $1.30 or whatever on the TQs, but I think for NVIDIA I'm probably out. And this one, continues to go higher. I don't have any offers up here, so hopefully we're still in this position. We did have an offer that got filled there. We're unable to cancel our bids or offers right now, so we have to sort of not be able to put on any new trades, but we'll definitely be able to see what you guys want to talk about in the chat and then adjust accordingly. Sharif asked us the question, will it hold 200? I said yes, and it so far is. And it's starting to get back to the upside. I actually think we could be right now. Look at the ES. ES is only down 0.4 right now. That's not horrible. It made its way all the way back to VWAP. We'll see if we can hit that right there and gather some sort of momentum through VWAP. Obviously, the NASDAQ at one point was down 2.5% when we came back from the gym there. Now it's way back up again, breaking through 25,000. I remember months and months ago, maybe it wasn't that long, but we were talking about 25,000 NASDAQ. We made a move to 28, now back into 25 again. So now we'll have to wait to see if there is sort of any recovery points here on the NASDAQ in the overall general market. Well, we're almost back to where I'm long on BBAI, right? And we talked about it being long at that 420 area. You have a nice little base here on the 5-minute. Well, you can just see it here on the 1-minute chart as well. But as I was saying before, for me, it's tough to get into a name right now that does not have any earnings, and they don't have that earnings power. I really do like Big Bear AI, but again, whenever you have something that's AI in your name, we saw C3 AI, we've seen Palantir get hit. Palantir had what Alex Karp called, and again, he's just CEO, but they didn't miss on any metric, Palantir at all right? And they are getting crushed on earnings. And that was just a couple of days ago. We had a nice little move higher there. We got out yesterday at, well, some anyways, I'm still in this name, at 161. Now you're down to 140 here on Palantir. Can it be back in one day? Yes. Especially when it gaps overnight, it gets up to 150 or something, then you'll see 160 right quick. But, this is not like a SaaS name to the extent that
AI is going to come in and roll over all their customers and give people a better benefit to use instead of using the Foundry or the AIP that Palantir's built, right? But for right now, it's just getting absolutely crushed. I mean, a lot of these names that I believe are going to be good names moving forward, like a Broadcom. Like, you want to sell your Broadcom shares down here at $300? Like, really, from where we've come from on AVGO? Like, what has really changed here? This is a monster name, man, Broadcom. And now you're all the way back to sort of these levels in July. We said NVIDIA and AMD obviously getting hit today as well, but down 4.5% just seems to be a little bit too much to me. And I know that this, I'm going to call up this the broader market here, just so we can have a look, because often we get sort of tunnel vision when we think about how this market's reacting, because I just looked at my RSP, big mistake, huge moves down today in the account, because we're loaded into this area. But we talked about it, man. We're diversified enough that we have JP Morgan and we have a few other banks in here right now. The financials are doing quite well today. You can see there's Coinbase down 6%. So the only sort of blemish here would be Coinbase and Robinhood. And then we said Microsoft MS, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. These two names, of course, because private equity now not having the greatest time. A lot of private equity and a lot of these IPOs are, some SaaS names. We have Stripe supposed to come through as well. There's big bad Tesla downside on robotics and on that kind of a scare when you're seeing other names. I still own Ford, right? They're up a little bit there today. The retail side of things, Walmart just became a member of the 1 Trillion Club 2 days ago. They're up now 0.7. Costco's up 1%. Where's my guy over here? Target up 2%. Oh, yeah, we like Target there. That's a good one. Yeah, that's staying on Target. But, of course, I have like 5% invested in Target that I do in NVIDIA.
Carvana's down 7 today?
Carvana down.
Still rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if Carvana, how much money they're making over there. McDonald's, yesterday we had Kava. No, we had CMG, come through. Not a great report for them yesterday. And, you're seeing McDonald's. We talked about where they were. Disney on day 2 or day 3, a little bit of a rebound play there as well. But not everything is complete bleed. I mean, we did talk about what the ES was doing versus the NASDAQ. The ES actually right now taking out the 200 period, VWAP right now, and going through and going higher. So this is a nice little level here for sure, giving us some confidence that we're back a little bit now as some of the other names starting to rally. It's not all just doom and gloom, brought to you by NVIDIA and brought to you by AMD, right? So I'm excited for tonight's report. Dow's probably up.
The Dow is, look at the Dow, and it's just chilling at the highs.
Can I cancel orders?
And that's one of those, I used to do a thing where sometimes I would put like a monthly DCA into the markets, and then I would just move which one do I like more. So like if and I never used to include the Dow in that, but if I really don't like the look at the NASDAQ, I'll buy the S&P instead. If I don't like the S&P, then maybe you're buying the Dow a little bit as well. But obviously, there are kernels of the market which are fine. That being said,
come test it.
Even like a Caterpillar, which has been so good, this took a nosedive and lost. From the highs, it lost about 7% today off the top, and it was strong in the morning. Like there were a bunch of things which, at least at one point early, it's like, oh, we're just regularly breaking out like we were every other day before, and then it was just risk off as people try to sell as much as they can. But we are seeing a pretty decent bounce, and like Sean said, we're still having execution issues. Like, you're right. This is the area that I missed on Intel this morning. I tried to short it off 50. It wouldn't make that last push. Once it gets above the $0.50, that's when I'd be starting on Intel. That's where you start to look. Like, get that 75 going into 50. Never got there. Now we're going right back into it on strength. Intel's going to go green today. Make that make sense. No, it's fine. I know Intel's been on a great ride, but probably not the thing that people were expecting. SMCI is back to the volume-weighted average price. That would be a great spot to either look for a continuation, or if you like the short, like maybe jump in off the volume-weighted average price for a little bit of a retracement style play, because the Qs just got to VWAP themselves. So like normally, when we do this kind of a wick on the market, I'm looking for a short entry somewhere. Like SMCI does set up, but again, we can't execute. Yeah, I'd be trailed right here at 197.8, but can't do it. But I would be certainly. Just because we're at that VWAP, and it's not power hour yet, but we're close enough to 3 o'clock that you want to start thinking about that. Ooh, that's interesting. I didn't expect to see anything on the early look imbalances, so the fact that Southwest is a 2 million sell before we were even at 3 o'clock is a little bit abnormal. So anytime I see, like this is a third of the day's volume, and this stock is running to the upside. Can't execute on it, but when it's a sell imbalance that big, this early, if it were to fail the high, I like trend breaks the other way and just put the stop at the high of said day. Mr. Madness is asking, what is up with UiPath? My guess is nothing good. Probably not a lot of names like, huh? Okay, well, it's at the high of the day. Up 2%. See, like, go figure. Like, if you told me, oh, you know, of course, on a day like today, UiPath is making a bottoming tail candle and holding a support level. Yeah, because that makes a lot of sense. But it is. So this is a stock which does pull all the way back into the only obvious support that it has and is making the dip. And so they're chalk one up to anybody that liked this name and was patient enough to wait for a potential bottom. There's your bottoming tail candle. If you like UiPath, I don't, then you could take a shot here. It's actually not even a bad breakout trade right now off this high. Nice trend up. There's your break of the high. You could fill in this gap here to about 1260 or so. Let's try to risk 5 pennies to make 20. If you can execute on it here in UiPath, good bottoming tail reversal on volume. Like this is the biggest volume day in the last week, so that's what you want to see when it does a run of the lows and a liquidity grab, and that's what it's doing for you there with UiPath.
On a, yeah, they're restarting some servers finally, so hopefully that might help at some point. Silver's on a nice little U-shaped recovery right here. You know, it's done that. Like it's not having the violent, like it's having the violent whips early, but then, you know, in the afternoon, it's kind of like just gathering some strength to come back up. We saw that yesterday as well, right? And there's the move here. So I'm just wondering about this tomorrow, midday. We'll have a quick little look at what silver is going to be doing. And if we can find a base, then, you know, this is a good potential mover back to the upside. This is your 200 period moving average. We really sat on that all day yesterday. And then once we broke it here today, it was a nice move. We sort of respected it there and backed out. Now it looks like we're definitely taking it out. And we have support of the 50 period moving average. So for me here on silver, I think this is a long right now. So hi-ho silver, let's see if we can get long, because right now with gold trying to bounce back, the market's definitely coming back in. The NASDAQ, like to have sat there and bought that at the dip, great job. Like now we've had continuation plays on the NASDAQ be pretty good, you know? And I know earlier today, Apple was really on a mission. I thought it didn't get to 278. Or so today. Was that? Yeah, there it is. So right there early, right? Huge move on Apple. So we feel like the market can withstand some of these pressure points. We saw Microsoft up today. We see Apple up today. It's really just sort of an AI, a data center destruction right now. Did everything just fill up?
Just able to cancel an order.
Okay, well, if we could start canceling orders, and giddy up right now. I can start to cancel some of my orders as well. So maybe we have execution pretty soon now, and we can start to trade. But so far, so good on that one. But yeah, I think Apple is also right here. If we're able to get up and going, this is a pretty good area to get long on Apple. Market's trying to break through here on the NASDAQ. We are long the TQs here. You know what? Let me test.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
We're good, because I want to get out of some of these TQs because we are starting to fade back out again. Will we get the fill? I'm at 27. Let me just punch down to 22s. Yes. Okay, boom. All right, we're back, man. Now we're back to making some money, hopefully, as now now we're able to start to fire out some orders. So, all right, good. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with you know, with some of this execution. But it looks like we are now back. So maybe out of some NVIDIA at some point here. You know, this is all the way to the upside on this short. We'll wait to see if it breaks 176. But I actually do like. You know what? I'm just gonna get out. What am I, short NVIDIA? So let's buy some here at 60 if we're able to get that fill, and then just get rid of this position and let's regroup, because I'm actually thinking of this Apple potential long break here at 276 now that we appear to be back. So all good on that front, but we were having some issues, and thank you for everybody's patience and everything while Neil and I sort of talk some gibberish about those plays, and now we can move forward with it. So thank you to Real Trading. We look like we are back right now. Yeah, so I'm still in this TQQ trade, and I actually think that if we're going to, thank you for the question, by the way, Scott Tomlinson there, can we take a peek at the futures? Yeah, we can go back to the future on this one. Yeah, so what are we exactly talking about here? Nice move back up to VWAP on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, like I think this is pretty top heavy. Heading into earnings tonight, it's going to be the main one, I guess, is Google, right? What else do we have tonight, Adara? We have Google.
Google, Snapchat, ARM, Qualcomm, Elf.
So I don't hear you, but Google, Snapchat, ARM, Qualcomm. So Qualcomm, okay. So yeah, it looks like Google will probably be the one that everyone's going to be real attentive with. But I could see the market rallying into the close a little bit here. Let me just.
We've seen a little bit of that.
Get my orders all settled out here, and then get back to this. Okay, so I think we're along heading into the close, but I do want to look a little bit more. I still have some orders that aren't necessarily filling, so I'm gonna give that to our support staff here and then figure out what's going on. But
yeah, there's a few questionable ones, but I think everything's starting to get back into normal. I was able to put orders out and cancel. I was able to put my trailing stop in on EA and got the fill, so I just trailed it to here. And I think like we're at the point now, if only because we're here on the NASDAQ, like right at the 50, sorry, not at the 50, right at the volume weighted average price. Like my first thought is, okay, something's setting up for fade, because buying right when we're at the point of resistance, I'd rather see us trying to push through and then look for a continuation play up there somewhere. Thank you guys for the kind words. It's D-Loaf. See, this is the thing. Ever since YouTube did this, where everyone in the chat is this where it's like your page name instead of what your usual name is, I didn't know that that's D-Loaf. So good to know that that's you. Thank you for coming around. You have your levels, but for the love of the Bills, Elf reports tonight, we're kind of in a bear flag on the daily. You're long. Value the opinion for Elf. So yeah, let's have a look. I don't know if you talked about Elf today.
No, I did not.
I know I haven't looked at it. Never actually owned anything remotely in the space. Ooh, yes. I see what you say, kind of a bear flag. Because you could make the argument that the bear flag kind of broke up here and you're at the top end of this little breakout trying to fill in the gap. So there's at least some good consolidation. When I see this, it's like, okay, well, the chances of you just pushing right through this 75 to 80 area on the downside, I think is a little more limited because you had a bunch of support down there. But it's very slowly attempting to break this gap. It somewhat reminds me of like stocks that do this after big drops that struggle to break out. Like Disney did this for a while. Starbucks did this for a while. And then I remember when Starbucks finally broke through, it was an absolute trap for you. Oh, shoot, that's Blue Ocean. Let's try that again, and this time go to the NASDAQ. When you have every single market, sometimes you pull up the wrong one. I feel like, yeah, Starbucks did do something similar. 99% sure. Yes, it is true. Starbucks had the drop, it had the consolidation, it then tried to break out, got to resistance, and then this is a real wick. Wick the 100 level. Good recovery for Starbucks. Maybe the second time is going to be a charm for these guys. But I think that's what you're looking for. I don't think it's all pessimistic in that bear flag that you're talking about because you are making a higher low. I'm not a huge fan of the space. That's all. And I've never really invested in it, but technically you got some support down here and you have a gap that you could work on at least. So I think your upside's pretty solid. Risk to reward is all I would say. On the rail, Chance, that's a super chat, which I should probably throw up. Chance favors the prepared mind. Whoops, I just threw up the wrong one. Well, we'll get to that one in a second. And to that point, on the rail, Chance favors a prepared mind. You're absolutely right. That's why you should go over ideas like before they happen. Like identify the level that you're interested in the stock so that you've already thought about what you want to do before it gets there. Because if you're trying to make the decision in the moment, like things can get out of hand. And then we'll get another super chat, and it will be Nick W. when we come back from Sean.
All right, guys, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs, of course, featuring your built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves while minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or hopefully today bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Please, everybody, read the full risk disclosure and the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Thank you to Global X for that, and go check them out, betapro.ca. All right, man, we have a new position. Going short on silver, baby. We just talked about what we were doing right there. So we're going to take 20 cents right now on a little piece. We'll bid some or will we? We'll bid some 66s right there as we take the bid, we take the offer, and we get filled right there. That's a quick little smooth 20 cents. So let's see what happens moving forward. Remember, we are going to stop out if we do take some of these highs out right now. I'm going to give it to 79.50. We'll see if we can average in. Look, we're just kind of playing around there. We'll take a little piece out as it comes into the into the 50. And then if we drop off of that, then all good. And we'll see where we go from there. I think we did really good, man, getting out of some of those TQQs here at this level. Look, if we break back down below 50, let's get out of there. 49.99 here. Get out if we break back down below 50 off of our long the TQ. So we're going to go short right now on silver. And potentially short on the NASDAQ. I mean, I know you guys asked me a question about what I thought there, and I was just like, you know what, Google, I think we could probably run into the close, but my opinion doesn't matter. We trade off VWAP all the time. I probably should have stuck with that. That's why we're sort of short silver right here. But there's, you know, the NASDAQ, and you could see right here, that was a good fade, pop, drop, fade again, pop, boom, and then there it is. Nice move, like they're fading the shorts and then back into the downside one more time. So it looks like VWAP will continue to hold. That does look like a good indicator here today on the NASDAQ. Nice downside pressure. Gold continues to move higher, I believe, here into the close. I didn't look at it. I was just basing it off of what silver was doing. Yeah, so we are starting to itch a little bit here on gold. We were down, you know, obviously during the midday there, but it was a good morning for gold. Just got hit. Now you're trying to battle back, bouncing around VWAP right here. Not a great story for that. We can quickly look at the imbalance locator here right now to see if there is anything sort of ticking around. We have LUV, so some of the sells, you know, it looks like there's more sells than buys here. TD Bank is going to be a buy. There's your ZSL, so that's going to be a silver short because it's a buy, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to, yeah, Roblox with a little bit of a short as well. CRM, wow. I mean, Salesforce has just been crushed over the last little while. Okay, here it goes. So we're still not putting on a big position here, but there's VWAP. So I think we're okay until that then. So if we break through 79.50, I think that would be our last sort of straw here on going short anything. The market does seem like it's in a little bit of a rebound mode. So maybe it is time to just ease back a little bit and see what winds up happening here with this SLV trade. It's fine, man. We're short at 93s. This is not a problem, but let's wait to see if we get something up here like in the 40s and then stop out, or maybe 30s and stop out if we break through 79.50. We might as well just put that order in right now. 79.51 if it breaks above. I mean, VWAP is essentially there. I'm not trying to give it exactly VWAP, but 10 cents on silver is probably not enough. But, you know, I don't want to ruin the day that we've had here today. So we'll try it. We'll get some more short at 79.30, then we'll stop that train here on SLV until we get a little lower. So we're going to be short silver. That's my newest position. And breaking through the TQs is we're going to stop out if that does happen back down there to the downside. So all good right now. I'm just going to go short the commodity and wait to see what happens with the NASDAQ.
It's almost like the execution down, probably not the worst thing, because it let the move up kind of get to some obvious levels. Like
right.
I like C3AI. I thought this was going to defecate all over itself when I shorted it earlier. I thought we were going to $10. I thought we were breaking $10. I thought we were looking at all-time lows on C3AI. None of that actually happened, but it's right back up to the 11 top, and the wick high is 10.09. So, well, 10.09.5 looks like it's the top print. So if it breaks over 10, I'm jumping out. In at 2.5. Sometimes it rounds up, sometimes it rounds down. Should always round up. So I'm in at 2.5 here. Want to play back into VWAP, but we did have that super chat that was from Nick.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, we've got, shoot, there's a bunch of them now. So let's run them all down. Because Steve Irwin, you were long and down 14K on Nvidia. Come close.
Ooh, what?
Came close to selling, but recovering now. Should I sell before earnings or hold? I mean, Nvidia's, you still have a bit of a wait for Nvidia. So like you've got to ask yourself. Well, see, the thing is, I know Nvidia's been very choppy and in a very tight range, which seems secure, but the entire time, the bottom end of the range has been the 170 level. So the way I see it, like usually I always have it in my mind, if I'm long in here and I'm playing into earnings and this is my support at the 170 or the 200 period, well then that's what I'm okay risking to going into the earnings, which we still have to wait multiple weeks for here on Nvidia. But if you're uncomfortable with it and it's outside of your risk parameters, you're always allowed to trim, right? Like that's a possibility. You have to make your own decision because we are at that decision point in $5 to $10 from here on an NVDA. So it lulls you in a bit of a false sense of security, but the support's been down at 170 this entire time on NVDA. So I think you got to keep that in mind. Like we're not here to tell you what to do with your position. I can look at the technicals and I can tell you that for myself, I never want to be, I'm not one of those, I don't like making bets going into earnings. I like taking positions after earnings. That's my cup of tea, not the other way around. We are going to go to Sia, and then we'll try to run down some more super chats.
Am I not connected?
Thank you so much. We're going to quickly take a look at some important numbers coming out here today. At 7 a.m., the 30-year mortgage rate came out, the actual standing at 6.21%, previous at 6.24%. 8:15 a.m., the ADP employment change, actual standing at 22K and previous at 37, and forecasted number was 35K. Couple things here. Healthcare added 74,000 jobs. Financial activities added around 14,000. Construction around 9,000. Trade, transportation, and hospitality added 4K collectively. Professional businesses and services has shed 57K jobs. Manufacturing is down 8K, and large employers are down 18K. At 10 a.m., we also had the ISM Services PMI come out, the actual standing at 53.8, previous the same, but forecast was 54.3. We also had at 10:30 the EIA crude oil stocks change, which currently is a negative 3.455 million, previous being negative 2.295 million. And the EIA gasoline stocks change, current standing at 685,000, previous at 223,000. Let's also take a look at a couple headlines for today. The U.S. is planning a critical mineral price floor with Mexico, Europe, and Japan. It's developing plans to cooperate with Mexico, the European Union, and Japan on certain critical minerals. And the administration has launched a national critical mineral stockpile as of Monday. It has also taken equity stakes in critical mineral companies, including MP Materials, USA Rare Earth, and Canada's Lithium Americas and Trilogy Metals. Currently, MP is down 0.38%, USAR down 2.37% on the NYSE, and LAC is down almost 9%, and TMQ down almost 13% on the TSE today. Also, CNBC got an early peek at Rivian's $45,000 SUV called the R2. The company has burned through, as we know it, billions of dollars to reach a certain profit level in the first 3 quarters of just year 2025 alone. But the R1 is the best-selling premium electric SUV in the United States, CEO RJ Scarinci said. And analysts are divided on whether Rivian can pull off this and match Tesla. But Needham analyst Chris Pierce also said that the consensus opinion holds that Rivian will sell about 15,000 units of the R2 in 2026, but he thinks that Rivian can definitely do more. And currently, the company is up 0.3%. That's all. Back to the guys.
All right, thank you, Sia there. Yeah, Rivian's been going on a little bit of a trip. That is for sure. I mean, it's a nice downside. Yeah, it's a nice yeah, I mean, it's a car company, so it's going on a trip. Hopefully you've charged your battery before you go on that trip with Rivian, but it's already taken down the 200 period moving average. I've already said this. I've already got my reservation in for the R2. So hopefully it'll come through. The wife will be happy. We'll see if we can get her into a Rivian. But if I had bought the stock up here, then we ain't buying no Rivian now, because this stock is from $23 all the way down to $14. This is probably a decent buy area, but as Sia just mentioned, they're just burning through cash. You know, and right now, this is not like they were losing, I don't know, Lucid was losing $30,000 or something per vehicle. I believe Rivian's number is a little bit less than that. But this is an interesting move because there is not too many affordable sort of SUVs in that space. I know Cadillac had one in the EV space there. And Rivian, I think, carries an actual name as far as quality is concerned as well. So there will be some families that maybe potentially anyways trade up into a Rivian because the R1 is like 120 grand. So for many people, especially these days, at least I know around here in Canada, that's probably a little too expensive right now to step into a vehicle. Probably financing is a little more affordable with some of the financing rates that you see out there right now, but 120
it still
seems to be a lot for a relatively new entrant, right? I mean, the R1 is probably 3 years old, so. But yeah, we're back. We're ready to rock and roll here. We're short silver. Just let's give ourselves a little bit of an update here. We'll just go like this. Yahoo! So it's coming back down to the downside right now. So here, oh yeah, there's silver. Okay, nice move right there on silver. All right, man, we'll take 30 cents. It's a nice little move to the downside right now as we continue to make that trade. So this is what it looks like. We just talked about it live with you guys. You know, there's the offer, came in. We could not really break 79. We have 79.50 as our VWAP right there. So just a small couple trades here, boom, to the downside. We're having ourselves a pretty good day here as that rate is now 40 cents in the money and looking to go lower, man. We'll take it. And there goes the TQQs. Let's go, man. We're out of that one. And that was a good trade. We bought the lows. We got out basically at the highs. And there's the break lower. But it's silver right now that's printing just a little bit to that downside. I'm going to go take those. I was telling you, my father-in-law bought my kids when they were little, little silver, little plates of silver, and I think they're like an ounce or two each. Like, and you know, I'm gonna have to look at those. I think they're, you know what? To be honest with you, I think we only had like maybe 10 of them, and silver was, you know, $20 an ounce or something like that. So I'm gonna go back to home tonight and figure out.
That's doing much better, but hang on to your physical.
But you can't actually trade in your silver. Like if you take your silver to a pawn shop or something, they don't give you, you know, fair value. So
just hang on to it. Yeah. And you're good to go. I promise, and before I go back to the trades, Nick, I promise we'd get to your super chat. On the regional banks here. So you're really bullish on KRE. Do you mind going over extended time frame thoughts? So first of all, let me get off C3AI. I'm only on that because I'm in it. If you look only at the daily chart, everyone's going to be impressed with the regional bank ETF on the daily chart. It looks like a big breakout. The only reason I'm a ring the register sum in front of the high. I know a lot of people say you shouldn't sell things in front of highs, but it's like if I was in this, and this is a monthly chart, right? Like if I was in any of these dips a couple of years ago, or if I took this dip like mid last year and you're getting this nice rally, it's not the big percentage mover. If you take a little off, or I suppose you're playing for the big breakout is the other way to look at it. Well, if you bank some profit and then look for maybe an unclean move at the highs, we hear Brian Shannon talk about this all the time when we have him on. Like instead of looking for the clean break, if you're already long, you could trim, bank some profit, and then if you get the false break and then the dip, you can buy that dip into the maybe cleaner breakout the second time through. That's one way to look at it. But this is a monthly chart. On a monthly chart, you are in a breakout, but you're coming right into the 2022 highs, where there was not a lot of juice. Like these are all topping tails. Like you didn't have a single month close above 74, and we're at 72.5. So yeah, above there, that's big time potential breakout, but you do have to worry about what happens and how long we take to get to the top zone. So I love the look of the chart. It looks fantastic. I've never been in the regionals myself. If I'm real, in the financial sector, I own a couple of Canadian banks, my personal account, Morgan Stanley, and SoFi. You know, and Canadian banks are pretty. You take some risk with the U.S. ones because if you own Canadian banks, they're very secure. Like it's not like the U.S. Canadian banks have basically a monopoly. Like you only have the big five now essentially, and there's no new entrants. So it is very much, it's like a license to print here. So they all do very, very well and steady dividends and that kind of thing. So different to the diversity that you guys have in the States, where you can have some riskier regional banks, and then you have this wath of names that you can be involved, you know, BAC and Citigroup, and then on the other side you've got your Goldman Sachs and your Morgan Stanley. So it's very, very different. Vancouver Island says LOL except for TD Bank. The hilarious thing is I actually own some TD Bank. Yeah, TD Bank has the most US exposure, and yeah, they had some issue. Let's just leave it at they had some issues. with TD Bank recently. Not good. Not good. So we'll just change the subject from TD Bank to what maybe was a missed opportunity, at least for myself, as I was also looking at this trend line. And you have to always pick and choose what you want to do. So I will be mad at myself because the two things I was looking at off the top while we were waiting for opportunities, one is C3AI, which I took at the 11. And then there's this SMCI, which is pulling back in. Oh, the other one was Intel. What's Intel doing? Actually, Intel's right back up to the top, but look at the topping tail on Intel. This could be the entry here on Intel. Instead of there, look at the topping tail from VWAP. There's the trend line break. Yeah, this might be better. Nice little entry here, potentially. Confirm this candle, short it, prior bar high, and then work into 330. Remember, Intel's the kind of name that has an imbalance like almost every single day. And if you just, like, it'll be a move, let's just say. So it's the kind of name I would never want to, you want to get in before 330, like well before 330, or 350, I should say, not 330, when the imbalances come out.
I mean, there's silver right now. Now silver's now 50 cents in the money, so it's continuing the move lower. We're out of half of this trade already. So, you know, now I'm going to wait for 70. I just put in a 78.25 bid. And then if we can get into the 200 period moving average, I think that would be a decent way to exit our silver trade. So right now, man, the NASDAQ down 1.6%, the ES down 0.3%, the IWM, we can have a quick little look there. Yesterday it was funny because the IWM was up and the rest of the markets were down, but IWM today down as well. And we see the diamonds. Neil already talked about the Dow today. That was actually doing a little bit better than the rest of the names here. Oh, actually, the Dow was up, so doing a little bit better. Yeah, doing a lot better there as the DIA continues its upside play. You know, PayPal, right? I mean, that was another name that just came with earnings a couple of days ago. That's been pretty bad, but it does bounce nicely off 40 clean. So this could be something for tomorrow here on PayPal. You know, maybe there is something down here near that $40 mark, so we can have a quick little look to see if that eventually holds. Unfortunately, SoFi is at 20 flat or so right now. Well, it was, you know, the low of the day is into that marker there. The low is $20.07. So, you know, I guess buying it yesterday at $22.50 or something, not good. And today you're down another 5%. So as we've said, man, with crypto hitting it downside a little bit, you see strength in big banks like a JP Morgan today. So there is some strength out here in the financials, just not in some of these lesser names. And if you're talking about crypto and we're talking about a name like Webull, that is at its all-time low every single moment that it ticks lower. And today was 645.
Every day the market's open, Webull makes an.
That's exactly it, man. I mean, it hasn't really caught a bid. It's pretty much like, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a bid there, but oh boy. This is what Webull looks like at the end of the day.
Just red.
Yeah, it's just bad. And, you know, Coinbase, another one that's sort of extending a little bit lower right now. So we can have a quick little look at this, but there goes Coinbase down 6% today. This was a $380 name. All right, Coinbase. Now it's down to $160, but it was also a $40 name as well. Coinbase is one of those wild rides that if you are on it, buckle up, but this is what it looks like on the weekly chart. Let me just bring down eSignal just to show you how wild this name has been. So here's Coinbase down here, $40. You know, crypto didn't fall as much as it's falling today, and we were down here. So there was questions about Coinbase and their legitimacy, and you know, were they able to get the accounts once that started to happen? And we had some different acts to follow. Coinbase, what was the last one? There was some sort of legislation that just did not get passed, and Coinbase was not happy with that decision. But the idea right here is, look where you've fallen back into on Coinbase. Like, this is the 200 period moving average. You're right here on the monthly chart. I think the lower of lows would be this 145 or so area. But this name, like Coinbase, was just $400 back in October, you know, of 25, sorry, September of 25. This is just a weekly chart. So if we sort of go this way, just to show you, this is very dramatic. This is just weekly candles. There it is right there, $300 up to $400 back in October. You know, checks the you know, current timing right now. We're just in February, early February. So this has been really like cut in half and then some here for Coinbase. So just be careful if you're looking at Bitcoin. You might be able to find a little bit more money in trading something like a Coinbase and, you know, gather sort of information, figure out what Coinbase is all about. But the other play too is MSTR, right? We've talked about strategy, and these guys are holding, what is it, 780,000 Bitcoins or something like that. That is a downside pressure point for MSTR again, just getting hit. We've questioned where the liquidation point is on MSTR, and then Michael Saylor's come out and sort of said, liquidation, what's that? He does not plan on doing anything as far as liquidating this position. And they've talked about reverse engineering, you know, gaining more capitalization from the market if they have to, do a raise, debt, something like that, to be able to hold out on a capitulated move to the downside. But as Neil said, you know, maybe get some cash on the sidelines or get loaded up in Coinbase or something like that, because you're not going to be able to trade an IBIT if the market cranks, because if it happens over the weekend or when there's no blue ocean, or maybe your Moon, maybe your account doesn't even have access potentially to overnight trading. So definitely make that you know, look and see if your Robinhood, you know, Wealth Simple here in Canada or whatever you guys are trading with, just make sure you do have access to an overnight market, because if there is anything, as Neil mentioned, just be careful with your crypto potentially getting liquidated at some point. You're not going to if you're on IBIT, you know, unless you've margined it. But, you know, we do see that the crypto market is very, very heavy tied to margins. And if someone gets blown out here on like a quick 10% move to the downside, you know, some of these, I guess, tools or instruments that are traded on exchange can be 3, 4, 5 times levered, you know, or even more than that, even 100x to some point. So you could see a pretty big washout right now. Like Ethereum down to 2,100. Someone said that this was, what is Ripple at right now? So Ripple's down to 154. Wow, like these things were $3 not even that long ago. But here's ETHA. It was on a nice little bounce back, and then I think it's kind of stopped that move right now.
ETHA is
it's still down 6%. But look where we've...
Yeah, but we're at 2,000.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Look where we've come from. Like, you're chopped in half now. The high, and more. The high is $37 on ETHA. And the high of Ethereum is almost $5,000 exactly. So, yeah, you are getting slapped up right there, right back into $16 again. Man, this is... it's not looking good, Neil, in the crypto space. But I have a question for you, Sia. Do you own any crypto? Let's go over to the desk. We'll get the update from Sia, and she'll answer that question. Does she own any crypto?
Unfortunately, no, I don't own any crypto, Sean, but we are going to talk about this later. I actually do want to talk to you about crypto, but before that, we're going to dive into the Russell, down almost 0.7% right now, but here's a couple individual tickers I do want to discuss with everyone today. HRI, Herc Holdings, up almost 10% after it announced that it will release its fourth quarter earnings and for the full year 2025 financial results on the 17th of February at 8:30 a.m. ET via a phone call with all its investors. And we're going to move on to, sorry about that, Kratos Defense, KTOS, down almost 13%, even after the company just received an aviation systems and related warfighter contract awards valued up to almost $65 million. And INTA, Intap, currently down 16.48%. Intap posted an adjusted earnings of 33 cents a share, topping the average analyst rate of 26 cents a share, but the sales rose to $140.2 million, surpassing the average Wall Street expectations of $138.2. And we're also going to take a quick look at the market here. Quite a lot of greens, quite a lot of reds, but as we know it, NVIDIA down 2.69 after it's almost near the $20 billion investment with OpenAI. I wonder what's going on here. Alphabet is Google's down 1.81%, even after the AI momentum rebuilds. Tesla is trading down 3.46% after the Europe hit and China sales being missed, even though Shanghai reported good, even though it was a rise in 9.32% in sales in Shanghai. It's not looking good for Tesla at the moment, but Microsoft is doing pretty good compared to everything else right now. And I don't have anything big. You can see what the market is speaking to you. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Sia. I don't know. I mean, meanwhile, I just wanted to quickly talk. We do have our after show happening tonight. We're going to have another banger of a show, man. Yesterday, it was AMD. You know, we had Palantir.
I was going to say, get ready for tons of earnings content, guys. I have a very full roster scheduled. I've already posted a lot of it. It should be another very exciting day. So if you already like the action of this show and you want more action, Exit TTV Research is your go-to destination. That is not a question. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts.
And everyone's going to report on time today.
Yep. Manifest that. Yeah, hopefully that does happen. It was about 4:45, almost as soon as we went off air. But okay, look what's happening, man. We gave you this trade moments ago, and now silver is now in the dollar club as we approach $78 right now. There's the short of, not of the day. I mean, I think there's been better shorts, obviously, but the shorts of the afternoon for me, just because it's working out. I mean, down into the 200 period, we said we would take a fill. I actually did not put one down there at 77.90s, but if it does come back in, we'll take that fill. It's now $1 in the money. We actually talked about that going over to that name, and we played it, and we played it quite well there on SLV. Look what Apple's doing, man. This was the break that we talked about. Just don't have it. Wow. People in the chat, thank you so much for the love there. Like, you guys saying you have the 276 break. You're welcome, but you guys are the ones that pushed the button. So there goes Apple. Wow. I mean, my account is getting lit up all over the place in the long term, but Apple is definitely helping sort of smooth out some of those losses here today as it's up nicely now, up 3%. I mean, does it sort of cover up what NVIDIA's doing or Meta or Microsoft? Probably not, but at the end of the day, it's a nice trade there. And unfortunately, some of these fills just came in as we were had our stuck orders. So that actually wound up putting me a little bit short there on NVIDIA, and we had to cover into that area. But NVIDIA is still my #1 stock there today. But that was not, these fills are kind of not really a thing. But yeah, there it goes, ripping up to the upside. It does fall back in, so I wish we didn't cover right there when the system came back up. But if you are ever having system issues or anything like that, the last thing you want to do is like double think about, once it gets back up and I'm able to get out, I'm just going to get out and then regroup.
This was what I was saying on the day of the IPO.
Come on, Silver.
Like, I was like, why my stop should be triggering. So I'm like, don't throw another order out, Neil, because it should be filling you. It didn't. I found out why later, and it was a valid reason why. It was just something that I wasn't aware of, which I should have been, and it was not my own fault. But it was a valid reason. And had I thrown an order out, an extra one, it would have been the right decision that day. But overall, it's not, because I've been on the other side of it, where it's like, I fire a bunch of things testing orders when you're having issues, and then everything comes back online. And why do I have 5 times as many shares? Because you put the orders out. If you hit the enter key, know that, and that order goes live to market, that is your responsibility. So until I got most of it out here, actually, it pulled back in. Immediately, there was buy support off the 49 even level when we had the 35 short. So it goes that first third of the dollar. But once I saw it bouncing off 49, I double barreled out so that I would have a little bit for break even. Just felt like this was a little too parabolic, and holding for that breakdown, I want to see it hold when we start breaking down in there. I'll scalp some, but got to be able to jump out. C3AI is still working, just sliding slowly lower, but it's not. Look, it's short at 0.2 and we're giving it 7 pennies. So it just got to the 1-to-1, which of course that's where I'm sitting on the bid, and we'll let it matriculate down. It is now 330, or effectively 330. So this is when I like to look at the early look imbalance. It's still Southwest for the same number it was before. AT&T is not going to be a big deal. TD's dual listed, so remember it'll show up in Canada, meaning an imbalance in New York is usually pretty unimportant because it's probably going to be a sell in Toronto if it's a buy here. That's how it works oftentimes. ZSL, of course, silver is currently a sell imbalance, which would be a buy imbalance. On ETFs, you tend not to care as much about an imbalance on an ETF as you would on a single stock. That's just from our experience. And this must be a SPAC that came out today. You know, remember I was saying this the last few weeks, that there's a website I go to like every single day just to see like new mergers and acquisitions, but they also list SPACs. There has been an uptick in the number of SPACs in the last quarter, just anecdotally, I see so many more of them every single week. And I feel like when SPACs reached their top in the previous cycle, that was not good for the market. And I feel like the same thing is happening here. There's just a ton of them. The reason I know it's a SPAC is there's 1010, and the auction, it opened up at $10. Anything that opens up after, no, if it opens after 9:30, and the price is between $10 and $10.30, and that was a SPAC IPO. And none of these things have any deals lined up. They just, take your money.
All right, there it is, man. The slapper is right here, man. Let's hit the cash register. We are now $1.40 in the money on this silver trade. This is the one that we talked about an hour ago, off that VWAP, off of 79, and there it goes into the downside. And yeah, I mean, my stop is in, right? I mean, if this broke through, we were giving it to 79.50. So, short 79 gives about 50 cents. It's now about $1.30. Well, it is $1.30 now in the money, and we still have a decent position on. So hopefully this will continue to get down to the downside. I don't think it's death to silver or anything like that. But yeah, nice move down. It's still up 1% today, SLV, but we are getting lighter and lighter on it. So, if we do break back above, maybe we get some out here at 78 again if we break back above that for that dollar. But so far, so good here on SLV. And actually, we can change our script now and just put it out. So if it does break above now 78, we'll get a piece out on silver. So let's just do that. We'll get out of half of our position if it breaks 78 flat. So we'll put that order in, and now watch out to see if silver does make that move lower. We did have Roblox getting hit over the last couple of days, but trying to bounce off $60. They just came in here on it's a 200 period, not a VWAP. So we're still getting, just approaching that 200 period. It came on a little bit of a scan there, but I was hoping it was into VWAP because Roblox has had a very nice recovery there today and actually took out some of those highs and had fallen off of $65. So sometimes when you get to the high and then back to VWAP, that's a good buy area. So if it's already 332, but that's not horrible down there at 63.80 for Roblox. So that's what we're doing. Make sure, guys.
Roblox?
Yeah, tonight, 65. Yeah, it's not so bad. I'm actually going to.
That's been one of the. It's been bad for a while.
I mean, why don't we get a poll up with the different names today, right? Like,
because we got.
We don't have a poll yet. So here, this is who's reporting tonight, right? So, how about we do something like, which name? I mean, we can even just let's use all of these except for ELF, maybe. Or maybe Qualcomm. I don't know which one. Qualcomm is just in the chip space. So we can go Alphabet, ARM, Snap, and ELF maybe. If we can say like, which one would you rather? I don't know, something like that. Which one would you rather buy off of, right now? Forget about earnings. We don't know where earnings are going to come from. But which name do you favor more?
Which one are you buying to hold to tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. Not a bad look there. So yeah, which name are you looking to buy into tomorrow? So we can have a check on that and see where we go. But Alphabet, ARM, ELF, and Snapchat. Snapchat is at a very big low right now. I think we were talking about it breaking $6.
Please say.
Oh gosh. All right, well, trade alert again. I mean, we've already broken $6 here before.
Qualcomm, ARM, and Snapchat.
Yeah. Alphabet. Yeah, you're not going to use ELF. ELF only because it's a.
Oh, which one? So which one am I not?
I would say no Qualcomm. We never
Qualcomm.
talk about Qualcomm. No one ever really seems to be too interested in Qualcomm.
No one's picking Qualcomm over Google.
I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with Qualcomm.
What if anyone takes Snapchat?
That's for sure. But okay, yeah. So I think we're going to go back to Adara. We'll get that poll up, vote, and let us know what you think. Over to the desk, either Adara or Sia, I believe.
It's me, Sean. I saw that you had that TTV research up there. Thank you very much for that. And I do have an infographic to show you guys. This is a look at the expected moves for tonight and for tomorrow morning. And even of the two, by far, across the board, Snapchat with the largest expected move, 16.3% either direction. ELF Beauty coming in a close second place with a 13.7% expected move. Peloton in third with a 13.5% expected move. So those three are really the only double-digit expected moves we have, though we do have Estee Lauder tomorrow morning, which, fun fact, one of the Estee Lauder heirs is actually the wife of Kevin Warsh, new Fed chair, so fun EL connection. Maybe keep an eye on that. But either way, kind of the marquee names tonight. Alphabet, Qualcomm, and ARM, they all have expected moves of roughly 6 to 9%, so relatively small compared to the likes of ELF and Snap. But again, for all these earnings and for all that earnings content, join Sean, Neil, myself, Brendan at this desk, 4 p.m. Don't be late.
Don't be late, and almost immediately, we already have about 300 votes. Yeah, it's Alphabet, and it's not close. I feel like this could be one of those nobody's just comfortable picking any of the other ones. I own ARM, and I think it's got another 15, 20% downside in it, at least when I look at the chart. Snapchat, maybe you're hoping for it. Yeah, you're hoping they get picked up by somebody, I think, at this point for Snapchat. ELF, I don't know. I don't know enough about them. So 73% is now up to 360 votes are with Alphabet. That's probably the highest percentage we've ever gotten on one of these polls. I'm being real. Usually there's at least some kind of a regular distribution here.
I mean, we could have gone with Qualcomm. You and I said that maybe the poll was a little a little biased.
Yeah, but
I think everyone's going to.
But who's picking Qualcomm over Alphabet?
I mean, here's the Qualcomm chart. This looks pretty bad too, man.
That's
this is
like
straight down from 182 all the way down to 152. But the thing about Qualcomm is, at least you're running into some areas here. And of course, like we say that just kind of tongue-in-cheek a little bit, because like we don't expect anyone to be buying any names before earnings. I mean, obviously, if you're going to make a play, it's probably going to be with options or something like that. And I really think that with Waymo, we've already heard, hopefully some good things about Waymo. We saw them all here, so let's go to Google. We saw Waymo in San Francisco. They had all those issues when they had the power outage. So we do know that these things are flying around the cities now. So maybe potentially some talk about Waymo and what that means for Google moving forward, and what that looks like. The problem is that we had a bad number from Azure. So let's see if the Google Cloud can also, well, not also, we'd like to see them have some growth in the cloud space. So we'll have to wait to see if Google does have that sort of underneath it today.
It's also an opportunity, though, in that given that Microsoft disappointed, if Alphabet actually can do better than Microsoft, I think they get like an extra benefit there because of the way people were selling off Microsoft. Now they'll have, now this compares really well. That's an area of growth that Alphabet needs because they're so heavily reliant upon, obviously, advertising at this point. It could be a way for them to differentiate themselves. If you're just looking for the bull case. But I think why everyone is saying this name is not because you think it's maybe priced the best. It's the moat around it. And it's also not the worst valuation in the Mag 7. I know, look at the chart. You wouldn't think that the chart that looks like this would be one of the more reasonable valuations, but it is true. It's also true that we got to get to the desk with Sia.
That is also true. Thank you, Neil. So markets are getting ready for weak U.S. jobs data. Today, the ADP employment change came out, and we're waiting for the non-farm payrolls to come out Friday. Forecasts are not showing the greatest private sector growth at the moment. The dovish Fed expectations are also rising as we know it, which is pressuring the USD to be a bit lower across all majors, euro to USD, USD to CAD. And Kevin Warsh also added caution, urging the Fed to avoid overreacting to labor softness, but we're also going to take a look at the euro. The euro is showing strength at 1.16, up 0.05%. Traders are awaiting Eurozone inflation data as we know it. And ECB policy signals are also currently in focus, with euro to Japanese yen also gaining ground at the moment. And yen is also currently under pressure globally. Japanese yen to USD down 0.52% to 152.05, but the yen is broadly weak currently and is pressured by its low yield environment. But no major BOJ headlines as of today, and intervention chatter is lingering below 152. That's all.
Okay. There's no chance Japan intervene in their currency?
BOJ?
No, the Bank of Japan they don't do that. It's not going to happen. Everything's fine. That's why Bitcoin's going to be so good, right?
I mean, look at the EWJ though. I mean, we say this is an ETF for Japan, and they're at highs and breaking out right now. So I don't know if the bank needs to interfere at all, but there goes EWJ, as there's been a huge outperformance, man, in emerging, not that Japan's an emerging market, but in markets outside of the United States. If you see the EEM, I mean, this is the emerging markets ETF, and this just looks like, you know, we're worried about the NASDAQ. The thing about these emerging markets, obviously they're going to be a lot more focused on energy plays and more about the consumer, but this is starting to go to the upside as well. And, you know, what relative overperformance in the EEM versus both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. So lots of love for growing markets. And EWZ, the Brazilian ETF, has also been on one a little bit as well as of late. I mean, today, I don't think saved nothing today, but that's just coming off of highs as well, EWZ. What's up, Dara?
What's up here? Well, not up, but what's on watch here is going to be META. Now, huge asterisk around this report. I have a report from The Information, which we know sometimes is kind of sketchy when it comes to these AI stories, but they are citing an internal memo from Meta in which Meta says that their new LLM is the most capable to date. So Meta reportedly claiming capability of their new LLM. I have no other details, though. Back to you.
I mean, it's supposed
I meant to say
be.
that, actually.
Like, what? I don't know. Like, oh, our latest. You're in a tech business. Your latest everything is supposed to be its most capable, let alone, of course, the LLM, which has been a disappointment. Like Llama, everyone harps on ChatGPT, but I've never heard too many people saying that Llama's any good. If anything, it probably falls even further behind. I use it. I only ever use it out of convenience. Like I'm in WhatsApp, and I just don't want to. Is that
what Llama is? It's attached.
Well, that's It's a.
Yeah, I never.
It's embedded in WhatsApp. So if I'm in a conversation, I have a quick thing that I want to ask. It's a complete convenience thing. I'll usually use it. Outside of that, I'm always on Gemini. I just go into the Gemini app. But Meta languishing 3% to the downside. Whoops, there's your e-signal chart. So much for the 50 period. Sorry, so much for the 200 period moving average. You just lost that today. But we're still making higher highs with Meta, at least. I think that's a good sign. With about 7 minutes to go till the imbalances, quick double check. Nothing has changed. Still AT&T, still Southwest. I don't see, not that it matters, but I don't see that buy imbalance on ZSL that was there before. So that seems to at least be gone, which of course, a buy imbalance on ZSL would be a sell imbalance on silver. I don't see it there anymore, so it's completely gone. But in 7 minutes, all of this is going to update. The second of the shorts, looks like Intel might have ended up better than C3AI because it kind of got down to that 1-to-1. Now we're pressing the highs. I'm not moving the stop. If it breaks out this local high here, I'm jumping out of it at this point. With this little time left, I'm probably not going to reload either because you're pretty bullish. Like this is, to the credit of C3AI, it's up 3% into a down market. And as much as I've said doom and gloom, heck, it's bouncing off $10 like it was a SPAC. I don't think this one was a SPAC. I think it was a traditional IPO. But yeah, this is a pretty clean bounce off the $10 level. Personally, I wouldn't be trying to go long down here. But there was a rumor that they had an interested party for an acquisition, and that was just last week. So there might be something there. Although if you're playing for deal speculation, like if there was a rumor that they might get bought like a week ago, the probably safer way to make that play as well, if something's going to get announced, just go to the options market, and that way you'll look for a deal, hopefully to get announced in the next couple of months, and play it that way instead of having to own the shares. Might be a better opportunity. Again, I haven't looked to see how expensive that would be, but that's probably a more standard way to play for. I'm only in this because I'm hoping someone comes to buy them in the next quarter.
Oh, you're in it?
No. If I was, playing it for options would be a better way to probably express that trade. And not to say that's the only way, because I was in Viking a couple times, and it happened to bounce when I was in it. Like I said, it happened to bounce while I was in it, but nobody bought them out.
No,
I still think could happen.
I mentioned to Joe, I thought Viking, could be another good bio candidate, but I know you tried that.
I think they still are. I think they still are a viable bio candidate.
Yeah.
Somebody has to be interested. But
So I only have 5% of silver left. I thought we did a great job explaining that we were going to get out there on this break back through 78. So we actually, I didn't even realize, I'm in so light in this, I didn't even realize when it went back to the upside. So we pretty much got out of everything right there on that break. We'll take another little piece here as it comes back to 78.80. But I already changed my stop. Breaking of 79, we're out. That basically came 1 cent away from me stop, or 2 cents away for me stopping out, but that is what, okay, well now on this move down, I'm just gonna take another bid and, you know, whatever at this point. Now we have literally 2% left. If it comes back, we'll take the fill. But that was, you know, really, we got the 200 period, and look, we have 2 fills down here for $1.40, you know, and then got out the rest. We only had a third, not even a third left on down here. Got out once it broke 78, and now this is happening there. So all good right now. I was just saying, man, like, I don't know if it was the food or what, but I'm like feeling some kind of ways right now. Like almost feel like I'm feeling warm right here and everything. And I've been pounding back the waters and doing everything here. So we're still excited. It's 3:45. We do have, yeah, it's all good. It's all good over here. We still have imbalances to come in 4 minutes. So this would be something to look at again, but nothing on here for now, right? I mean, as soon as the NASDAQ hits, I think that's what we're all waiting for. We're all waiting for those big plays to happen on the NASDAQ. So good cover again at 70s there on silver. If it blows through 78, we gone and we're out of there.
Joe didn't eat the chicken?
I don't know if Joe ate the chicken or not.
I crushed my chicken.
My chicken was potentially a little under, and I just had a couple bites of it, and then I threw it back.
The mac and cheese was legit, though. I mean, you can't.
It was okay for a catered mac and cheese.
Yeah, but I'm not expecting.
Don't tell your Yeah, I was gonna say, don't tell your family members that you.
Yeah, like my aunt will throw down way better than that, but I'm not expecting to get that.
Even my kids, they used to like craft dinner and stuff. Now they don't really. Like once you have the homemade stuff, it's kind of like, yeah. Now it's like, nah, we'll just pass on all of that.
Well, I was just gonna say 3 guesses if I ate the jerk chicken or not.
Ooh.
That'd be a no. But the mac and cheese was excellent, and I like mac and cheese, so that says something.
I mean, you're not feeling that well, or was it just a no for you in general?
Okay, so the spice is always a concern.
Okay.
But I tried a little bit of it, and it was like you said, I just decided that the underness was gonna make it over for me.
All right, so I probably, oh man.
So you're saying I shouldn't have polished that chicken off in like a...
I even asked Neil. Neil's like, oh, no, the chicken was aight. I was like, okay,
It was jerk chicken. You know what, to be perfectly honest, if I'm being real about it, I didn't actually even check to see how it was cooked. I was just like, we're getting jerk chicken.
Like this?
Okay. It wasn't even that. It was one little piece, man.
Oh, man.
I was done so fast.
I did go back and I got another.
Dude, I'm eating it with the mac and cheese, so let's be real. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you probably should notice, but I didn't notice, man. So it'll be a break-even trade for me on C3AI. You should be. I'm being dead honest. I actually couldn't tell you how mine was cooked because it didn't last long enough for me to pay attention.
That's funny.
That's actually not cool. Like, you should always check.
Oh, no. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, don't advise anybody not to check their food, but...
I have an iron stomach, by the way. I'm not even making it up. I've always had an iron stomach.
Yeah.
Break even here.
No, I feel fine. I've never even been sick.
2 minutes to go. Still nothing on. Oh, BM&R just popped up on the locator. 1.7 million to the sell side. Not the first time we've seen these guys in the locator. It hasn't mattered much. FXI is there for $1 million, but again, it's all ETFs on the locator today. SOXL, SOXS, K-Webs in here. Very heavily weighted to some ETFs. Hey, there's a stock that is not having a good time of it. 8% to the downside. Imagine, not a good day for Tom Lee, because if you look at what's been happening in BM&R and crypto in general, ETH, and then throw in AMD today down 17% because he owns a boat of that company. What do you say, 2%, something like that? Was it 2%?
What,
Tom
Mr.
Lee?
Beast?
No, Tom Lee.
Yeah, for owning what?
AMD. Was it?
Oh, yeah, it was yesterday. It was $100 billion worth,
Yeah.
Brendan mentioned. I think it was $108 billion worth.
Well, between
Doesn't that seem like a lot? $108 billion?
I don't know. Just between that and BM&R, that's not looking very good.
Yeah, not good, not
I think
good.
a lot of things don't look good right now.
To the fairness of the caterers, I wasn't feeling that hot this morning. I had some Advil earlier on, and just wasn't feeling the greatest today. Yeah. I'm not trying to slander.
But and this is one thing. I got West Indian blood, man. My thing about jerk chicken, the seasoning was all just on the skin. So like,
it's not actually
right.
baked,
So if you peel the skin off, there was essentially zero seasoning in the chicken. So what, like if I eat the skin, which I'm prone to do because like there was a lot of it, I'm like, the skin's really good. But then you eat the chicken and I'm like, this is basically regular chicken after the fact. That's like, not.
How is Tom Lee pumping AMD and Ethereum? Like, it's just like, this guy, I have 5 thumbs down for you, Tom Lee, and anybody that's investing over there. The imbalances are now out. So let's have a quick little look to see what's going on. It is now 350. AMD, whoops. Speak of Mr. Lee, there's a nice move to the downside as well right there. And I don't know what his current positions are, so we shouldn't say anything about that.
Well, we know 2 of them.
I know the man is extremely rich.
No,
so,
but yeah, he owns ETH or BM&R, and he owns AMD. We know those 2 things at least.
Yeah, I mean, the thing all about that kind of stuff is like, I don't know how much personal money's actually in there, you know, like it's kind of a joke at the end of the day. But all right, so about Ethereum, there's a sell on ETHA. This is going to be the IBIT of the Ethereums and of the crypto space. And you could see just like downside right now doesn't seem to be affecting it. So Ethereum doing 65 million, or ETHA doing 65 million shares today. Tesla with a bit of a buy, so there's a little bit of a spike up for Tesla. And man, we got Tesla and Microsoft's a sell. We had Tesla down to $400. Here's a Salmonella coming in. Yeah, so there's Microsoft. Whoops. See, this is what can happen. It gaps down. So this is why, like Neil and I will always say, like it's very risky to be in anything too heavily at 350. Like this was just right here at 415. Now our chart's filled out, but 415 is where we were at 350. Now you're down to 413.50. So that's $1.50. And in our world, that's a lot. Like if you have, even if you have 100 shares or something, that's $150, like just for no reason there, and you can't even get out of it. So nice move down there for Microsoft with only a couple minutes left. Check back in on Goggles over here and see what's going on there. Not much heading into their report. 405, you know, we're going to have them all. So make sure you do join us. It'll be Brendo, Adara, myself, and Neil all through until 4:30-ish when we get that last report, and we'll see what winds up happening here.
And make sure you're in the chat for the aftermarket show. Because I'll be real. There were plenty of people in the chat that were sort of saying, "Hey guys, SMCI is going to be before 5 o'clock." So I know a lot of you were saying that in the chat, and you know, no one ever claims to be perfect. The community, but I'll tell you right now, as good as we try to be every single day, the community is 1,000 times better. Why? Because we're all pooling thoughts, knowledge, experience, and eyeballs, earballs. You can't look at every single chart, you can't see every single move, but we can try to do as well as we can together. So make sure that you are in the chat. You don't have to do anything, just stick around. If you're not in it, like I always say, it's a subscribers only chat, so there it is. Hit the like and hit the subscribe button there. We gotta shoot these when I've actually got a haircut. I feel like everything we do in that realm, I never have a fresh haircut when we do that.
That's a couple of years old, I think,
never.
even that one.
Although apparently I don't have more gray. Yeah.
No, you do.
Hit that again. Fabian, Andre, I'm just curious. No,
you have more hair.
Yeah, but this is the amount of gray is exactly the same.
Yeah. Oh, exactly the same. Yeah.
I've slowed
every day
it
I'm
down.
getting more gray.
I've slowed that one down apparently. My brother still has like basically none. It's hilarious. My older brother basically has none. It's hilarious. It's just
He got it all, man.
He's got that artist thing going on. He's just whatever. He's just chilling. No, but seriously, nothing crazy on the imbalances, and if anything, nothing's popping up, with the exception of 2 names here. ONDS, which I know is a popular small cap name, 1.2 million to sell. SMR, which I don't think we mentioned before, 1.2 million to buy for SMR. And I say that semi-shocked because buy in SMR, probably 2 things that you haven't been thinking about lately. The good news for SMR, not at the lows, but it is down 9%, and another name which has just recently lost support, almost back to where this thing started breaking out. The lows in April last year was down at this 13 level for SMR, and this is where it seems like we're headed. We just broke 16. Well, we're back above 16, but we just broke that support here today. The buy and balance doesn't seem to be doing too much for the stock. It popped about 5 or 10 cents here, not much of a follow through. And remember, if you're long because there's an imbalance or you happen to be long this stock, at 355, often these things will start to pair off or have a pairing event. So I would suspect that 1.2 is going to go somewhere lower in less than 30 seconds, in 30 seconds now.
Yeah, I don't know. We could go over to, is Adara still back there? No, okay, I was going to say because, you know, it's going to be 4:05, 4:15, all of the reports coming at you immediately. So please make sure you do stay with us. We're going to have everything for you. And in what's been such an active earnings season as far as the moves, you know, you don't want to miss this one. I mean, Snapchat is just, you know, down at that 6, whether or not you own Snapchat or not, this should be a real interesting report. See what happens with Snapchat there today. We have the big one that everyone is, like, imagine Google somehow misses. I just like,
let's imagine,
or guides lower. Like, I would rather actually not imagine that, but
let's not.
Like, is anybody willing to sell their shares here before earnings? Like, I have a monster. We all have monster winners on. Like,
I've never sold a share of Google or Apple.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you have shares on board right now, you probably don't want to sell them. I mean, you love the name, and the risk is, I don't know, to the upside normally, but to the downside, I think today is what you're really worried about it right now. So we'll see if this 50 period, you know, like, how could you be mad? Like, if you got out right now, not a horrible play is just to get out.
It does. You pull up the chart, I'm like, it does look like a trend.
Like, if you just get out now, you're only back to where you were Monday or Friday, right there, and 20%. You know, so you're okay. You could get out and not worry about that move. But then, what if the beat is here and you take out 350 and you're like, what have I done? So yeah, Google's going to be a really interesting name, and I just worry that if we do lose this bid, man. I mean, let's just look at things here. You know, Meta already, you know, lost their bid. Microsoft is going to be the next one that we need to talk about, right? That's lost their bid a long time ago. And, you know, that earnings was like, whoops, right down there to the downside. You actually had a nice battle back, and then you didn't off earnings, right? And so that strategy would have been nice to clear some out before earnings right there on Microsoft. NVIDIA is literally losing right now its support. So if we lose this area here of 171, then it's oops-a-daisies on this one as well, as that comes into the 200 period. And then we see about a hold over there. AMD's already gone. Amazon is sort of, they report tomorrow. So it's like, okay, what will Amazon's fate be? They've already lost from the top, and they're right back down into the 50 period. But the thing about Amazon is, and we've all talked about this, is that they've looked real good off that 200. So if they wind up losing that, then what are traders that are 200 period buyers going to do? Probably sell, because now it's broken back down below. So all these names continue to get beat up here. We'll hope that Google can sort of save this. I mean, SMCI, and we haven't looked at this all afternoon, I haven't. Where are we going out on this one? So we're going out near the highs, so that's good. At least a name here that winds up beating, kind of surprising everybody out of the blue. Looks like it'll hold near the highs. I don't expect anything to really be at the highs right now, but near the highs for SMCI and still holding some of that bid. And then before I throw back to Neil, we only have a minute left, and then we got to go back over to the big desk there. PLTR, I just want to check the heat on this one today. So finally off the lows of 135, but still down 12% for Palantir. Man, it's looking nasty out here.
It's definitely looking nasty as the market does not roll over, but catches a little bit of a turn. The good news is we're not going to end up at the lows, right? Like, anytime you're not ending at the low of the day on a day like today, I think you take it as a small win, but none of it's going to matter if we're blaming some of today on AMD and we're blaming some of yesterday or 2 days ago on Palantir. Well, Alphabet is a heck of a lot bigger and a heck of a lot more important than either of those two names. So we got to buckle up, get ourselves locked and loaded, because one of the most important companies in the entire market is going to be reporting in just under 90 seconds. So we're going to fire you guys over to Brendan. You don't have to do anything except turn around, sit back, relax, jump into the chat, hit the like and subscribe, and we've got earnings bonanza with Alphabet in just a matter of minutes. We'll see you on the other side here.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, let's get you set here for what is to come in a matter of moments, about 2 minutes away. This is going to come fast and furious right out of the gate here. Google's actually set for 4 o'clock right on the nose, so it might even be the first one out of the gate. Marking coming off a little bit here into the close, as the guys were saying. We'll see how things finish right now. Looks like it is going to be red, though. Definitely for the NASDAQ. The S&P was making a move there, but looks like it's stalling out as we head towards the close. So 2 days in a row here for the NASDAQ downside. Why don't we just set things up here as far as Google is concerned, because we could see that, as I said, right here at 4 o'clock. So give us a an overview of what we're expecting.
Yeah, what we're expecting here, Brendan, is revenue, $94.69 billion. That would be down sequentially. Though earnings here, $2.58 per share. Last quarter, 16% year-over-year revenue growth, well above estimates. Growth in every single one of their reporting segments. So nice look there. Forward guidance here for CapEx for the fiscal year, $91 to $93 billion. So that's going to be interesting to see what kind of comes of the CapEx spending. But yeah, I mean, this quick Google overview for sure. Qualcomm also at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and then we'll get Snapchat among a few others coming up after the close tonight as well. So Dara's going to get set, try and find these numbers as soon as we possibly can get to them. I was just seeing a note on Meta. It was a few minutes ago, but Meta made a bit of a move into the close on the downside. They were talking about their new LLM and how it's the most capable yet to date, I guess, for Meta anyways, but it had no effect on the stock. It was still selling off into the close. So any moment now, we should see numbers flashing by the screen here for Google. We'll bring Google up here to get set and ready for any kind of move that comes through. Hopefully they don't pull a SMCI from yesterday and take their time here tonight. I see on the schedule actually at 4 o'clock, so not seeing anything yet. Darius refreshing.
I have Qualcomm.
Looks like QCOM is out.
Yeah, I just have to go, and I love when they send me a link to their website. Give me 2 seconds here. But yeah, so Q4 earnings for Qualcomm. Okay, revenue is going to be up year over year. That's going to be $11.27 billion, if I remember correctly, more or less in line with estimates. Then we had earnings before taxes, EBIT. That's going to be up 14% year over year. Revenue up 10% year over year. Net loss. They reported a net loss this year. If I get more context, I'll let you know. But that apparently is down from what I'm seeing on their website, 207% year over year. So the net loss could be what's killing Qualcomm.
Initial move downside here for QCOM shares. We're coming back higher right now, guys, back above yesterday's low. We'll keep an eye out here for anything Google related. Not yet, but thoughts on QCOM?
But I think the issue here is no one wants to hit the keys until Alphabet probably pops in. But there is a little bit of a bounce happening. It's only down a couple of percentage points. Effectively just went to yesterday's low and bouncing back. So I think I'd almost categorize that as not too bad. Okay, now it's starting to hit the bid a little bit more on Qualcomm. Like the second I said I was starting to see a little bit of a bid, the stock starts coming back out. But I think everyone's just sitting on their hands for Alphabet, and now you're breaking through the low of the day here. So we are expecting the bigger name to come through. But if you look, if we're being real, Alphabet's so priced to perfection up here, and here we go. Yeah, now they're starting to move around on Alphabet, so forget about Qualcomm, the big daddy.
Yeah, there it is, man. 341, 342, 343. Here goes Alphabet. So hallelujah temporarily here. We'll get those numbers from Adara, but we close at 334. Now you're down to 330. So wow, we went to 343 there, Adara, and now we're cracking lower. What do you got? Okay, give her a couple seconds here. We'll wait to see what's going on now, but there goes Google just dancing around. I don't have the numbers in front of me yet, but they are dancing. They go up to 342, and now they're hitting the skid here a little bit. You can see the NASDAQ reacting a little bit to the downside right now. So here we go. NASDAQ downside. Okay. Go ahead, Adara. Go.
Earnings, $2.82 per share. And this is, again, just circulating on X. I haven't seen their official report yet. But yeah, it looks like here, Q4 earnings, $2.82 per share. Q4 revenue, $113.38 billion. Sorry, that's going to be wrong. So I found here's the correct revenue here. So this X TAC, it's going to be $97.2 billion. So it is still going to be above estimates, though down quarter over quarter, as we discussed. Q4 Google ad revenue, $82.28 billion, beating estimates of $80.89 billion. Google Cloud revenue, also beating estimates. CapEx here, apparently Q4 CapEx was $91.45 billion versus estimates of 28, so that they tripled the CapEx there, more than tripled. Guiding CapEx for 2026 between $175 billion and $185 billion versus estimates of $119.5 billion. I have no words, Brendan.
That's worth mentioning, I think, again. The initial was 95.
Oh my God.
We're at 175 to 185 billion on the full year 26 CapEx, guys. So double on what was expected for what they're going to spend.
Absolutely nowhere. The only positive takeaway for that is at least Meta confirmed this and Microsoft confirmed this and they've confirmed it as well.
You might not like 9%.
You might not like it with the stock because it's down 9%, but at least it puts some air under like names like GEV, it gives them a bit of a bid because the build out's still going to have to be there. I think it strengthens maybe a Caterpillar as well. Like there's positives here, if not for the fact that, let's be real, this is tanking the stock right now. You're now down 9% and looking nasty. And we were polling the viewers, Sean, and everyone's like, well, out of the four, Google was the only one people were remotely comfortable buying.
They still might be right because
you might still be right. You sure?
Yeah, like 9, 8, 7, 8%. What were we down today on Google, anyways? Weren't we down like 2% or so? So the move right here is down 7 and a bit, and yeah, like you just hit the 50-period moving average. We'll see if we can bounce off of that, but it's looking like it wants to hold in and around 3 bills, and we're going to continue to parse through those numbers. But yeah, they're not, unless we see a big revenue number come from Google. We saw Meta increase their CapEx as well, and there was nothing wrong with that report, and they liked it. So I'm not really sure. There has to be something else underneath the hood here for these guys. 2026 CapEx forecast exceeds estimate right there. So it's a pretty good move here for Google. But downside, if you played the long, you're going to be wrong heading into this one. But I still think there's a bouncing moment here. Google getting shed this much will provide buying opportunities for some traders. It looks like it's getting it right now.
It's 50%.
I know it's a huge. I don't. But Meta's was off the charts as well, right? So
no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Just looking for.
But the revenues increased.
Yeah, 113.8 versus 111.4.
Okay, how much of this build out though has to do with the fact of if they do, well, I guess they have, now it's back to 320. What about this deal with Apple? Like Gemini is about to blow up because once this thing gets into all of the 2.5 billion user base,
more people will be
that Apple has, more people will be using Gemini, thus giving more strains to their platform, which is not necessarily a negative thing, So that's potentially what's rallying this name rate. I don't know. I'm making this up.
It's catching a bit as we
speak. That's so my idea.
By the way, so is Broadcom. In here, I see a lot of people in the chat, and I can see it blowing up right in front of me.
They saw cloud growth.
That Broadcom has just turned about $15 to the upside. You can see AVGO ripping. By the way, ARM is down double digits here. I haven't seen their numbers, but I think that stock has 15 to 20% from where it closed to get to the downside before you even think about it. But Broadcom catching a nice little bounce here. And like I said, there's a silver lining to the CapEx spend.
Yeah.
And these guys benefit from that too. So I think along those lines, you can look for what should be strong, and if you're getting the reaction you expect, that's what we like to see.
It's going to go green. Like we're now seeing here, it's going to be strong search and cloud growth. This is what they're reporting. So far so good here. I'll go over to the chart. Just touched 330 there, actually, guys. We just went up to 332 on light volume there, but there it is. Now it's 332. So now you're green almost again here on Google. Remember, we went out at about 333. So we're going to watch out for Google. What a dip by opportunity that was down there at 312. Will it hold? Let's go find out. Anything else on the desk?
Everything was green, guys. EPS, revenue, cloud revenue specifically, as you said, everything was green. Beat right across the board. 17.6 billion versus 16.2 billion cloud revenue specifically. EPS, it was a beat, but not huge. 282 versus 264. As Neil, you were saying, ARM off a cliff here. I'm still waiting to see anything as far as numbers coming through here for ARM. But ARM, ugly.
NVIDIA battling back, NVIDIA 177. We did see people in the chat. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We can see it's right in front of us right there. But there it is, nice move there. And I've said already, eyes, lip, face. Let's see what happens with ELF. We do know that there's a relatively, it seems like anyways, we saw a strong consumer. We saw Lululemon, we've seen Target, we've seen Walmart hit that trillion club as well. And there goes ELF to the upside, Adara.
ARM adjusted earnings for Q3 2026 is 43 cents per share, narrowly beating estimates of 41 cents. Sales $1.242 billion, narrowly beating estimates of $1.223 billion. So that is a double beat here for ARM for fiscal 2026 Q3. Now they're guiding Q4 2026 adjusted EPS between 54 and 62 cents. Midpoint in line with estimates of 57 cents per share. Sales, they're guiding between 1.42 billion and 1.52 billion. Midpoint slightly exceeding estimates of 1.444 billion. So guidance kind of mid, barely beating. ARM, meh for this whole report.
There were 100 PE going into this, and the 4P was 46. So if we were talking about AMD as expensive, remember ARM trades more expensive than AMD did at this point yesterday. That's why I was sort of saying you got 15 to 20% on them, the way that we saw with AMD. unless they absolutely blow it out of the water. Well, you're beating, but they didn't blow it out of the water. So this is in the bucket of the AMD move for me, but I do love what we're seeing with the buyback there. Well, the bounce back, I should say, in Alphabet.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's extending in all the right places to names like Broadcom and a little bit of a bouncer in NVIDIA, I think is a very good takeaway from, at least so far, for tonight's earnings.
Some comments, guys, from CEO Sundar Pichai from Google. It was a tremendous quarter. Hold on, I just lost it. It was a tremendous quarter for Alphabet. Annual revenue exceeding $400 billion for the first time. The launch of Gemini 3 was a major milestone. We have great momentum going into the rest of the year. Our first party models. I'm going to keep reading through this.
See
if he talks at all about the CapEx.
The big number there, to me, I'm reading the same thing that you're reading. Gemini users. Wow, Google's crushing now. It's at 340. 750 million monthly active users. Huge number right there. So I think OpenAI definitely nervous. I mean, now maybe you're making some sense of why XAI is trying to merge out there, right, with SpaceX, get that money going, because right now it seems like Gemini with that 750 million, and that is without even this extension into the Apple universe. But there it goes, man. Yeah, good one from Sundar Pichai there. Yeah. We're seeing our AI investments drive revenue and growth across the board. So that's that piece that Microsoft was missing, right? This is a revenue growth story here for Google, and there it goes, 337. Man, I was like, almost forget about salmonella. Like I was like, this is going to make me sick alone here. This 311 print, but there goes Google up 10% from its lows right here.
He right at the bottom of that, he does actually comment on the capex, but I mean nothing detailed. Do you have Snapchat?
I do have Snapchat, so not the app, but the earnings here. 10% year-over-year increase in Q4 revenue for them to $1.716 billion. That narrowly beats estimates of $1.7 billion. Q4 gross margin up 4 percentage points, sequentially 2 percentage points year over year to 59%. Ooh. Way better than SMCI's gross margin. Nice look there for Snapchat. Again, revenue, it is going to be up there year over year. Net loss, smaller on a year over year basis, which for Snapchat, that is a metric we're definitely going to care about here. For the fiscal year, again, revenue up 11%. So yeah, I mean, not a bad look here for SNAP for the quarter or for the year, Brendan, and everybody.
And not a huge reaction. I mean,
no.
We're up about, what, 45 cents or so, 50 cents.
For Snapchat, that's small.
For Snapchat, yeah, that's not much at all. But I mean, when you're reporting earnings, guys, with QCOM and Google, then you're probably not the most important thing. Google, yeah, back to basically where we ended the day at this point after popping back up. But I'm just seeing ARM. Yeah, I mean, just as we were saying, ELF too, guys. EPS $1.24 versus 72 cents. Revenue 489 versus 461. So it looks like ELF was a beat. Yeah, there we go. So ELF through 97, 98 bucks here.
Wow, that high now, eh? Okay.
It was that 100 level. It had a very similar look to it, if I remember correctly.
16%.
As remember, we were talking about Starbucks. And I feel like the look on ELF was very similar to it. I just want to pull it, if we can pull it up. Actually, I want to give it to eSignal. I'll shout it over to eSignal because I want to get the higher time frame and I want that weekly chart. By the way, that's a nasty weekly chart on Snapchat. No, ELF had that same sort of thing going on where you've got this very, very key gap fill right here from like $100 to like 130, 140. Like if it could manage a way to chew through that, it's a huge gap fill on that chart. But as we've been seeing, Starbucks was exactly the same thing, and we're all excited about it. And then we came in the next morning, and they absolutely rinsed that breakout on Starbucks. So I want to see it hold above the hundreds, and even then, it's only at like 98 bucks right now. So it's close. I think it's on the verge of a pretty distinct and pretty good breakout on the higher time frame. But this earnings season has me very unconvinced of follow through. Right? Like so you get it with an Nphase last night and then again this morning. Like we don't get it with basically almost every Mag 7 name that's out there, even when they look pretty good. So you got to convince me that tomorrow, the exuberant buying that's here tonight stays. And we haven't had a lot of that.
No, there's been basically zero follow through. Just seeing a really interesting tweet here on Google. 2005, so 21 years ago, total revenue was $6.1 billion.
No.
2025, just to recap, $402 billion in 20 years.
That's
$6 billion to $400 billion.
Talk about exponential growth.
Unbelievable.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
Chart that out.
That'll
That's
play.
going to look pretty good.
I probably will.
Qualcomm still downside here, it looks like. It's worth noting, Google, guys, the call coming up right away. It's at 4:30, so 15 minutes away from Sundar Pichai.
Yeah, well, Qualcomm apparently saying that the shortage of memory is also hurting their outlook. Because I mean, they're all about phones, and that's hurting the
Yeah, that
outlook for phones. So
annual
we're just
revenue
constantly
could be-
hearing that. We heard that from, we've heard it from Intel, we've heard it from AMD, now we're hearing it from Qualcomm.
That's why I'm kind of surprised about ARM, you know, because they're in every single cell phone.
But I think that's why they're down.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what's part of the reason.
But Apple's so hot on their cell phones.
Well, I think Apple's a different beast. Apple's not the same. Apple's not the same as ARM. Like ARM is just about ARM is just about the space in a general sense, right? So costs are going up and things are getting hurt. But Apple's sort of Apple in the ecosystem and that, so they differentiate themselves in that regard. Whereas I think if you're looking at the other ends of it, Qualcomm and ARM should be moving to the downside based on what we see.
I made comments about Broadcom earlier today on the stream. Broadcom up 7% in after hours right now on that news. Broadcom just straight fire right there, because remember, Google and Broadcom are tied a little bit at the hip with the production of their TP sensor, TPU units there. Marvell also on the backside as well. That could get a tick up, so that's making a little bit of sense there. We've seen NVIDIA hit that 177 mark after hours, so that's nice. What is AMD doing on the back of this as well? AMD 202, 203.
Micron jumped as well.
Yeah, AMD's not really getting anything there. Maybe an SNDK possible look there to 604. So it looks like Broadcom is going to be the big winner here on those TPU sensors. So maybe that deal with Google keeps on extending throughout. So Broadcom, good win here. Let's go Micron. Let's go the whole tech space, man. I mean, we need this. Now, we were saying that how bad would have this been if Google somehow was down and held in and around that 212 or 312 mark? That would have not been good. But there it is, 330, almost a nothing burger here. Setting it up for tomorrow, I think it'll be a very, very interesting trade right off the jump. I mean, we've seen these stocks get hit early and then try to rebound. So let's see if that happens to Google tomorrow on another great report. Will people be brave enough to sell this name down there tomorrow?
Well,
I don't think so, but we'll see.
But for now, we're saying exactly what Steve in the chat is saying, which is thank you, Google.
Yeah.
Right, TMC going up. I'm just reading even the chat. NVIDIA up $2 pre-market, TSM. Everyone feels a little bit excited. It's a different feeling than what we had last night, that's for sure. And look, this is in the midst of, hey, Google's the only thing that's up right now. Like the other earnings, I mean, ELF counts too, but the other tech names are both down tonight. It is all about Alphabet here. And as I said, it's dragging a lot of things with it. We talked about Micron as well. So it's looking pretty good here. And you just can't be a hater when one of these big names finally, I shouldn't say finally, but it is final. We finally feel good about this number. And remember, this started with us all kind of our jaws dropping at the CapEx number. It was Meta. So far, only Microsoft actually got punished for that big CapEx spend. And that probably had more to do with Azure than anything else and the growth in cloud. You're now looking at a couple times where we get 40 to 50% growth in CapEx. And realistically, when the market starts digesting the rest of the report, they're like, that's cool.
Actually, not that bad, as we've been saying. Just real quick, guys, shout out to fiscal.ai for this chart. Quick chart. This was that data point I was just talking about. So 2005, over here, 6.1 billion to 402.8 billion in annual revenue. One more while we're here. Also, just a quick visual breakdown here of where this is coming from. So plus 17% year-over-year revenue growth in search, 750 million Gemini app monthly active users, as Sean was mentioning. YouTube crossing 60 billion for the first time. This platform we are on currently generating 60 billion in the quarter for Alphabet, the cloud 70 billion, the AI side of things 10 billion, 325 million active subscriptions. 325 million active subscriptions.
The reason why we're subscribed now is that it's just so baked into your Gmail, into your suite, right? I mean, there's so many people that are so excited about, using AI, whether or not it's just something very, very simple like, recording your conference calls and, making little small graphics and whatnot. That Nano Banana Pro has been absolutely huge, as we're showing some graphics now on the screen. But, Neil hinted, and I think another winner here will be GEV. They're up $15 here. There it is, after hours. So 745 up to 760 right now for GEV. So that's going to be a good one. And breaking news right now, as this is going to be pretty interesting here. Which companies will officially IPO before 2027? So this is this year. SpaceX now, 83% on Kalshi right now. Discord would be a monster too, 95%. I don't think Stripe, I mean, we talked about what the software is looking like in OpenAI right now at 56%. How about all four?
Yeah, but Anthropic's coming out this year. They should get rid of Stripe and throw Anthropic should be number 4 on those because I think.
Well, has Anthropic already filed or?
Yeah, I think we're getting that.
Yeah, so that's not part of it. Yeah.
Before we get ChatGPT, we will. I mean, that's the way it's looking like right now. We're going to get Anthropic first, and you got to get out there. And if you're going to get that exit strategy, now would be the time to do it. It does seem like, but yeah, Discord. We've been waiting around for the Discord IPO for quite some time. That is for sure. But I think the excitement to me is, and we've said this every single day, it's not just about this IPO. We know in some way you're going to be able to be in XAI, and this is the other end. Everyone's talking about ChatGPT. Elon, which way are we going here? Is it still just going to be you're going to go SpaceX and XAI and that's it? Or is still the chance of this Tesla? I feel like that died so quickly that all the hopes and dreams of the Tesla shareholders that they were going to get a piece without having to actually.
I mean, there was an investment. They did an outside investment into that combination, but
it was a small piece, Brendan.
Yeah,
it was so tiny.
Yeah, I think they eventually do. Tesla becomes a smaller and smaller little.
Yeah. I don't know. I still think Elon thinks Tesla is his baby, and I think he's going to engineer something.
I mean, he just killed the 2 top models in favor of production.
That
is true.
2 highest end models. They were the lowest selling models.
Sure, but like he's freeing up space for production.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's not. By the way, right now Google is making a lower move right into here. So we'll have to see where Google is as far as the closing prints here. But now down another 4% goes Google. So yes, we see on the chat there you did release Google numbers today, and their downside right here. The numbers are great. The funny thing is their operating margin is 30%, 13 points higher year over year. So they're making money on this spend, and it looks like the market now not rewarding them. I think Google probably trades higher tomorrow. Let's wait. The conference call with Sundar Pichai on way, I guess 4:30, 5 o'clock. We'll see what happens to Google then.
The graphics wizard has more details for us. this earnings report. Go for it.
Thank you, Brendan. I had to show this one with Sundar Pichai waving to us all from this little pie chart. So here's an updated look at the company's revenue breakdown for the core Google business. Google Search and other remaining at just over half the business. YouTube ads here at 10%. Google Network 6.9%. Google Subs just under 12%. Google Cloud about 15.5%. And then this other bets and hedging, this is always like very, very small, but this right now 0.3% of the business. There will be another one just kind of updating how all of these things look on like an actual dollar basis year over year that I have not posted yet. But this has not even been posted yet on Exit TTV Research. You guys are getting a preview. It's going to come out right at 4:30 when that call begins. So you can enjoy this with Sundar and co.
I mean, that subs number is just almost 12% on the quarter, guys, and still above 300 million active users.
Yeah,
crazy.
But take another step back. Look, first of all, Sundar, you would wave and smile like that too, if not only did you have the numbers that you're just producing, but also can move so many names to the upside just on your report. But Frank Rizzo in the chat says buy the dip because the valuation is pretty good. Remember, and I agree with you, Frank, because one thing that often gets lost in a stock that's up so much is out of all the Mag 7 names, this is basically the relatively cheapest on a PE basis. So I do love that look. And we don't always talk about fundamentals on a trading show, but that's another reason why I think we have a better chance to hold up today with Alphabet than we have for some of the other Mag names. I know it's been disappointing. We've seen it every single day this week. We've come in and said, hey, this looks good. That number is great. There's nothing bad to point into the report. And then the next day, we're all going short in the morning because that's what we've been doing, and that's what's been working out. Alphabet has the chance to break that trend.
I feel like this report is one of those ones where you maybe just close your eyes and don't worry about it tomorrow because the market is punishing pretty much every single report right now. This is a great one for Google. I'd be excited. I am excited as a shareholder. Look, YouTube alone. You know, we're streaming there right now. 11.4 billion in ads. Like, what are we even talking about? Like, the numbers that these guys are pushing are huge.
They print money.
And it's not going anywhere. I mean, YouTube is the most streamed thing in my house. And, you know, I feel like Alphabet here, cloud growth, boom. They've got Waymo, they've got YouTube now. And they're just expansion. Operating margin, like I said, 30%. We'll take that. Operating margin on the revenue on the cloud, 32%. So we're seeing some good extension here on Google. And then plus, as you mentioned, 750 million active monthly users for Gemini. Like, the last number I thought I heard was in the 250s. You know, and now all of a sudden OpenAI and ChatGPT has a formidable opponent, and they're probably passing them right now on monthly active users, right?
Their growth is easily better than ChatGPT's right now, and this is one of the reasons. I mean, Sam Altman's got to be at least a little bit scared. And you've seen the tiff and the back and forth between NVIDIA and ChatGPT right now. They're kind of primed and they're a little bit vulnerable. And again, that's exactly why Sunder's going to be smiling. And
here's why. One more for you guys just coming through here. Enersys, for anyone who's watching. ENS just reporting revenue 919 million versus estimates 931. That was the miss. EPS 277 versus 272, a beat. Gross margins 30% upside. Gross margins after expenses 26.3 upside. So everything good except for revenue. Again, 919 million versus 931. ENS for anyone watching, downside here in a pretty big way.
Yeah, we have a couple different numbers today. We had ELF with a good number, right? I mean, that's showing a strong consumer. We've seen that a couple of times. We've seen Target moving around. We've seen Walmart, your first $1 trillion retail name there. Walmart, guys, Walmart, if you can believe it or not. And by the way, I just saw in the chat there, you know, they're talking about everything that we're talking about. So get into the chat right now. You got to be a subscriber right now. And shout out to Other Zinc there in the chat. He said the #1 show on YouTube, he's watching right now, and you're watching Trader TV Live. So you want to say thank you to that. But Adara, I have a question for you.
Hi.
How come Brennan switched over from Apple back over to the Google Pixel? I don't really see anything about hardware. I guess that's not even a story here.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you switched back. Oh my gosh,
he's back on our side.
How did I not notice? Yeah, I mean, I remember it was like a big hubbub when you got the iPhone, so I didn't even realize you switched off the iPhone. I have not seen anything. I think Sundar is just really hyped here about Gemini, guys. I think the service revenue and everything. I mean, I still have my old barely functioning iPhone, so you know, I am not hopped chips yet, if you will. I don't see anything on hardware, but like you said, Sean, I think because it's actually, you know, I'm gonna come back to me. I'm gonna term search for hardware here to see if they mention it in the report at all. They don't. They literally don't.
They're not even mentioning hardware at all.
Don't even mention hardware.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not a big thing, but I was just thinking that we've seen Apple absolutely moon lately, and I was just wondering what they thought about their Pixel.
Actually, I have a question for Adara, and I just saw it in the chat and just streamed away because there's a question about Costco. Is there anything going on? Because
they probably released their sales update because they always do so on a Wednesday. I don't know the number. Give me 2 seconds, but that would be my slightly educated guess. Oh, yep, it's out. Up 9.3% year over year, $21.33 billion for the month of January. Sometimes the memory pays off.
Is the stock almost back to $1,000 again?
I'm not sure why it was sold. I mean, first of all, when are we even going to hear the Supreme Court's decision on all of these tariffs?
They're still deciding to decide.
I actually read yesterday it's going to be maybe the end of February now.
Really?
Yeah, if not into.
What was that word you said? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. It was on Bloomberg. They weren't 100% sure, but they were saying maybe the end of February, even into March. Before
That's
we
something.
get any kind of indication, but
I'm not putting money on them being prompt.
Here's what Brendan's talking about. Look at this daily chart here for, you know, Costco has been really beat up over the last 6 or 8 months, and then it's just almost like a straight line. We had a little bit of a dip there, and then boom, right there back up to the upside, and of course, releasing that same-store sales number, 9% on the month. So that's going to be a great little level there. But it's ARM, man. I mean, this is going down. Not necessarily an arm and a leg. It's actually back upside right there now. It went down to $90, now back up to $98. So ARM, another big report here tonight to look at. And then the other name, Qualcomm. That's an oldie but a goodie. But Qualcomm's been, actually, this might be the worst one. They're at the lows right now, Qualcomm, down another 8% into the day. And this name just bleeding through. But look, it's at some support levels. Qualcomm, let's have a look tomorrow. If we really start to bleed down for Qualcomm and it gives yourself another $10 to the downside, check out this 125 level. Not horrible at all. As right there we say in the chat, B9999 says hold the line. And I think you might want to hold the line right here on Qualcomm this afternoon.
Hold the line on Google, maybe not Qualcomm. I think they might deserve what they're getting along with ARM. There, Rob in the chat, thoughts on the technical damage to the NASDAQ daily chart? I don't know. Look, man, it's probably more emotional damage than technical damage that went on today. Because if we're talking about the market, and let's be real, we're still so very close to the highs. There were a lot of stocks that rolled over. The S&P in general, the S&P itself went to the 50 period and was barely off of the highs. The NASDAQ isn't that bad. And a lot of times what you want to do is, if you're ever scared, pull out a higher time frame chart. Pull out a weekly chart. See that weekly chart? Is anyone freaking out over that on the NASDAQ? That just tells you that you shouldn't overreact when we're talking about the indices. You know, like it's just very different. I get it. AMD was down 18% today. Palantir was almost 20, in the last couple of days, like 25%. Yeah. But guess what? Google looks just fine. Meta's not too bad. Apple's an absolute rocket ship. There's still a lot of strength in a lot of the names in the Dow. We've just seen Google put up a fantastic number. You can freak out all you want about Bitcoin, but you can't really freak out about the Qs right now.
I sat down here this afternoon and said to Adara, man, Apple is so relatively strong versus the overall market. I mean, the market got absolutely pummeled today, and Apple was nicely higher 2 days in a row. So to your point, I mean, it's less about the index and more about overall sentiment. Remember, guys, just want to remind everyone, coming up in literally 10 seconds, we're going to get the earnings call for Google. So
time flies.
We will wrap things up. Why don't we give them one more overview of everything for Alphabet?
Let's do it. So Alphabet here, biggest issue, at least initially in the reaction, was their CapEx spend, because they are guiding CapEx well above estimates. Their CapEx for this quarter tripled estimates at roughly $91 billion compared to estimates of $28 billion. So that is pretty rough. That's the quick Google rundown. Qualcomm, kind of in line, kind of ho-hum, not super exciting. ARM just barely beat estimates and then guided in line. So that was nothing crazy there. And Snapchat, up year over year, which for Snap is kind of as good as you can get for the most part.
Definitely.
So that's our quick. Also, Elf killed it. Elf crushed it. Elf was beautiful. Eyes, lip, face chart, killing it. That's my quick earnings rundown.
A lot to look forward to tomorrow.
Yes.
Snapchat, yeah, it was kind of a muted move overall. Remember, guys, earnings call right now for Alphabet for anyone who wants to jump over and listen to that. We will catch you all 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks to Adara. Thanks to the guys as well. Great day. Great setup, potentially.
We're going higher.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
Ciao.
See you.